Confronting images. Contents. Question posed. When we pose our gaze to an art image 1. Question posed to a tone of certainty 2. Question posed to a Kantian tone, to some magic words, and to the status of a knowledge 5. The very old requirement of Gurability 7. 1. The history of art within the limits of its simple practice, posing our gaze to a patchwork of white wall, the visible, the legible, the visual, the virtual. 11. The requirement of the visual, or how incarnation opens imitation 26. Where the discipline is wary of theory as of not knowledge. The illusion of city, the illusion of exactitude, and the historian's blow 31. Where the past screens the past. The indispensable, and the unthinkable loss. Where history and art come to impede the history of art 36. First platitude: art is over since the existence of the history of art. Metaphysical trap and positivist trap 42. Second platitude: everything is visible since art is dead 51. 2. Art is rebirth in the immortality of the ideal man. Where art was invented as renascent from its ashes, and where the history of art invented itself along with it 53. The four legitimations of Vasari's lives: obedience to the prince, the social body of art, the appeal to origins, and the appeal to ends 55. Where Vasari saves artists from oblivion and renames renowns them in eterna fama. The history of art is second. Religion, devoted to the immortality of ideal men 60. Metaphysical ends and courtly ends. Where the crack is closed in the ideal and realism, a magic writing pad operation 67. The RSD3 magic words: rinascita, imitazione, idea 72. The fourth magic word: disegno. Where art legitimates itself as uni et object, noble practice, and intellectual knowledge. The metaphysics of Federico Zuccari. Where the history of art creates art in its own image 76. 3. The history of art within the limits of its simple reason, the ends that Vasari bequeathed to us. Simple reason, or how discourse invents its object 85. Metamorphoses of the Vasarian thesis, emergences from the moment of antithesis, the Kantian tone adopted by the history of art 88. Where Erwin Panofsky develops the moment of antithesis and critique. How the visible takes on meaning. Interpretive violence 93. From antithesis to synthesis. Kantian ends, metaphysical ends. Synthesis as magical operation 102. First magic word: humanism. Where object of knowledge becomes form of knowledge. Vasari as Kantian and Kant as humanist. Powers of consciousness and return to the ideal man 107. Second magic word: iconology. Return to Cesar Ripa. Visible, legible, invisible. The notion of iconological content as transcendental synthesis. Panofsky's Retreat 117. Farther, too far the idealist constrained. Third magic word: symbolic form. Where the sensible sign is absorbed by the intelligible. The pertinence of function, the idealism of functional unity 124. From image to concept and from concept to image. Fourth magic word: schematism. The null unity of synthesis in representation. The image monogrammed, cut short, made pure. A science of art under constraint to logic and metaphysics 130. 4. The image as rend and the death of God incarnate. First approximation to renounce the schematism of the history of art, the rend. To open the image, to open logic 139. Where the dream work smashes the box of representation. Work is not function. The power of the negative. Where resemblance works, plays, inverts, and dissembles. Where Göring equals dis. Göring 144. Extent and limits of the dream paradigm. Seeing and looking. Where dream and symptom dissent the subject of knowledge 155. Second approximation to renounce the idealism of the history of art, the symptom. Panofsky the metapsychologist? From questioning the symptom to denying it. There is no Panofskyan unconscious 162. The Panofskyan model of deduction faced with the Freudian paradigm of overdetermination. The example of melancholy. Symbol and symptom. Constructed share, cursed share 170. Third approximation to renounce the iconographism of the history of art and the tyranny of imitation, the incarnation. Flesh and body. The double economy, mimetic fabric and buttons ties. The prototypical images of Christianity and the index of incarnation 183. For a history of symptomatic intensities. Some examples. Dissemblance and unction. Where Göring equals modifying. Gers equals dis. Göring 194. Fourth approximation to renounce the humanism of the history of art, death. Resemblance as drama. Two medieval treatises facing Vasari, the rent subject facing the man of humanism. The history of art is a history of imbroglios 209. Resemblance to life, resemblance to death. The economy of death in Christianity, the ruse and the risk. Where death insists in the image. And us, before the image? 219. Appendix: the detail and the pan. The aporia of the detail 229. To paint or to depict 237. The accident material radiance 244. The symptom slippage of meaning 260. Beyond the detail principle 267. This book poses special challenges to the translator. Its diction is studied and its rhetorical machinery is intricate. There is much wordplay. As so often in post-war French critical writing, metaphors tend toward the extravagant. In a way reminiscent of Heidegger, the half-forgotten literal meanings of colloquial phrases are sometimes exploited. Likewise, secondary or archaic definitions of French verbs are often turned to account. These verb usages frequently and cunningly intermesh with the psychoanalytic lexicon, but the extent to which this is true only becomes apparent in Chapter 4, where the relationship between images and unconscious processes takes center stage. Accordingly, I have included more than the usual number of translator's notes. This seemed the only way to retain something like the full polyvalence of the original. I hope readers will find them more helpful than cumbersome. In the author's notes, I have tried to use authoritative English editions of important texts, notably the Cambridge editions of Kant's RST and Third Critiques, the Standard edition of Freud, and the recent Bruce Fink translation of selections from Lacan's Écrits. The interpretation of dreams is a special case here. I provide references to both the Strachey translation and Joyce Crick's recent rendering of the original edition without Freud's copious later editions. As with all the cited translations, however, I have felt free to modify them where necessary. The original text is eloquent, playful, and elegant. Insofar as the English edition fails to convey these qualities, the fault is entirely mine. J.G. Un homme averti en vaut deux, goes the French proverb. Roughly, an informed man is worth two others. It might seem self-evident, then, that an informed art historian is worth two others, the first mentioned being an art historian who has discovered and knows how to integrate the principles of iconology established by Erwin Panofsky. An informed art historian is worth two others, the latter, in accordance with the teachings of Wolff. In Diaresis concerns himself with forms and stylistic evolution. The former, in accordance with the teachings of Panofsky, knows that the content of figurative works of art or their subject, as we awkwardly say, pertains to a complex universe of see themes or concepts manifested in images, stories, and allegories. 1. Thanks to Panofsky, we now know better just how far allegory and disguised symbolism have been able to invest visual representation, if in its most discrete, most trivial elements, sartorial and architectural details, a carafe of water on a table, a rabbit in a landscape, even the famous allegorical mousetraps in the Marot altarpiece. 2. Thanks to Panofsky, we are aware that the very transparence of the window, in the context of an annunciation, can serve as a vehicle for the most resistant of theological mysteries, the Virgin's hymen, traversed by the divine seed, remaining intact like a pane of glass traversed by a ray of light. However, the French phrase être averti can be understood in two ways. The positive way pertains to being aware of something in the sense, Panofsky definitively made us aware that the great scholarly traditions, notably medieval scholasticism and Renaissance Neoplatonism, were structurally decisive for all ideas of the meaning of images over the longue durée of the Christian and humanist West. From this point of view, Panofsky's teaching, like that of his peers Fritz Saxel and later Edgar Wind and Rudolf Wittgauer, remains admirable, absolutely necessary for the very comprehension of this longue durée. By making us aware of signifying complexities that can sometimes be operative in the visual arts, iconology has, so to speak, art the image. How could anyone complain about that? But être averti can also be understood negatively in the sense of keeping at a distance something of which one is wary. In this case, the person in question is one who is well informed in the history of art. We would say that he is scholarly, erudite, but also one who is alert to a danger that he absolutely must ward off in order to keep intact the very conditions of his knowledge, to make possible the serene exercise of his erudition. From this point of view, Panofsky's work bears the stamp of an emphatic closure, a veritable buffer zone meant to protect the discipline against all imprudence and all impudence, in other words, from all hubris, from all immoderation in the exercise of reason. That is why Panofsky's books often feature a preliminary warning. The most telling of these is the one in the 1959 edition of Idea. If books were subject to the same laws and regulations as pharmaceutical products, the dust jacket of every copy would have to bear the label "Use with care," or as it used to say on old medicine containers, "Cautious." 3. Panofsky knew well that it is the professional brief of the art historian to manipulate the pharmacon. The substance of the images that he studies is a powerful substance, attractive but altering. It brings relief, which is to say that it brings to scholars the most magnificent answers, but cautious. It quickly becomes a drug, even a poison for those who imbibe it to excess, who adhere to it to the point of losing themselves in it. Panofsky was a true and profound rationalist. His whole problem was to ward off the danger posed to the pharmacist by his own pharmacon. I mean the danger posed by the image to those whose profession it is to know it. How can we know an image if the image is the very thing Panofsky never forgot as Plato that imperils through its power to take hold of us, which is to say its call to imagine a positive or objective exercise of knowledge? If the image is what makes us imagine, and if the sensible imagination is an obstacle to intelligible knowledge, how then can one know an image? Such is the paradox to be investigated. In order to constitute iconology as an objective science, it was necessary for Panofsky literally to exorcise something inherent in the very powers of the object that he tried to circumvent through such a science. One might gr this paradox in the form seemingly arbitrary, in any case typically iconological, of a parable. I draw it not from the manifest world, humanist or Christian, of the works usually studied by this great art historian, but from the more latent one of his very ancestry, by which I mean his Central European Jewish culture. His father was a Silesian Jew. Everyone in this culture, traversed from the 18th century by the Hasidic movement and transmitted, in German intellectual circles, by Panofsky's contemporaries Gershom Scholem and, before him, Martin Buber IV, was quite familiar with the popular story of the Dybbuk. This very simple legend would be to the arcana of the great Jewish mystical culture, in particular the Kabbalah of Isaac Luria, transmitted as far as the shtetls in Poland, what the transparent window is to the mystery of the Incarnation in a painting of the Annunciation. It has many dimensions and I can present only a summary version of it here. It is the story of Conan, a young male virgin, very much the scholar, very bold in his book-based research. Talmudic Judaism seems to him too dry and without life. He prefers the abysses of the Kabbalah, a game all the more fraught with risk because, as Moses Cordovero wrote in his treatise Or Near of the Pleasant Light, it is forbidden to penetrate this science if one has not taken a wife and pori. Add one's thoughts. 5. Conan has neither taken a wife nor pori. Add his thoughts, but he is madly in love with Leah, a beautiful young girl who returns his love. They are predestined for each other. Now the father of the young girl has chosen a more advantageous match, and the marriage is about to take place. Conan is so desperate that he dares to transgress the cross-limits of esoteric knowledge. He invokes the secret names to thwart destiny. But he lacks the necessary experience and his desire is in sooth sciently pure. The sparks that he tries to manipulate by requiring the impossible becomes a reed that consumes and destroys him. He screams and falls dead amid his books. The scheduled day of the wedding arrives. At the moment the bond is about to be pronounced, the young girl, beyond all despair, issues a scream of her own. She is not dead. But when revived she begins to speak, to scream with the voice of the dead. The errant, unredeemed soul of the young man has entered her. She is possessed by the Dybbuk. The rest of the story is a harrowing description of the exorcism performed on the young girl under the authority of a miraculous Tzaddik, the Rabbi Azriel of Maripol. It is a ritual drama that ends with the Dybbuk being anathematized, excommunicated, and extirpated from the body of Leah. But while the entire community hastens to make preparations to celebrate the marriage once more, the young girl herself breaks the magic circle of the exorcism so as to rejoin, in an improbable place. In some versions she dies, in others she penetrates a wall. Her predestined ghost, the young Dybbuk, eternally hers. This story was known primarily through a dramatic adaptation in Yiddish by Shalomansky 1863–1920, the author of tales and novellas and a remarkable ethnologist of Jewish folklore in Poland and Russia. 6. The play was RSD produced in 1917 by a troupe in Vilna in the original Yiddish. But it was the Hebrew version, due to the poet Haim Diaresis Nachman Bialik, that became known internationally. It was mounted in 1921 in Moscow by Yevgeny Vakhtangov, a student of Stanislavski. Beginning in 1926 it toured the entire world with the Habima Theater, which became less and less welcome in Stalinist Russia. Finally, it was made into a LM in Poland in the 1930s, a kind of expressionist musical tragedy, the opposite of what emerged in Hollywood as musical comedies shot in Yiddish by Michał Wasocki in 1937. It is an oddly static but very moving LM, one that makes no effort to hide its roots in popular theater. Today it seems like the ghostly but still animate vestige of a real drama that would carry all the actors in this imaginary drama toward the camps. The scene of exorcism, which takes up the entire third act of Ansky's play, is here reduced to a few minutes. The director announced the subterfuge, which could easily have been managed, of having the young girl speak with a man's voice. The ceremony, notably the successive calls on the shofar, was greatly simply said. But this sketch suf? Says for my parable, in which one must imagine Leah as a persona? Cation of the history of art, the holy assembly of pious men as the scientii? See community of iconologists and Erwin Panofsky in the role of Azrael, the miraculous rabbi, the sage, the exorcist. The real question is that of knowing of whom the Dybbuk himself simultaneously a person, a young man of flesh and blood altered by his desire to know the occult, and a non-person, a ghostly variant of the living beings among whom or within whom he continues to wander, even to inhabit as an allegory. Some 15 years ago, I attempted in a book the reader is about to encounter in the attentive translation of John Goodman to establish a general framework for this question, commencing with a critical examination of the conceptual tools used by Panofsky to exorcise this Dybbuk. The magic spells in question came not from the religious tradition but from the philosophical tradition. I saw there, grosso modo, a neo-Kantian adaptation of the grand magic words of Vassarian academicism, triumphant Rinascita recast, in a certain notion of the history of art as rationalist humanism, the famous imitazione recast in a hierarchical table of the relations between duration and signi. Cation, the inevitable idea recast in a typically idealist use of Kant's transcendental schematism. Not that this framework of transformations a typically 16th-century Italian humanism, revisited by the great German 18th-century philosopher and adapted RST by Cassirer, then by Panofsky, to the exigencies of a philological history standardized in the 19th century wasn't satisfying to the mind. French structuralism adopted it to counter the musty historicism of antiquarian art history. Hence the adhesion, manifested by cultural sociologists Pierre Bourdieu and then by semiologists of art Louis Marin, Hubert Damisch, to the kind of transcendental schematism that Panofsky imported into the realm of images. A pure reason, so to speak, was open to art historians, allowing them to hope for something like a new epistemological foundation for their discipline. Whether due to chance or to desire, my initial object of investigation, in the Elde of Renaissance painting, was an object resistant to Panofsky pure reason. 7. The tools of the master of Princeton did not permit of an understanding of what RSD seemed an exception, then a fecund object on the plane of theory. It was necessary either to renounce understanding altogether or to project iconology toward an epistemological regime that went beyond it, a regime of overdetermination in which Panofsky determination underwent a trial of reasons that are terribly impure, amalgamated, contradictory, displaced, anachronistic, the reasons for which Freud created a framework of intelligibility under the aegis of the unconscious, the pharmakon par excellence of all the human sciences. It would be quite mistaken whether blaming him as destroyer or justifying him as deconstructor to understand this detour through Freud as a decidedly post facto attempt to jettison the whole tradition of Kunstgeschichte. Only buzzword mavens and fashion mongers could hold that, in this domain, anything is over, a way of swapping critical memory for a willed oblivion that often resembles a renunciation of one's own history. To effect a true critique, to propose an alternative future, isn't it necessary to engage in an archaeology, of the kind that Lacan undertook with Freud, Foucault with Binswanger, Deleuze with Bergson, and Derrida with Husserl? So it is to the rhythms of an archaeology of the history of art that the critique of iconology should proceed. More specky? Cali, it was with an eye to Panofsky's own master in Hamburg that the present critique was conceived and then extended. I refer, of course, to Aby Warburg. 8. Here, then, is our Dybbuk, the great interpreter of the humanist sources of Florentine painting. 9. The revolutionary anthropologist of the rituals of Renaissance portraiture. 10. The genius shadow founder of iconology. 11. But what audacity in his fundamental questions, in his research into the originary words for curative expressivity, these Euroword, as he dared to say, after the manner of a scholar of the Kabbalah. Because he tried to understand images, not just interpret them. Warburg was a man who, in a sense, tempted the devil and ended up falling mad amid his books before raving for long years within the walls of psychiatric hospitals in Hamburg, in Jena, and then in the celebrated clinic in Kreuzlinger directed by Ludwig Binswanger, Freud's great friend. The maker of Mnemosyne, that heterodox and disturbing montage of images capable of sounding together in harmonies that elude all historicist demonstration. 12. The poet or prophet of the Grundbegriff, those unpublishable manuscripts of gushing thoughts, obsessions, and idea leakages mixed together into an exaltation of theoretical action itself. 13. The phantom, the unredeemed soul who still wanders less and less silently through the social body of Leah, our beautiful discipline called the history of art. In his curriculum vitae of Panofsky, Published in 1969, William Heckscher felt obliged to emphasize this feature. Panofsky disliked unreliable people. Of William Blake he said, "I can't stand him. I don't mind if a man is really mad, like Hölderlin. Diaresis true madness may yield poetical ores. But I don't like mad geniuses walking all the time on the brink of an abyss." 14. It is probable that, like the exorcist in the Dybbuk, Panofsky was just as uncomfortable with the knowledge without a name on which Abbe Warburg insisted as he was determined in his attempt to exorcise its unreliable tenor. He was in Hamburg the very year that the mad genius, in a famous seminar on the history of art, evoked the abysses that the historian seismograph, the historian of temporal tremors and faults, had to skirt. 15. But Panofsky, wanting to warn us about this unreliability and the accompanying dizziness, acted as if the abysses did not exist. As if those who were unreliable, those suffering from vertigo, were inevitably wrong from the point of view of historical reason. Now it was not so much the altered person Warburg himself that Panofsky wanted to exorcise from his own iconology. The Dybbuk that he exorcised was the alteration itself, the alteration effected by images themselves on historical knowledge built on images. Two things characterize this Dybbuk. The RST is its ghostly power to rise again, to effect a psychic haunting and to defy all chronological laws of before and after. Of Olden knew it is after being dead that the Dybbuk begins to speak fully, to live its thought, its youth, even to be born for good in its substantial unity with Leah. The second characteristic of a Dybbuk is adhesion, in accordance with the like ance of all topological laws of inside and outside, of near and far. It is because he has been separated from Leah by death that the Dybbuk merges so completely with the body, voice, and soul of the young girl. Furthermore, the Hebrew root of the word Dybbuk is Dalet Beth Kof, which connotes, precisely, adhesion. It is used in Deuteronomy, among other books of the Bible, to signify a union with God. 16. This same linguistic root shaped the word and concept of Devekut, whose destiny, from the Kabbalistic tradition where it designates the most elevated degree of prophecy, the voice of God speaking through the prophet's own mouth, to the Hasidism in which it plays an omnipresent role, has been recounted so magnificently by Gershom Scholem, a contemplative fusion, a mystical empathy detached from all elitist or eschatological value. 17. The Dybbuk of our story is only the fall or demonic reversal of a mystical process of Devekut gone wrong. But its structure is identical. Why recall these philological details? Because the history of art invented by Abbe Warburg combines, in its fundamental concept Nachleben afterlife or survival, precisely the powers to adhere and to haunt that inhere in all images. By contrast with phenomena of rebirth and the simple transmission through influence, as we say, a surviving image is an image that, having lost its original use, value and meaning, nonetheless comes back, like a ghost, at a particular historical moment, a moment of crisis, a moment when it demonstrates its latency, its tenacity, its vivacity, and its anthropological adhesion, so to speak. On the one hand, Tyler's ethnology of survivals, Darwin's model of heterochronies or missing links, Burckhardt's theory of vital residues, and Nietzsche's philosophy of the eternal return would have aided Warburg in his revolutionary formulation of a history of art conceived as ghost stories for grown-ups. 18. On the other hand, the aesthetic of tragic pathos in the late Romantics, Goethe's commentary on the Laocoon, Diaresis, Robert Vischer's notion of Einfühlung, Diaresis, and Freud and Binswanger's symptomatic understanding of images would have aided Warburg in his revolutionary formulation of anthropological and psychic adhesion of the primitive in the historical present of images. 19. It is all of this that Panofsky wanted to exclude from his own models of intelligibility, where Warburg deconstructed the whole of 19th-century historicism by showing that the Geschichte der Kunst is a high story of ghosts that stick to our skin. Panofsky wanted to reconstruct his Kunstgeschichte as a history of exorcisms, of safety measures and reasonable distancings. To be sure, Panofsky usefully warned us against the dangers of romantic vitalism in the history of art, but by the same token he exorcised all thoughts of Leben and Nachleben, the very paradoxical, very specky, see life of images that haunt time, in favor of a historical model that is essentially deductive, therefore less attentive to the rhizomes of overdetermination and to the dynamic aspects of cultural phenomena. He usefully warned us against the aesthetic vagueness of non-historicized approaches to art, but he likewise exorcised the anachronisms and lability specky. See to the world of images. He looked only for signifying values where Warburg, close to Freud, here looked for symptomatic values. 20. Panofsky reduced exceptions to the unity of the symbols that structurally encompass them in accordance with the unity of the symbolic function Dier to Cassirer, where Warburg had smashed the unity of symbols by means of the split of symptoms and the sovereignty of accidents. That is why Panofsky brought his work to a close with a return to an iconography ever more attentive to the identity cation of motifs isolated as entities, whereas Warburg never ceased subverting iconography through his analysis of the contamination of motifs amalgamated into networks. There where Panofsky needed together the modesty of the humanist scholar and the conquest of knowledge, Warburg made the effacement of the philologist rhyme with a true tragedy of knowledge, a Kantian victory of the axiomatic schematism versus a Nietzschean pain of heuristic erraticism. Panofsky usefully warned us against the subjectivist Suf sciency of non-documented interpretations, but he rather quickly became authoritative, explanatory, sottise, ed with his well-constructed answers. Warburg, for his part, remained an artist, uneasy, implicative, ever in search of questions that his extraordinary erudition never appeased. When Panofsky explained an image, it was a signi cation given beyond all expressive values. When Warburg understood an image, it was, he said, a way of liberating an expressive value transcending, in anthropological terms, all signi cation. But it is dangerous, of course, to want to situate an analysis beyond the principle of signi cation, that is, at the core of a metaphysical conception of symptoms. A special kind of tact is required to manipulate the pharmacon of images. There are see philosophical and historical reasons for Panofsky's exorcism. The perpetual warnings, the many cries of cautious, emitted by the great legislator, the great Talmudist of iconology, always come down to the same thing: the source of all evil is unreason. It is as pure unreason that Panofsky, a man of the Enlightenment, experienced in particular the rise of Nazism, to which some 30 members of his family fell victim in his dismissal from the University of Hamburg in 1933. When one has read the extraordinary book by the philologist Victor Klemperer about the way the Nazi regime confiscated the German language, even its most prestigious philosophical vocabulary, 21, one can understand how Panofsky never cited Martin Heidegger after the war as he still did in 1932. 22. But it is with the whole world of thought, that of the three RSD decades of the century in Germany, that of Heidegger and Jung, but also of Nietzsche and Freud, of Benjamin and Ernst Bloch, that Panofsky ultimately broke signi Kant. In this regard was his extraordinary and complete assumption of the English language and his symmetrical rejection of his mother tongue. He agreed to return to Germany only in 1967, 1 year before his death, and it was in English that he chose to give his lecture there. 23. He acknowledged, writes William Heckscher, the momentous impact that the English language had had on the very foundations of his thinking and on his manner of presenting ideas in a lucid and organic, euphonious as well as logical way, so very different from the woolen curtain that so many continental scholars, above all German and Dutch, interposed between themselves and their readers. 24. In a text of 1953 entitled 3 Decades of Art History in the United States, Impressions of a Transplanted European, Panofsky clearly articulated his retrospective distaste for the German theoretical vocabulary. He was hoary, ed, for example, by the fact that the word takschisch can mean both tactical and tactile. 25. As a man alert to the dangers of unreason which he saw even in the double meanings of ordinary words, Panofsky wanted to exorcise it from the very landscape in which his thought operated, the history of images. To exorcise means to separate, to disentangle at all costs, to disentangle expressive adhesions, the pathos of empathy exterior to the sphere of meanings, to disentangle the obscure, impure survivals exterior to Renaissance clarities and ideals, to disentangle symptomatic returns, the pathos of the unconscious exterior to the world of symbols. But one cannot disentangle pure reason from pure unreason, and thus from the Kritik der reinen Unvernunft that Warburg pretended, on his side, to confront 26 except by disincarnating the intrinsic power of images. Ere to Kant, the Enlightenment, and the teleology of the symbol invented by Kessler, Panofsky did not understand that the image, like everything pertaining to the human psyche, requires of us a rationalism not of the Enlightenment but, so to speak, of the clair obscura tragic rationalism expressed by Warburg in the face of what he called the dialectic of the monster, and by Freud in the face of what he called the discontents of civilization. But Panofsky, supported in this by the Anglo-Saxon context, wanted the unconscious to be nothing but a mistake, which entailed exorcising all of the dark but efficacious and anthropologically crucial parts of images. Such, doubtless, is the principal limit of the knowledge that he bequeathed to us. This is not, to be sure, a reason to exorcise Panofsky himself, only an incitement to read him and reread him, but critically, as true admiration requires. Page 25, $11,379 Pref July 20, 2005 09:47:05 PS. 26 Preface to the English edition. Thanks to Panofsky's warnings, we know better just how the historian of art engages, at every instant, his reason and his scientia. See desire for very? Catine we know better just how we need not be afraid of knowledge. But despite Panofsky's exorcisms and thanks to the risks taken before him by Abai Warburg, we also know how we needn't be afraid of not knowing. We must, in this history, have the courage to confront both parties, both pictures, both the exorcist and the Didi book itself. Both the veil that makes thought possible and the wren that makes thought impossible. George's Didi Huberman. Page 26, $11,379 Pref July 20, 2005 09:47:05 PS. Question posed. Often, when we pose our gaze to an art image, we have a forthright sensation of paradox. What reaches us immediately and straightaway is marked with trouble, like a self-evidence that is somehow obscure. Whereas what initially seemed clear and distinct is, we soon realize, the result of a long detour mediation, a usage of words. Perfectly banal, in the end, this paradox. We can embrace it, let ourselves be carried away by it. We can even experience a kind of jouissance upon feeling ourselves alternately enslaved and liberated by this braid of knowledge and not knowledge, of universality and singularity, of things that elicit naming and things that leave us gaping. All this on one and the same surface of a picture or sculpture, where nothing has been hidden, where everything before us has been, simply, presented. We can, conversely, feel dissatis? Ed with such a paradox. Want not to let things lie, want to know more, want to represent to ourselves in a more intelligible way what the image before us still seemed to hide within it. We might then turn toward the discourse that proclaims itself a knowledge about art, an archaeology of things forgotten or unnoticed in works of art since their creation, however old or however recent they might be. This discipline, whose status thus can be summed up as offering specie. See knowledge of the art object. This discipline is, as we know, called the history of art. Its invention was quite recent. By comparison with the invention of its object, we might say, taking Lascaux as our reference point, that it postdates art itself by roughly 160 centuries, of which 10 or so were with intense artistic activity solely within the framework of the Western Christian world. But the history of art gives the impression that it has made up for all this lost time. It has examined, catalogued, and interpreted countless objects. It has accumulated stupefying amounts of information and has taken over management of an exhaustive knowledge of what we like to call our patrimony. The history of art presents itself, in fact, as an enterprise ever more victorious. It answers needs, it becomes indispensable. As an academic discipline, it never stops rening itself and producing new information, thanks to which there is of course a gain in knowledge. As an authority for the organization of museums and art exhibitions, it likewise never stops expanding its horizons. It stages gigantic gatherings of objects, thanks to which there is a gain in spectacle. Finally, this history has become the cogwheel and guarantor of an art market that never stops outbidding itself, thanks to which people make money. It seems as though the three charms or three gains in question have become as precious to the contemporary bourgeoisie as health. Should we be surprised, then, to see the art historian take on the features of a medical specialist who addresses his patients with the statutory authority of a subject supposed to know everything in the matter of art? Yes, we should be surprised. This book would simply like to interrogate the tone of certainty that prevails so often in the beautiful discipline of the history of art. It should go without saying that the element of history, its inherent fragility with regard to all procedures of very catine, its extremely lacunary character, particularly in the domain of man-made? Gurtib objects. It goes without saying that all of this should incite the greatest modesty. The historian is, in every sense of the word, only the actor, which is to say the modeler, the artisan, the author, the inventor of whatever past he offers us. And when it is in the element of art that he thus develops his search for lost time, the historian no longer even NDS himself facing a circumscribed object, but rather something like a liquid or gas expansion, a cloud that changes shape constantly as it passes overhead. What can we know about a cloud, save by guessing, and without ever grasping it completely? Books on the history of art nonetheless know how to give us the impression of an object truly grasped and reconnoitered in its every aspect, like a past elucidated without remainder. Everything here seems visible, discerned. Exit the uncertainty principle. The whole of the visible here seems deciphered in accordance with the self-assured apodictic semiology of a medical diagnosis. And all of this makes, it is said, a science based in the last resort on the certainty that the representation functions unitarily, that it is an accurate mirror or a transparent window, and that on the immediate natural or indeed the transcendental symbolic level, it is able to translate all concepts into images, all images into concepts. That in the end everything lines up and ts together perfectly in the discourse of knowledge. Posing one's gaze to an art image, then, becomes a matter of knowing how to name everything that one sees, in fact, everything that one reads in the visible. There is here an implicit truth model that strangely superimposes the adequatio rei et intellectus of classical metaphysics onto a myth, a positivist myth of the omnitranslatability of images. Our question, then, is this: what obscure or triumphant reasons, what morbid anxieties or maniacal exaltations can have brought the history of art to adopt such a tone, such a rhetoric of certainty? How did such a closure of the visible onto the legible, and of all this onto intelligible knowledge, manage, and with such seeming self-evidence, to constitute itself? The uninitiated and people of good sense will answer a response not wholly irrelevant, that the only thing the history of art, being an academic knowledge, looks for in art is academic history and knowledge, and that to go about this it must reduce its object, art, to something that evokes a museum or a limited stock of histories and knowledges. In short, the said specie? See knowledge of art ended up imposing its own specie? See form of discourse on its object, at the risk of inventing arty? Shall boundaries for its object and object dispossessed of its own specie? See deployment or unfolding. So the seeming self-evidence and the tone of certainty that this knowledge imposes are understandable. All it looks for in art are answers that are already given by its discursive problematic. A full answer to the question posed would entail entering into a veritable critical history of the history of art. A history that would take into account the discipline's birth and evolution, its practical ins and its institutional outs, its noeological foundations and its clandestine fantasies. In short, the not of what it says, does not say, and denies. The not of what is for it thinkable, unthinkable, and unthought, all of this evolving, circling back on itself, recurring in its own history. We will make do here with taking an initial step in this direction. RSD by interrogating some paradoxes induced by practice when it stops questioning its own uncertainties. Then by interrogating an essential phase in its history, namely, the work of Vasari in the 16th century, and the implicit ends that this would long assign the entire discipline. Finally, we will attempt to interrogate another Kant moment, the one in which Erwin Panofsky, with uncontested authority, tried to ground in reason historical knowledge applied to works of art. This question of reason, this methodological question, is essential, now that history makes more and more frequent use of art images as documents, and even as monuments or objects of specie. See study. This question of reason is essential, because through it we can reach a basic understanding of what the history of art expects from its object of study. All the great moments of the discipline from Vasari to Panofsky, from the age of the academies to that of scientiae, institutes always came down to posing the problem of reasons anew, to redealing its cards, even changing the rules of the game, and always in accordance with an expectation of, a renewed desire for, requisite ends for these changing gazes posed to images. To question anew the reason of the history of art is to question anew its status as knowledge. Is it surprising that Erwin Panofsky, who feared nothing, neither the exacting labor of erudition nor committing himself to a theoretical position, should have turned to Kantian philosophy when rearranging the cards of art history so as to give it a methodological configuration that, by and large, has not lost its currency? Panofsky turned to Immanuel Kant because the author of the Critique of Pure Reason had managed to open and reopen the question of knowledge, by defining the play of its limits and its subjective conditions. Such is the critical aspect of Kantism. It has shaped and informed, consciously or unconsciously, entire generations of scholars. By grasping the Kantian or neo-Kantian key via Kasier, Panofsky opened new doors for his discipline. But no sooner were these doors open than he seems to have securely closed them again, allowing critique only a brief moment of passage, a current of air. Kantism and philosophy had done likewise open the better to close, called knowledge into question, not to unleash a radical whirlwind, the inalienable negativity of not knowledge, but to reunify, resynthesize, and reschematize a knowledge whose closure henceforth found self-satisfaction through an elevated declaration of transcendence. Are you already saying that such problems are too general? That they no longer concern the history of art and should be considered in another building on the university campus, the one off in the distance occupied by the Department of Philosophy? To say this one hears it often is to close one's eyes and ears, to speak without thinking. It doesn't take much time, only the time needed really, to pose a question to realize that the art historian, in his every gesture, however humble or complex, however routine, is always making philosophical choices. They silently aid and abet him in resolving dilemmas. They are his abstract eminence grise, even and especially when he doesn't know this. Now nothing is more dangerous than to be unaware of one's own eminence grise. This state of affairs can quickly lead to alienation. For it is well known that making philosophical choices unwittingly is the fastest possible route to the worst possible philosophy. So a question about the tone of certainty adopted by the history of art is transformed, along the bias of the decisive role played by the work of Erwin Panofsky, into a question about the Kantian tone that the art historian often adopts without even realizing it. What's at issue here is not beyond Panofsky himself the rigorous application of Kantian philosophy to the domain of the historical study of images. What's at issue, and this is worse, is a tone. An in-action, a Kantian syndrome in which Kant would scarcely recognize himself. To speak of the Kantian tone of the history of art is to speak of an unprecedented kind of neo-Kantism. It is to speak of a spontaneous philosophy that orients the historian's choices and shapes the discourse of knowledge produced about art. But what, fundamentally, is a spontaneous philosophy? Where is its motor, where does it lead, on what is it based? It is based on words, only words, whose usage consists of closing gaps, eliding contradictions, resolving, without a moment's hesitation, every aporia proposed by the world of images to the world of knowledge. So the spontaneous, instrumental, and uncritical use of certain philosophical notions leads the history of art to fashion for itself not potions of love or oblivion but magic words lacking conceptual rigor. They are nonetheless efficacious at resolving everything, which is to say at dissolving or suppressing a universe of questions the better to advance, optimistic to the point of tyranny, a battalion of answers. I don't want to counter predetermined answers with other predetermined answers. I only want to suggest that in this domain the questions survive the articulation of every answer. If I invoke the name of Freud to counter that of Kant, this is not in order to place the discipline of art history under the yoke of a new conception of the world, of a new Weltanschauung. Neo-Freudism, like Neo-Kantism and like any theory issuing from a powerful body of thought, is far from immune to spontaneous, magical, and tyrannical practices. But there are, incontestably, in the Freudian all the elements of a critique of knowledge. Tito recast the very foundations of what are often called the human sciences. It is because he reopened in dazzling fashion the question of the subject, a subject henceforth thought a split or rent, not closed, a subject inept at synthesis, be it transcendental, that Freud was also able to throw open, and just as decisively, the question of knowledge. It should be clear that this appeal to the work of Freud concerns precisely the putting in play of a critical paradigm and absolutely not the putting in play of a clinical paradigm. In particular, the fate allotted the word symptom in this book has nothing to do with any kind of clinical application or resolution. To expect from Freudism a clinic for art or a method of solving enigmas is tantamount to reading Freud with the eyes and expectations of a Charcot. What can be expected here of Freudian reason is rather that it resituate us in relation to the object of history, for example, about whose extraordinarily complex work psychoanalytic experience teaches us much, along the bias of such concepts as Nachtraglichkeit, diaresis, repetition, distortion, and working through. More generally, Freudian critical tools will make it possible to reconsider here, within the framework of the history of art, the very status of this object of knowledge with regard to which we will henceforth be required to think what we gain in the exercise of our discipline in the face of what we thereby lose in the face of a more obscure and no less sovereign constraint to not knowledge. Such are the stakes to know, but also to think not knowledge when it unravels the nets of knowledge. To proceed dialectically, beyond knowledge itself, to commit ourselves to the paradoxical ordeal not to know which amounts precisely to denying it, but to think the element of not knowledge that dazzles us whenever we pose our gaze to an art image. Not to think a perimeter, a closure as in Kant, but to experience a constitutive and central rift there where self-evidence, breaking apart, empties and goes dark. So here we are back at our initial paradox, which we placed under the aegis of an examination of the presentation or presentability of the images to which our gazes are posed even before our curiosity or our will to knowledge exerts itself. Considerations of presentability, Rücksicht, diaresis, Aufdarstellbarkeit, such as the language used by Freud to designate the work of Gurability speci? See to unconscious formations. We might say, in very abridged form, that the requirement to think loss in the face of gain, or rather as coiled within it, and not knowledge as coiled within knowledge, to think the rent as part of the fabric, amounts to interrogating the very work of Gurability operative in artistic images on the understanding that the words image and Gurability here far exceed the limited framework of what is usually called Gurative or representational art, which is to say art that represents an object or action of the natural world. Let's not fool ourselves, by the way, about the modern character of such a problematic. Freud did not invent Gurability, and abstract art did not implement pictorial presentability as opposed to Gurative representability. All of these problems are as old as images themselves. They are also expounded in ancient texts. And it is precisely my hypothesis that the history of art, a modern phenomenon par excellence because born in the 16th century, has wanted to bury the ancient problematics of the visual and the gurable by giving new ends to artistic images, ends that place the visual under the tyranny of the visible and of imitation, the gurable under the tyranny of the legible and of iconology. What the contemporary or Freudian problematics have to tell us about a work or a structural constraint was formulated long ago in very different terms, of course by venerable church fathers, and was brought into play by medieval painters as an essential requirement of their own notion of the image. A notion now forgotten, and very difficult to exhume. Which brings me to what occasioned this little book. It's only a matter of accompanying a project of longer gestation with some actions aimed at laying to rest, through writing, a land of malaise experienced within the framework of academic art history. More precisely, it is an attempt to understand why, during my study of certain works from the late Middle Ages and the Renaissance, the iconographic method inherited from Panofsky suddenly revealed its inadequacy, or, to put it another way, the nature of its methodological science-y its closure. I tried to clarify all of these questions with regard to the work of Francis Angelico, then, in a class given at the École des Hautes Études and Sciences Sociales in 1988-89, through a reconsideration of the book by the Master of Princeton on the work of Albrecht Dürer. Diaresis invited to one of these seminars, the psychoanalyst Pierre Fedita answered some of our questions with still more questions, notably this one in the end, was Panofsky your Freud or your Charcot? Another way of posing the question. And this little book is but a prolonged echo of the question, like the always open notebook of an endless discussion. 3. 1. The history of art within the limits of its simple practice. Let's pose our gaze for a moment to a famous image from Renaissance painting Figure 1. It is a fresco in the monastery of San Marco in Florence. It was very likely painted, in the 1440s, by a Dominican friar who lived there and later came to be known as Francis Angelico. It is situated in a very small whitewashed cell, a cell in the clausura where, we can imagine, for many years in the 15th century one particular monk withdrew to contemplate scripture, to sleep, to dream, perhaps even to die. When we enter the still relatively quiet cell today, even the spotlight aimed at the artwork can't conjure away the initial effect of luminous obfuscation that it imposes upon RSD encounter. Next to the fresco is a small window, facing east, that provides enough light to envelop our faces, to veil in advance the anticipated spectacle. Deliberately painted against this light, Angelico's fresco obscures the obvious fact of its own presence. It creates a vague impression that there isn't much to see. After one's eyes have adjusted to the light, this impression is oddly persistent. The fresco comes clear only to revert to the white of the wall, for it consists only of 2 or 3 stains of attenuated color placed against a slightly shaded background of the same whitewash. Thus where natural light besieged our gaze and almost blinded us, there is henceforth white, the pigmentary white of the background, which comes to possess us. But we are predisposed to resist this sensation. The trip to Florence, the monastery's transformation into a museum, the very name Francis Angelico, all of these things prompt us to look farther. It is with the emergence of its representational details that the fresco, little by little, will become truly visible. It becomes so in Alberti's sense, which is to say that it sets about delivering discrete, visible elements of signi, cation elements discernible as signs. It becomes so in the sense. History of Art, Practice 13. Familiar to historians of art, who today strive to distinguish the master's own hand from that of his students, to judge the coherence of the perspective construction, to situate the work in Angelico's chronology as well as in the stylistic landscape of 15th century Tuscan painting. The fresco will become visible also, and even primarily because something in it has managed to evoke or translate for us more complex units, themes or concepts, as Panofsky would say, stories or allegories, units of knowledge. At this moment, the perceived fresco becomes really, fully visible. It becomes clear and distinct as if it were making itself explicit. It becomes legible. So here we are, capable, or supposedly so, of reading Angelico's fresco. What we read there, of course, is a storia e storia such as Alberti deemed the reason and null cause for all painted compositions, to a story such as historians cannot help but love. Little by little, then, our sense of the image's temporality changes, its character of obscured immediacy passes into the background, so to speak, and a sequence, a narrative sequence, appears before our very eyes to offer itself for reading, as if the gurs seen in a ashes motionless were henceforth endowed with a kind of kinetics or temporal unfolding. no longer the permanence of crystal but the chronology of a story. Here, in Angelico's image, we have the simplest possible case, a story that everyone knows, a story whose source, whose original text art historians need not research, so central is it to the cultural baggage of the Christian West. Almost as soon as it is visible, then, the fresco sets about telling its story of the Annunciation as St. Luke had written it in his Gospel. There is every reason to believe that a budding iconographer entering this tiny cell would need only a couple of seconds, once the fresco was visible, to read into it Luke 1:26-38. An incontrovertible judgment. A judgment that, who knows, might make one want to do the same thing for all the pictures in the world. But let's try to go a bit farther. Or rather, let's stay a moment longer, face to face with the image. Quite soon, our curiosity about details of representation is likely to diminish, and a certain unease, a certain disappointment begin to dim, yet again, the clarity of our gazes. Disappointment with what is legible. This fresco presents itself as the most poorly and summarily recounted story there could be. No salient detail, no discernible particular, will tell us how Francis Angelico saw the town of Nazareth, the historical site of the Annunciation, or help us to situate the meeting of the angel and the Virgin Mary. There's nothing picturesque in this painting, it's as taciturn as they come. Luke relates the story in spoken dialogue, but Angelico's gores seem frozen forever in a kind of silent reciprocity, all lips sealed. No sentiments are expressed here, there's no action, no pictorial theatrics. And the peripheral presence of St. Peter Martyr, hands clasped, won't change the story, because St. Peter has exactly nothing to do with it, he just makes the event seem less real. The work will also disappoint art historians well acquainted with the characteristic profusion of Quattrocento Annunciations. They almost always abound in apocryphal details, fanciful allusions, outrageously complicated spatial construction, realist touches, objects of daily life, and chronological reference points. Here, save for the traditional little book clasped by the Virgin, nothing of the kind. It would seem that Francis Angelico lacked aptitude for an aesthetic quality considered essential in his De Varieta, which Alberti made a major paradigm for historical pictorial invention. 3. In these times of rebirth, when Masaccio in painting and Donatello in sculpture reinvented dramatic psychology, our fresco cuts a pale gore indeed, with its very poor, very minimalist invenzione. The disappointment we are talking about has no other source, obviously, than the odd particular aridity with which Francis Angelico has grasped solidity, or coagulated, by contrast with an instant rendered on the wing the visible world of his action. Space has been reduced to a pure place of memory. Its scale, the gore's a bit smaller than life-size, if such a word is appropriate here, impedes all vague trompe-l'oeil desires, even if the small represented enclosure in a certain sense extends the cell's wide architecture. And despite the interplay of the ceiling vaults, the painted space at eye level seems to present only an abutment of whitewash, its abruptly rising painted in broad brush strokes very different from the pavements constructed by Piero della Francesco or even Botticelli. Only the two faces have been emphasized, heightened lightly with white, worked with crimson. The rest is but contempt for details, the rest is but strange lacunae, from the pictography of the angel's wings and the unlikely chaos of the Virgin's robe to the mineral vacuity of the simple place that here comes to confront us. This impression of ill seen ill said has led many art historians to a mixed judgment of both the artist's work generally and the artist himself. He is sometimes presented as a succinct, even naive painter, blissfully happy and angelic, in a slightly pejorative sense of the religious iconography to which he exclusively devoted himself. Elsewhere, by contrast, the artist's bliss and angelic temperament are turned to positive account if the visible and the legible are not Francis Angelico's strong points, that is because his concern was with, precisely, the invisible, the ineffable. If there is nothing between the angel and the Virgin in his Annunciation, that is because the nothing bore witness to the indescribable and ungurable divine voice to which Angelico, like the Virgin, was obliged to submit completely. Such a judgment clearly touches upon something pertinent to the religious, even mystical status of the artist's work in general. But it refuses to understand the means, the material in which this status existed. It turns its back to the species of painting and fresco. It does this so as to proceed without them, which is also to say without Francis Angelico, into the dubious realm of a metaphysics, an idea, a belief without subject. It thinks painting can be understood only by disembodying it, so to speak. In fact, it functions like the preceding judgment within the arbitrary limits of a semiology that has only three categories: the visible, the legible, and the invisible. Thus, apart from the intermediary status of the legible where what's at stake is translatability, anyone posing his gaze to Angelico's fresco is faced with a choice. He either grasps it, in which case we are in the world of the visible, which it is possible to describe or he doesn't grasp it, in which case we are in the region of the invisible, where metaphysics is possible, from the simple, non-existent out of frame of the painting to the ideal beyond of the entire oeuvre. There is, however, an alternative to this incomplete semiology. It is based on the general hypothesis that the f.k.c. of these images is not due solely to the transmission of knowledge visible, legible, or invisible, but that, on the contrary, their f.k.c. operates constantly in the intertwinings, even the imbroglio, of transmitted and dismantled knowledges, of produced and transformed not knowledges. It requires, then, a gaze that would not draw close only to discern and recognize, to name what it grasps at any cost but would distance itself a bit and abstain from clarifying everything immediately. Something like a suspended attention, a prolonged suspension of the moment of reaching conclusions, where interpretation would have time to deploy itself in several dimensions, between the grasped visible and the lived ordeal of a relinquishment. There would also be, in this alternative, a dialectical moment surely unthinkable in positivist terms, consisting of not grasping the image, of letting oneself be grasped by it instead, thus of letting go of one's knowledge about it. The risks are great, of course. The beautiful risks of action. We would agree to surrender ourselves to the contingencies of a phenomenology of the gaze, perpetually subject to projection and transference in the technical sense of Freud's Übertragung. Diaresis we would agree to imagine, the sole safety rail being our poor historical knowledge, how a 15th-century Dominican named Francis Angelico could in his works pass on the chain of knowledge, but also break it up to the point of its unraveling completely, so as to displace its paths and make them signify elsewhere, otherwise. We must return, for that, to what is simplest, in other words to the obscure self-evidences with which we began. We must momentarily leave behind everything that we thought we saw because we knew what to call it, and return henceforth to what our knowledge had not been able to clarify. We must return, then, this side of the represented visible, to the very conditions of the gaze, of presentation and gurability, that the fresco proposed to us at the outset. Then we will remember our paradoxical sense that there wasn't much to see. We will remember the light against our face and above all the omni-present white, that present white of the fresco diffused throughout the space of the cell. What to make of this glare, and what to make of this white? The RSD constrained us initially to distinguish nothing, the second hollowed out all spectacle between the angel and the virgin, making us think that Angelico had simply put nothing between his goers. But to say that is not to look, it is to be satis? Ed with what we're supposed to see. Let's look, there's not nothing, because there's white. It isn't nothing, because it reaches us without our being able to grasp it, and because it envelops us without our being able, in our turn, to catch it in the snare of a definition. It is not visible in the sense of an object that is displayed or outlined, but neither is it invisible, for it strikes our eye, and even does much more than that. It is material. It is a stream of luminous particles in one case, a powder of chalky particles in the other. It is an essential and massive component of the work's pictorial presentation. Let's say that it is visual. Such is the new term that must be introduced, to distinguish the visible elements of representation, in the classic sense of the word, from the invisible elements of abstraction. Angelico's white self evidently belongs to the mimetic economy of his fresco. It provides, a philosopher would say, an accidental attribute of this represented inner courtyard, here white, and which elsewhere or later could be polychrome without losing its definition as an inner courtyard. In this respect, it indeed belongs to the world of the representation. But it intensi? It beyond its limits, it deploys something else, it reaches its spectator by other paths. Sometimes it even suggests to seekers after representation that there's nothing there despite its representing a wall, although a wall so close to the real wall, which is painted the same white, that it seems merely to present its whiteness. Then again, it is by no means abstract. On the contrary, it offers itself as an almost tangible blow, as a visual face-off. We ought to call it what it is, in all rigor, on this fresco a very concrete whack of white. But it is very difficult to name it as one would a simple object. It is more event than painted object. Its status seems at once irrefutable and paradoxical. Irrefutable, because its f.k.c. is straightforward, its power alone imposes it before the recognition of any appearance. There's white, quite simply, right in front of us, even before this white can be thought as the attribute of something represented. And it is, then, paradoxical as much as sovereign paradoxical, because virtual. It is the phenomenon of something that does not appear clearly and distinctly. It is not an articulated sign, it is not legible as such. It just offers itself a pure appearance of something that puts us in the presence of the chalky color, long before it tells us what this color? LLS or quali? S. All that appears, then, is the quality of the durable, terribly concrete, illegible, presented, massive and deployed, implicating the gaze of a subject, its history, its fantasies, its internal divisions. The word virtual is meant to suggest how the regime of the visual tends to loosen our grip on the normal, let's say rather habitually adopted conditions of visible knowledge. Virtus, a word that Angelico must himself have declined in all its shadings, a word whose theoretical and theological history is prodigious, particularly within the walls of Dominican monasteries, since Albertus Magnus and St. Thomas Aquinas designates precisely the sovereign power of that which does not appear visibly. The event of virtus, that which is in power, that which is power, never gives a direction for the eye to follow, or a univocal sense of reading. Which does not mean that it is devoid of meaning. On the contrary, it draws from its kind of negativity the strength of a multiple deployment. It makes possible not one or two univocal signi, cations, but entire constellations of meaning, of which we must accept never to know the totality and the closure, constrained as we are simply to make our way incompletely through their virtual labyrinth. In short, the word virtual here designates the doubly paradoxical quality of the chalky white that confronted us in the little cell in San Marco. It is irrefutable and simple as event. It is situated at the junction of a proliferation of possible meanings, whence it draws its necessity, which it condenses, displaces, and transgures. So perhaps we must call it a symptom, the suddenly manifested knot of an arborescence of associations or conflicting meanings. To say that the visual realm produces a symptom is not to look for some defect or morbid state, owing hither and thither between the angel and the virgin of Francis Angelico. It is, more simply, to try to recognize the strange dialectic according to which the work, by presenting itself suddenly to the gaze of its viewer, upon entry into the cell, simultaneously delivers the complex skein of a virtual memory latent, efficacious. Now all this is not simply a matter of our contemporary gaze. The presentation of the work, the dramaturgy of its immediate visuality are integral to the work itself, and to the pictorial strategy speci. See to Francis Angelico. The artist could very well have executed his frescoes on one of the cell's three other walls, which is to say on surfaces correctly lit and not illuminating, as is the case here. He could also very well have dispensed with such an intense use of white, criticized in his day as producing a tension that was aesthetically disagreeable. 5. Finally, the skein of virtual memory that we have hypothesized without, for all that, reading it immediately in the white of this fresco and in its very poor iconography, this skein of virtual memory might very well traverse our fresco, pass like a wind between the two or three gures of our Annunciation. Everything that we know about Francis Angelico and about his life in the monastery effectively teaches us this: the formidable exegetical training required of every novice, the sermons, the prodigiously fecund use of the arts of memory, the armful of Greek and Latin texts in the library of San Marco, only a few steps from the little cell, the enlightened presence of Giovanni Dominici and Saint Antoninus of Florence and the painter's immediate entourage. All this comes to confirm the hypothesis of a painting virtually proliferating with meaning and to accentuate the paradox of visual simplicity in which this fresco places us. Such, then, is the not knowledge that the image proposes to us. This not knowledge is double. It concerns the fragile evidence of a phenomenology of the gaze, which the historian doesn't quite know what to do with because it is graspable only through his own gaze, his own speci. See gaze that strips it bare. It also concerns a forgotten, lost usage of knowledges of the past. We can still read the Summa Theologiae by St. Antoninus, but we no longer have access to the associations, to the meanings summoned up by the same St. Antoninus when he contemplated Angelico's fresco in his own cell at San Marco. St. Antoninus certainly wrote some known passages about iconography, in particular, that of the Annunciation, but not a word about his coreligionist Francis Angelico, much less about his perception of the intense whites of San Marco. It just wasn't in the mores of a Dominican prior or part of general writing usage to record the rattling force given rise to by a gaze posed on the painting, which obviously does not mean that the gaze did not exist, or that it was indifferent to everything. We cannot content ourselves with relying only on the authority of texts or on the search for written sources if we want to grasp something of the efficacy of images, for this is made up of borrowings, certainly, but also of interruptions effected in the discursive order, of transposed legibilities, but also of the work of opening and thus of breaking and entering, of symptom formation effected in the order of the legible, and beyond it. This state of affairs disarms us. It constrains us either to remain silent about an essential aspect of art images, for fear of saying something unvery able, and it is thus that historians often oblige themselves to say nothing except quite very able banalities, or to use our imaginations and risk, in the last resort, on very ability. How could what we are calling the realm of the visual be very able in the strict sense, in the scientific sense, given that it is not itself an object of knowledge or an act of knowledge, a theme or a concept, but only an efficacy gazes? We can, however, advance a little. First, by changing perspective, by noticing that to posit this notion of not knowledge only in terms of a privation of knowledge is certainly not the best way to broach our problem, since it is a way of keeping knowledge in its privileged position as absolute reference. Then we must reopen precisely what seemed unlikely to provide Angelico's fresco so simple, so summary with its most direct textual source. We must reopen the luxuriant and complex Summa Theologiae, which, from Albertus Magnus to Saint Antoninus, shaped Angelico's culture and his form of belief. We must reopen the Artes Memorandi still in use in Dominican monasteries of the 15th century, and indeed those delirious medieval encyclopedic compilations called Summa de Exemplis et Similitudinibus Rerum. Now what do we nd in these summi? Compilations of knowledge? Not exactly. Rather labyrinths in which knowledge loses its way and becomes fantasy, in which the system becomes a great displacement, a great multiplication of images. Theology itself is not construed here as a knowledge such as we understand the word today, which is to say as something that we can possess. It treats of an absolute other and submits to it wholly, a God who alone commands and possesses this knowledge. If there is any knowledge at all, it is not caught or grasped by anyone, not even by Thomas Aquinas himself. It is scientia Dei, the science of God, in all senses of the genitive of. That is why it is said in principle to transcend, to ground in one sense and to ruin in another all human knowledges as well as all other ways and pretensions to knowledge. Its principles do not come to it from another science but eminently from God, by revelation per revelationem. 6. Now revelation offers nothing for the grasping it offers, rather, its being grasped in the scientia Dei, which itself remains by right, until the end of time, a time when all eyes will ostensibly open for good ungraspable, which is to say productive of an inextricable loop of knowledge and not knowledge. How could it be otherwise, in a universe of belief that ceaselessly asks one to believe in the unbelievable, to believe in something put in the place of everything that one doesn't know? There is, then, a real work, a constraint of not knowledge in the great theological systems themselves. It is called the inconceivable, the mystery. It offers itself in the pulse of an ever-singular, ever-dazzling event, that obscure self-evidence that St. Thomas here calls a revelation. Now it is troubling for us too. nd in this structure of belief something like an exponential construction of the two aspects experienced almost tactilely before the utterly simple chalky material of Francis Angelico, a symptom, then, delivering simultaneously its single blow and the insistence of its virtual memory, its labyrinthine trajectories of meaning. The men of the Middle Ages did not think otherwise. What constituted for them the fundament of their religion, namely the book, Holy Scripture, every particle of which was apprehended as bearing within it the double power of event and mystery, of immediate, even miraculous attainment and unattainability, of the near and the distant, of self-evidence and obscurity. Such is its considerable fascination, such is its aura. Holy Scripture was not for men of the period a legible object in our general understanding of the term. They were obliged, their faith required this, to mine the text, to open it up, to effect therein night arborescence of relations, associations, and fantastic deployments wherein everything, notably things not in the letter of the text its manifest meaning, could flourish. This is not called a reading, a term that suggests a process of narrowing down, but an exegesis, a word that's going beyond the manifest text, a word that's an openness to all the winds of meaning. When Albertus Magnus or his followers glossed the Annunciation, they saw in it something like a crystalline unique event, and at the same time they saw in it an absolutely extravagant effervescence of inclusive or associated meanings, of virtual connections, of memories, of prophecies touching upon everything, from the creation of Adam to the end of time, from the simple form of the letter M, the initial of Mary, to the prodigious construction of angelic hierarchies. 7. The Annunciation was for them neither a theme save, perhaps, in the musical sense, nor a concept, nor even a story in the strict sense, but rather a mysterious, virtual matrix of events without number. It is in this associative order of thought, an order by nature subject to fantasy, requiring fantasy, that we must again pose our gaze to the white wall of Francis Angelico. This whiteness is so simple, yes. But it is so altogether like the blank inside of the little book held by the Virgin, which is to say that it has no need of legibility to carry an entire mystery of the Scriptures. Likewise, it purged its descriptive conditions, its conditions of visibility, so as to allow the visual event of the white its full gurring force. It gurs, then, in the sense that in Its immediate whiteness, it succeeds in becoming a matrix of virtual meaning, a pigmental act of exegesis and not of translation or of attributing color a displacement strange and familiar, a mystery made paint. How is this so? Would it sooth? Say then to imagine the space that faces us folded along the line in the image of the open but empty book, in the image of the anagraphic scripture of the Revelation? Yes, in a sense this would sooth. Say I imagine that this might sooth. Say for a Dominican trained, over a period of years, to draw out of the slightest exegetical relationship a veritable deployment of this mystery to which he dedicated his entire life. Of the few enigmatic words uttered by the angel of the Annunciation, these are central ecce concipis in utero, et parias liam, et vocabus nomen sum. And behold, you will conceive in your womb and bear a son, and you shall call his name Jesus. 8. The Christian tradition used the exegetical relationship already present in the sentence itself in accurate citation, except for a change in the person of the verbs, of a prophecy in Isaiah 9 to open the little book of the Virgin to the very page of the prophetic verse thus could be closed, from the Annunciation, a loop of sacred time. All this, which is found everywhere in the 14th and 15th century iconography, Francis Angelico did not deny, he simply included it in the white mystery that these sentences designate. The empty rather virtual page in the fresco answers the closed lips of the angel, and both point toward the same mystery, the same virtuality. It is the birth to come of the Word made, which in the Annunciation is just taking form, somewhere in the recesses of the Marian body. So it is understandable that the audacious cation of the image, this sort of stripping bare or catharsis, aimed to make the fresco itself mysterious and pure like a surface of unction, like a body sancti, ed in some lustral water so as to virtualize a mystery that it knew beforehand it was incapable of representing. It is, then, the Incarnation. All of the unassuming painter's theology, all of his life in the Dominican monastery, all of his aims would have turned ceaselessly around this inconceivable, unintelligible can terre, which postulated simultaneously the immediate humanity of the and the virtual, powerful divinity of the Word in Jesus Christ. I do not say that the Bianco di San Giovanni, the pigment used in the little cell of the monastery, represented the Incarnation, or that it served as an iconographic attribute of the central mystery of Christianity. I say only that it was one of the means of durability used by Francis Angelico. Label means, always mutable, movable means in some sense overdetermined and suspended, in that, it presented itself to envelop the mystery of the Incarnation in an affecting visual network. Much of the intensity of such an art derives from this reckoning, always ultimate because aiming at its beyond with the simplest and most occasional material means of the painter's craft. For Angelico, white was neither a coloring to be chosen arbitrarily to emphasize or, conversely, to neutralize the objects represented in his works, nor was it a crossed symbol within an iconography, however abstract. Francis Angelico simply used the presentation of the white, the pictorial modality of its presence here, in the fresco, to incarnate on his level something of the unrepresentable mystery onto which his whole faith was projected. White, in Francis Angelico, does not pertain to a representational code. On the contrary, it opens representation in view of an image that would be absolutely poor, and a white vestige, a symptom of the mystery. Although it offers itself straightforwardly and almost like a blow, it has nothing to do with the idea of a natural state of the image, or with that of a primitive state of the eye. It is simple and terribly complex. It delivers the blow, the whack of an extraordinary capacity to it condenses, it displaces, it transforms an night and inappropriable given of Holy Scripture. It offers the visual event of an exegesis in action. It is, then, a surface of exegesis, in the sense that we would speak of a surface of divination. It captures the gaze only to provoke an uncontrollable chain of images capable of weaving a virtual net around the mystery that links the angel and the Virgin in this fresco. This frontal wide is nothing but a surface of contemplation, a dream screen, but one on which all dreams will be possible. It almost asks the eyes to close before the fresco. It is, in the visible world, that agent of catastrophe or foliation, that visual agent? For casting the Dominican's gaze toward a realm of pure fantasy, the one ultimately designated by the expression visio Dei. It is, then, in all of the word's many senses, a surface of expectancy. It takes us out of the visible and natural spectacle. It takes us out of history and makes us wait for an extreme modality of the gaze, a dreamed modality, never completely there, something like an end of the gaze, as we use the phrase the end of time to designate the ultimate object of Judeo-Christian desire. So we understand how this white of Angelico's, this visible almost nothing, will Nally manage to touch, concretely, upon the famous mystery of this fresco, the Annunciation, the announcement. Francis Angelico reduced all his visible means of imitating the appearance of an enunciation in order to give himself a visual agent? D for imitating the process of such an announcement. In other words, something that appears, that presents itself but without describing or representing, without making visible the content of the announcement, otherwise it would no longer be an announcement, exactly, but a statement of its issue. 10. There is here a marvel of gurability in the image of everything that consumes us in the self-evidence of dreams. Itsuf said that this particular white be there. Intense as light we? And it, in adjacent cells, in radiant mandorlas and divine glories, and opaque as rock, it is also the mineral white of all tombs. Its mere presentation makes of it the impossible material of a light offered with its obstacle, a patch of wall with its own mystical evaporation. Should we be surprised to and the same paradoxical image within the thread of luxuriant Dominican exegeses of the mystery of the Incarnation? It matters little whether Francis Angelico did or did not read this, or that commentary on the Annunciation comparing the word made to an intense luminosity that traverses all barriers and coils within the white cell of the uterus Mariae. 11. The important thing is not some improbable translation, term for term, of a speci? See theological exegesis, but an authentic exegetical work that the very use of a pigment successfully delivered. The point of commonality is not or is only optionally a shared textual source, it is RSD of all the general requirement to produce paradoxical, mysterious images. 2. Gur the paradoxes and mysteries that the Incarnation proposed from the outset. The point of commonality is this general notion of mystery to which a Dominican brother decided one day to subject all his savoir-faire as a painter. If this patch of white wall indeed succeeded, as I believe it did, in imposing itself as paradox and mystery for the gaze, then there is every reason to think that it likewise succeeded in functioning, not as an isolable image or symbol, but as a paradigm, a matrix of images and symbols. Moreover, only a few more moments in the little cell are needed to experience how the frontal white of the Annunciation manages to metamorphose into a besieging power. What faces us becomes all-encompassing, and the white that the Dominican brother contemplated perhaps also murmured to him, I am the place that you inhabit, the cell itself, I am the place that contains you. Thus do you make yourself present at the mystery of the Annunciation, beyond representing it to yourself. And the visual envelope moves so close as to touch the body of the viewer, since the white of the wall and that of the page are simultaneously the white of the Dominican robe, so the white murmured to the person gazing upon it, I am the surface that envelops you and that touches you, night and day, I am the place that clothes you. How could the contemplative Dominican in the image of the St. Peter martyr within the image disallow such an impression, he to whom it had been explained, on the day that he took the habit, that his own vestment, a gift of the Virgin, already symbolized in its color the mysterious dialectic of the Incarnation. 12. But we must interrupt this material discussion of the visual paradox of the Annunciation. 13. Our question here is one of method. Already, these few moments of posing our gaze to the whiteness of an image have taken us rather far from the kind of determinism to which the history of art has accustomed us. We have moved into the realm of an iconology that is singularly weak and deprived of a code, delivered up to associations. We have spoken of not knowledge. We have, above all, by opening a caesura in the notion of the visible, liberated a category that the history of art does not recognize as one of its tools. Why? Isn't it too strange or too theoretical? Doesn't it amount merely to a personal view, an overly intellectual view, one that splits, if not hairs into quarters, then at least the visible in two? There are, as it happens, two ways of responding to such objections. The RSD is to document and defend the historical pertinence of my hypothesis. I think that the rift between the visible and the visual is ancient, that it developed over an extended period. I think that it is implicit, and quite often explicit, in countless texts, in countless representational practices. And I do not think that it is so ancient at any rate in Christian civilization only because I attribute to it a still more general anthropological value. But a demonstration of this generality would entail retracing, step by step, the entire history in question, and that history is long. For the moment, let's make do with a sketch, an overview of the problem. In any case, I am not unaware that it is in the course of the research itself that the hypothesis in question will demonstrate its pertinence or, conversely, its misdirection. Christian art had not yet been born when the RSD Church Fathers, Tertullian in particular, had already effected a tremendous breach in the classical theory of mimesis through which would surge forth a new specie. See imaginary mode, an imaginary mode dominated by the problematic but central fantasy of the Incarnation. A theology of the image, which had absolutely nothing to do with any artistic program, already provided all the fundamentals of an aesthetic to come, an aesthetic unthinkable at the time in terms of iconography or works of art, these words having, for the time being, No chance of corresponding to any reality whatever. 14 But an aesthetic just the same, something like the categorical imperative of a disposition to reinvent in the face of the visible world. This attitude opened up a paradoxical one that combined a fanatical hatred even of the visible generally, with an intense and contradictory quest directed toward what I have called the requirement of the visual, a requirement for the impossible, for something that was another of the visible, its syncope, its symptom, its traumatic truth, its beyond, and yet was not the invisible or the idea, quite the contrary. This something remains difficult to think, just as the paradoxes of the Incarnation are impossible. But my most general hypothesis will be that, over the long term, the visual arts of Christianity actually took up this challenge. That they realized, in their imaging material, this syncopization, this symptomization of the visible world. They effectively opened imitation to the subject of the Incarnation. How did they manage to do this, and how, in so doing, did they constitute the most image-rich religion that ever existed? Because the impossible paradoxes of the Incarnation, under cover of divine transcendence, touch the very heart of an immanence that we might qualify, with Freud, as metapsychological, the immanence of this human capacity to invent impossible bodies in order to know something of real fiche, of our mysterious, our incomprehensible fiche. This capacity is properly called the power of figurability. We saw this figurability stands opposed to what we habitually understand by figurative representation, just as the visual moment, which it makes happen, stands opposed to, or rather is an obstacle to, an incision in, a symptom of, the normal regime of the visual world, a regime wherein we think we know what we are seeing, which is to say wherein we know how to name every appearance that it pleases the eye to capture. Beyond the apparent contradictions of his apologetics, Tertullian really issued a kind of challenge to the image, one amounting to either you are merely the visible, in which case I will abhor you as an idol, or you open onto the radiance of the visual, in which case I will acknowledge in you the power to have touched me deeply, to have made a moment of divine truth surge forth, like a miracle. The apparent discrepancy between the existence of powerful theologies of the image and the virtual inexistence of a Christian art until toward the end of the 3rd century, this discrepancy doubtless stems, in part, from the fact that early Christianity did not try to constitute for itself a museum of works of art. It sought first of all to ground, within a space of ritual and belief, its own visual efficacy, its own visual art in the broad sense, one that might manifest itself through very different things: a simple sign of the cross, an accumulation of tombs ad sanctos, even the imposed spectacle of a martyr accepting death in the center of an arena. In this era of beginnings, we must remember, Christianity was very far from having rejected the Mosaic ban of images. If Tertullian, and quite a few other church fathers and, later, many mystical writers, began by accepting the visible world, the one in which the Word had deigned to become fiche and undergo humiliation, this was on the implicit condition of its being made to suffer a loss, a sacrificial injury. It was necessary somehow to circumcise the visible world, to be able to lance it and place it in crisis, failing that, almost to extenuate and sacrifice it in part so as to give it a chance at miracles, sacraments, transfigurations, which would be designated by a key word in this entire economy: a conversion. In effect, nothing less than a conversion was required to find within the visible itself the visible's other, which is to say a visual index and symptom of the divine. Now we understand better how it was that Christians first laid claim not to the visibility of the visible, to what remained mere appearance, the venustas of figures of Venus, in short, idolatry, but to its visuality, in other words, to its character as sacred, shattering event, to its incarnate truth traversing the appearance of things like a momentary disfigurement, the scopic effect of something else like an effect of the unconscious. Getting right to the point, we could say that what Christianity ultimately summoned from the visible was not mastery, but the unconscious. Now, if we are to make sense of this expression, the unconscious of the visible, we must turn not to its opposite, the invisible, but to a phenomenology that is trickier, more contradictory, more intense, also more incarnate. It is this that the visual event, the visual symptom, tries to designate. The history of art fails to comprehend the vast constellation of objects created by man in view of a visual efficacy when it tries to integrate them into the conventional scheme of mastery of the visible. Thus it has too often ignored the anthropological consistency of medieval images. Thus it has too often treated icons as simple stereotyped images, and implicitly disdained their impoverished iconography. Thus it has excluded and still excludes from its field a remarkable series of figural objects and deployments not wholly consistent with what today's experts would call works of art: frames, non-representational elements, altar tables, and votive stones that occlude the visibility of sacred images, but that, by contrast, work efficaciously to constitute their visual value, through such intermediary symptoms as gleams, radiance, and withdrawal into shadow, all of which quite obviously impede the inquiry of the art historian in his desire to identify forms. The visible reality of a Gothic stained glass window is definable in terms of its specific treatment of iconographic themes and of its style, but all this can now be understood only thanks to telescopic photography, whereas the visual reality of this same window will be first of all the way in which the imaging material was conceived in the Middle Ages, so that individuals entering a cathedral had the experience of walking through light and color, mysterious color, interwoven above, in the window itself, into a network of disparate zones difficult to make out, but acknowledged from the outset as sacred, and here, on the floor of the nave, in a polychrome cloud of light devoutly traversed by the walker. I say devoutly, because this subtle encounter of body and light already functioned as a metaphor of the Incarnation. Writing the history of a visual paradigm amounts, then, to writing the history of a phenomenology of gazes and touches, a phenomenology that is always singular, born of course by a symbolic structure, but always interrupting or displacing its regularity. A difficult task, writing such a history, for it requires finding the juncture between two seemingly foreign points of view, the point of view of the structure and the point of view of the event, in other words, the opening made in the structure. Now what can we know of the singular fee here indeed is a central question for the history of art, a question that brings it close, from an epistemic point of view and far from any psychology of art, to psychoanalysis. The rapprochement is street. Insofar as the destiny of gazes is always a matter of a memory all the more efficacious because it is not manifest. With the visible, we are of course in the realm of what manifests itself. The visual, by contrast, would designate that irregular net of event symptoms that reaches the visible as so many gleams or radiances, traces of articulation, as so many indices. Indices of what fee? Of something, a work, a memory and process that has nowhere been fully described, attested, or set down in an archive, because its signifying material is first of all the image. The whole point now being to know how to include, within the historical method, this visual efficacy of the virtual. But what, within the history of art, might the virtuality of a work of art mean? Will we be constrained, in order to think such a virtuality, to call upon the doubtful aid of an invisible realm of ideas, lining the fabric of forms and colors? Isn't it obvious, moreover, that a picture manifestly shows all of itself, without remainder, to those who know how to interpret its slightest detail? What, at bottom, can symptom mean in a discipline wholly committed to the study of objects that are presented, offered, visible? This is without doubt the fundamental question. But we should pose the question again on yet another level. How do such categories, the symptom, the visual, the virtual, concern the practice of the history of art? Aren't these categories too general, or too philosophical? Why insist on questioning a visual apparently used by no one to extract everything that we can know about works of art? So we must listen to the principled objections, in any case to the suspicions that this question can raise in a domain that today justifies itself by the internal progress of its method, and thus by its legitimacy, a legitimacy that we must, in turn, interrogate against the measure of its own methodology, in other words of its own history. The first suspicion concerns the very form of the interrogation, what we might call its philosophical tenor. It is curious, although readily observable, that the academic practitioners of a discipline so greatly indebted, in its history, to philosophical thought, a debt that s. masters like Heinrich Wolff-Effin, Dionysius Oisregel, Abai Warburg, and Panofsky never really hid from themselves, should today be so inhospitable to theoretical thought. One often senses a cowardly or frankly contemptuous distrust of intellectual notions, as if art historians, sure of their savoir-faire, implicitly set up an opposition between theories meant to effect change and their own discipline, which, from catalogues to monographs, is meant only to advance. But advance toward what? Toward greater accuracy, of course. For such is the form taken today by progress in the history of art. On all levels computerization proceeds apace, which is to say that everything pertaining to information is being refined to the extreme. So goes the history of art in its average state, which is a conquering state, in exactitude ever more exact, which is indeed cause for celebration, provided that we know the whys of such a quest for detail and exhaustiveness. Exactitude can be a means to truth, it should not become an end in itself, much less an exclusive form. Exactitude is a means to truth only when the truth of the object being studied admits of exact observation or description. But there are objects, even physical objects, whose truth is inaccessible through exact description. Are the objects of art history among those whose exact description is equivalent to speaking their truth? The question is worth posing, and worth posing again for every object. If you want to photograph a moving object, let's call it a relative object, you can and even must make a choice. You can shoot a single moment, even a series of moments, or you can leave the shutter open through the whole movement. In one case you will obtain crisply defined images of the object and a skeleton of the movement, a form absolutely empty and disembodied. An abstraction. In the other you will obtain a tangible curve of the movement but a blurry ghost of the object, in its turn abstract. The history of art, in which the assertive tone of a veritable rhetoric of certainty now prevails by startling contrast with the exact sciences, where knowledge is constituted in the much more unassuming tone of experimental variation. Let us now suppose the history of art often ignores that, by its very nature, it is confronted by analogous problems, by choices of knowledge, alternatives that entail loss, whichever option is chosen. This is called, strictly speaking, an alienation. A discipline that is informationizing itself throughout, that guarantees the scientific basis of the world art market, that accumulates staggering amounts of data, is such a discipline ready to come to terms with itself as alienated, as constitutionally alienated by its object, and thus inescapably subject to loss, fee and other question. Finally, the impressive technical arsenal with which the history of art is today equipping itself must not gloss over this complementary query. Indisputable progress in the way of means. Is this what constitutes progress in a discipline or field of knowledge? Fee, isn't it rather a renewed problematics, in other words a theoretical displacement, that makes for such progress? Fee, the hypothesis might seem banal. It is not in this domain, where old questions are still posed with new, more exact and efficient tools. Accurate facts, even certainties, are hoarded, but only the better to turn away from the disquiet entailed by any broaching of the question of truth. Over and over, the history of art has been grounded in the age of the world picture, but always with its back turned to this question. Now we must always, when we find an answer, revisit the question that gave issue to it. We must never be satisfied with answers. Art historians who glibly dismiss theory are actually dismissing, or rather expressing their dread of, the strange fact that questions can outlive answers. Even Meyer Shapiro, who renewed so many problematics and admirably reformulated so many questions, courted this risk, an epistemological and ethical risk perhaps definable by its ultimate consequence, methodological self-sufficiency and closure. When he opposed his boots by Van Gogh, correctly attributed, to those of Heidegger, Shapiro certainly put his finger on something important. He displaced the question anew. But he gave many readers, probably not himself, the illusory impression that he had settled the question, resolved the matter, and had rendered the Heideggerian problematics altogether moot. It is again the illusion that the most exact discourse, in this domain, will necessarily be the truest. But close examination of the two texts reveals that both authors contributed to the misunderstanding, its being questionable whether exact description, and in particular the attribution of ownership of these boots of Van Gogh, amounts to the truth of this picture. The other risk courted by debates of this kind is the reciprocal closure of the opposing modes of thought. The philosopher will remain brilliant, which is to say pointless for the art historian, who, for his part, will justify the paucity of his problematics by telling himself that at least everything they advance is correct, he is accurate, he has found an answer. So goes the scientific illusion in the history of art. So goes the illusion of specificity, with regard to a field of study nonetheless undefinable, save as a relative field, and, oh, how unstable. Perhaps art historians think they are keeping their object for themselves and safeguarding it when they enclose it within what they call a specificity. But by doing this, they enclose themselves within the limits imposed on the object by this premise, this ideal, this ideology of closure. Where is the specificity of a Gothic stained glass window? Absolutely nowhere. It is in the firing of the glass, it is in the long route of traders in colored minerals, it is in the dimensions of the window piercing determined by the architect, in the tradition of forms, but also in the stylet of the monk recopying his translation of Pseudo-Dionysius the Areopagite. It is in a Sunday sermon on the divine light. It is in the tactile sensation of being touched by color, and of simply looking up toward the source of this contact. Visual objects, objects invested with a figurability value, develop all of their efficacy to establish multiple bridges between orders of reality that are nonetheless quite heterogeneous. They are luxuriant agents of displacement and condensation, organisms for the production of knowledge as much as of not knowledge. Their functioning is multidirectional, their efficacy polymorphous. Isn't there something incoherent about separating their definition from their efficacy? So how could art historians not need, in order to think the dynamic and economy of visual objects, qualities that exceed the visible, physical limits of said objects, an intricate semiology, an anthropology, a metapsychology? Anyone who says I am going to speak to you about this visual object from a specifically art historical point of view has a chance of missing what is essential. Not that the history of art must by definition miss the essential, quite the contrary. But the history of art must constantly reformulate its epistemological extension. Like every defense and like every denial, the discourse of specificity aims to gloss over but without ever managing to this self-evidence it is itself determined by a system of thought that, originally, was foreign to it. The whole problem starts here, for it is by glossing over its own models that a knowledge alienates itself from them, forgets itself, and ruins itself. The defense consists in rejecting all imported concepts. The denial consists in refusing to see that this is all anyone ever does: use and transform imported concepts, borrowed concepts. Doing a catalog does not come down to a pure and simple knowledge of objects logically laid out, for there are always choices to be made from among 10 sorts of knowledge, 10 logics of laying out, and every catalog is the result of a choice, implicit or not, conscious or not, ideological in any case with regard to a particular type of classification category. Beyond the catalog, attribution and dating themselves engage a whole philosophy, namely a way of understanding various hands, the paternity of a given invention, the consistency or maturity of a style, and many other categories that have their own histories, that were invented, that have not always existed. So it is indeed the order of discourse that, in the history of art, leads the whole game of practice. Doing iconographic analysis is not a pure and simple matter of knowing textual sources, symbolism, and meanings. What exactly is a text? What is a symbol, a source, a meaning? The art historian quite often doesn't want to know too much about such things. The word signifier, like the word unconscious, all of this at worst makes him afraid, at best gets on his nerves. Years having passed, and the practice having become fashionable, he will perhaps agree to use the words sign and subconscious, indicating by the same token his complete unwillingness to understand them. But his main argument, his final thrust against categories that he deems foreign or too contemporary, consists of a ritual jab that we might call the historian's blow. How can you think it pertinent in history to use contemporary categories to interpret past realities? Such, in effect, is the consequence, for the very notion of history, of the discourse of specificity. Such is its most radical, most self-evident, most pervasive formulation. Tertullian never stated in these exact words, "We must understand the difference between the visible and the visual." The Middle Ages never spoke about the unconscious, and if medieval texts refer to the significans and the significatum, it is certainly not in the sense of Saussure and Lacan. Conclusion: the visual does not exist in Tertullian, the unconscious does not exist in the Middle Ages, and the signifier is nothing but a tick of contemporary thought. There's nothing historical, nothing medieval in all that. The argument is, in more ways than one, enormous. It has the weight of a self-evidence in which, in the eyes of many, a whole discipline seems grounded in. The weight here could be called gravity, but it also has the weight of an epistemological naivete diaresis that is extremely tenacious despite some decisive critical work, notably that of Michel Foucault, and in this sense the weight would be called clumsiness or inertia. For one perceives soon enough that such a self-evidence engaged from the outset a complete philosophy of history that itself has a history, and that, from confused sediments, has never ceased camouflaging its sins, the better to exhibit, on the screen of self-evidences, the outs of its own practice. So it is as a historian that we must respond to the historian's blow, but also as a dialectician, and proceeding from the simplest the aporias of practice to the most complex the aporias of reason. Thus we must begin our interrogation of the historian's blow proposition by positivizing it, in other words by reversing it. Is it possible, in practice, to interpret the realities of the past using categories from the past from the same past? Of course. And what then would be the content of this same? What can the same be for the historical history of art, practice, discipline? How are we to grasp the sameness of a vanished rite, of a medieval gaze, of an object whose world has passed, in other words whose world has crumbled? There is in every historian an empathic desire that is absolutely justified. It can sometimes become an obsession, a psychic pressure, even a Borgesian delusion. Such a desire names simultaneously the indispensable and the unthinkable of history. Indispensable, because we can comprehend the past, in the literal sense of comprehend, only by surrendering to a kind of hymenal bond, by penetrating the past as well as ourselves, in other words by feeling that we have married it in order to grasp it completely, while in return we are, by this act, gripped by it ourselves, grabbed, clasped, even stupefied. It is difficult to misconstrue, in this empathic movement, the deeply mimetic character of the historical operation itself. Like the conservator who goes over with his own hand every brushstroke of a picture that he restores to life, and about which he can have a feeling of being its quasi-creator, of knowing everything about it. Likewise, the historian will place the words of the past in his mouth, the dogmas of the past in his head, the colors of the past before his eyes, and thus will proceed in the hope of knowing it carnally, this past, even, in a sense, of anticipating it. This mimetic character is, at bottom, only the conquering advance of the desire discussed above. As for the conquest itself, whose strictly verifiable solidity cannot help but be exceptional, it will reveal under many aspects its consistency as fantasy. It will be, at the very least, an act of the imagination. It can be deployed, as in Michelet, within a veritable poetics of the past which, again, is not to say that it is false, although it will indeed produce inaccuracies. But it will always be the relative victory of a Sherlock Holmes who has arrived at the scene much too late to investigate. Some clues may have disappeared, unless they are still there, among millions of others that have accrued since neither the number nor the name of all the players in the drama can now be remembered. The weapon used to commit the crime has disappeared or been wiped all too clean by time. It might be possible to infer the motive from extant documents, but aren't there other pertinent documents that are lost or that remain hidden? Couldn't the documents in hand be deliberately misleading? So many plants intended to obscure the real motive. Why would the motive have been written down anyway? And for that matter, was a crime committed at all? That's what Sherlock Holmes dreamed from the beginning, of course, but something that he can, from where he is, absolutely swear to. The grandeur and misery of the historian. His desire will always be suspended between the tenacious melancholy of the past as an object of loss and the fragile victory of the past as an object of recovery, or object of representation. He tries to forget, but cannot, that the words desire, imagination, fantasy are there precisely to remind him of a fault that makes constant demands of him. The past of the historian, the past in general, stems from the impossible, stems from the unthinkable. We still have some monuments, but we no longer know the world that required them. We still have some words, but we no longer know the utterances that sustained them. We still have some images, but we no longer know the gazes that gave them fiche. We have descriptions of rites, but we no longer know either their phenomenology or their exact efficacy value. What does this mean? That everything past is definitively anachronistic. It exists or subsists only through the figures that we make of it, so it exists only in the operations of a reminiscing present, a present endowed with the admirable or dangerous power, precisely, of presenting it, and, in the wake of this presentation, of elaborating and representing it. Any historian might respond that he knows all about this, namely the perpetual constraint of the present on his vision of the past. But that, precisely, is not all that's in question. In question, too, is its contrary, namely that the past, too, functions as a constraint. First, as Wang in Freud's sense, for the past offers itself to the historian as a sovereign obsession, a structural obsession. Second, because it sometimes imposes itself as an alienating element of the historical interpretation itself, a vexing paradox. What would we gain, in fact, by fully realizing the program of interpreting the realities of the past using only the categories of the past? Supposing that this has any concrete meaning, we would perhaps gain an interpretation of the Inquisition armed solely with the arguments, specific arguments of the Inquisitor. Even if it were also armed with the arguments, the defenses, and screams of the tortured, this interpretation would nonetheless become a vicious circle. Marrying the past in imagination is necessary, but it is not sufficient. We thereby gain access, without doubt, to the subtleties of a given period, which we then try to understand through its own intelligibility. But we must also know how to smash the ring, break its hymen, insofar as we want to understand the intelligibility itself. This can be achieved only at the price of a distanced gaze. It is suspended in the present and knows this, knowledge that in turn renders it fruitful. The situation, here again, is that of the alienating choice, a choice that is always perilous. There is, on one side, the danger of contemporary logocentrism, the danger of a strictly Saussurian or Lacanian approach that would strip the Occamist signum or reference of its substance. There is, on the other side, the danger of an empty totalitarianism in which the past, the supposed past, which is to say the ideal past, would act as absolute master of the interpretation. Between the two, the salutary practice to proceed dialectically. For example, the fruitfulness of an encounter in which viewing the past with the eyes of the present would help us to clear a hurdle, and literally to plunge into a new aspect of the past, hitherto unperceived, an aspect buried since then, for such is the veritable plague of the historian, the insidious work of the since then, and which the new gaze, I do not say naive or virginal, will suddenly have revealed. What is it, in the history of art, that justifies such encounters, such qualitative leaps? Often, the history of art itself. I specify immediately the history of art in the subjective genitive sense, which is to say in the sense that art is the bearer of its own history, as opposed to the objective genitive sense where art is understood first as the object of a historical discipline. Much too often we collapse these two understandings of the history of art, doubtless because we dream of an objective discipline that could speak wholly in the name of a subjective practice. Obviously, that's not the way things are. The history of art in the subjective sense is too often ignored by the objective discipline, even though it preceded and conditions it. Goya, Manet, and Picasso interpreted Velázquez's Las Meninas before any art historians did. What did their interpretations consist of? They each transformed the 17th century painting by playing with its fundamental parameters in the course of which they each showed them, even demonstrated them. Such is the interest, authentically historical, of looking at how painting itself has managed to interpret in the strong sense of the word, and far beyond questions of influence its own past, for its game of transformations, while subjective, is no less rigorous for that. But aren't we reverting here to the insidious work of the since then? Yes, we are. But we are constrained to do so in any case, and it is this that we must constantly bear in mind, or at least take into account. To proceed dialectically, then, and without hope of synthesis. It is the art of a tightrope walker. He walks on air for a moment, yet knows that he will never fall. Let's return once more to the situation of choice in which the historian finds himself when he looks for pertinent categories for interpreting his object X from the past. What really happens here is something a bit more subtle than a simple choice between categories of the past capital X to which object X belongs, and categories of the present. Quite often, the historian effectively chooses the pastest category available to him, which is to say the one closest to past X, so as to avoid struggling with the striking anachronism of a category that is too present in his eyes. By doing this, he blinds himself to the narrow anachronism, less keen, certainly, but far more deceptive, into which he henceforth falls. This can lead to misunderstandings. When we read, for example, the already classic text by Michael Baxandall, Painting an Experience in 15th Century Italy, we have the reassuring impression of a period finally considered through its own eyes. This is the historian's blow at its most fully realized. We need only interpret Quattrocento paintings in accordance with 16 categories proposed by the best of the Quattrocento art critics, Cristoforo Landino, to obtain an exact understanding of the painting of the period. But when we try to apply this conceptual approach to one of the four great artists featured in the book, we soon realize the limitations of this analytic principle, even its sophism. The 30-year interval between the death of Francis Angelico and Landino's pronouncements about his work suffice to introduce a screen of anachronism. The analytic categories used by Landino and then by Baxandall in particular, the categories Vezzoso and Devoto, show the extent to which misunderstanding can result from slight shifts in meaning. For between chronological moment X and the unique space attached to it, when Francis Angelico developed his devout art, and the moment X, when Landino made his judgments, the meaning of the category Devoto, along with that of other categories fundamental to painting, for example, Figura and Historia, changed completely. Thus we can say that, in the narrow space of these 30 years, the historian let himself be trapped by an anachronistic past, when he thought only about escaping the trap of the anachronistic present. So we see how the past itself can screen out the past. Anachronism is not, in history, something that must be absolutely banished in the end. This is no more than a fantasy or an ideal of equivalence, but rather something that must be negotiated, debated, and perhaps even turned to advantage. If the historian generally chooses straightaway categories from the past, whatever it might be, over categories from the present, that is because he is constitutionally inclined to place truth on the side of the past, whatever it might be, and is wary, no less constitutionally, of anything that might signify in the present. One has the impression, in the multiple movements of these various natural inclinations and suspicions, that theory is being rejected in favor of specifics, that the art historian is only taking literally the very words that designate his own practice, the words history and art. One has the impression that a particularly academic, social or discursive identity is being played out through all of these movements, but in the mode of something unthought. And it is because the unthought here controls the whole game, the troubled play of demands and rejections, that art and history, far from forming a definitive foundation for the practice that conjugates them, are revealed as constituting its principal epistemological impediments. This hypothesis might seem surprising. Nonetheless, it follows logically from the refusal of a discourse of specificity to examine critically the real extent of its field. Taking the words history and art literally, without questioning the nature of their relation, is tantamount to holding that the two following propositions are axiomatic. First, that art is a thing of the past, comprehensible as object insofar as it enters into the point of view of history. Second, that art is a thing of the visible, a thing that has its own specific identity, its own discernible appearance, its own criteria of demarcation, its own closed field. It is by implicitly assuming such imperatives that the history of art schematizes for itself the limits of its own practice. Henceforth, it advances within the gilded cage of its specificity, which is to say that it turns in circles. The two axioms themselves turn in circles, as if one were the tail chased by the other, which is in fact its own. So the two propositions are complementary. The reductive operation that they perform together finds its coherence in the paradoxical tie that durably knots together a certain definition of the past and a certain definition of the visible. The extreme form of this tie might, in the end, be articulated as follows: art is over, everything is visible. Everything is finally visible because art is over, art being a thing of the past. Art is finally dead, since everything that it was possible to see has been seen. Even Notre Dame in the process of advancing yet another paradox, a hypothetical taking to the limit of some propositions about art v. Not only that. For here, with this kind of slogan, I am only giving voice to a double platitude of our time. A platitude that surreptitiously conditions the practice of the history of art, a platitude itself conditioned by a more fundamental schematism wherein the history of art has itself, in advance, set the limits of its own practice. All of which will perhaps be clearer at the end of the analysis. First platitude: art, a thing of the past, is over. It is dead. In an element that supposedly no longer owes anything either to the visible or to the visual, in short, a chaos, in an atmosphere of crumbling empires, all of us speak, sorrowfully or cynically, from the place or, rather, from the era of a death of art. When did this era begin? Who brought it about? The history of art in the objective genitive sense, which is to say as a discipline, claims quite simply to find the answer in the history of art in the subjective sense, which is to say in the discourse and in the productions of certain artists who supposedly ruined, in the 20th century or even the 19th, the serene ordering and historical specificity of the fine arts. In this sense, the end of art is articulated by more or less iconoclastic objects such as Malevich's white square on white ground, Rodchenko's last painting, and Marcel Duchamp's ready-mades, or, moving closer to us, by American bad painting and the postmodernist ideology. But is the understanding of the end of art consistent in all this? Doesn't what some call the end appear to others as a purified manifestation of what art still could and even should be? The ambiguity and sterility of such pronouncements soon become obvious. The end of art is, moreover, a strange expression with equal aptness. One can readily imagine it serving as a rallying cry for the heralds or heroes, I don't know which, of postmodernism, and as the frantic shout of those who are, overall, horrified by contemporary art. It is as if the affectation of a value, positive infiant in one sense and negative frightened in the other, were not enough to reduce the irony of one and the same phrase being brandished by two rival factions, which evokes a dialogue of the deaf, one party yelling the end of art, to which the other retorts not at all. The end of art. Even of an absurd battle in which two armies would hurl themselves at each other while waving the same fiag and sounding the same charge. To be sure, the two armies do not ascribe the same meaning, each in its clamor, to the meaning of the history of art when they brandish the expression the end of art. However, what confers this same sound of the trumpet upon them both is that, each in its meaning, yet together, they sing the glory of a meaning of history, a meaning of the history of art. Basically, the phrase the end of art can be uttered only by someone who has decided or presupposed the following: art has a history and this history has a meaning. The fact that art can be conceptualized as dying implies that it probably has been conceptualized as nascent, which implies that it began and that it developed dialectically to its ultimate point, something that we might call its autoteleology. The thought of the end, in this field as in others, belongs to a thought of ends, or rather of their definition, of their categorical identification starting from an act of birth and an idea of their development. So the modern notion of the end of art is actually as old as the history of art itself, not the history of art in the genitive subjective sense, for a practice need not be enlightened about its end to be efficacious and to develop in the historical element in general. But I want to discuss this order of discourse constituted in view of giving specific meaning to a set of practices within the perspective of a meaning of history. Not only does the history of art desire its object to be past, the object of a simple past, so to speak at the limit, it desires its object to be fixed, extinguished, worn out, withered, finished, and finally discolored, in short, an object that has passed away. A strange desire, then, and desolate, this work of mourning carried out by reason in the face of its object, having secretly and in advance assassinated it. We need only read the very first Western text to posit, explicitly and at length, the project of a history of art, only one part of a much larger encyclopedic project, to encounter immediately, from the first lines, this notion of the end of art. I refer, of course, to the celebrated Book 35 of Pliny's Natural History. Pliny here announces at the outset its color, so to speak the color of that which is past. And first we shall say what remains to be said about painting, decimus quae restant, to picture alternatively, what remains of painting, in the sense that Cicero could write posse restant, little remains, all else is dead, An art that was formerly illustrious, at the time when it was in high demand with kings and nations and when it ennobled others whom it deigned to transmit to posterity posteris trader. But at the present time it has been entirely ousted nunc vero in totem pulsa. The conjugation, here, of two apparently contradictory themes already conveys something about the status accorded its object by a history of art. In the process of instituting it had to be ousted pulsa, so to speak, from its original world so that, as remains, it could be passed down to posterity and transmit itself as such trade, or which is to say as immortal object. We see that, from the standpoint of a certain history, the most immortal objects are perhaps those that have best realized, best achieved their own death. 15 centuries after Pliny, Vasari, considered by all the true founder of the history of art, delivered simultaneously his celebrated law of the three phases of the arts of design or drawing arte di disegno, and the assertion that he himself was writing in a time when art in general had already brought its autoteleology to its end. Having made a distinction and division, in order not to make too-minute a research, into three parts, or we would rather call them ages eta, from the second birth of these arts up to the century wherein we live, by reason of that very manifest difference manifestissima differenza that is seen, between one and another of them. In the first and most ancient age these three arts are seen to have been very distant from their perfection. Questre arti essere state molto lontane dalla loro perfezione, and, although they had something of the good, to have been accompanied by so much imperfection tanta imperfezione that they certainly do not merit great praise, although, seeing that they gave a beginning and showed the path and method to the better work that followed later, if for no other reason, we cannot but speak well of them and give them a little more glory than the works themselves have merited, were we to judge them by the perfect standard of art. Next, in the second, it is manifestly seen that matters were much improved. Si veggiono manifesto esser le cose migliore assai, both in the inventions and in the use of more design, better manner, and greater diligence, in their execution, and likewise that the rust of age and the rudeness and disproportion, wherewith the grossness of that time had clothed them, were swept away. But who'll be bold enough to say that there was to be found at that time one who was in every way perfect esser si trovato uno in ogni cosa perfetto, and who brought his work, whether in invention, or design, or coloring, to the standard of today? The credit load of this is certainly due to the third age, wherein it appears to me that I can say surely that art has done everything that it is possible for her, as an imitator of nature, to do, and that she has climbed so high that she is rather to fear a fall to a lower height than to ever hope for more advancement. E che ella sia solita tanto alto, che più presto si abbia temere del calare basso, che sperare augami più augmento. Having pondered over these things intently in my own mind, I judge that it is the peculiar and particular nature of these arts to go on improving little by little from a humble beginning, and finally to arrive at the height of perfection al colmo della perfezione. Beginning with Vasari, then, the history of art defined itself as the auto-movement of an idea of perfection. We shall return to this term, an idea heading toward its full realization. The specific historicity of the arts of design, their differences depending on the period in question, the singularity of each artist, of each work, all of these things were already being measured according to their greater or lesser distance from a unique point whose common name, in our text, is il colmo della perfezione, and whose proper name is everywhere in Vasari Michelangelo as perfection realized, perfection made manifest. Today, many historians continue to think in accordance with this value schema, which has the double advantage of presenting history as the adventure of an idea and of providing an enlightened, I would say rather idealist basis for valuations in today's art market. Moreover, we might say, with some irony, that the first great historian of art had already opted, of course unawares, but then most of today's are scarcely more aware of it, for a neo-Hegelian position with regard to historicity. What does this mean? Only three things, which provide an approximation of a system at once more rigorous, more generous, and more imperious than the one that Hegel himself gave us. In short, Hegel reduced with some distortion, hence my use of the prefix neo to three claims about history. First, the motor of art history is beyond its singular figures. It is this beyond that, properly speaking, is realized through it, that perfects itself in the colmo della perfezione. Vasari often characterizes it as divino, the divine that designated and even touched Michelangelo with its finger so as to realize itself. It can also be called idea, it can also be called spirit. In question here is the long and hardy tradition of historical idealism. Second, history is thought with the death of its figures or of its singular objects. It is, says Hegel, the prodigious labor of history to have incarnated the total content of spirit in every form, but through a continuous movement of negation and sublation Aufhebung in which every form exhausts itself and dies so as to reveal its own truth to history. Thus some have taken literally Hegel's famous dictum about the end of art, whose implications for art historians amount to an odd amalgam of paradox and cruel common sense. Better to wait for the death of one's object or, at the limit, to have killed it with one's own hands so as to be sure to produce a history of it that is absolute, complete, and true. Third, then this double work of spirit and death provides access to something like absolute knowledge. One recalls the rise of the theme of conceived history in the last 2 pages of the Phenomenology of Spirit, where Hegel proposes the prodigious metaphorical conceit of becoming as a picture gallery that requires a withdrawal into itself of spirit, which gives rise on the one hand to history, and on the other hand to a new world, the ever-hoped-for world of absolute knowledge. But the other side of spirit's becoming, history, is a conscious self-mediating process. This becoming presents a slow-moving succession of spirits, a gallery of pictures, eine Galerie von Bildern, each of which, endowed with all the riches of spirit, moves thus slowly just because the self has to penetrate and digest this entire wealth of its substance. As its fulfillment, Vollendung, consists in perfectly knowing what it is, vollkommen zu wissen, in knowing its substance. This knowing is its withdrawal into itself, in which it abandons its being, their Dasein, and gives its existential shape over to recollection. Thus is it that the history of art in the objective genitive sense can entertain some hope of completely incorporating and digesting the history of art in the subjective genitive sense. We shall return to this essential compulsion of history, its fundamental and morbid zwang, by no means specific to it, not by a long shot, which posits that a thing must be dead for it to become immortal on the one hand, knowable on the other. I will relentlessly interrogate this paradox, which is indicative of the tyranny, pushed to its most extreme consequences, of Naturglichkeit, diaresis of its formidable and sovereign efficacy. Note, too, that it was precisely in the terms of such a paradox that Hegel himself, in some very beautiful lines, situated the truth of the work of art under the gaze of its historian. The Greek statues are now only stones from which the living soul has flown, just as the hymns are words from which belief has gone. The tables of the gods provide no spiritual food and drink, and in his games and festivals man no longer recovers the joyful consciousness of his unity with the divine. The works of the muse now lack the power of the spirit. They have become what they are for us now, beautiful fruit already picked from the tree, which a friendly fate has offered us, as a girl might set the fruit before us. It cannot give us the actual life in which they existed, not the tree that bore them, not the earth and the elements which constituted their substance, not the climate which gave them their peculiar character, nor the cycle of the changing seasons that govern the process of their growth. So fate does not restore their world to us along with the works of antique art. It gives not the spring and summer of the ethical life in which they blossomed and ripened, but only the veiled recollection of that actual world. Our active enjoyment of them is therefore not an act of divine worship through which our consciousness might come to its perfect truth and fulfillment. It is an external activity, the wiping off of some drops of rain or specks of dust from these fruits, so to speak, one which erects an intricate scaffolding of the dead elements of their outward existence, the language, the historical circumstances, etc., in place of the inner elements of the ethical life which environed, created, and inspired them. And all this we do, not in order to enter into their very life, but only to represent them vorstellen in our imagination. But, just as the girl who offers us the plucked fruits is more than the nature which directly provides them, a nature diversified into their conditions and elements, the tree, air, light, and so on, because she sums all this up in a higher mode, in the gleam of her self-conscious eye and in the gesture with which she offers them, so, too, the spirit of fate that presents us with those works of art is more than the ethical life and the actual world of that nation, for it is the inwardizing in us of the spirit which in them was still only outwardly manifested. This text is admirable, notably because it is, even in its lesser articulations, dialectical in what I would call the uneasy sense of the word. Admittedly, it concludes with the idea of a history that has internalized and superseded the world of its object, and thus with the idea that syntheses effected by self-conscious historians are superior to their past object. But this is also a text that does not ally the morbid implications of the Naturglichkeit. Diaresis. It knows that the discourse of history establishes only an intricate scaffolding of the dead elements of a past. It knows and says that the advent of the history of art signifies the death of God as much as the death of art. In short, Hegel does not forget the loss entailed by all knowledge, a loss of the effective life of their being there, as he remarks of the immemorial and enigmatic statues of ancient Greece. A loss to which we today can reference the urgency of our questioning of the visual efficacy and anthropological dimension of those visible objects that are the said works of art. The admiration we experience on seeing these statues is powerless to make us kneel, Hegel noted in his lectures on aesthetics. If they adhered closely to the teaching of such a text, art historians would discover the inevitably open, split status of their objects henceforth placed under their gaze, but deprived of something that we of course no longer want anything to do with, something that has effectively passed away. Something, however, that made the whole life of these objects, their function and their efficacy, something that in turn placed everyone under the gaze of the object, the difficulty being, henceforth, to look at what remains visible while summoning up what has disappeared, in short, to scrutinize the visual traces of this disappearance, which I will otherwise call, and without any clinical connotations, its symptoms. A paradoxical task for the history of art, a task all the more paradoxical because the neo-Hegelian tone generally adopted by the discipline shuns a patient rereading of Hegel, or, at any rate, shuns thinking its own position dialectically. It retains only the dream of, the demand for absolute knowledge, and thereby falls simultaneously into two nets, into two philosophical traps. The first is of a metaphysical nature, we might call it the quiddity trap, as this word still evokes a celebrated remark ostensibly made by Solon and reported by Aristotle: we can only advance a truth about someone. Socrates is happy after his death. If Socrates had still been alive when I spoke, at any moment he could have become unhappy, in which case what I said would not have been true. So historians might have a fundamentally metaphysical motive for wanting to make their object an object that has passed away. I will tell you what you are, you work of art, when you are dead. Thus I will be certain of speaking the truth about the history of art. When this history is finished, now it is easier to understand why such an end might have, secretly, been desired, why, too, the theme of the death of art has managed to linger such a long time in the historical and theoretical discourses about painting. The second philosophical trap is of a positivist order. It thinks it can eradicate all loss with regard to the past by answering it with the definitive victory of knowledge. It no longer says that art is dead, it says that art is immortal. It preserves, catalogues, and restores it. Oh, which, in tailoring, can also mean panel, as in three-paneled skirt. Just as the platitude at the end of art is but a caricature of the dialectic, this overconfident knowledge is but a caricature of Hegelian absolute knowledge applied to works of art. Everything is visible. Second platitude, second trap, then everything has become visible since art is dead and anatomized. Everything has become visible since art has become a monument that can be visited without respite, without remainder, since it has, by the same token, become immortal and fully illuminated. Today we need only visit a museum or even open a book with quality reproductions to believe that we are strolling through the art of the Middle Ages or the Renaissance. We need only slip a coin into one of those church collection boxes of a new kind to see an early Italian altarpiece lit by Watts, and think we are getting a better grasp of it than we would by observing it at greater length in the dim light for which it was painted, and in which its gold grounds still sparkle like splotchy summonses. A work of art becomes famous if everything will be done to make it visible, audiovisual, still more if possible, and we will all come to see it, a beautiful idol that is immortal, restored, disembodied, protected by bulletproof glass that sends back only our own reflections, as if a group portrait had invaded the solitary image forever. The tyranny of the visible, such as the screen, in every sense that this word can have, of knowledge produced and proposed today about works of art. To be sure, this accumulation of visibility becomes a fascinating image bank or laboratory. But it also becomes a supermarket that the history of art, however it might feel about this, helps to manage. Through the ever stronger means allotted it, our beloved discipline thinks it is profiting from this situation of demand, as we say. In fact, it is trapped by this demand, constrained to reveal the secrets of masterpieces to everyone, constrained to exhibit only certainties. It pronounces expert opinions about thousands of visible objects destined to become investments, to move from the illuminated dais of the auction house to locked vaults where no one will ever see them again. In effect, the art historian plays the troubling role of a Mr. Loyal who is extremely knowledgeable but perhaps more naive than he knows he presents, and stands surety for a spectacle even if he remains on the sidelines. He, too, must make a convincing impression, in other words, to forever wear the mask of certainty. The history of art will fail to understand the visual efficacy of images so long as it remains subject to the tyranny of the visible. Because it is a history and because it strives to understand the past, it owes it to itself to take into account, at least where Christian art is concerned, this long reversal: before demand there was desire, before the screen there was the opening, before investment there was the place of images. Before the visible work of art, there was the requirement of an opening of the visible world, which delivered not only forms but also visual furors, enacted, written, and even sung not only iconographic keys but also the symptoms and traces of a mystery. But what happened between the moment when Christian art was a desire, in other words a future, and the definitive victory of a knowledge positing that art must be conjugated in the past tense phi? Art is rebirth in the immortality of the ideal man. The Renaissance arrived. A magnificent mythic tide, A golden age of the human spirit, the invented reign of all invention. The word has a magical sound. It is a word that promises. It seems to be conjugated in the very special tense of a future in the throes of birth and self-remembrance, foreclosing the shadow of the past and of oblivion, announcing the dawn of all lucidity. It was during the Renaissance in Italy that art, as we still understand the term today, although more and more ill, was perhaps invented and in any case solemnly invested. As if the question of origin, in this domain, could be articulated here only through this word Renaissance, this word of repeated origin. One thing is certain, which is that between the origin and the repeated origin, the Quattrocento and then the Cinquecento invented the idea of a phoenix age, an age when art would be reborn from its ashes. Which was to presuppose that there were ashes, that art had been dead. By inventing something like a resurrection of art, the Renaissance delivered, with the same blow, a fantasy of the death of art. Now what happened in the intervals separating the birth from the death from the resurrection of art? Its conceptual history was set in motion. The mythic fuchs of the Renaissance necessarily bore within itself the invention of a history, the invention of the history of art. This connection between the Renaissance and the history of art is even today so constitutive, so preeminent, that it is difficult to say whether the notion of the Renaissance is the fruit of a great discipline named the history of art, or whether the very possibility and notion of a history of art is but the historical fruit of a great period named by itself the Renaissance. Each of the hypotheses has its truth value, especially the second, which well explains why, 4 centuries after its dawning, the history of art can still place itself under the sign of humanism, or under the implicit constraint of a cruel postulate that might be stated as follows: either art is dead, or art is renascent, and if it is renascent it will only be that much more immortal. This postulate in fact pertains to a movement of identification, of self-recognition and triumphant desire. It is my hypothesis that the invention of the history of art in the objective genitive sense, the discipline that takes art as its object, was invented as a necessary stage in the self-recognition of art by itself, its baptism in some sense. As if, in order to be recognized as a distinct subject and a distinguished one, in both senses of the word, Renaissance art were constrained, at a certain moment, to posit itself as an object under the gaze of others, in fact, under the gaze of princes, an object that would take on all of its meaning the moment it had a history. The invention of the history of art was, then, the specifically identificatory work of a practice that sought beyond itself, like its idea or its ideal, to ground itself in the dogmatic and social order. To do this, it had to carry out a work of scission. It had to sever the history of art in the objective genitive sense from the history of art in the subjective genitive sense, a practice henceforth reified by itself, by others, but finally endowed with meaning, identified. The bulk of this work of identification was accomplished in the 16th century by an artist skillful and sincere, cultivated and courtly, an artist incredibly dogged in his work, who covered hundreds of square feet with allegorical paintings in Rome, Naples, Venice, Bologna, and above all Florence, who designed several palaces, notably the one that was to become the most prestigious museum of Italian Renaissance painting, the Uffizi, an artist who devised tombs and who oversaw the official funeral of Michelangelo, but whose most celebrated work rightly remains the gigantic historical text in which he recounts the lives of the best Italian architects, painters, and sculptors from Cimabue to the present day. I refer, of course, to Giorgio Vasari, architect and painter to the Duchy of Tuscany in the time of Cosimo de' Medici, friend to humanists, founder of the Accademia, enlightened collector, and, finally, the veritable patriarch and father of the Church of the history of art, in the oft-cited characterization of Julius von Schlosser, who rightly added in both the good and the bad senses of the word. Anyone who wants to study Italian art between Cimabue and the end of the 16th century will inevitably walk in the shadow of Vasari. A reassuring shadow, for his text is a treasure trove of information, an almost day-by-day chronicle, a catalogue, an inside view of things who, better than another Italian artist recounting the lives of his peers, to recount to us in this way the life of art renascent. But it is also a deceitful shadow. Julius von Schlosser's cautionary remark has proved apt, and modern editors of Vasari, beginning with G. Milanesi, teach us to be wary of this text, for it is also a treasure trove of bad faith, exaggeration, gossip, and untruth. In short, today's art historians have the measure of its inaccuracies. Is this an adequate assessment of such a text? Clearly not. Vasari's inaccuracies cannot be understood solely by correcting them. They are positive strategies of utterance as much as negative, erroneous statements. They are integral to a project, a great will to say that course through the thousands of pages blackened by Vasari over the 10 years it took him to prepare his book, that course still during the 18 years of revisions necessary for the second edition of the Lives, and that, without doubt, continues to course over the pages blackened today by scholars desirous of writing some history of art, Italian or not, under the gaze of a modern edition of the Lives. How could such a will to say, which entailed from the start the Constitution in the temporal sense of a history of art, fail to obsess and give form to the Constitution in the structural sense of all art history? Thus it remains pertinent to theoretical issues within the discipline, pertinent to its ends. The question effectively poses itself in these terms: to what ends did Vasari invent the history of art? And above all, to what inheritance have these ends condemned us? Let us open the Lives, but only just. Let us remain at the threshold, on the theoretical hunch that ends never find better nesting places than at the edges of long texts. The case of Vasari is exemplary in this regard, for it was indeed a question, in the Lives, of designing the frame for a new kind of discourse, a new kind of writing, and of leading its readers to the banks of a new age of knowledge about art. The frame of the Lives should be read and seen as a complex, layered system of legitimation procedures. It is a working frame, it is a rite of passage defining a perimeter that we cross when we open the book. It is the definition of a new playing field, a new temple, the history of art. Vasari invites his readers into the Lives by presenting them with, by turns, 4 types of legitimation, whose mere clarification can tell us much about the ends that he set himself, in other words about the great identificatory movement mentioned above. To open the Lives is already to pull off the petals of the subtle dialectic by which a human practice sought its symbolic recognition, to recognize itself and to make itself recognized by postulating an autoteleology that it had no ends but itself, and that one could in this sense recount its history, its very specific history. Subtle, this dialectic. It brings to mind one of those strange head movements doubtless current in all 16th-century European courts, a movement wherein the head inclines only the better to turn upward. This is the reverence, a politesse of power, signifying roughly, I am at your service, then acknowledge that you cannot do without me, and finally I am my own person, for I am of noble extraction. Vasari proceeded likewise politely, diplomatically. His first legitimation procedure in writing the Lives was to establish a relation of obedience, traditional for all that, and to begin by bowing low before the most illustrious and most excellent Signor Cosimo de' Medici, Duke of Florence, whose hands Vasari kisses most humbly umillissimamente alla bacio le mani, and to whom he dedicates his work. Thus it is under your most honored name, sotto l'onoratissimo nome suo, that he wishes the book to come to the hands of men at the outset. Vasari invokes the immemorial connection that placed the great history of art in the subjective genitive sense under the Medici name. In this way, logically, the first history of art in the objective genitive sense placed itself under the same majestic aegis. This, moreover, is what is represented in the engraved frontispieces of the 2 successive editions, both of which are crowned by the celebrated Medici Pale. Most humble servant and most indebted servant of the Medici, Vasari opens his great work with a double bit of humility and praise. The humility of a courtier and artist functionary, since he offers the whole of his labor to the prince, sole father, sole lord, and sole protector of these our arts, since he reduces his rough labor razza fatica as official painter to take up the pen, the better to exalt the greatness and the truly royal magnificence of Cosimo's mind. But in so doing, he opens a rich theater of praise, one in which at the end of the day he will find his role. It exalts the Medici line and Cosimo's most illustrious ancestors, in whose footsteps Cosimo has followed by protecting the arts seguendo in cio lorem degli illustrissimi suoi progenitori. It also exalts the city, the Florentia of mythic origin, of which 2 putti, in the frontispiece, reveal a stylized view. Now the city of Florence also stands, metonymously, for its inhabitants, in particular the famous ones who had made it splendid, its artists. Shortly before, Filippo Villani already included Cimabue and Giotto in the list of uomini famosi in his chronicle, and Londino, placed at the head of his monumental edition of the Divine Comedy a text praising Florence and its great men. Vasari himself, a Tuscan painter, only gave the usual dedicatory expression of communal pride, dimensions worthy of a prodigious book of history. The second legitimation procedure appears clearly in the edition, which thanks to the considerable success of the first one was a complete reworking, incorporating, in addition to a series of woodcut artists' portraits, a significant number of new biographies de vivi et de morte d'Alano Inferno, the last of which is none other than the autobiography of the painter-historian himself. This return to square one and tells us much about what was at stake in this edition for Vasari. It was a question of appealing to the constitution of a social body already ennobled by the historical operation of the book, but also by the creation of the Florentine Academy of the Arti del Disegno, which definitively consecrated the artist's métier as a liberal art, setting it apart from the medieval guilds and the world of servile craftsmen. Then, Vasari complemented his dedication to the prince with another dedication agli artifici del dis. Ennio, which covers 2 dense pages and begins with a warm epistolary salutation. My honorable and beloved craftsman, excellenti carissimi artifici miei. And what does this letter signify? It speaks of affection and of multiple talents, la excellente virtu vostra. It repeats how much a history of art should be made to help remind men of the great merit and virtue of artists. It recounts the success of the first edition, not a volume of which is to be found in bookstores, and the labor that went into the second. Finally, it comes out with the essential thing, namely a veritable hymn to ambition to leave the world adorned with works numerous, and see oneself in return covered by it with rewards, esteem, and glory. Seeing the nobility and greatness of our art, vedendo la nobiltà e grandezza dell'arte nostra, and how much it has always been, by all nations, and particularly by the most noble geniuses and the most powerful lords, both valued and rewarded, to spur and inflame us all to leave the world adorned with works numerous and of most rare excellence, such that, embellished by us, it might ascribe to us that same rank grotto as was held by those ever marvelous and most celebrated spirits. Accept then with a grateful spirit these my labors, brought affectionately to completion by me, for the glory of art and the honor of artists, per gloria dell'arte e onor degli artifici. A few lines later, Vasari does not neglect to point out that he himself participated in this glory of artists, a way of including himself as object in the history that he recounted, and of shutting down to the play of the history of art the objective genitive, encompassing for one last time the subjective genitive sense. So Vasari placed himself at the end of his book, at the far end of the frame, conscious of the double meaning, humble and vainglorious, that such a gesture might sustain. But at the same time, and in the same lines, Vasari invoked an origin. How, in effect, could the Renaissance historian not place himself under the famous ancestry of a strictly nascent history, that of Pliny re. Counting la opere de piche librati artifici antiqui? Such, then, is the third legitimation advanced by this renascent history of art, not content with constituting a social body, a body recognized by the prince or the proper body of a specific class, it henceforth wants to constitute the frame of its temporality. Vasari's Rinascita needed a glorious past, and Pliny praising Apelles provided it with one. To an equal extent, however, the Rinascita engages the future, which is to say the idea of a teleology. A fourth procedure of legitimation, then, will complete the frame. It closes the system. To do this, it invokes an end of time. So the prodigious coup de force realized by Vasari's book, exceeding even its avowed intentions, is its having managed to make us think that the end of time and the aim of the history of art subjective genitive sense could be the time of the history of art in the objective genitive sense. But let's backtrack a bit. Let's start over, beginning with the ashes and the name that Vasari first gives them, oblivione, oblivion, or the state of having been forgotten, and specifically the forgetting of names. It is clearly seen that the ravening maw of time tempo has not only diminished by a great amount their own works and the honorable testimonies of others, but has also blotted out and destroyed the names ha cancellato e spento I nomi of all those who have been kept alive by any other means than by the right vivacious and pious pens of writers. Pondering over this matter many a time in my own mind, and recognizing, from the example not only of the ancients but of the moderns as well, that the names of very many architects, sculptors, and painters, both old and modern, together with innumerable most beautiful works wrought by them, are going on being forgotten and destroyed little by little, si vanno dimenticando e consumando a poco, and in such wise, in truth, that nothing can be foretold for them but a certain and well-nigh immediate death, and wishing to defend them as much as in me lies from this second death de questa seconda mort, and to preserve them as long as may be possible in the memory of the living, and having spent much time in seeking them out and used the greatest diligence in discovering the native city, the origin, and the actions of the craftsmen, and having with great labor drawn them from the tales of old men and from various records and writings, left by their heirs a prey to dust and food for worms, and finally, having received from this both profit and pleasure, e ris vuton finalmente et utile et piacere. Thus the artists of the past die not once but twice, as if the forgetting of their names consumed their souls after death had first consumed their bodies and their works had turned to dust. Time consumes all things, it pleases Vasari to say, but it consumes even more when, the things being dead, there is no longer even a writer to recall the spelling of their titles, of their names, for it is writing that remembers, since, for a lack of writers at that time, the works of painters, etc. could not, at least in that way, become known to posterity. Their craftsmen as well came to be forgotten. Which is why it was necessary to take up the pen and write a history of art in the first place, a noble reason, in effect. Also why the Middle Ages media eta had been, according to Vasari, nothing but obscurantism. It had forgotten the names of the famous artists of classical antiquity, and with their names it had forgotten their example. When Boccaccio compares Giotto to the painter Apelles, Praising his ability to imitate nature, painting itself reclaims its memory, emerges from the shadows, and begins to come back to life. Which, finally, is why Vasari had to extend his chronicle to encompass the generation of Michelangelo's students and the great Venetians. And I hope, moreover, that if ever, which God forbid it should happen at any time, through the negligence of men, or through the malice of time, or, finally, through the decree of heaven, which appears to be unwilling that the things of this earth should exist for long in one form, that she falls again into the same chaos of ruin, that these my labors, whatsoever they may be worth, if indeed they may be worthy of a happier fortune, both through what has been already said and through what remains to say, may be able to keep her alive. Such, then, was the first disegno, the first grand design of Vasari the historian, to save artists from their supposed second death, to render art unforgettable. In other words, immortal. Immortal through its ever recurrent names, eternal through its transmitted reputation, its fama. The intention, yet again, is revealed in the book's framing elements. First, on the very title page of the first edition figure, whose caryatids both assumed an allegorical function, the one on the right, with his lyre and laurel crown traditional attributes of Apollo, looks toward a female figure whose interpretation now seems more problematic. She holds up a torch, and a spherical object lies at her feet. Study of other allegorical series by Vasari, notably his paintings in the Salone Dei and the Palazzo della Cancelleria in Rome, reveals that what's in question is precisely a personification of Eternità. We find her again, both more dazzling and more ambiguous, in the print on the final page of the Torrentino edition figure. She is more dazzling because she occupies the whole upper register of the image, and because her torch as well as she herself illuminates its middle space with beams of light that radiate like a glory. Her ambiguity, let's say rather her composite character, is no less interesting and deliberate. First, because the figure is vaguely androgynous and evokes the angel of the resurrection, with his trumpet waking the dead, but also because it represents feminine renown, fama sounding its own trumpet, glorifying the three arts of design, sculpture, architecture, and painting, figured in the middle space as the three fates presiding over the destiny of artists who died for them, poor artists whose bodies are jumbled together in the nether regions of oblivion. So we see that this vignette should be read in the ascendant, and that it is an allegory of historical operation itself, when it saves artists from their second death, brings them into the light, and reminds us of their names, to the greater glory of the mother arts, the word arte being feminine in Italian. The general notion of a historical project, then, condensed the traditional personifications of resurrection, eternity, and glory. Fama eterna, eternal renown, is a constant of Vasarian thought, one that is also encountered in his painting in the Camera della Fama in his own house in Arezzo, and in a design for an allegorical decor dating from. However that may be, the history of art invented by Vasari resurrected the names of painters so as to rename renown them, and it did this so that art might become immortal. This art became renascent, then, and by its rebirth acceded to its definitive double status: immortality recovered from its origin, social glory from its dissemination. That is, the two great types of legitimation set forth in the book's prefaces and dedications. In light of this, we can almost recognize here, in this half-man half-woman sounding the trumpet and illuminating the arts, the very figure of the art historian, that erudite angel who resurrects the dead and keeps vigil over their glory, as maternal as an allegory. Vasari provides a still more precise figuration of all this in the woodcut that doubles as frontispiece and final page in the Gintina edition figure, which is already indicative of its importance and its programmatic character. In its general configuration, it is reminiscent of the earlier image, save that between 1550 and 1568 the theme of resurrection has become much more emphatic in the Torrentino edition. Only 2 or 3 of the 7 or 8 figures relegated to the purgatory of oblivion responded vaguely to the trumpet blasts. Here, however, we see 16 explicitly resurrected figures, which is to say clearly emerging from the ground, having crossed the formidable threshold of limbo. As they strain to extract themselves, their bodies trace the graceful curves characteristic of mannerism. Their gestures are no longer withdrawn and melancholy but expressive, ardent. They tense their arms, raise them, or offer thanks to heaven. What? Heaven fee, not Christian heaven, of course, despite the fact that our ambiguous angel Dame Renown still brings to mind a last judgment. Vasari had suggested that a 3-belled trumpet be used as an allegorical motif in the funeral of Michelangelo. We find it again here, drawing men out of the earth in a dramaturgy much more suggestive of Ovid's Metamorphoses, especially the story of Deucalion and Pyrrha, than of the Apocalypse of St. John, with its imaginary of luminous terrors. The men who emerge from the ground are muscular, vigorous, and well-pleasured. The bearded figure in the foreground, for example, has faun-like features and strikes a declamatory pose, characteristics that hardly suggest a sojourn in Christianity's harrowing middle realm. There is a decisive departure from Christian iconography of the resurrection in the group of three ladies personifying the Arti del Disegno, who preside over the scene as if it were some pagan Last Judgment. They conspicuously take their attributes in hand, attributes that also hang near charming, fiaschi putti on each side of the elaborate frame. Finally, there is the inscription Hoc auspitem quam hosperis viros, victus of mort fater. This breath the angel is apparently speaking through his trumpet will proclaim that these men never perished and never were vanquished by death. This inscription was contrived by the humanist Vincenzo Borghini, Vasari's mentor in all things literary, so as to evoke a passage from the Aeneid. It calls for a few preemptive observations. Hos viros, those men there, the ones who, before you and in limited numbers, emerge from oblivion. This is not the all men that, according to Christian teaching, will be resurrected en masse. These men constitute a special class, an elite that has never perished, nunquam perissa. Strictly speaking, then, the elite is not being resurrected. It was only forgotten in the mental purgatory that was the Middle Ages. Today, at the outset of Vasari's lives, it returns, brought renown by the trumpet of Eterna Fama and by the pen of the historian angel. Now we understand that this whole system of deviations put in place by Vasari in counterpoint to one of the most loaded themes in Christian iconography, a resurrection of sensual beings responding to the call of an effeminate and worldly angel. Under the gaze of a trinity of bare-breasted matrons, we understand that all of these deviations establish a relation rather than a not relation. They are parodic only despite themselves. Fundamentally, they are quite serious, and we might hazard the suggestion that such a print, placed at both exit and entry of the lives, committed the whole to the question of ends, the ends of our own history of art in the process of being invented. In any case, we should not be surprised to find in the print of the two great types of ideals already posited in what I have called the legitimation procedures of Vasari's text. Note in passing the sophistic character of the whole operation, which presents as legitimizing reasons what are in fact only rationales of desire. Note also how bringing an object to the fore, saving famous artists' names from oblivion, can efficaciously contribute to the new assumption of a subject position. The art historian himself, as new humanist, as scholar of a new and specific kind. The first desire, then, the first ends invoked, they are metaphysical ends. We read them, in the engraved inscription, under the words nunquam perissa. We see them under the allegorical figure of our winged and female historian, who is called Eterna Fama, eternal renown. We recognize them in all the passages where Vasari appeals to an origin as to a final end. What constitutes itself here is nothing other than a second religion, a religion located in the field designated art. It foments its concept of immortality on the foundations of a glorifying use of memory, a memory put to work bringing artists renown, sheltering them forever under the protective wing of Eterna Fama. Immortality has here its messianic envoy, who weighs souls and pronounces the names of the elect, the art historian, whose era begins with the untimely collapse of an objective genitive into a subjective genitive. The second ends of this fictive but efficacious era complete the immortality with an aura of glory. Hos viros, says the inscription. The nobility and greatness of our art, says the dedication to the excellenti artificium. In short, the religion that Vasari invents is a religion of class, and even a religion of the first class. It concerns only the finest spirits, it being understood not only that the latter are entitled to post-mortem eternal renown eterna fama, but that nothing can prevent their energies from attaining to the highest rank in order to live in honor per venire sami gradi per vivere honorati. Although of humble birth, excellent artists brought renown by historians will have membership rights in the ideal but concrete nobiltà, in other words in princely courts. We mustn't forget the Grand Ducal crown and the Medici Pale that align precisely with the trumpets of renown. So the second ends of Vasarian history can be described as courtly ends. The history of art, then, will be born or reborn by inventing a new human species, an elite, a nobility not of blood but of virtue. It will have formed something like an ideal humanity, a Parnassus of resurrected demigods, sharing with the prince the sami gradi of social life. Such are its courtly ends, sharing as well with the true God that faculty of invention and formal creation that Vasari called disegno. And here we touch upon the specifically metaphysical dimensions of his project. But isn't this a bit exaggerated? Can it really be maintained that disegno, drawing, is a concept with metaphysical overtones? By according such prominence to ends, aren't we missing the main thing, which is quite simply the constitution by Vasari of a new historical knowledge, with its finds and its potential for error, with its methods of inquiry and its specific object? Today, art historians are reluctant to see in Vasari a systematic thinker, much less a metaphysician. Sometimes they emphasize the superficiality of his thought. Sometimes they question the very existence of a Vasarian doctrine. Some of them insist rightly on the lack of closure in his book, conceived over the course of several decades and unstable, its inflections changing from one edition to the other. Erwin Panofsky had already set into relief, pertinently, the internal contradiction of Vasari's conception of historicity, which aims for synthesis but at the same time effectively precludes it. The famous theory of evolution or law of the three stages, the biological metaphor around which the whole of Vasari's text is organized. The three stages are likened to childhood, adolescence, and maturity, a theory heir to a mixture of ancient and Christian dogmas, is fraught with inconsistencies, wrote Panofsky, when it encounters its own objects of application, namely works of art. It clarifies, then, but it distorts the reality of its object. Within it, dogmatism constantly stumbles over pragmatism, and observation over judgment. The kind of economy of salvation reinvented by Vasari to account for the meaning of the history of art, this economy also turns out to be an economy of anxiety. Panofsky says as much. There is indeed a system in Vasari, but it is a cracked system. We who have inherited this flamboyant history of art and its finally disengaged status, we have also inherited the crack. And that is why we must analyze it. The problem is not, then, to determine whether Vasari had a complete doctrine or not, whether it is original or not. The problem is to locate in the very fuzz and cracks of an unstable doctrine what we might call the faux of ends. Its rhythm is always duplicitous, for the ends announce themselves in passing desires as much as in passing anxieties. It is this faux that I would describe as metaphysical in Vasari. Metaphysical, the dreamt-for triumph of an age of decennio. Metaphysical, too, the anxiety about a death of art that would reduce all disagnate to dust. Vasari's method, the method of the history of art in general, must not only be judged from the point of view of its results, accurate or inaccurate. It must also be interrogated from the point of view of its ideals, or its phobias, or its never realized ends. These ends that no result can define, because they issue from a dialectic of desire. There are, then, two characters in Vasari, which some have thought they could separate in order to simplify things, keep the observation and lose the judgment, for example. But this separation betrays Vasari's work, and above all it hides its crack. This crack wins all of us, all art historians, issue. Let's try for a moment to pin down this notion. What's in question is a mended crack, one that is mended constantly because the crack keeps reopening. The teeming contradictions of the lives, which make the book resemble an immense palace whose masonry is out of true, are magically amended in the long prefaces to each of its three parts. Without, synthesis seems to triumph, like an applied decor, but the crack remains within. The building will nonetheless continue to impose its triumphal stature, observation and lose the judgment, for example. But this separation betrays Vasari's work, and above all it hides its crack. This crack wins all of us, all art historians, issue. Let's try for a moment to pin down this notion. What's in question is a mended crack, one that is mended constantly because the crack keeps reopening. The teeming contradictions of the lives, which make the book resemble an immense palace whose masonry is out of true, are magically amended in the long prefaces to each of its three parts. Without, synthesis seems to triumph, like an applied decor, but the crack remains within. The building will nonetheless continue to impose its triumphal stature. Imagines here a gigantic Mannerist wonderblock, a magic writing pad completely covered with glorious, completely designed motifs, while within, the wax continues to retain traces of every erasure, of every alteration and rectification. This crack is, fundamentally, what separates knowledge from truth. Vasari constituted a treasure house of knowledge, but he wove all this knowledge together with the thread of plausibility, which, it should be clear, has but little in common with truth. Vasari, then, desired and represented to us a grand plausible history, one that sutured in advance all the cracks and implausibilities of the true history. And that is why we read the lives with so much pleasure. The history of art unfolds there like a family saga in installments, in which the wicked finally die for good, the Middle Ages and the good are resurrected for real, for the truth, the Renaissance. Hence the difficulty of distinguishing events from rhetorical topoi. Hence the perpetual obfuscation of concrete observations by the global idea that guides the unwinding plot lines. Hence the instability of Vasari's lexicon, which constantly plays on several registers at once. It was necessary in any case to construct a narrative that had a meaning, a sense, which is to say a direction and an end. Here we re-encounter the metaphysical aspect of Vasari's evolutionism, but likewise a narrative that would be readable by legible to the prince, that would be efficacious and self-glorifying for all the artifici del disegno, and we rediscover the essential rhetorical tenor of our history of art in the process of being invented. There was, however, no lack, in the 15th century as in the 16th, of voices proclaiming high and wide the essential importance of the realist criterion in the constitution of historical knowledge. Leonardo Bruni, then Vincenzo Borghini and Giambattista Adriani all proclaimed their hostility to literary fantasy. They firmly distinguished l'ufficio del poeta da quel dello istorico. Surviving correspondence between Vasari and Vincenzo Borghini attests to this. Covering the years this correspondence makes it possible for us to assess the influence of the realist notions of the Florentine scholar on the second edition of the Lives of Vasari. Essentially refused to subscribe to the limits set by Borghini regarding its biographical component. He amply developed the procedures of cataloging, chronology, and ekaphoresis of works that the humanists suggested to him. But does this mean, as is widely claimed, that between and Vasari passed from the literary field to that of the history of art? Not at all. For the problem, yet again, lies elsewhere. A history can be realistic and accurate in the same way that we say a novel is plausible. Realism and catalogue can tally completely with the rhetorical traits of a discourse, but this changes nothing about the problem of the crack between knowledge and truth. Vasari indeed drew up lists, gave dates, research details. Like historians today, he must have assembled note files. It might even be said that he did not wait for Borghini's suggestions to constitute one of the fundamental tools of his history of art, namely his famous collection of master drawings, his Libro de Disegni. But does that mean that Vasari's ends changed? Nothing could be less certain. For his collection of drawings, far from constituting a call to order from some supposed real of history, became on the contrary the most tractable tool imaginable for the invention of an order, the invention of a meaning of history. Assembling a collection was not a matter of illustrating history and theme-making with a rosary of concrete proofs. Rather, it was a matter of preconceiving and fabricating the reality of these proofs, which basically comes down to inventing history itself as a rhetorical strategy of the album. It was to choose the order before the proofs, to choose the relations before the terms, and thus to invent outright a reality, in fact a symbolic order of history. It was to frame, to isolate what it seemed necessary to isolate, and, moreover, to create relations between places, antecedents, analogies, etc. In short, it was to legislate over the objects and give them a meaning, a direction. Vasari arranged his Libro of Drawings like his Book of Lives. He strung pearls, a way of saying that he accumulated his treasure of knowledge, but so as to give form to his necklace, the preconceived form of ideal ends, and to create at the same time an object of prestige in accordance with the social ends of nobilita. Vasari, then, won the day on every front: a realistic and accurate knowledge, a constructed ideal, an assured prestige, each helping to deny the crack between knowledge and truth, to redesign them as a unity on the surface of the wonder block. In this respect, Vasari's design is akin to a magical operation. Words are summoned up to mend the opening, the very words that would become, beyond the lives, the totem notions of the whole of the history of art. Thus do we find Rinascita, a totem word reinvented and reinvested to decline the meaning of modern history. Thus do we find disegno, a totem word reinvented and reinvested to decline the final, synchronic meaning of artistic activity in general, understood as imitation. It is thanks to such a magical operation that the expression history of art, in its most radical sense, could be pronounced in Vasari Rinascita del Disegno. Rinascita, as we saw, is what gives meaning to the institution of an age susceptible of being named the absolute age of the history of art. Convinced that he belonged to an era when the history of art in the subjective genitive sense had attained its highest degree of perfection, Vasari invented for us the history of art in the objective genitive sense in order to provide a detailed account, retrospectively, of the progress of its rebirth. Il progresso della sua rinascita is a succession of 3 ages eta, each of which corresponded metaphorically to a stage of human life and commenced roughly with the beginning of a new century. Around the child was reborn, around were constituted the vigor of geniuses and the explicit statement of veritable rules of art. Around the great masters brought the statement to triumphal action by using the rules with the utmost freedom. It must be repeated here that the history of art, the discipline, was born with the idea of a progresso or augmento, according to the terms used by Vasari himself, a progress that the history of art, the practice, supposedly demonstrated, beginning with that proto-hero of the Renaissance who was the painter Giotto. That very obligation which the craftsman of painting owed to nature, who serves continually as model esempio to those who are ever wresting the good from her best and most beautiful features and striving to counterfeit and to imitate her, contrafarla ed imitarla, should be owed, in my belief, to Giotto, painter of Florence. He revived the modern and good art of painting, introducing the portraying well from nature of living people, introducendo il richer bene di naturale alla persone vive. And the example that Vasari cites in stride is none other than the famous portrait of Dante, a contemporary and his very great friend, and no less famous as a poet than was in the same time Giotto as painter. From the outset, then, everything was in place: the liberal, poetic, and intellectual prestige of the painter's métier, but also the idea, which would make its way to our own day, of the paradigmatic value of the portrait considered as the measure of artistic styles in general, even as the very criterion of their progress. So we understand that the Renaissance sired by Giotto, then guided by Masaccio and divinely realized by Michelangelo, we understand that this Renaissance might have seemed like a recovered golden age of resemblance. It has been said only too often what was reborn in the Renaissance was the imitation of nature. Such is the great totem notion. Such is the mother goddess of all the mother arts, the supreme deity of the second religion that no longer wanted to give itself the absolute other as essential reference point of desire, but rather a very relative other, an other that would constantly tend toward the same that is born within the word mimesis. Art imitates. Everyone seems to have agreed about this, without taking much account of the principled criticism to which the concept of imitation, from the beginning, was vulnerable. In Vasari, however, it seems to be taken for granted. Our art is all imitation, of nature for the most part, and then, because a man cannot by himself rise so high, of those works that are executed by those whom he judges to be better masters than himself. L'arte nostra è tutta imitazione della natura. Principalmente, e poi, perché di se non può salir tanto alto, del cos da quelli che miglior maestri di seguita che sono condotti. But no sooner is the slogan pronounced than it reveals all its fragility. Imitation, to be sure, will impose its law, will govern and perhaps even tyrannize over its subjects. But what is it? What is it, if not the puppet goddess of a simulacrum of a system in the imitazione of the 16th century? It is philosophical compromise that presides over the destinies of art, such as they were striven to be written, in histories as in trattati d'arte. Nothing is more unshakable than imitation in this artistic literature of the Cinquecento, and yet nothing is more elusive, not vague, exactly, but ungraspable, luxuriant, protean. Imitation in the Renaissance is a credo, but it is not for all that a unifying principle. It is rather an extraordinarily fecund agent of all sorts of ramifications, of transformations, of compromises. A magic word, a fuiting signifier. A large sack open to all winds, a cornucopia upon which Vasari, like many others, drew generously to pull out whatever he wanted. What was it, then, to imitate? Was it to submit oneself, to equal, or was it to compete with what one imitated in the hope of getting one up on it, even of eclipsing it altogether? The questions are classic ones, but they nonetheless point to two or three contradictory ethics. Vasari, like his contemporaries, never stopped asserting the mimetic dependence of the artist on his model and also the equality between them when the illusion is perfect, but also the supremacy of the imitative work when invenzione or maniera was added to it. It was basically, since the 15th century, a question of improving upon all paintings, in other words of increasing mimesis without sacrificing fantasia, the imaginative faculty, even if at the beginning the two notions might seem contradictory. It is likewise well known that, to the question what to imitate, the Renaissance gave two answers that were very different, yet skillfully intermingled with each other. The first stated that art had managed to be reborn only by remembering and imitating beautiful art, in other words the art of antiquity. The second stated that art had managed to be reborn only by observing and imitating beautiful nature, without the aid of the masters. Even if certain authors presented things under this aspect of mutual incompatibility, it was not difficult for others to suggest that they were only two inflections of a single ideal. And ultimately, they were right. For everything proceeded from idealism. Imitating beautiful nature, according to humanists of the Cinquecento, was but another way of reviving the ideals of ancient art and thought. Using perspective and playing with it con licenza was but another way of obtaining the outcome of the rhetoric of Cicero and Quintilian. Promoting the realist criterion in the order of the visible was but another way of ensuring the power of ideas. In short, the tyranny of the visible and the tyranny of the idea were but two sides of the same coin. On the horizon of each of them was the trap of absolute seeing or knowledge, the trap of quiddity. It is not by chance that Panofsky's famous study of the history of artistic theory in the West is entitled Idea. He showed there, in particular, how the observation of nature in the Renaissance had managed to be reshuffled without detriment into the formation of ideas. So one might suggest, paradoxically, that realism, not in the medieval sense, of course, but in the aesthetic sense, constitutes the tone, the style, the rhetoric par excellence of metaphysical idealism in the domain of the visual arts. Each helping the other to mend its faults. Each confirming the other in this great triumphalist mania for adequatio, decorum, and reflection. We should not be surprised here to see artistic realities expressed in terms of the philosophy of knowledge. The term idea alone already lends itself to this, But there is more to it than that. When Vasari used the word, he himself clung to this subtle limit where the history of art in the subjective genitive sense of its practical value empties into the history of art henceforth conceived as an activity of knowledge. Idea provided the most general means of effecting such a transition. Vasari said that it was within the mind, but also drawn from reality cavità dalla realtà. Later, Filippo Baldinucci defined the idea, in his famous Vocabolario Toscano dell'arte del disegno, in accordance with the double parameter of perfect intellectual knowledge and artistic invention. Idea, f. Perfect knowledge of the intelligible object, perfetta cognizione dell'obietto intelligible, acquired and confirmed by doctrine and by usage. Our artists I nostri artifici use this word when they want to speak of a work as highly original and inventive, opera di bel capriccio, ed invenzione. We must take these definitions seriously and, rather than isolating their various levels, try to understand the transition, the displacement that they effect. The history of art was born with such displacements. Even now it often continues to practice them. Its common currency would be, then, this metaphysical coinage that, tossed into the air, glistens with 100 lights but never tells us who is in charge, the idea or the visible, each side speaking for the other. Vasari never clearly answered the question what does one imitate with the when he answers with the eye takes its legitimacy from the idea. When he answers with the mind takes its legitimacy from the visible. This relation of double legitimacy is a metaphysical relation. It, too, has its magic word, a technical word capable of handling all conversions, all transitions. It is the word disegno. Disegno, in Vasari, serves first to constitute art as a single object, as a wholly independent subject for which it provides, so to speak, the principle of a symbolic identification. Not having it, one has nothing, writes Vasari, and he specifies, in the opening of his great Introduzione alle tre arti del disegno, that design is the father to our three arts: architecture, sculpture, and painting. In other words, the principle of their unity, their strictly generic principle. It is what informs and fertilizes the mother goddess imitation so as to give life to the three enthroned goddesses presiding over the prints in the lives, like three fates spinning the destiny of a reunified art. There was of course no lack, before Vasari, of texts underscoring the fundamental value of disegno. But no one before him had affirmed with so much force and solemnity that design might constitute the common denominator of everything that we call art. So Vasari's operation was tantamount to an act of baptism. Henceforth, one no longer said the arts but the arts of drawing. An operation laden with consequences, as should be clear, for it would determine the whole vision of history in Vasari and, consequently, the whole unity of what the history of art still calls the fine arts, les beaux-arts. It would be artificial to isolate the notion of disegno purely and simply within the frame of academic debates about drawing the enemy of color, or about the supposed preeminence of one of the three major arts over the two others. Today the word academic is used adjectively and pejoratively, but we must not forget the profound social reality of the academies of art in the Cinquecento, where in these debates, the paragone had only in effect value even if the effect always had consequences. Since it offered itself as common denominator of the three arts of drawing, disegno indeed figured prominently in such debates as a possible criterion of differentiation. But before that, and more fundamentally, it had served to constitute art as a noble practice, one that was coherent, intellectual, and liberal. In other words, capable of liberating mind from matter as well as, finally, specific and disinterested. The Accademia del Disegno, founded in Florence and on the model of the Literary Academy directed by Benedetto Varchi, can be considered the work of Vasari alone. It was not the only one, for some academies were created in Italy between the 15th and 16th centuries, but it was doubtless the most famous. It makes a pair with the great enterprise of the Lives. It opens definitively the age of the fine arts, in other words, the age of the principal arts: architecture, sculpture, painting, considered in their social unity and in their shared character as liberal arts. But the unity of art did not come about without a split, just as the historical immortality of art did not come about without the death of something else. Vasari killed the Middle Ages the better to immortalize the Renaissance. He also sanctioned the split between the major arts and the minor arts. In other words, he invented or reinvented the distinction between art and craft to save the aristocracy of the three arti del disegno. It was in the triumphal intoxication of this academic phenomenon that a painter like Giovanni Battista Paggi could envisage warding off the risk of artistic decadence by forbidding the exercise of painting to anyone not of noble blood. Beyond such extreme cases, of course isolated, the great thing remained this: the notion of disegno would make it possible to justify artistic activity as liberal, and no longer artisanal, because the word disegno was a word of the mind as much as a word of the hand. Disegno, then, serve to constitute art as a field of intellectual knowledge. We must return, to comprehend the amplitude of such a program, to the solemn and convoluted sentences that open the chapter devoted to painting, in the celebrated Introduzione alle tre arti del disegno. Drawing, the father of our three arts, architecture, sculpture, and painting, proceeding from the intellect procedendo dall'intelletto, derives from many things a universal judgment cavity molte cose un giudizio universale, as it were a form or idea of all the things in nature, simile a uniform obero idea di tutte le cose della natura, which is exceedingly regular in its proportions. Thus it is that drawing, not only in the bodies of humans and animals but also in plants, buildings, sculptures, and paintings, recognizes the proportion of the whole to its parts and of the parts to one another and to the whole cocos la proporzione che ha il tutto con le parti, e che hanno le parti in fra loro e col tutto insieme. And since from this recognition cognizione there arises a certain concept and judgment un certo concetto e giudizio that forms in the mind the thing that, later formed by the hand poi espressa con le mani, is called a drawing, one may conclude that this drawing is nothing but a visual expression and clarification of the concept that was in the soul una apparente espressione e dichiarazione del concetto, che si ha nell'animo, imagined in the mind and fabricated in the idea nell'mente immaginato e fabbricato nell'idea. However that may be, what drawing requires, when the invention derives from something in the judgment quando cava l'invenzione d'una qualche cosa dal giudizio, is that the hand, through many years of study and practice, may be free and able to draw and to express well disegnare e esprimere bene, whether with pen, stylus, charcoal, crayon, or some other means, whatever nature has created. In effect, when the intellect sends forth purified concepts and with judgment quando l'intelletto manda fuori I concetti purgati e con giudizio, the hand that has practiced drawing for so many years is acquainted with the perfection and the excellence of the arts, and at the same time the knowledge of the artist il sapere dell'artifice. Such a text could clearly give rise to a wide range of philological and theoretical commentary. Let's content ourselves here with underscoring its simultaneously circular and contradictory structure. Circular, because Vasari presents the art of painting to us by proceeding from knowledge to knowledge and intellect to intellect, in short, from drawing as procedendo dall'intelletto to drawing conceived as sapere dell'artifice. Contradictory, because in the one case drawing is defined as the universalizing derivation of judgment based on natural and sensible things cavity molte cose un giudizio universale, while in the other it is defined as the individuating expression of this same judgment, its specifically sensible and apparent expression apparente espressione mediated by manual work espressa con le mani. In one case, then, drawing gives us a way to extricate ourselves from the sensible world toward the purified concepts concetti purgati of the understanding. In the other, it gives us a way to extricate ourselves from pure judgment yet express it by means of charcoal and crayon. One can readily imagine Vasari haughtily defending his unstable philosophical position, and invoking the authority of his own practical experience as a painter to reject the existence in painting of any such dualism of the sensible and the intelligible. He might, in this hypothetical, have cut to the quick of a real problem. But he did not do this, being too worried about grounding his notion of drawing in the intellectual categories of his time, too worried about hierarchies that he did want to suppress, only to displace. So he came to terms with the circularity and contradictions of his theses about drawing by elaborate compromises and magical operations within which circularities and contradictions could indeed operate. Disegno was effectively a magic word for him, first because it is polysemic, antithetical, infinitely manipulatable. It is almost a fuiating signifier, and Vasari did not hesitate to use it as such. Of the 18 long paragraphs recorded analysis of the word today in the Grand Dizionario della Lingua Italiana, 8 gloss its various concrete meanings and 10 its abstract ones, the whole covering roughly what the French language denotes with the two terms dessin and dessin, previously identical. Here we have the first element needed to comprehend the prodigious extension of the word disegno in Vasarian semantics. It is a descriptive word, and it is a metaphysical word. It is a technical word, and it is an ideal word. It is applicable to the hand of man, but also to his imaginative fantasia, and also to his intelletto, and also to his anima, as well as, finally, to God the creator of all things. It comes from the vocabulary of the studio, where it designates the form obtained on a support by the charcoal or crayon of the artist. It also designates the sketch, the work in gestation, the project, the compositional schema, and the layout of lines of force. It speaks the rule that presides over all of this technique, the bona regola of the painter, the one that gives rise to the retta misura, the grazia divina of the line, in short, to the disegno perfetto, the vocabulary of the lives, subject to the ideal progress of the 3 ages of drawing, is constantly obliged to expand, to rise. The rule of art becomes the law of nature. Visible effect becomes intelligible cause. And, always under the authority of the same magic word, the form produced on the support becomes the form of the philosophers, in other words the idea, which is to say the negation of all material support. On this point, moreover, Vasari subtly or rather surreptitiously reversed the meaning of a passage in the old Libro dell'arte, where Cennini advised his disciple to practice a whole year using lead pencil a stil di piombo, after which he could practice drawing with a pen, praticare il disegno con penna, gradually mastering the depiction of fiche, halftones, and shadows, conducendo le tue chiare, mezze chiare e scure, a poco, all of which was intended to make the disciple an expert, skillful practitioner, spirito, pratico, one who, thanks to this training, would be capable of much drawing within his own head, capace di molto disegno entro la testa tua. The reader will have understood what was a material practice capable of occupying the painter's whole head, and Cennini becomes in Vasari an ideal concept that takes shape in the intellect to invest sensibly, under an apparente espressione, the subjectal of the painter. Vasari, a craftsman himself, never sought to obscure the technical meaning of disegno, as is apparent on every page that he devoted to the work of his peers. But he reversed the order of inference, proceeding from the subject to the subjectal and not from the subjectal to the subject, subsuming drawing as practice into drawing as concept, never saying clearly where, when, and why he did so. So we no longer know whether Vasari, when it comes to disegno, is talking to us about the graphic sign or about the idea. We no longer know whether he is talking about a signifier or a signified, or about something else entirely. We sense only the advent, in the discourse of art, of the equivocations of an old magical idealism. What's in question, more fundamentally, is the ancient magic called mimesis. In effect, Vasari's disegno tallies precisely with the semantic extension of imitation that is tantamount to a specified or instrumental term for it. If the mother goddess were to have a favorite attribute or emblem, it would be a stylist that knows how to draw. Nothing good can be accomplished in the arts, writes Vasari, unless it comes from continual practice in copying natural objects, and from the study of pictures by excellent masters and of ancient statues. And all of his critical discussions about the use of color, the rendering of light, and the important criterion of unione are, at one point or another, reference to the sovereign paradigm of disegno. For it is indeed as a sovereign paradigm that drawing would, for quite some time, reign in minds. It would confer upon all these practices with crushed pigments, rough-hewn blocks, and masonry walls the prestige of the idea. Idea as principle and idea as end. This was already being said when Vasari was writing his book. It would be said again in the wake of the lives and of the Accademia del Disegno, in whole treatises as in more concise formulations. Disegno, masculine noun. Expressed form of all intelligible and sensible forms, that gives light to the mind and life to practical operations. Where are we, then, at the end of this long Vasarian excursus? We are at the point where the discourse about art seems to have succeeded in naming the vital principle of its object, by using the philosophical concepts of the intellect and of the form or idea magically made instrumental by the term disegno. We are, then, at the point where art, in the discourse of its history, seems to have acknowledged its true intent and formulated its true destiny through the terms of a philosophy of knowledge. But in the meantime something strange happened, perhaps due to the fact that famous artists, gathered in academies, themselves elaborated this new field that would be called the history of art, namely, a recuperation of the object by the subject and of the subject by the object. The discipline sought to arrogate to itself the prestige of its object of study by grounding it intellectually. It sought to regulate it. As for the knowledge about art whose field it opened up, it resolved henceforth to envisage or accept only an art conceived as knowledge, as reconciliation of the visible and the idea, denial of its visual powers, and subjection to the tyranny of disegno. Art was acknowledged less as a thinking object, which it had always been, than as an object of knowledge, all genitive senses confided. A striking and almost excessive symptom of this movement is legible in a text published 40 years after the Gintina edition of Vasari's Lives. It was written by Federico Zuccari, brother of the painter Taddeo, under the influence, explicitly avowed, of the Accademia del Disegno in Rome. Far from adopting the prudent position of a Paoletti, who, in his definition of the image, had opposed a concetto interno to its sensible realization, the disegno esterno, Zuccari radicalized the sovereignty of disegno itself by deploying a whole theoretical arsenal. In view of consolidating the notion con ordine filosofico, what falls into place here is a veritable nosology and not an aesthetics or a phenomenology. It invokes the authority of Aristotle, promising to explain the name of disegno, its definition, its properties, its kinds, its necessity. Distinguishing the disegno esterno from the disegno interno, it justifies the primacy of the second through the criteria of the clear and distinct idea. Thus disegno and idea become completely indistinguishable. If, in this treatise I do not use the word intention as logicians and philosophers do, or model and idea as theologians do, that is because I speak as a painter and address myself primarily to painters, sculptors, and architects, who have need of the knowledge and assistance of disegno in order to work properly. But we must not let this appeal to the painter's craft obscure the radical nature of the concept. Disegno, henceforth, no longer means the idea expressed in the hand or the intelligible in the sensible. It means the idea alone. It is that idea that subsumes both the painter's intentions and his act of painting. Zaccari, then, goes much farther than Vasari. Moreover, he reproaches him for the serious error of having spoken of disegno as if it were something that could be acquired by practice. If drawing is the idea, then it is innate, which means it is to be understood as a faculty of the soul or as an a priori. It does not help the artist non pure util artifice, because it is the very cause of art as such, mai causa dell'arte istessa. And in this logic of metaphysical slippage, which reveals its many ambiguities on close reading, disegno is finally acknowledged to be that which is common to humans, angels, and God, a kind of soul. Then, Zaccari parses the word for us by writing it as disegno and reconstituting it as segno di Dio, sign of God. It is quite clear by itself, he concludes, adding rather boldly that disegno is itself almost another created divinity, quasi un altro numi creato, created by God the better to signify himself among angels and men. 10 metaphysical attributes complete the system. The 10 attributes of internal and external disegno: internal object common to all human intelligences. Ultimate term of all achieved human knowledge. Form expressive of all cognitive and sensible forms. Internal model of all concepts and all things produced by art. Almost another divinity, another productive nature, in which live the things produced by art. A burning spark of divinity within us. Internal and external light of the intellect. First internal motive, principle, and end of our operations. Nourishment and life of all science and practice. Increase of all virtue and spur to glory, by which finally are brought to man all the benefits of art and human industry. The system seems complete, or at least constituted. Nothing is lacking, not even a spur to glory and a return to courtly obedience for the figurative arts. But above all, something is constituted. In the mythic crucible of the Renaissance it is the commonplace generally designated by the term fine arts, a term formulated at the precise moment along with its stakes and its consequences when the discourse of the history of art was invented. At once a second religion, a rhetoric of immortality, and the foundation of a knowledge, the history of art constituted its object, art, in the same movement whereby it constituted itself as a subject of discourse. A second religion in which the intelligible descended into the sensible and subsumed it through the magical operation of the disegno, a rhetoric of immortality in which artists joined the demigods in the heaven of eterna fama. Finally, the foundation of a knowledge, of this sapere dell'artifice that had to be justified, made intelligible, intelligent, liberal. Thus the history of art created art in its own image, its specific and specified image, triumphant and self-contained. The history of art within the limits of its simple reason. An origin is not only something that happened once and will never happen again. It is every bit as much and even more exactly something that in the present comes back to us as from a great distance, touches us most intimately, and, like an insistent but unpredictable work of return, delivers up its sign or its symptom. From time to time, then, but approaching ever closer to our present, a present obligated to, subject to, alienated from memory. Thus we would be mistaken to think of ourselves as definitively liberated, when we do art history today, from the ends inherent in this discourse when this discourse was invented. Vasari, however far he might be from our manifest preoccupations, bequeathed to us ends, the ends that he assigned, for reasons good, bad, or irrational, to the knowledge that bears the name the history of art. He bequeathed to us a fascination with the biographical component, a sovereign curiosity about the particular species of distinguished individuals in all senses of the word to which artists belong, an excessive affection, or conversely a mania for clinical judgment, with regard to their every action and gesture. He bequeathed to us a dialectic of rules and their transgression, a subtle interplay between a regal law and a licenza that can, it all depends, be deemed the worst or the best. More fundamentally, as we saw, Vasari suggested to us that one day, and this day bore the name of Giotto, art managed to be reborn from its ashes, that it had thus managed to die in that long night called the Middle Ages, and that it bears within itself, as its essential condition, the constant risking of a new death on the far side of its highest achievements. Between Renaissance and Second Death, Vasari interposed, to save everything and justify everything, a new problematics of immortality and immortality constructed and loftily proclaimed by a new angel of the resurrection who christened himself the historian of art figure. In the angel's hand there shone forth a torch, and through it that concept essential to the whole Vasarian problematic eterna fama, the eternal renown that, in its conjunction of two simple words, already stated that collusion of ethical, courtly, and political ideals with metaphysical and nosological ones that gave foundations to this new knowledge about art. We are heir to all that, directly or indirectly. When we contemplate the history of art phenomenon over the long term, when we question its practice in general, we cannot help but be struck by the continuous and insistent movement of its ends. The fascination with its biographical component remains intact and manifests itself today as an obsession with monographs, and in the fact that the history of art is still massively recounted as a history of artists' works of art being called upon more often as illustrations than as objects of the gaze and of interrogation. The mania for clinical judgment has found a new field of application in the inappropriate use of psychopathology and psychoanalysis. Nor has the binary interplay of rules and transgression ceased. Stylistic reference points are constituted as the discourse unfolds, with licenza diverting bad painters downward and geniuses upward. Over the extent of these deviations there reigns a scale of values so tangible as to be readily translatable into monetary terms. So the courtly ideals of Vasari's history have not disappeared, they have become ideals but also realities, needs, as they say of a mercantile order. We lack a recent sociology or even ethnology of the population that now, between auction rooms and art galleries, between private prestige and public museums, between the marketplace and the scholarly community, makes art live. None of which activity prevents the constant ebb and flow of the death of art and its rebirth. Whether one considers them a cause for celebration or a cause for concern, such ideals are integral to the discussions now taking place everywhere about art and culture in general. The ideals have perhaps been inverted, but to invert a metaphysics is not to overthrow it. It even amounts, in a sense, to renewing or extending it. However, this model of continuity remains quite vague and still doesn't explain very much. The originary always returns, but it does not return straightforwardly. It resorts to detours and dialectics, which have their own histories and strategies. If we interrogate ourselves today about our actions as art historians, if we ask ourselves, and we should do this constantly, at what cost that a history of art that we produce is constituted, then we should interrogate our own reason, as well as the conditions of its emergence. This would be, I repeat, the task of a problematized history of the history of art. We cannot undertake this here, but we can at least sketch a movement. We can at least track, in the guise of a specific symptom, how the inventor himself, Vasari, has been read, imitated, criticized, perhaps inverted, and perhaps righted again by the best of his offspring. It is not a question here of constituting the critical fortune of the first great art historian. That would be to revert too quickly to the naive, fundamentally Vasarian idea that it is men alone, historians of art alone, who make the history of their discipline. It is a question, rather, of following the detours of a problem that is otherwise difficult and fundamental, of broaching the inventive power of a discourse over the object that it purports to describe. Every field of knowledge constitutes itself by imagining itself fully achieved, by seeing itself in possession of the sum of knowledge that it does not yet possess, and for which it is constituted. It constitutes itself, then, by devoting itself to an ideal. But in so doing, it also risks dedicating its object of study to the same ideal. It bends the object to this ideal, imagines it, sees it, or rather foresees it. In short, it informs and invents it in advance. So it is perhaps no exaggeration to say that the history of art began, in the 16th century, by creating art in its own image, so as to be able to constitute itself as an objective discourse. Has this image changed? Have we gone back to it? And above all, can we escape from such a process of specular invention? To answer this question, we must listen attentively to the tone adopted by the history of art, the one that still shapes us toward its object. The movement that reveals itself in this history is that of a dialectic whereby things are negated or inverted only so as to be subsequently reissued into the bosom of a single synthesis, or rather into the bosom of a single abstract process of synthesis, regardless of manifest or explicit content. For it is the implicit movement of a simple reason, not so simple in fact, but maintained spontaneously, that I henceforth propose to interrogate. It is well known that Vasari's Lives was immensely successful upon publication. This success was not merely fashionable or circumstantial. It was a structural point of transformation, the durable implementation of a type of discourse whose basic premises would be questioned by no one until the 18th century, in Spain, Germany, or even Holland. The famous antithesis of Italy and the Low Countries, analyzed by Panofsky, exists perhaps in art, in the history of art in the subjective genitive sense. It does not exist in the history of art understood in the objective sense of discourse about art. Vasari inspired Karl van Mander as well as Francisco Pacheco and Joachim von Sandrart. Even when 18th-century French academic circles criticized the narrative component of Vasari's history, this was not in order to radicalize a normative conception straight out of the Introduzione alle tre arti del disegno and the humanist conception of art in general, a conception wherein mimesis walked hand in hand with idea, wherein the tyranny of the visible, the tyranny of resemblance and of congruent appearance had managed to express itself perfectly in the abstract terms of an ideational truth or an ideal truth, of a disegno interno of truth or of an ideal of beauty. All of which ultimately comes back to the same thing, namely sameness, a shared metaphysical authority. Such a continuity, such a shared meaning is found again, for example, in the famous little book by Charles Batu, published in and entitled Les Beaux-Arts réduits à un mime principe, the latter's being quite clearly enunciated under the authority of imitation, as it was read, too, in all of Vasari's Proemii. But where Vasari proclaimed, in a tone of practical enthusiasm as much as of shared certainty, yes, our art is all imitation, Batu went farther, on the authority of Aristotle, with regard to the absolute universality of the principle in question. Where Vasari, in response to the question what to imitate, he proposed the two parameters of nature and antiquity, Batu repeated the refrain of nature exactly and transformed the ancient song a bit by speaking of a more general law of taste. But the theoretical value of the exemplar remained identical. Where Vasari proposed a unity of the three arts of drawing, Batu enlarged the same system to encompass music, what he called the art of gesture, and above all poetry, which was in fact the central paradigm of his whole book. The slogan Ut pictura poesis, which Vasari had previously made his own by painting in his house in Arezzo an allegory of poetry along with others of the figurative arts, the four figures fianking a central fama, or renown. This slogan was repeated in reverse by Batu. It would be enough for him to develop the theory of poetic imitation over 10 chapters and take only 3 short pages to say that painting does exactly the same thing. Note, finally, that the sovereign position of poetry in this book did not prevent Batu from renewing the preeminence, dear to Vasari, of disegno in the arts. What then is the function of the arts? Fiat is to transfer the lines that are in nature, and to present them in objects in which they are nowise natural. Such, then, the agreed upon discourse, the shared and continued discourse since Vasari at least. Such, in any case, in our sketch of dialectic, the moment of thesis. Art imitates, and by imitating produces a visible congruence paralleled by an ideal congruence, a true aesthetic paralleled by a beautiful knowledge of the natural world. Doubtless some will say that such principles pertain to a theory of art, a theory too often named to the sole end of isolating it within an enclosed field, outside the development, supposedly specific, of history as such. Yet again, the discursive division demonstrates here its arbitrary character. Not only were such principles elaborated and disseminated solely because of their extraordinary capacity of extension to other modes of discourse, it is also to them, to a certain point, that the history of art owes its existence. For it is through them that the Vasarian and academic discipline managed to constitute itself by giving itself the authority of principles and ends, therefore of values and norms. This movement seems, if not to falter, then at least to invert itself in the second half of the 18th century. With the publication of Winckelmann's celebrated Geschichte der Kunst des Altertums, the premises of Vasarian history seem to have run their course, above all if we remember the self-glorifying agenda. The inscription of the city of Florence on the pediment of this history of all the arts figure that presided over the Medicean enterprise of the lives. Beginning with Winckelmann, the history of art will be a bit more conscious that it must reflect upon its point of view, which is to say upon the limits of its first principles, and try not to understand Greek art in terms of Renaissance thought or even of classicism. In short, the history of art began to undergo the test of a real critique of knowledge, a philosophically grounded critique, a critique in which the formidable specter of cognitive specularity was already active. The art historian would attempt that first acrobatic feat of not inventing his object in his own image as knowing subject. Or at least of knowing the limits of this invention. The tone is set. It will be the Kantian tone. Kant, as we know, began to produce about this time a grand critical theory whose empire would spread far beyond the strict philosophical community. Kant shaped entire generations of intellectuals and scholars, above all in Germany, which would become, contemporaneously, the true cradle of the scientific history of art. Through Kantism, the whole structure of knowledge was shaken to its foundations. This was the decisive moment of antithesis produced by the critical philosophy, and then reconstituted itself on firmer foundations, regrounded itself in a magisterial synthesis. How could the history art have remained impervious to this great theoretical movement? I would like to propose that post-Vassarian art history, the history of art whence we come and which is still practiced, is partly of Kantian inspiration, or more accurately neo-Kantian. Even when it does not know this. Such would be the extension, but also the limit, of its cognitive simple reason. It is already troubling, for an art historian, to think that a book half of which is devoted to aesthetic judgment could be regarded by its author as the completion of a systematic journey commenced with the critique of pure reason. Not only did Kantian philosophy not leave the question of art outside its fundamental inquiry, it made of it an essential exhibit in its analysis of the human faculties as a whole. The Kantian aesthetic is a veritable treasure house of thought, one whose internal developments need not be pursued here. Let's make do with locating some radical modifications wrought on the great Vassarian themes, on the great classic themes previously evoked. Note first that taste, in the critique of the faculty of judgment, is the faculty of judgment itself a faculty of knowledge, an extremely broad subjective instance and no longer the normative object of decorum, the absolute exemplum of antiquity to which the academies insisted painters swear unconditional allegiance. Then note the rigor with which Kant uses the term idea light years away from the manipulations to which earlier academicians resorted to ensure the triumph of liberal superi dell'artifice over each and every painting. The idea is still there, but restored to its original, Platonic exactingness. Plato made use of the expression idea in such a way that we can readily see that he understood by it something that not only could never be borrowed from the senses, but that even goes far beyond the concepts of the understanding with which Aristotle occupied himself, since nothing encountered in experience could ever be congruent to it. Ideas for him are archetypes of things themselves, and not, like the categories, merely the key to possible experiences. Whoever would draw the concepts of virtue from experience, would make of virtue an ambiguous non-entity unding, changeable with time and circumstances, useless for any sort of rule. But Plato was right to see clear proofs of an origin in ideas also in regard to nature itself. For Kant, however, none of this had any Platonic repercussions, in the sense of a global condemnation of artistic activity, its outright exclusion from the world of ideas. On the contrary, he regarded the idea as a necessary condition of aesthetic judgment. Symmetrically, he saw beauty as the expression of aesthetic ideas. But the aesthetic idea was not the end of the matter, was not placidly grounded in a single smooth entity. Here again, what I have called the moment of antithesis produced a rigorous and perhaps uneasy statement of the limits entailed by any posited notion. Thus Kant initially presented the aesthetic idea through its inadequacy to the concept. By an aesthetic idea, however, I mean that representation that occasions much thinking though without it being possible for any determinate thought, i.e., concept, to be adequate to it, which, consequently, no language fully attains or can make intelligible. One readily sees that it is the counterpart, the pendant of an idea of reason, which is, conversely, a concept to which no intuition representation of the imagination can be adequate. The disegno of Vasari and, beyond, that of Zaccari, each of whom sought in his own way to suture everything, to promote the unity of intellect and hand, of concept and intuition. This disegno of the academicians, then, underwent the trial of a split, of a cut in two that opened again. We should not be surprised to discover in Kant an unequivocal critique of mannerism, construed precisely as an abusive but sophisticated use of the idea. Liberated anew by this split, Kant finally broke down the humanist conjunction of mimesis and the aesthetic idea, distinguishing the faculty to know nature from the faculty to judge art, distinguishing the objective universality of pure reason from the subjective universality of works of genius. This means in particular that genius, the faculty of aesthetic ideas capable of expressing what is unnameable in the mental state in the case of a certain representation and making it universally communicable, is entirely opposed to the spirit of imitation, a phrase that Kant spontaneously associates with such unfettering epithets as aping and blockhead. These citations, although summary and incomplete, suffice to give us a sense of a certain number of essential modifications that, since Kant, have affected the sphere of questions about art, and especially historical questions. Changing its idea, so to speak, changing its metaphysics, the artistic object could no longer have the same history. And this history was henceforth recounted in accordance with a legitimation procedure that tallied no longer with the social world of the academies, much less with that of the princely courts, but rather with that of the university. The first decisive book in this context was without doubt that by K. F. von Rumohr, whose Italienische Forschungen reconsidered the concept of Renaissance through the critique of primary sources, the methodical comparison of works of art, and the study of patterns of influence. By making itself a legitimate academic discourse, the history of art seemed to accede to the status of a really disinterested and objective knowledge, no longer objective only in the grammatical sense of the genitive contained in the expression history of art, but objective, too, in the theoretical sense of a veritable epistemology. The word epistemology is misplaced, however, for it did not yet belong to the theoretical vocabulary of the sciences in the Germany of the 19th century. What must we say, then? We must say a critical philosophy of knowledge. It is understandable, in these conditions, that an academic discipline anxious to constitute itself as knowledge, and not as normative judgment, should have turned to the Kantism of pure reason rather than to that of the faculty of aesthetic taste. The Kantian tone generally adopted by the history of art perhaps originates in the simple fact that the critique of pure reason can seem notably in the eyes of those who need not tackle it from beginning to end like a large temple devoted to the profession of a gospel that is the foundation of all true knowledge. When art historians were conscious that their work pertained exclusively to the faculty of knowledge, and not to the faculty of judgment, when they decided to produce a discourse of objective universality, objective Allgemeinheit, in Kant's words, and no longer a discourse of subjective norms, then the Kantism of pure reason became a necessary way station for all those who sought to reground their discipline, and to redefine art as an object of knowledge rather than as a subject of academic squabbles. Let's not lose sight of the fact that this all initially consisted, even in Germany, of only a minority of exacting minds. If a large part of the history of art practice today has spontaneously adopted this neo-Kantian tone, that is because the minority in question succeeded in imposing its views, in attracting a following, in propagating itself everywhere at the risk, moreover, of lending its views to all manner of distortion, and even of distorting them itself to facilitate their comprehension. If this minority managed to constitute itself as a school or law, that is also because a prodigious individual was there to serve as its herald, then as its uncontested head, and ultimately as its father. The individual in question is, of course, Erwin Panofsky. From Hamburg to Princeton, from his philosophical German to his American pedagogy, Panofsky was the definitive incarnation of the authority and prestige of the iconological school that issued from another fascinating mind now somewhat overshadowed by the master of Princeton or by Warburg. Panofsky impressed all his readers with the extraordinary range of his work, with the rigor with which he posed problems, with the immensity now proverbial of his erudition, and with the authority of the countless responses that he proposed to us in the face of medieval and Renaissance works of art. Was he, then, Vasari's best offspring? Perhaps. Perhaps even in the sense that Zeus was the best offspring of Kronos, best to the point of taking his place. What is striking about Panofsky's German work, written when he was working closely with Ernst Cassirer and Fritz Saxel at the Warburg Institute, is the intensity of its theoretical rigor, on which basis it can be said to constitute a veritable summit in the moment of antithesis of critique that we are trying to mark out. Now the essential instrument of this theoretical rigor was none other than the Kantian philosophy of knowledge, which informs every page of the articles published by Panofsky until the date of his definitive departure for the United States. If there is a methodological principle, almost an ethical one, to which Panofsky always remained faithful, it is indeed that of consciousness, not specular in the sense of captation by the object but rather reflexive in the sense given the word in classical philosophy, which the art historian must revisit constantly, in the humblest as in the noblest operations of his practice. The naive beholder differs from the art historian in that the latter is conscious of the situation. What does this imply? It implies first of all a sifting of the most common categories of the history of art. What, for example, is historical time? What are the modes of time? Die Mode der Zeit in the history of art? Something quite different, certainly, from natural, physical, and even chronological time. What is the exact worth, from the point of view of methodological philosophical significance, methodische philosophische Bedeutung, of the notions elaborated by those prestigious elder colleagues Heinrich Wolffenstein Diaresis et Alois Diaresis Riglfi? Panofsky answers point by point, demands rigor, asks himself whether art historians have the right, interrogates the foundations. Wolffenstein's Diaresis famous binaries emerge from this much diminished, notably the basic opposition between the eye and the mind. Augustin and Panofsky shows that there is no law of nature in the history of art, and that the anthropology and psychology of vision are inevitably mediated by cultural schemas, by elaborations of the soul. Nothing, then, that resembles a state of nature. By the same blow, the archetypal character of Wolffenstein's Diaresis oppositions linear versus painterly, surface versus depth, etc. lost its value as foundation and a priori. It was nothing, in Panofsky's view, but a mental construct. Only one answer is possible: the soul seal. Consequently, this antithesis, initially so convincing in its discursive concision state of mind here, point of view optic their feeling here, either ceases to be one. Without any doubt, visual perceptions can acquire linear or painterly form only through the active intervention of the Mindgeist. It follows that the optical attitude optische Einstellung is, strictly speaking, a mental attitude toward the optical, and that the relation of the eye to the world is in truth the relation of the soul to the world of the eye. So gewiss ist das Verhältnis des Irises des Auges zur Welt in Wahrheit ein Verhältnis des Irises des Seels zur Welt des Auges. Let's read this sentence again. The relation of the eye to the world is in truth the relation of the soul to the world of the eye. An admirable sentence, perhaps a dangerous sentence. Doesn't it close all doors? Doesn't it enclose the history of art within the most alien, the most psychological specularity there is? Not at all, answers Panofsky, whose distrust of psychologism, a visceral distrust, becomes more emphatic and more precise on every page. Thus when he expands upon his methodological scrutiny and critical philosophical spirit, as he puts it, in an analysis of a celebrated concept advanced by Alois Diercesregel, the Kunstwollen, sometimes translated as artistic volition, sometimes as will to form, Panofsky affirms the fundamental worth of this concept only by striking down, one by one, each of its possible psychological meanings. Is the Kunstwollen a product of the artist's psychological agency? No, thrice no, answers Panofsky, unless we renounce the very objective content at stake in the concept. Does it pertain to a period psychology? No again, for we deceive ourselves when we find a criterion for judging artistic intentions objectively in the way that contemporaries understood these intentions, an objection that anticipates the excesses and theoretical innocence of all reception theory. Can our own, present-day apperception provide the criterion we seek? Less still, answers Panofsky in 2 pages, castigating what he calls the modern aesthetic, in which he finds only an amalgamation of a psychologizing aesthetic and a normative aesthetic, in other words an academic one. In fact, the critical movement would deepen and become more precise until someone put a finger on the more elementary problem of our attitude as knowing subjects in the face of art objects, and more generally in the face of events in the visible world. How does the relation of the soul to the world of the eye express what becomes for each of us the relation of the eye to the world? This is the basic question. It takes things in their nascent state. It already interrogates the phenomenology of perception from the following angle: how does the perceived visible acquire meaning for use? It also broaches things on the level of an elementary semiology of the visible. Panofsky discusses this approach to the problem in 2 slightly different texts, the first written in German and published in the periodical Logos, the second written in English as an introduction to his famous studies in iconology, published in, and subsequently revised twice, in and. It is, of course, the second, American version that art historians generally have in mind when they want to invoke what they believe to be the charter and founding document of the new discipline of the history of art, namely iconology. Remember that in this American version, everything springs. The history of art itself seems to spring up anew from a very simple example drawn from daily life, an acquaintance who greets one on the street by removing his hat. Let's say that the example is not only as pedagogic as one could wish but literally engaging, rather as if Panofsky were tipping his own hat to his new, and welcoming, English-speaking public, with the explicit intention of reactivating the gesture's original meaning, for he later tells us that it is a residue of medieval chivalry. Armed men used to remove their helmets to make clear their peaceful intentions and their confidence in the peaceful intentions of others. Quite different, let it be said in passing, from Freud's attitude crossing the Atlantic in the same direction, if we credit the report that he said they don't know that I am bringing them the plague. In any case, Panofsky's example, like the attentive pedagogy of his entire text, places us squarely on the level of a proposed and desired communication, a communication that wants to persuade the interlocutor by guiding him or her without violence from the simplest "what do I see when someone in the street tips his hat" to the most complex "what is the iconological interpretation of works of art?" Let's remain for a moment on the most elementary level. Panofsky calls this the formal level of vision. What I see from a formal point of view is nothing but the change of certain details within a configuration forming part of the general pattern of color, lines and volumes which constitutes my world of vision. From there, Panofsky goes on to infer a whole system constructed in accordance with an order of increasing complexity. When I identify, as I automatically do, this configuration as an object gentleman, and the change of detail as an event hat removing, I have already overstepped the limits of purely formal perception and entered a first sphere of subject matter or meaning, which he calls natural or primary. A second threshold is crossed with secondary or conventional signification, which comes into play when I interpret the removal of a hat as a polite greeting. So a consciousness is posited to provide the model for the iconographic level of the interpretation of works of art. A third level, called intrinsic meaning or content, finally brings us toward what Panofsky means by iconology in the radical sense elucidated here are the elements at once the most specific. How, exactly, did this gentleman remove his hatfee and the most fundamental general, cultural of the visual object? Here, then the history of art exceeds to its end to see in an individual work or in an entire style the underlying principles that condition its very existence, and a fortiori its meaning. In the German article of the interpretive vocation or end ascribed to the history of art is no less radical and ambitious, it, too, being directed toward the ultimate and highest region of essential meaning Wesentsinn, a term that Panofsky borrowed from Karl Mannheim. But to the extent that this project was radical, it was different, uneasy, traversed by a force that, far from being pedagogical, was questioning, almost convulsive, and quite authentically philosophical. Tellingly, the opening example here is 1,000 miles from the gentleman decorously tipping his hat. It is an example drawn from painting itself, and painting of the most paradoxical, violent, and troubled kind. If, let's say to take an example at random, we are faced with the problem of describing the celebrated resurrection by Grunewald diaresis clearly, the example in question burns with other desires and other meanings. Far from being engaging or serene, it is obsessed by the contrast with this body unforgettably lacerated by thorns that Christ displays above and below the resurrection, hanging on the cross and lying in the tomb in the same altarpiece. Panofsky reminds us, moreover, that the spectators at the same spectacle, the ones painted into the picture by Grunewald diaresis himself, crouch as if stupefied or reel, gesturing as if terrified or dazzled. Farther along, intending to underscore how difficult it is to know what one is seeing when one looks at any painting, Panofsky uses language that is almost repulsive. And his supplementary example, a painting by Franz Marc, would have been just as discomfiting to academic historians and students searching for a comfortable model. Then, Panofsky's gesture is not that of an engaging communication but that of a question, a difficult question fairly bristling with philosophical scare quotes of doubt that, for example, surround from the outset the verb to describe. This undoubtedly makes for a loss, as the text progresses, of serenity and pedagogical generosity. For it is hollowed out, from end to end, by a work of antithesis, by incessant critical examinations in which every term, placed under threat, is petrified the better to be broken down. It is no longer even a question of starting with what is simplest, with fundamentals, for from the outset their very existence is called into question. Panofsky indeed sets out from the formal level of vision but only to say immediately that it does not exist, cannot exist. Let's have a look at his argument. If, let's say to take an example at random, we are faced with the problem of describing beschreiben the famous resurrection by Grunewald diaresis, we already know from our first attempts that, on closer examination, we cannot retain, in all its rigor, the distinction that is so often made between a purely formal description and an objective description, at least not in the realm of the plastic arts. In a purely formal description, one could not even use words like stone, man, and rock in effect, even to call the dark patch at the top a night sky and the curiously articulated light patches in the middle a human body, and, above all, to say that this body is situated in front of the night sky, would be to relate something that represents to something that is represented, a spatially ambiguous formal element to an unequivocally three-dimensional presentation. Content-Vorstellungsinhalt. Surely there need be no discussion of the practical impossibility of a formal description in the strict sense. Every description to some extent, even before it is begun, must change the meaning of purely representational elements into symbols of something that is represented, and by doing so, regardless of how it proceeds, it rises from the purely formal sphere to a realm of meaning. Jede description wird die rein formalen Darstellungsfaktoren bereits zu Symbolen von etwas dargestelltem umgestellt haben müssen. Diaresis und damit wächst Diaresis sich gewissermaßen noch zu einer Diaresis Hauptanfängt aus Diaresis einer rein formalen Sphäre Diaresis schon in Einzelnigen hinauf. This inelegant passage contains critical observations of great significance whose essentials are strangely elided in the revised American text published in Studies in Iconology, perhaps because these essentials were a bit too burdensome, a bit too effective at preventing historical knowledge from turning in circles, by which I mean from droning on about itself. Note first that the inferential model, operative and even engaging in the American version, is here severely limited, even short-circuited in advance. No, there is no simple, formal origin, pure sensible forms, results of the relation of the eye to the world from which issue little by little, or even automatically, a world of meaning and representation organized in quite distinct levels. There is only representation. There is no origin save in the possibility of an already representation. Thus, even before it is begun, writes Panofsky, Every description will already have overthrown perception which, strictly speaking, does not exist in a state of nature will already have fell into a system of signification. Which is to say, too, that we do not cross some supposed threshold or limit separating reality from symbol. The symbolic precedes and invents reality, much as the Naturgleichkeit diaresis precedes and invents its origin. Remarking, on the other hand, the widespread, automatic tendency to construe paintings in terms of the relation of something that represents to something that is represented, Panofsky put his finger on the question of the pictorial signifier, but the expression is doubtless ill-chosen, in need of clarification, of the plurivocal given that, paradoxically, occasions the formulation of an univocal presentation content, otherwise known as a representational signified. In any case, what becomes clear but is obscured in the American version is that each higher level conditions in advance the status of the lower level. From the preceding, it follows that the simple description of a work of art, to revise our terminology, the discovery of mere phenomenal meaning, is in truth already an interpretation trafficking in the history of forms, or at least implicitly comprises such an interpretation. Das schon die primitive Description eines Kunstwerks am unseren Terminist zu wiederholen, die Aufdeckung des bloßen Phänomens ins Diaresis in Wahrheit eine gestaltungsgeschichtliche Interpretation ist, oder zumindest ein implicit Einskleist. So goes, in the critical movement that Panofsky proposed to the history of art. An insistent, magisterial, disquieting movement. A movement that is relayed and shifts the problem from place to place. Every visible form already carries the presentation content of an object or an event. Every visible object or phenomenon already carries its interpretive consequences. And interpretation phi, what does it consist of? What is it going to carry, or what does it already carry within itself? It is not irrelevant that Panofsky, when answering this question in the final section of his text, had to appeal, not directly to Kant, but to a Heideggerian concept of interpretation drawn from the famous book Kant und das Problem der Metaphysik, published 3 years earlier. In Heidegger's book on Kant, there are some remarkable sentences about the nature of interpretation, sentences that at first glance seem to concern only the interpretation of written philosophical texts, but that ultimately characterize very well the general problem of interpretation. If an interpretation, writes Heidegger, merely gives back what Kant has said expressly, then from the outset it is not a laying out Auslegung, insofar as the task of a laying out remains framed as the making visible in its own right of what Kant had brought to light in his ground laying over and above the explicit formulation. Kant himself, however, was unable to say more about this. But with any philosophical knowledge in general, what is said expressus verbis must not be decisive. Instead, what must be decisive is what it sets before our eyes as still unsaid, in and through what has been said. Of course, any interpretation, if it is to wrest what the words want to say from what they actually say, must resort to violence. Freilich was die Worte sagen, das Genegibscheringen, was sie sagen wollen, muss jede Interpretation notwendig Gewalt brauchen. We must acknowledge that these sentences also apply to our modest descriptions of paintings and to our interpretations of their content, insofar as these do not remain on the level of mere observation but are already interpretations. It is readily understandable that, banished from the German university system by the Nazis and given a warm welcome by American academia, Panofsky should have been inclined to leave behind, on the shores of the Old World, the different forms of violence latent, in various ways, in his Grunewald diaresis example, the intransigent severity of his critique and, above all, his appeal to a Heideggerian interpretive model. But once again we cannot leave to one side the question of knowing the cost of Panofsky's having chosen to tip his hat rather than to combat the intuitionism of art historians. Just the same, it is remarkable that in Panofsky's American work note that after, and until his death, he never again used the German language. The critical tone has been completely subdued, and the destructive negativism inverted in the 1001 positivities that the master of Princeton finally bequeathed to us. From Germany to America it's a bit like the moment when the antithesis dies and the synthesis optimist, positive, even positivist in some respects takes over. It's a bit like a desire to pose all questions having suddenly been replaced by a desire to give all the answers. But we must introduce some nuances. First, by insisting on the fact that the critiques of first principles articulated by Panofsky in his article were not without echo. We come across them again, like distant radio waves, here and there, in the work of historians attentive to the status of their own practice. For example, in Ernst Gombrich, who broached the problem of imitation by positing, in typical Kantian fashion, a series of aporias of object and subject, of truth and falsehood in a painting, of the alienating choice presented to us by illusion. I cannot have my cake and eat it. I cannot make use of an illusion and watch it, etc. aporias that he then sought to resolve dialectically. Robert Klein, in an extended discussion of the status of iconography, brought the question back to the point where Panofsky had opened it some 20 years earlier in studies in iconology. In the case of art history, in particular, all theoretical problems are reduced to the one and basic question how to reconcile history, which furnishes its point of view, with art, which furnishes its object. We should also mention, among many others who unwittingly rediscovered the strength of the young Panofsky's formulations, Meyer Shapiro, Pierre Francastel, and, more recently, Michael Baxandall, as well as the highly self-conscious reconsideration of Panofsky's threshold text undertaken by Hubert Damisch. On the other hand, it is a bit precipitous to imagine an antithetical Panofsky in Germany as opposed to the synthetic Panofsky who succeeded him. The interrogation and the critical thought of our author were not simply tossed overboard during his voyage to America. We would do better to orient our reflections in the other direction, for it quickly becomes apparent that the synthesis was inscribed within the critical discourse from the outset. It is so inscribed in Kant's text, where the word Abyssabgrund recurs so often only to nestle into the word subsumption and the word synthesis. The critical philosophy aimed, in effect, for doctrinal stability. The antithetical opening and the play of aporias sought, basically, only their resolution, their transcendental closure. To be sure, the Kantian aesthetic speaks of the subjective, but only the better to include it in its own universality, which is that of the judgment of taste. It is aporetic in one sense, but in another it is devoted to the power of the idea, to ends, to the famous Kantian teleology that guides the whole movement of the Third Critique. It demolishes trivial problematics of origin, certainly, but because its quest is for a priori principles that might govern the play of the human faculties as well as the organization of philosophical knowledge. It allows the inadequacy of the aesthetic idea to the concept only to facilitate the subsumption of that very inadequacy. Perhaps its only appetite, in the end, is for absorbing the sensible into the intelligible, and the visible into the idea. Is there not, in this tension toward synthesis, a curious taste for a return to the theosophy? We cannot yet answer this question. First, yet again, we must read Panofsky from what was his own point of view, namely the point of view laid claim to, rendered automatic or spontaneous, and finally mitigated at the strain of neo-Kantism extending from Wilhelm Windelbaum to Hermann Cohen and Ernst Cassirer. We must try to locate the boundary turn passing gate between a critical use of Kantism opening, emptying self-evidences, dislodging the heavy rocks of trivial thought, and its specifically doctrinal, metaphysical use, in which I am arguing that its lucidity is lost, is petrified into a new rock, much more imposing and still more immovable. Such, then, is the twofold aspect of the appeal to Kantism in the domain of art history. It enabled critical operations of the most salutary kind, but it was at the same time consumed by a desire for ends that gave fundament and doctrine, that completed the metaphysical loop and closure of the question of art. Thus, when Panofsky denied to the concept of historical time in particular, the historicity of art any natural self-evidence, he struck a decisive blow against the ambient positivism, as well as against Wolf Effen's Diaris's psychological intuitions about the universal roots of various styles in the plastic arts. But at the same time, he aimed to ground an objective knowledge of artistic phenomena in metaphysical conditions defined along Kantian lines. The critical philosophy denied all natural causality to history and psychology, but then required more itself, namely, a historicity grounded metaphysically, and a psychology of forms constructed metapsychologically. In the case of such universal cultural phenomena, it will probably never be possible to find a real explanation, which would necessarily entail the exhibition of a causality. But if for that reason scientific knowledge is unable to exhibit the historical and psychological causes of universal artistic forms of representation, then it is all the more important that it undertake to investigate the latter's metahistorical and metapsychological meaning, metahistorisken und metapsychologisken, in other words, to ask what it means from the perspective of the fundamental metaphysical conditions of artistic creation. Von den metaphysischen Grundbedingungen des Kunstschaffens aus betrachtet, to say that a period represents in terms of the linear or the painterly, of planarity or depth. The tone is again set. The whole critical move will be made in view of fundamental metaphysical conditions. The notion of Kunstwollen, for example, will be almost metaphysically defended against its own creator, Alois Diarisregel, whom Panofsky reproaches for formulations that are still much too psychological, noch vielfach psychologistisch, in favor of a recourse to a priori principles into which all sensible phenomena should be subsumed. The tone is set again and the requirement again comes clear. We must be able to characterize the content of a Kunstwollen, Panofsky will write, through a concept based not on generic concepts obtained by abstraction from characteristic artistic phenomena, but on fundamental concepts grundbegriffen that expose the inherent root of the artwork's essence and reveal their immanent meaning ihren immanenten Sinn diaresis not only in its singularity but also in its subjective universality. And it is not by chance that, when clarifying this proposition, Panofsky borrows a famous example from Kant's prolegomena to any future metaphysics. This last resort to philosophical prudence only indicates the loftiness, or dizzying depth, of the ends being envisioned for the history of art. The moment of antithesis taught us that all knowledge proceeds from a choice, which in many respects seems a scission of the subject, an alienating structure entailing the loss of something in all cases in accordance with the logical model of the threatening or, as in, your money or your life. Neo-Kantism, by contrast, in the idealist stakes of its nosology, pretended to resolve the question of loss. Panofsky suggests an answer through an expression that recurs throughout his work. An expression, need I point out, characteristic of the Kantian tone adopted by him. It is synthetic intuition that, paradoxically, took over all the trivial intuitionisms of the history of art. There is here something like a magical operation, whereby all vicious circles recover the dignity of methodological circles. A metaphor taken from the art of tightrope walking arrives at the right moment to complete a reference to the theoretical arguments of Edgar Wind. Wind demonstrates that what at first glance resembles a circulus viciosus is, in fact, a circulus methodicus that entails a confrontation between instrument and object in the course of which they mutually secure one another. And then there's the charming old story about the tightrope walker. Why is it that the tightrope walker doesn't falfy? Because he holds onto his pole. But why doesn't the pole falfy, silly child? The dancer holds it tight, the point of which is that, far from excluding the practical possibility of the art of tightrope walking, this alleged vicious circle is its foundation. But is it enough to arrange a mutual confrontation between the tightrope walker and his balance pole to foreclose the risk of falling? The art of tightrope walking can be considered either an art of danger or an art of its negation, as an art of human frailty in the face of gravity or as an ideal art made for invincible birdmen. It all depends. The magic of the tightrope walker will consist precisely in his making us believe in the second of these alternatives. Likewise, the synthesis toward which Panofsky aimed, at the risk of stalemate over the problematic of the subject, created the impression that the history of art had been grounded, or could be grounded in reason, grounded in accordance with its transcendental scientific ends. But what, exactly, are the privileged agents of this would-be foundational synthesis? How to extract them from the abundant analyses that the author of Idea so gratifyingly left use? Here again, a movement appears, an abracadabrous movement in which the same object of all magic, of all synthesis vanishes only the better to reappear, transfigured, invested with the prestige of Kantian reason. Panofsky, then, lifts his hat, his neo-Kantian hat, by way of greeting the new scholarly community of art historians. Then he places the hat on the table, the Vassarian table, and, in the manner of magicians, he lifts it again. The 4 doves or 4 white rabbits of humanist history then reappear, more beautiful and more vibrant than ever. Everyone, dazzled and reassured, applauds. The discipline is saved. Let's clarify the hypothesis. The Kantian tone adopted by the history of art is merely a magical agent of transformation, aiming to redirect, in the mode of an objectivity or transcendental objectivism, the principal totem notions of the humanist history of art, manifestly transfigured by the operation, and yet, in a certain sense, reverting to the same. As if the operation had criticized them, inverted them, but also reinforced them by giving them a new reason, simple Kantian reason. The hypothesis, if it has any worth, entails at least 2 corollaries. First, it presupposes that rigorous concepts operative in one discursive field can be used in another as fiating signifiers, in other words as tools, no less operative, for another kind of work, the magical and closed work of thought. This presupposes that philosophical discourse is a matter of articulation, of pragmatics and presentation, as much as of positive statements and conceptual representations. This presupposes, finally, that we will find, in the methodological vocabulary of Panofskyan art history, something of the magic words advanced by Vassarian art history to secure its academic legitimation. When Panofsky, who was then working on Renaissance and Renaissances in Western art, authorized the republication, after 35 years, of his short book on the history of artistic theory, eloquently entitled Idea, he wrote a brief foreword that at first glance seems quite conventional, a text cautioning his readers that the book was old. Beyond this formulaic warning, Panofsky remarked on the problem of conscience with which the book presented him. Although over time his conceptions had changed in many details whose correction would entail writing a new book, his intentions remained fundamentally unchanged. But what were these intentions? These fee and what about the playful yet urgent warning that concludes the same text: if books were subject to the same laws and regulations as pharmaceutical products, the dust jacket of every copy would have to bear the label "use with care," or as it used to say on old medicine containers, "Cavtiefs." What is he warning us against here? What was dangerous about reading Idea? Let's suggest the hypothesis manifestly audacious, violent, interpretive, that Panofsky momentarily saw his own book, Idea, as a magic pharmacon, as a potion of knowledge about art and about images in general, a remedy for all uncertainties, in other words a brew of neo-Kantian synthesis, but also a brew of forgetfulness, the poison of the ideal concept instilled into our gazes. Panofsky perhaps dreaded, in republishing in the field of the history of art this little book previously published as an extension of a philosophical lecture given by Ernst Cassirer, he perhaps dreaded that his idea, an object of critical and historical study, might be mistaken for a pure object of aesthetic faith and an automatic philosophy for art historians. Perhaps Panofsky dreaded, in this moment when he was again reflecting on the Renaissance, the delayed effects of his own philosophy, constructed or spontaneous. The question, ultimately, has as much to do with the notion of idea as with a choice that, little by little and even imperiously, settled on the great humanist period of the history of art. Panofsky worked as much on Carolingian architecture and 13th-century sculpture as on Dürer diaresis in the Italian Renaissance. However, the movement specific to idea already required that all the essentials of its analysis be rooted in the Renaissance. The introduction opposed at the outset the doctrine of Plato Ide obliged to some lines written in the 16th century by Melanchthon. Then 3/5 of the book are devoted to the Quattrocento and the Cinquecento, leaving only 50 pages for all the rest: antiquity, the Middle Ages, and neoclassicism, which is to say for something like 22 centuries of history, a peculiarity of composition taken so far that the last word, after Bellary, after Winckelmann, is given to Michelangelo and Dürer. Diaresis, all of which prompts suspicion that humanism was not simply a privileged object of Panofskian knowledge, but even a requirement, a veritable to idea already required that all the essentials of its analysis be rooted in the Renaissance. The introduction opposed at the outset the doctrine of Plato Ide obliged to some lines written in the 16th century by Melanchthon. Then 3/5 of the book are devoted to the Quattrocento and the Cinquecento, leaving only 50 pages for all the rest: antiquity, the Middle Ages, and neoclassicism, which is to say for something like 22 centuries of history, a peculiarity of composition taken so far that the last word, after Bellary, after Winckelmann, is given to Michelangelo and Dürer. Diaresis, all of which prompts suspicion that humanism was not simply a privileged object of Panofskian knowledge, but even a requirement, a veritable icon congruent with his philosophy of knowledge. It is as though the Kantism of pure reason had found in the Rinascita its best historical justification. This hypothesis will surprise. What exactly does Renascent humanism have to do with Kantian synthesized? Wouldn't we expect so rigorous a historian as Panofsky to spare us such an anachronism? But we must face up to the facts. Obscurans obliged him boldly to construct an anachronistic relation between Vasari and Kant. Thus did the Origin employ the ruse of pure reason, so to speak, to attain the end of its tortuous return. So Panofsky invented for us a Kantian Vasari, a way, for the Son, to be reconciled with the venerable father of the history of art, and even positively to combine two different fathers, those, respectively, of history and of pure knowledge. Also a way to make the whole of his discipline adopt the famous Kantian tone, and for quite some time. It is at the geometric center of the argument of idea that the figure of Vasari appears. Panofsky opposes it, from the outset, to that of Alberti, in whom, he writes, the artistic idea found its abode a mind familiar with nature but not yet its origin. Now finding the origin of something is nothing other than deducing this something from its own foundation. Vasari inaugurates first because, beyond the sensible and concrete intuition of Alberti, he, to use Kant's terminology, Panofsky already writes, deduce the idea of its originary faculty. We should not be surprised to see resurface, and in a lengthy citation, the famous Introduzione alle tre arti del disegno, in which, it will be remembered, Vasari made drawing proceed from the intellect procedendo dall'intelletto and foregrounded the eminent function of a universal judgment, judizio universale, apt, of course, to fascinate all readers of Kant. Henceforth, Panofsky would never cease safeguarding and clarifying this philosophical legitimation of Vasari's work. That the historian of the Lives turned his back on exacting Platonism only justifies the Kantian value of his gesture, for he gave to the idea, Panofsky explains, a functionalist significance eine Umdeutung im Sinne des Funktionalen. In short, far from constituting a simple representational content, Vasari's idea attains the very status of a fact. Ulti of representation Vorstellungsvermögen. Diaresis. Here we are close to Giordano Bruno, And before long Panofsky indeed invokes his almost Kantian statement according to which only the artist creates the rules of his art, just as representations are deduced from their own faculty in the human soul. We gradually realize that Vasari has been presented to us less as the hero of a Rinascita of the history of art which he absolutely is, than as the hero of a Rinascita of the philosophy of knowledge which he perhaps really isn't. For Panofsky saw in the lives that crucial moment when the subject-object problem was now ripe for a basic clarification, which is what we usually learn in philosophy class about Kant. In some sense, then, there would be two ways of reading Vasari. The first would be to situate his work within what Panofsky calls the dialectical antinomy dialectische antinomy of idealism versus artistic naturalisms, an antinomy that becomes confused with the history of art itself, or rather with the history of artistic theory, and has retained its place in the 20th century. The other way, suggested even more strongly by a reading of Idea, would be to see in Vasari a precursor of the syntheses established by Kant in philosophy and by Hegel in the history of art. Although he did not provide a close philosophic analysis of its intuitions, Vasari here becomes the first thinker about art to have questioned the reality of the thing in itself. Insofar as, according to Panofsky, the term idea designates every notion that, conceived in the artist's mind, precedes the actual depiction, insofar as this functional notion effects an intimate reconciliation between disegno and the concept, between art and knowledge, insofar, finally, as Vasari becomes a man of abstraction, abzog, and intuitive synthesis, intuitive or synthesis as opposed to Alberti's discursive synthesis. We are led to believe that the lives written by the first art historian fulfilled in advance what is carried out in the very conclusion of Panofsky's book and his great neo-Kantian disegno. In the theory of knowledge, the presupposition of this thing in itself was profoundly shaken by Kantian art theory. A path to the same insight was first cleared by the efforts of Alois Diaresis Hegel. We believe we have recognized that artistic perception is no more faced with the thing in itself than is the process of cognition. Die künstlerische Diaresis Anschauung als der Erkennen Verstand, that on the contrary the one as well as the other can be sure of the validity of its judgments precisely because it alone determines the rules of its world, i.e., it has no objects other than those first constituted within itself. Such would be the essential condition in which all knowledge grounds its objects, including art objects. Such would be, still according to the text of Idea, the inaugural achievement of Vasari's book in the domain of the history of art. Not only with Vasari did a liberalized métier discover within itself an authority comparable to that of conceptual knowledge, something that Alberti, in his way, had already called for. The moment had really arrived to celebrate the marriage between cognition and the intuition that produces art objects. That disegno might proceed from the intellect. This meant squarely that art and science could be congruent. It meant, furthermore, that a science of art was possible, which would be called the history of art. All things born in the Renaissance, and fit to be declined forever under the term humanism. In short, Vasari was already Kantian because he worked, according to Panofsky, in a way that Kant would have called objective or disinterested, working on the same occasion in a way that was strictly art historical. But the reconciliation does not end there. Panofsky goes on to give the counter-subject of this structure, suggesting to us that Kant himself was still a humanist. 9 days before his death, Immanuel Kant was visited by his physician. Old, ill, and nearly blind, he rose from his chair and stood trembling with weakness and muttering unintelligible words. Finally his faithful companion realized that he would not sit down again until the visitor had taken a seat. This he did, and Kant then permitted himself to be helped to his chair and, after having regained some of his strength, said, Das Gefühl Diaresis für Diaresis Humanitat Diaresis hat mich noch nicht verlassen, the sense of humanity has not yet left me. The two men were moved almost to tears. For, though the word Humanitat Diaresis had come, in the 18th century, to mean little more than politeness or civility, it had, for Kant, a much deeper significance. This much deeper significance is none other than the one in which humanism undertook to reformulate, beyond the Middle Ages, the very notion of humanity. It engaged in ethics and a relation to history, but quite as much in aesthetics and a relation to the beyond. Art, science, history, metaphysics, all were mutually encompassed and deduced therein. Panofsky invites us to consider that Renascent humanism recovered with the great thought of antiquity the just measure of the humanity of man. For it confronted humanitas with its beyond divinitas, and also with its underside barbaritas, misery and grandeur coupled. We might say that humanism was born with this twofold aspect, for such was Panofsky's phrase. We might also say that humanism articulated a synthesis of dialectical antinomies. Now if we transpose this very general point of departure to the level of reflection about knowledge, we again encounter the twofold aspect of sensible intuition and intellectual work. We encounter, says Panofsky, the two spheres of nature and culture from the humanistic point of view. However, it became reasonable, and even inevitable, to distinguish, within the realm of creation, between the sphere of nature and the sphere of culture, and to define the former with reference to the latter. He might just as well have written to deduce the former from the latter, i.e., nature is the whole world accessible to the senses, except for the records left by man. So we see that the two aspects of knowledge, sensible, conceptual, were reunited in humanism in the guise of an extreme attention focused precisely on these records left by man. It is history that synthesizes in the domain of art the sensible observation of nature and a constant recourse to the cultural traditions of the past. The humanist is, fundamentally, an historian. What does this mean? First, that history was invented or reinvented in the Renaissance. We think again of Vasari as of one of its great heroes. Then that humanist eruditio, developing in the element of history, managed to conjugate art with science, the sensible with the intelligible. Finally, that this conjunction, although itself historical, had for Panofsky a kind of timeless value, ultimately the value of an ideal program for history. If Vasari is Kantian and if Kant is a humanist, if humanism reinvents history, then history, the history of art, will be humanist in its very structure. Which clarifies the title of the essay, whose first lines consist of the anecdote about Kant. The history of art is a humanistic discipline, not content with its having been, for it was thus from its origin, in accordance with its Kantian ends. So in Panofsky's account, the history of art is a humanistic discipline, after having designated a historical moment, the Renaissance versus the Middle Ages, after having provided a dialectical moment of the exposition, the humanities versus the natural sciences, proceeds to become the center and synthesis of an argument as historical as it is dialectical. Implicitly, the Renaissance will become law for other periods of history, and humanist knowledge will itself become that organic situation henceforth assimilable, for the reader, to an absolute model of knowledge. Initially, Panofsky opposed the natural sciences, capable of analyzing their objects of knowledge without subjectivism, to the situation of the historian or the humanist, who, dealing as he does with human actions and creations, has to engage in a mental process of a synthetic and subjective character. He is mentally to reenact the actions and to recreate the creations. But from that point forward the Kantian tone proceeds to demonstrate its efficacy, its magical powers of conversion and exposition of subjective limits becomes within a few sentences the exposition of a self-legitimizing certainty. First, what was limit becomes existence, and the only one possible for the art object. It is in fact by this process that the real objects of the humanities come into being. Whatever the mind synthesizes and recreates, then, is voila, certain to exist. Second, the analytic faculty, at first distinct from the historical domain and providing the criterion of difference from that of the natural sciences, proceeds to reappear in the humanities through what Panofsky calls, without really justifying it, rational archaeological analysis. Is it because archaeology works with concrete objects, shards, fragments, pillaged tombs, that it is capable of analysis? Panofsky admits that the mate real of archaeology is the result of intuitive aesthetic recreation. However, he does not hesitate to effect a kind of oversynthesis thanks to which the history of art will hook rational analysis onto subjective synthesis to produce the famous circulus methodicus, the methodological circle that makes of its own limitations a limitless power, into a synthesis henceforth described as objective and rational. Significantly, a remark of Leonardo da Vinci's heard with a Kantian ear comes along to stand surety. Leonardo da Vinci has said two weaknesses leaning against one another add up to one strength. The halves of an arch cannot even stand upright, the whole arch supports a weight. Similarly, archaeological research is blind and empty without aesthetic recreation, and aesthetic recreation is irrational and often misguided without archaeological research. But, leaning against one another, these two can support the system that makes sense, that is, an historical synopsis. We are, before such sentences, effectively before what we might, in our turn, call the twofold aspect of the Kantian tone adopted by Panofsky to reflect upon his own discipline. What art historian could resist sentences that have such immense practical pertinence? But at the same time, what epistemologist could help but notice in them something like sufficiency? I mean precisely a theoretical insufficiency. What kind of sufficiency or insufficiency is in question here? What is its source? And what does it turn aside? When Panofsky constructs his synthetic movement on the second level meant to synthesize objectively a so-called objective description and a so-called subjective synthesis, when he closes the movement with his intrinsic meaning or content, a kind of noumenon that gives meaning to all phenomena, what, in the end, is he doing? He is giving consciousness the end word. Remember his simple and essential sentence: the naive beholder differs from the art historian in that the latter is conscious of the situation. And he immediately adds he knows. For it stands to reason that there is no science without consciousness. The problem the sophism then becomes if consciousness creates the very existence of its scientific object, and if the history of art is a science of the humanities, then works of art will accept, in themselves, nothing but consciousness. They are like objects of consciousness, in all senses ascribable to the genitive of. So the natural consequence of the Kantian tone adopted by the history of art is, then, abruptly, that the unconscious does not exist in it. Before going deeper into this crucial consequence, before interrogating it again from another angle, we must duly note the most obvious meaning that this absolute of consciousness assumes in Panofsky's very text. This science with conscience is, needless to say, a matter of the soul, even of ethics. The pages under discussion were published in By an Exile, which gives his praise of humanism, of the vita contemplativa and the values that flourished in the Italian Renaissance specific overtones. It is readily understandable that Panofsky should have wanted to include in his nosological project that of a recovery of knowledge recovered precisely along the bias of humanist history. So 4 centuries after Vasari, he again took up the torch of the ideal man, at the very moment all of Europe was being consumed by the fiammes of what Panofsky calls a Satanocracy, and he clarifies a Middle Ages in reverse, but against the destruction he invokes history, as if what had been took on in memory a stronger consistency than all the ruined presents. Thus, against the dictates of the subhuman, against death itself, there is the immortality of humanism. The torch of Vasari's Eterna Fama becomes in Panofsky the quite otherwise tragic image of the Promethean fire surviving its tortured inventor. If the anthropocentric civilization of the Renaissance is headed, as it seems to be, for a Middle Ages in reverse, Satanocracy as opposed to the medieval theocracy, not only the humanities but also the natural sciences, as we know them, will disappear, and nothing will be left but what serves the dictates of the subhuman. But even this will not mean the end of humanism. Prometheus could be bound and tortured, but the fire lit by his torch could not be extinguished. The ideal aim of science would seem to be something like mastery, that of the humanities something like wisdom. Marsilio Ficino wrote to the son of Poggio Bracciolini, "History is necessary, not only to make life agreeable, but also to endow it with a moral significance. What is mortal in itself, achieves immortality through history. What is absent becomes present. Old things are rejuvenated and young men soon equal the maturity of old ones. If a man of 70 is considered wise because of his experience, how much wiser he whose life fills a span of 1,000 or 3,000 years. For indeed, a man may be said to have lived as many millennia as are embraced by the span of his knowledge of history." In the arc drawn between Kant's remark 9 days before his death and Marsilio Ficino's about immortality, then, the history of art invented for itself a fundamental wisdom. It almost admitted, but would ever be reluctant to admit this outright, that it is not a science, but at best something like an ancient sapience. The history of art as a humanistic discipline finds its end in accents prophetic rather than cognitive, incanatory rather than descriptive. We saw that the word laden with all these aspirations, the word invoked in the last resort, was none other than the word conscious, and in the end, consciousness is the instrument on which Panofsky was counting to translate melancholy, or, more generally, anxiety about death, the death of art, of men, and of the humanities, already present in Vasari, into a positive value of knowledge, hope, and immortality likewise already proposed by Vasari. So there is indeed here an ultimate resort to metaphysics, which dreams a world for the humanities where studying images would save us from all violence. How could we fail to support such a program, how remain unmoved by the fact that it was articulated precisely when Europe was collapsing? We must, however, take account of the fact that Panofsky here gave rise to another slippage, another denial. He forbade himself and forbade the history of art from seeing, or rather from confronting the moment when images do violence, are themselves acts of violence. Parts of medieval and even Renaissance art, however, answer this stark constraint. But to this Panofsky turned his back, ready to risk disembodying a part of the objects that he studied. He likewise turned his back on Nazism's particularly frightening value of presenting itself as a work of art sculpted from the flesh of peoples. How could an art historian accept the terrifying power of what was supposed to constitute its humanity, its beautiful object of study? The word humanism indeed acts, then, in this great installation of ends, like a magic and pacifying word. It passes triumphantly from the status of object of study to that of theoretical program congruent with that object, but applied also, surreptitiously, to all others. It behaves like a tightrope walker in the middle of all these antinomies, all these aporias, which it pacifies and subsumes. It makes all these twofold aspects into a single legible surface, like those anamorphic devices that synthesize singular dissemblances into a single universal resemblance. The history of art, when it calls itself a humanistic discipline, does nothing but appeal to synthesis, but conjure away all of the violence, deception, and inhumanity that images are and always have been able to foment. The history of art as a humanistic discipline does nothing but trace a magic circle, within which it closes in on itself, pacifies itself, and recreates images in the image of its own thought, its humanistic idea of art. There was also, in the word disegno as Vasari used it, something like a reference to alterity. It was nature, the famous nature to which all art was required to conform. By criticizing the relation of the eye to the world, by panning all natural givens, Panofsky discovered the functional value specific to the world of the eye. But by immediately closing off the relation of the soul to the world of the eye, by tracing the loop of an art where the intellect imitates itself and conforms to itself, Panofsky founded with Kant a nosological notion of art, in which the verb to see is conjugated in a finally transparent way with the verb to know. The practical resonance still retained by the term imitation could henceforth be encompassed and subsumed by that of iconology, second magic word, even if it works, second totem notion. It tells us that art images imitate the invisible as much as the visible. It tells us that the sensible forms of painting, sculpture, and architecture are made to translate those, invisible, of concepts or ideas that reason forms. Panofsky, as we know, definitively associated his name with the great discipline of iconology. He enshrined it in the title of his famous studies in iconology, although in the edition it is primarily a question of iconographical interpretation in a deeper sense. The programmatic argument of iconography and iconology dates from, and only then is the suffix logi properly justified with logos. Panofsky says in Gist, we have absolute reason, whereas the suffix graphy implies a purely descriptive method of procedure. In short, the term iconology is laden with the stakes of a discipline that will no longer offer inventories of artistic phenomena, but their fundamental interpretation, legitimated in reason. It is curious, moreover, that at the time Panofsky should have failed to indicate his terminological debt, remaining silent about the origin of the good old word that he proposed to revive. For iconologia indeed belonged to the humanist mental landscape at the end of the Renaissance. A book appeared bearing this title that can be considered a classic of the science of art, What the Interpretation of Dreams by Artemidorus Was for the Ancient Science of Dreams. What, then, is the value of Panofsky's return to the iconologia of Cesare Rapaffi? What principal benefits resulted from it? First, without doubt, that of having access to the elaboration, beginning in the Cinquecento, of a common trait between the visible and the legible. We know that iconologia looks at itself, because it consists of a series of explicated images, but also because it is read and used in the alphabetical order of a dictionary of words. Such is its first operation, its first magical synthesis, that of images for reading. Second, the iconologia formulated, beginning with its preface, the doctrine of a common trait between the visible and the invisible, for its object was none other than images made to signify something different from what the eye sees, something that was an abstract concept, the whole book drawing up a catalogue of them, like a museum of images for thinking. Now thinking has rules, they say, that discourse masters through rhetoric, through dialectic. In a lapidary allusion to Ripa in, Panofsky indicates immediately that his book was intended not only for painters and sculptors, but for orators, preachers, and poets. This means that the common traits envisaged by Cesare Ripa led to something like rules for the management of images, universal rules that need only be sought in the exemplum of the ancients. Images made to signify something different from what is seen with the eye. La immagini feta per signiferum diversa cosa da quella che si vede con l'occhio have no more certain or more universal rule, non hanno altra più certa pro, ni più universale regole than imitation of the monuments that are found in books, in metals, and in the marbles carved by the industry of the Latins and the Greeks, and of those still more ancient who were the inventors of this art. There is here the principle of a rhetoric, where today the history of art often still thinks it finds definitive motivations for the image. There is also here the principle of a logic, one that engages in radical fashion the question of being and name, of the name and the visible. Ripa tells us, in effect, about the reasonings of images ragionamendi d'imagini, and superposes the visible monstration of the figure above the denominative efficacy of its declaration di chiarazione. Why? Because an image made to signify something different from what is seen with the eye does not have at its disposition a sensible appear. Ants that it can imitate directly. So it will imitate reasonings, intelligible declarations. It will follow term for term the discourse that defined this thing, this idea. In short, what is ultimately at stake in Ripa's iconology is that this kind of image reduce easily to similitude with the definition questa sorte d'imagine si reduce facilmente alla similitudine della definition, to the point of trying to make every detail of the visible representation correspond to a sequential verbal definition. Thus the whole iconological edifice rested on two axiomatic hypotheses, Hypotheses as classical as they are groundless, the first requiring that the name designate and describe the being, the second that the name itself make this visible. A common trait between the visible and the legible, between the visible and the invisible, a possible congruence of sensible image and intelligible definition. One understands all the hopes that a history of art desirous of grounding itself in reason might place in the iconology issuing from Ripa. This made it possible to envisage humanist art with the eye of a humanist, and furthermore made this possible, without contradiction, with a still more discerning eye of a neo-Kantian scholar. The artistic language Kunstsprache discussed by Wolfgang Dierisis had finally denaturalized itself, in order to devote itself completely to a universal language of images and culture, even a generative grammar induced from the ideas of reason. The passage from iconography to iconology, here again, did not content itself with altering methodological givens, it altered object and method together. It presupposed an object adequate to the method, in other words an art that was not just iconographical, an art that made do with imitating visible, describable phenomena, but was also iconological, which is to say an art that would also imitate noumena, intelligible concepts, subsuming and giving reason to the phenomena themselves. Now this is indeed what Panofsky's definition of the iconological content of artworks tends toward. It aims first to reveal whatever, in an image, belongs to the sphere of signification which, all things considered, is not altogether self-evident, for where, in this sphere, is its center, where its envelope, where its specific regions, its exact limits. Phi, on the other hand, is signification the only parameter to which we might reference the content of a work of art. If this notion means anything, phi is signification, all that works of art contain. Phi, is it really unreasonable to imagine a history of art whose object would be the sphere of all the not meanings in image, phi beyond subject matter or the iconographic subject? Panofsky's iconological meaning had other ambitions. It was supposed to constitute the definitive instance of a place that did not content itself with enclosing the significations carried by works of art, but that, in addition, aimed to engender them, give meaning even to the formal arrangements and technical procedures employed in any work of painting, sculpture, or architecture. In short, the ideational content is essential. It is essential by opposition to appearance, and intrinsic meaning as opposed to conventional. It corresponds to a concept from which the work could be deduced, just as any superstructure is deducible from the basic principles which underlie the choice and presentation of the work itself, considered as an expressive phenomenon. How can knowledge henceforth attain such a principle? Phi, answer by using the magic bow offered by Apollo to the humanist art historian, the bow of synthesis and analysis combined, mutually confirming, metasynthesized. It is at this precise point of his hypothesis that Panofsky forcefully reintroduces the rather discredited term synthetic intuition, a term that basically aims at something like a transcendental synthesis. Iconology, in effect, requires a method of interpretation which arises as a synthesis rather than as an analysis, and is premised on the correct analysis of images, stories, and allegories. In other words, the iconological essence of an image is deduced simultaneously from a rational analysis carried out only on the iconographic level, and an intuitive synthesis based on a familiarity with specific themes or concepts as transmitted through literary sources. Panofsky will go even farther, not to be more precise but on the contrary to broaden. Just so, or even more so, has our synthetic intuition to be controlled by an insight into the manner in which, under varying historical conditions, the general and essential tendencies of the human mind were expressed by specific themes and concepts. So it is indeed the concept, the mind, signification, and literary sources that have the last word when it comes to the knowable intrinsic content of a painting or a sculpture. Along this bias, the history of art in a sense expanded the knowledge of which its object is susceptible and even requires, but in another sense it informed its object with its method, its specific form of expression, which is conceptual, never looking for anything but signification, and, accordingly, manipulating literary sources endlessly. Thus did the objects of the history of art undergo a kind of ordeal by disembodiment. The colors of painting were required, a requirement that would long remain in force to say yes or no with regard to a work's theme, concept, or literary source. In short, they had to decline themselves in black or white. Iconology, then, delivered up all images to the tyranny of the concept, of definition, and, ultimately, of the nameable and the legible understood as a synthetic, iconological operation, whereby invisible themes, invisible general and essential tendencies of the human mind, invisible concepts or ideas are translated into the realm of the visible, the clear and distinct appearance of Panofsky's primary and secondary meanings. The operation is massive. I have called it magical. May I suggest, yet again, that Panofsky had an inkling of this? It remains incontestable, in any case, that the successive changes made in iconography and iconology, especially the addition in of a long passage on the two respective suffixes, manifest a kind of oscillation as to the ends of the new discipline. The text is shot through with hesitations, with a play of advance and retreat, of repulsion and attraction, as to the ultimate consequences that iconology carried within it. It's a bit as though Panofsky interrupted a movement, asked himself all of a sudden in the end, am I in the process of bringing them, if not the plague, then at least the madness of magical interpretation, the certainty of the insane fee. The gesture of recoil manifests itself first in an uncertainty, a hesitation about forging ahead. How far will ye my readers, my disciples take iconology fee? It is a question that any inventor worthy of the name ought, at some point, to ask himself. Panofsky indeed put it to himself, by reversing the meanings, then scarcely established, of the famous suffixes graphy and logi. Ethnology, for instance, is defined as a science of human races by the same Oxford Dictionary that defines ethnography as a description of human races, and Webster explicitly warns against a confusion of the two terms inasmuch as ethnography is properly restricted to the purely descriptive treatment of peoples and races while ethnology denotes their comparative study. So I conceive of iconology as an iconography turned interpretive and thus becoming an integral part of the study of art instead of being confined to the role of a preliminary statistical survey. There is, however, admittedly some danger that iconology will behave, not like ethnology as opposed to ethnography, but like astrology as opposed to astrography. It is significant that, 10 years later, Panofsky reworked pounded out again, as it were this passage in his preface to the French edition of Studies in Iconology that he proposed to revert, once and for all, to the common term iconography, said to be more familiar and less subject to debate, and finally, that he capped the whole with a renewed cautious, asking, even imploring, to be read with the greatest prudence. But how, exactly, is all this significant? The whole question comes down to knowing what we can and ought to do when confronted by the riddle of the Sphinx, to which Panofsky himself refers, the riddle posed to us ceaselessly by even the most fragmentary works of art. If iconology runs the risk of becoming something analogous to astrology, isn't it because the seeming foundation of its rigor logos, in the guise of Kantian reason, is, in its extreme pliability, its polyvalence, and its ability to answer every riddle with other, discursive riddles, akin to Mahikvi? Such, doubtless, was Panofsky's fear that the word iconology was only a Kantian, theoretical, and logocentric stand-in for imitation, that old magic word of classical aesthetics. So a second gesture of recoil presents itself. He would shuffle the question of ends one last time. He would seem to have reached that weary lucidity of some old men, and in the same moment to have renounced far too many things. Did the herald of theoretical rigor conclude by reducing logos to the level of the simplest and most general reason? Did he ultimately turn his back on the German Kunst philosophy of his origins, contenting himself with the positivities offered by the too simple reason of Anglo-Saxon pragmatism? We might think so. We might also think that the question has to be more complex, and that we must always, even in the most transparent of pragmatisms, take into account automatic philosophical models or their vestiges, in other words the always masked and transfigured presence of initial schemas and thought choices. All the same, it remains true that Panofsky ended by presenting his iconological project with the embarrassed, hesitant gesture of someone who had gone too far in theoretical rigor, too far into reason itself. This attitude is consistent in much of Panofsky's work in the years a decade marked by a surprising, and disappointing, return to iconographic analysis in the narrow sense of the term. In order to understand such a turn backward, we must doubtless slightly get some perspective on the theoretical choice that presented itself to Panofsky in the prickly environs of all these questions. It is certain, on the one hand, that the requirement of an iconological synthesis transcending the descriptive approach to works of art went very much farther than any of the positivist positions, historical or philological, to which the history of art still so often pays allegiance. Before writing the American version of his text, which rather insists on the authority of literary sources, Panofsky had already gone farther in his article by underscoring the essential fact that works of art are able to foment their signifying constellations, their associations or highly complicated combinations, as he says himself about Grunewald, diaresis without need of texts. A means whereby the history of art might hope to open a road for itself, royal but delicate, to be sure outside the tyranny of the legible that already characterized the humanist iconology of Cesar Ripa. But in another sense, Panofsky's requirement effectively went much too far in its wish to ground the history of art not only as a humanist discipline but as an idealist one. Perhaps the key to Panofsky's final hesitations can be found by considering as a trap and an alienation the logic of choice that, from the very beginning, controlled his whole enterprise. This trap, this logic are the selfsame ones of philosophical idealism, which suggests the following hypothesis that after thinking he had found in art images a privileged object, an ideal object of thought, he could not help proceeding forward, but shut himself up in it, get stuck in it, and lose himself in it. So true is it that the image can devour the idea at the very moment the idea thinks it can absorb the image. Panofsky's cautious is not only a call for prudence, it is the cry of someone who went too far into the shifting sands of philosophical idealism, and who found only the worst branch, that of positivism, of iconography in a shrunken sense, to prevent his sinking and losing forever the singular truth of art images. In short, this whole game of theoretical advance and retreat is but an effect of the aporia wherein idealism gets caught when faced with the question of images. However powerful, however useful it might be, the iconological hypothesis was ill-formulated from the outset because it had been formulated with Kant, or with the neo-Kant. So we must turn backward yet again, upstream of the American iconography-iconology argument, to understand the theoretical instruments that made possible Panofsky's articulation of the new discipline. What Panofsky called in the invisible themes and concepts of intrinsic meaning expressive of general and essential tendencies of the human mind were called 10 years earlier, under the immediate philosophical authority of Ernst Cassirer, symbolic forms. Here, then, is the third master expression, the third magical formula, the idea of the system. This idea, Panofsky described it in terms of essential meaning, Wesenssinn and ultimate content, letzte Wesensmessage Irises Gehalt. It enabled him, in the last resort, to get rid of all equivocations and explain all highly complicated combinations. It is a superinstance. The singular phenomena of art are deduced from it as from an a priori beyond. Its sphere of interpretation, Panofsky goes on to say, corresponds to nothing less than a general history of ideas, or rather a general history of the mind or spirit, Allgemeingeistesgeschichte, whereby the greatness of an artistic production is ultimately dependent upon the quantity of Weltanschauung energy that is incorporated into the worked material and radiates back from it to the spectator, like an idea informing the imaging material so as to instill into it its universal, universally accepted, universally grasped truth. It is the very same thing that is called symbolic form, symbolish form, in the famous study of perspective, where from the start of the game the philosophical antitheses of singular versus universal and sensible versus intelligible are placed in the foreground, only to be transcended and synthesized in an exactly idealist operation that might be called intelligible subsumption. But if perspective is not a factor of value, it is surely a factor of style. Indeed, it may even be characterized, to extend Ernst Cassirer's felicitous term to the history of art, as one of those symbolic forms in which spiritual meaning is attached to a concrete, material sign and intrinsically given to this sign. This is why it is essential to ask of artistic periods and regions not only whether they have perspective, but also which perspective they have. What is in question in this attachment, and in a spiritual meaning's being intrinsically given to a sensible sign? What exactly did Panofsky understand by symbol, a term that is essential to all the human sciences today, and one that Panofsky himself never abandoned? How does a symbol bring into play or transform the relation between the sensible and the intelligible? This way of formulating the question, and the system constructed to provide all the answers to it, Panofsky found in the masterpiece of Ernst Cassirer, Philosophie der symbolischen Formen, whose first volume, devoted to language and to a general introduction to the interpretive structure as a whole, appeared in, which is to say on the threshold of a period of deep theoretical reflection conducted in his own field by author of idea. Cassirer's answer to the general problem of culture consisted first, as is well known, of appropriating the essential results of Kant's critical project in the domain of knowledge. The Critique of Pure Reason provided the theoretical means for a salutary renunciation, whereby science was required to throw overboard its aspirations and its claims to an immediate grasp and communication of reality. Which meant, in sum, that every objectification of knowledge had never been and would never be anything but a mediation, an act of the knowing mind. As previously suggested, this lucid putting into perspective of acts of knowledge by no means precluded, on the contrary, it came to ground the establishment of a synthesis, whereby science might pretend to the unity of its own body, so to speak. The multiplicity of mediations, methods, and objects of knowledge, while reducible, ought not to nullify, as Cassirer says, the fundamental postulate of unity. For this unity is right there, not right before our eyes, exactly, but in our eyes, in the world of the eye of which Panofsky spoke, which is to say, in the very operation through which the whole game of mediation and objectification unfolds. In short, in knowledge itself considered as a faculty, or, to use Cassirer's term, as a function. Here, then, is the great difference that separated Cassirer's neo-Kantism from the answers of classical metaphysics. This postulate of a purely functional unity replaces the postulate of a unity of substance and origin, which lay at the core of the ancient concept of being. So the unity of knowledge exists. It is nothing other than the unity of the knowing mind. Its limits are those of the fundamental proposition toward which, according to Cassirer, all cognition strives, and which indeed consists in articulating a unique content into a multifarious sign, a universal content into a particular sign, an intelligible content into a sensible sign. We begin to understand how the whole problematic of the symbol was able to come forth in Cassirer like a displacement, even an application of the Kantian philosophy of knowledge toward the world of language, myth, or art. Such, moreover, is the project explicitly announced in the introduction to the philosophy of symbolic forms, to propose a doctrine that will accomplish for the totality of cultural forms what the transcendental critique has done for pure cognition, which, according to Cassirer, would be a way of completing, of leading to its dreamt of ends, philosophical idealism. Thus the critique of reason becomes the critique of culture. It seeks to understand and to show how every content of culture, insofar as it is more than a mere isolated content, insofar as it is grounded in a universal principle of form, presupposes an original act of the human spirit. Herein the basic thesis of idealism finds its true and complete confirmation. In this way, the critique of culture would be able to follow term for term the methodological development previously followed by Kant in the domain of pure knowledge. First, all naive realistic views would be beaten in the breach, and a general concept of the world would disappear in favor of a culture wherein the mind gives itself its own world, which again brings us back to Panofsky's beautiful formulation that the relation of the eye to the world is in fact the relation of the soul to the world of the eye. But from here on out synthetic questions, definitive questions will be posed. Cassirer proposes to consider symbols of quite different kinds, those used by language, myth, art, and knowledge in general, otherwise than as merely existing side by side. All symbols, he says, proceed from the same basic human function, one in which each of them can find its formal reason, its universal and fundamental proposition. The culmination of idealism, then every sensible sign, however unique and particular it might be, should be able to find its place in the intelligibility and universality of the faculty or function of the human mind. I must again insist on the double aspect of this grand hypothesis. On the one side, Cassirer promised a functionalist understanding of the symbol in general, and thus of linguistic, mythic, and artistic phenomena considered as process. This was to take a great step forward. This was to dodge the traditional metaphysical give-ins at the core of the ancient concept of being, and attach to the very notion of an object of knowledge. Cassirer taught us something essential, that we shouldn't understand the symbol as an isolatable object, a seed that one extracts from the fruit, as an archetype, or as any kind of autonomous entity whatsoever, but rather as the bringing into play of a paradigm that exists only because it functions dialectically between subjects and objects. Thus the notion of symbolic form aimed, beyond the isolatable figures of art or culture and general figure things, we might call them, at the very function of figuration that engendered them. Thus it aimed at something like a general grammar, even a generative one, a kind of grammar of the symbolic function as such, which would encompass and generally help to define its special terms and idioms as we encounter them in language and art, in myth and religion. The other face of this epistemological project emerges in the very expression general grammar. It presupposes both a law and its generality. It seeks therein a condition of unity and universality. It finds this in the concept of representation, a basic function that, according to Cassirer, is an essential premise for the structure and formal unity of consciousness. This marks another step forward, perhaps less perspective, perhaps less distant from the ancient metaphysics than Cassirer would have liked. It is the step taken from function to the unity of the function, which amounts to saying that anything that functions does so only by authority of the same, of the one, and of the unwavering rule. It reconciles the subjectivized subject and the reified thing in the unity of being, be it functional, that Cassirer invokes repeatedly as the end toward which idealism strove. So what was in question, from the outset, was indeed an idealist operation. In the unity of consciousness there is, whatever one might say, the authority of the idea, envisaged as an end or as a functional principle. It is this that, surreptitiously, provides the law of immanence and of the system of original and autonomous acts of consciousness. It is this that opens the various roads by which the spirit proceeds toward its objectivization, i.e., its self-revelation. That the symbol might thus reveal the spirit to itself, this meant that unity and synthesis had been presupposed from the outset, even as the abstract one of traditional metaphysics was felled by Cassirer's neo-Kantian critique. Everything was contrived such that, at a given moment, the manifold could just the same come to coil in the one, and each particular cultural energy contribute in its particular way toward the establishment of a new synthesis of eye and world. This meant that the symbolic forms of art were destined to gather the sensible diversity of signs into the fold of a so-called general spiritual meaning, a meaning at the end of the day intelligible, stateable as such in the discourse of knowledge. Not only did the sensible seek out the intelligible to attach itself to it, its way of articulating with it, as is repeated by both Cassirer and Panofsky, finally permitted it the ultimate conversion to become intelligible. Art consequently became intelligible in its generality as in its singularity. It became the intelligible itself expressed in the accidental forms of the sensible. Grounding in knowledge of art and reason, then, required first in Cassirer, then in Panofsky, finding, at whatever cost, a congruence and even a subsumption, whereby the sensible manifold of figural phenomena might find, in order to be wholly encompassed by it, a frame, a mold, a general grammar of intelligibility. This was an act of synthesis and even, in the Kantian sense, an act of synthetic unity. There is, within the expression symbolic form, the heavily laden notion, philosophically speaking, of form which immediately brings to mind that of idea. Like Kantian ideas, the symbolic forms of Cassirer and Panofsky would have been apprehended within an optic of regulating principles that systematize syntheses like ideas. They would have been apprehended first from the point of view of subjectivity as acts of the world of culture and not of the world per se, but then re-objectivized, so to speak, in their regulatory authority and in their commitment to the ultimate unity of things. We might even risk the hypothesis that Panofsky's famous tripartite synoptical table or schema in, it will be recalled, he made us pass from the phenomenal meaning to the signifying meaning, then to the essential meaning in the American version. He shows us, after the natural subject matter, the conventional subject matter, and finally the symbolical content. We might risk the hypothesis that this table, meant to set forth the categories usable by the historian of art, did nothing, in sum, but adhere spontaneously to Kant's schema of synthetic unity expounded in the Critique of Pure Reason. Let's recall the three great moments of this famous text, which sets out to do nothing less than reveal the very conditions of a priori knowledge of all objects. First comes the manifold of pure intuition, a matter of events in the world as these brusquely present themselves to us, in accordance with the most elementary conditions of the receptivity of our mind, under which alone it can receive representations of objects. It would be easy to imagine Kant citing here the example of a man removing his hat, recognizing this simple event as effectively being premised on space, time, and still other conditions of receptivity. We are on the level of Panofsky's primary subject matter, we are on the level of the sensible manifold. It will give place to a cognition only after having been gone through Durchgegangen and synthesized. Second moment, then it falls to the imagination to begin the going through. Blind though indispensable, writes Kant, the imagination collects the elements for cognitions and unifies them into a certain content and action that is called a synthesis, in the most general sense of the term. The third moment will provide a synthetic unity, what I referred to earlier as an oversynthesis, which henceforth rests on the pure understanding, and thus definitively grounds the act of cognition. Panofsky's essential meaning is thus attained as a concept. As goes the knowledge of art, so goes all knowledge. It will proceed from intuition to image, and above all from image to concept. I say above all because it is the second translation that is the crucial moment, the one that, as in Kant, would justify the considerable prestige of the grand word knowledge. But the science of art, Kant's Wissenschaft, would not make only this one requirement concerning its form. One more time, it required of its object a symmetrical form, such that the circle methodical or vicious could suitably loop the object to the subject. Here we are moving toward an utterly radical definition of art, and thus a symbolic form. But let's not say definition, let's say rather end, wish for ends, a wish shared by Cassirer and Panofsky concerning the ends of the history of art. To require of artistic forms themselves a kind of reciprocity congruent with the form of knowledge, this was to require of symbolic forms that they realize, in their essence, the movement from concept to image. If this wish should become reality, the whole history of art of which Panofsky dreamed would reach its promised land. To articulate in truth the concept of art, images, objective genitive and subjective genitive senses henceforth fused, their mutual confusion justified. The simple but tricky, as we saw, reason of the history of art culminates, then, in a fourth magical operation. It is the disegno of the system. It is the invented line, the traced line whereby an image can make itself recognized under the very profile of a concept. Now this operation indeed exists, it is legible at the exact center of gravity of Kant's text. It is the mysterious and sovereign operation, in a sense already magical for Kant himself, of the Schematismus der reinen Verstandsbegriff, the schematism of the pure understanding. Without this magical operation, the concept of symbolic form would have been destined to stalemate with it. By contrast, everything became possible, which is to say that the most heterogeneous orders of reality discovered in one another a common design or purpose under the lofty scepter of the concept. Kant, in whose writing, even according to Heidegger, as in that of no other thinker, one has the immediate certainty that he does not cheat. Kant started with a seemingly intractable situation for a given object to be subsumed under a concept. Its representation must be homogeneous gleichzartig with that of the concept, but Kant himself admits that the pure concepts of the understanding, however, in comparison with empirical, indeed, in general sensible intuitions, are entirely unhomogeneous, and can never be encountered in any intuition. So are the concepts of the understanding quite simply inapplicable to the objects of our experience. Perhaps. If the sensible is opposed to the intelligible, how can the intelligible subsume the sensible? There is a way, writes Kant. It's the one that makes possible the transcendental doctrine of the power of judgment that he is in the process of working out. To the transcendental, then, will fall the role of passing over the head of all heterogeneity, by inventing a third thing, which must stand in homogeneity with the category on the one hand and the appearance on the other, and makes possible the application of the former to the latter. Kant calls this third thing the transcendental schema, transcendentale schema. What's in question is a representation, the key word of the whole business, that Kant requires be on the one hand pure, in other words emptied of all the empirical element, and on the other hand sensible, in other words homogeneous with the empirical element. It would provide, then, the ideal intermediary principle between the perceptions of experience or images and the categories of the understanding. The schematism, then, designates the successful though mediated operation of subsuming the sensible under or through the intelligible. Or, conversely, of the sensible conversion of concept into image. The trick is played, the line is traced, the circle is again closed. A science of the manifold, of the sensible, a science of the image is possible. So now we understand the status of this prodigious term that was Kant's schema. It provided a formal and pure condition of sensibility, and at the same time it realized the categories in experience or in the image. It was a product of the imagination, not being in itself a pure concept, but unlike the image, which is always inadequate to the concept, it provided a rule of synthesis homogeneous to the requisites of the pure understanding, so it ended up being quite distinct from the image itself. In short, it provided a rule of conversion wherein the converted terms were not at all reciprocal because unchangeable and lasting, because it provided a means for the concept to become the rule of the object, and more generally because it posited itself as the very condition of all signification. The schema clearly played the hand of the concept against that of the image. It placed the terms in a dialectical relation only to consume one of them, all the while pretending to comprehend it. From this it is clear that the schematism of the understanding through the transcendental synthesis of imagination comes down to nothing other than the unity of all the manifold of intuition in inner sense, and thus indirectly to the unity of apperception, as the function that corresponds to inner sense to a receptivity. Thus the schemata of the concepts of pure understanding are the true and sole conditions for providing them with a relation to objects, and thus with significance, and hence the categories are in the end of none but a possible empirical use, since they merely serve to subject appearances to general rules of synthesis through grounds of an a priori necessary unity, and thereby to make them fit for thoroughgoing connection in one experience. One sees instantly what such a tool of thought might offer Panofsky's science of art. It is through the magic of the schematism that the hat could be lowered over artistic images and, upon being lifted again, reveal a unitary and synthetic concept. The notion of symbolic form plays entirely on the theoretical possibility of this procedure. Perhaps in the beginning it was but a poor substitute for the Kantian schema itself. Perhaps it deliberately ignored Kant's opposition of schema and symbol. Perhaps it ended by ossifying, within the field of the history of art, Kant's ideas of relation and function. Perhaps it even forgot Kant's postulate that the understanding legislates only the form of phenomena, nothing more, and the slippage effected here should be clear, for in the history of art, observed phenomena are themselves defined and considered legitimate solely as forms. Perhaps, finally, it wanted to make Kant's truth into a truth of decision, certainty, and adequacy, something that it most definitely is not, if read for itself. But the important thing for us is not the accuracy or inaccuracy with which Kant was applied. It is, as has already been said, the elevation of the tone adopted since then by the history of art, a tone sometimes rigorous but destined as well to promote itself as a priori certainty. The important thing is the fact that one day an art historian could invoke the authority of Kant's schematism to justify a whole argument about art and style understood as stereotypes, phenomena of a vocabulary or of formulas or schemata. That would encompass, like portmanteau universal models, the diversity of singular works from a given period. The schematism by which our understanding deals with the phenomenal world is a skill so deeply hidden in the human soul that we shall hardly guess the secret trick that nature here employs. This sentence has everything to seduce the historian of art. A magic formula is uttered, capable of multiple effects, including that of grounding a certainty. It speaks of the mystery of the way phenomenal mysteries become subservient to the not mystery of schema turned stereotype. It affirms the mystery of the given and its solution in the concept. What's more, it contains some simple and famous words to which the whole of aesthetic thought since antiquity supposedly was dedicated. The words Art Kunst, in Kant's very text, Soul Seal, and Nature. Finally, it anticipates or implicitly presupposes the celebrated concluding formulation, wherein the whole transcendental doctrine of judgment qualifies the notion of schema. We can only say this much: the image is a product of the empirical faculty of reproductive imagination. The schema of sensible concepts such as figures and space is a product and as it were a monogram of pure a priori imagination, gleich mein Monogramm der reinen Einbildungskraft a priori, through which and in accordance with which the images first become possible, but which must be connected with the concept, to which they are in themselves never fully congruent, only by means of the schema that they designate. Transposed into the terms of an implicit program for the history of art, Kant's formulation takes on a strange resonance. What's at issue, basically, is passing from the image to the monogram, since the monogram pertains to the schema, is adequate to the concept, and is open to science. What's at issue, then, is making a history of images by making images into monograms, by forcing the expansiveness of images into monographic outlines. What is a monogram? It is a graphic sign that abbreviates a signature. It carries within it the power to name. It generally has no need of color, or of the material effects specific to painting, or of the mass effects specific to sculpture. It is in black and white. It denotes a concept. It belongs to the order of the visible, as if it sufficed to read to have the schema of visual art specific to der diaresis. To speak of the monogram of the imagination in the sphere of the visual arts can have no other end but to abbreviate the image in order to uproot from it only the simple sensible transposition of ideas of reason. In his book on Kant, Read and Then Forgotten by Panofsky, Heidegger saw very well that the problem of the making sensible Versenlichung of the image in a concept by way of the schematism constituted the absolute center, the absolute core of Kant's whole project. It is in the crucible of the schematism that human finitude linked in a certain way to the very status of the image acceded to the unity of transcendence. The whole idealist enterprise was concentrated here, then, since the question posed came down to this: what idea do images deliver to use? What in the sensible do they transpose? How is the look of the immediately represented being related to what is represented of it in concepts? In what sense is this look an image of the concept? In short, the notion of schematism gave to every sensible image a representation of its rule of presentation, its transcendental rule. In this rule, the image was made subservient in one sense, made explicit in the other, subsumed in any case, and dedicated to the permanence of a reason. Its own unfolding being henceforth crammed into a synthesis, that omnipresent synthesis required by the category, making initially separate elements into a kind of box. The veritative synthesis, then, is that which not only dovetails the elements joined and fugued at these seams fugen, but is rather what fits them together zusammenfugen in the first place. A box, be it capacious, be it Pandora's, will thus have been designed in advance so as to put into it a synthesis, the infinite unfolding of singular images. Always sticking closely to Kant's text, Heidegger specifies this synthesis as neither a matter of intuition nor of thinking. Mediating between both, so to speak, it is related to both. Thus in general it must share the basic character of the two elements, i.e., it must be a representing. Now we understand this box is just the philosophical notion of representation taken to its logical conclusion, but whose pertinence to what we call representations when we look at works of art is questionable. This box aimed at a process, a packaging process that Heidegger aptly calls, after Kant, a representing unifying. Now in this unifying, the image can exist only as a pure image, an image emptied of the irrational economy to which its sensible singularity nonetheless destines it. But the transcendental subjectivity has nothing to do with such irrationalities. From that point forward it controls the whole game, for it alone is made capable of synthetic a priori knowledge, it alone can formulate the ground laying and the essential determination. Has the ground been laid, the essence totally determined? And afterward what conclusion are we to draw from these results? Perhaps this, that the history of art, by adopting the schema or more loosely the tone of the Kantian doctrine, made itself directly subservient to the two constraints that Heidegger, as early as, recognized at the heart of Kantism. On the one hand, its metaphysical character. Thus did the history of art become married without knowing it, rather actively denying it to a movement, a method aiming to reground metaphysics, and more exactly to make metaphysics into a science. By doing this, the history of art made its own desire to become a science subservient to the neo-Kantian formula of a science spontaneously conceived as metaphysics. On the other hand, Heidegger articulated very well the logical limit of this whole system, a limit in accordance with which Kant, likewise spontaneously, reshuffled his transcendental logic into the customary procedures of simple formal logic. Adhering to such a system, the history of art did without understanding its objects from a phenomenological or anthropological point of view. Kant, to quote Heidegger again, posited that this manner of investigating the mind and the human being is not an empirical discussion. The only opposite he knew was rational discussion. But rational discussion is logical. Hence, if this discussion of the subject, the mind, the faculties and fundamental sources cannot be psychological, then it must be shifted to a transcendental logical logic insufficient to understand what is at stake in those human productions that we call art images. Can we open this logic, open simple reason, and proceed farther in our question posed to image phi? The image as rend and the death of God incarnate. To open phi to break something, then. At the very least to make an incision, to rend. What exactly is in question phi? To struggle within the trap that all knowledge imposes, and seek to render to the very gesture of this struggle a gesture at bottom painful, endless, a kind of untimely, or better yet incisive value. That the simple question might, at some moment, take on this incisive and critical value, such will be the first wish. Kant, pertinently, spoke to us of limits. He drew, as from within, the contours of a net, a strange, opaque net whose every mesh is made only of mirrors. It is a device of enclosure, extendable as nets sometimes are, certainly, but as closed as a box, the box of representation within which every subject will throw himself at the walls as at reflections of himself. Here, then, is the subject of knowledge. It is speculative and specular at the same time, and the recovering of the speculative by the specular of intellectual reflection by imaginary self-captation is precisely wherein lies this magical character of the box, its character as resolvent closure, as self-satisfying suture. How then to get out of this magic circle, this box of mirrors, when this circle defines our own limits as knowing subjects phi? We must keep struggling and, contra Kant, sound the walls, shake them, find their phi. Section we must try to break through this reflecting zone where specular and speculative compete to invent the object of knowledge as a simple image of the discourse that pronounces it and judges it. Clearly such a gesture might, eventually, become tormented, a torment endured as much as enacted, as can be read in the German texts of Panofsky himself, even suicidal. For by refusing the prisoner's misery as much as the maniac's triumph, anyone who breaks through even a patch of the wall already runs the risk of death for the subject of knowledge. Which is to say that he runs the risk of not knowledge. But this risk will be suicidal only to him for whom knowledge is the whole of life. We find ourselves yet again in the situation of the alienating choice. Let's give it a radical, if not exaggerated formulation: to know without seeing or to see without knowing. There is loss in either case. He who chooses only to know will have gained, of course, the unity of the synthesis and the self-evidence of simple reason, but he will lose the real of the object, in the symbolic closure of the discourse that reinvents the object in its own image, or rather in its own representation. By contrast, he who desires to see, or rather to look, will lose the unity of an enclosed world to find himself in the uncomfortable opening of a universe henceforth suspended, subject to all the winds of meaning. It is here that synthesis will become fragile to the point of collapse, and that the object of sight, eventually touched by a bit of the real, will dismantle the subject of knowledge, dooming simple reason to something like a rend. Rend, then, will be the first word, the first approximation with which to renounce the magic words of the history of art. This will be the first way of challenging Panofsky's notion that the naive beholder differs from the art historian and that the latter is conscious of the situation. There is indeed the naivete diaresis of the spectator who knows nothing, but facing it there is also the double naivete diaresis of he who folds knowledge completely into truth, and who believes moreover that it makes sense to pronounce a sentence such as "I am conscious of everything I do when I see an art image, because I know it." Let's also remember that other and so beautiful statement by Panofsky: the relation of the eye to the world is in truth the relation of the soul to the world of the eye. Let's remember its irreplaceable critical value, the positivist hope of grasping the real here being rent right through, but let's rend it in our turn, as one would rend the synthetic unity and the transcendental schematism inherited from Kant. For the relation of the soul to the world of the eye is none other than the not synthesis of an insistence that is itself torn between consciousness and the unconscious, and of a world that coheres only up to a point, beyond which logic reveals its phi, its constitutional phi. If we want to open the box of representation, then we must make a double split the simple notion of image, and split the simple notion of logic. For the two constantly agree to give the history of art the specific self-evidence of its simple reason. To split the notion of the image would be, first, to return to an inflection of the word that speaks neither of imagery, nor of reproduction, nor of iconography, nor even of figurative appearance. It would be to return to a questioning of the image that does not yet presuppose the figured figure, by which I mean the figure fixed as representational object, but only the figuring figure, namely the process, the path, the question in action, made colors, made volume to the still open question of knowing just what, on a given painted surface or in a given recess in stone, might become visible. We must, by opening the box, open its eye to the dimension of an expectant gaze, wait until the visible takes, and in this waiting try to put our finger on the virtual value of what we are trying to apprehend under the term visual. Will it then be with passing time that we might reopen the question of the image? Fine, wouldn't this be a way of returning to the precious injunction previously formulated by Merleau-Ponty? The word image is in ill repute because we have thoughtlessly believed that a drawing was a tracing, a copy, a second thing, and that the mental image was such a drawing in our private bric-a-brac. But if in fact it is nothing of the kind, then neither the drawing nor the painting belongs to the in itself any more than the image does. They are the inside of the outside and the outside of the inside, which is possible because of a duplicity of awareness, and without which we would never understand the quasi-presence and immanent visibility that make up the whole problem of the imaginary. We can understand, then, how thinking about the image might require something like opening up logic. The objection Heidegger formulated against science and Kant's metaphysics can shed more light on our topic. For the world of images, if we can call it a world, let's say instead the unfolding, the rain of stars of singular images, never offers its objects to us as terms in a logic susceptible of being expressed as propositions, true or false, correct or incorrect. It would be presumptuous to affirm the strictly rational character of images, as it would be incomplete to affirm their simple empirical character. In fact, it is the very opposition of empirical versus rational that doesn't work here, that fails to apply to artistic images. What does this mean? That everything eludes use? Not at all. Even a rain of stars has its structure. But the structure we are talking about is open, not in the sense Umberto Eco used the word opening foregrounding a work's communicative and interpretive potential, but in the sense that the structure will be rent, breached, ruined at its center as at the crucial point of its unfolding. The world of images does not reject the world of logic, quite the contrary. But it plays with it, which is to say, among other things, that it creates spaces there in the sense that we speak of play between the parts of a machine, spaces from which it draws its power, which offers itself there as the power of the negative. Which is why we must try, before the image, to think the negative force within it. A question less topographical, perhaps, than dynamic or economic. A question of intensity more than of extension, level, or locale. There is a work of the negative in the image, a dark efficacy that, so to speak, eats away at the visible, the order of represented appearances, and murders the legible, the order of signifying configurations. From a certain point of view, moreover, this work or constraint can be envisaged as a regression, since it brings us, with ever startling force, toward this side of, toward something that the symbolic elaboration of artworks has covered over or remodeled. There is here a kind of anadiamine movement, a movement whereby something that is plunged into the water momentarily re-emerges, is born before quickly plunging in again. It is the materia informis when it shows through form, it is the presentation when it shows through representation, it is opacity when it shows through transparency, it is the visual when it shows through the visible. I am not sure, to be frank, whether negative is the right word here. It would be so only on condition that it not be understood as privation pure and simple. That is why, in this optic, we are using the visual and not the invisible as the element of this constraint of negativity within which images are caught. Catch us. That is also why the negative here has no nihilist or simply negativist connotations, any more than it aims at a nostalgia or at any general philosophy of negativity whatever. It is not a matter of establishing in aesthetics a dubious generality of the unrepresentable. It is not a matter of appealing to a poetics of unreason, of the drive-driven, or to an ethics of mute contemplation, or even to an apologia for ignorance before the image. It is just a matter of looking intently at the paradox, the kind of learned ignorance to which images constrain us. Our dilemma, our alienating choice was described a few lines back in rather crude terms. We must specify, reiterate that this choice is constitutively a constraint, and thus is not at all a matter of choosing one piece, of cutting through knowing or seeing the or here being simply exclusionary, not reflective of an alienation but of knowing how to remain in the dilemma, between knowing and seeing, between knowing something and not seeing another thing in any case, but seeing something in any case and not knowing some other thing in no case. Is it a matter of replacing the tyranny of a thesis with that of its antithesis? It's a matter only of proceeding dialectically, of thinking the thesis with its antithesis, the architecture with its flaws, the rule with its transgression, the discourse with its slips of the tongue, the function with its dysfunction beyond caesur, then, and the fabric with its rent. To think the fabric of representation with its rent, to think the function the symbolic function with its interruption or its constitutional dysfunction as it happens, this had been taken on almost 40 years before Panofsky's iconology, and more than 20 years before Caesar's symbolic forms. This had been courageously begun by a thinker and a practitioner, a man very attentive to the phenomenology of a visible of which he was none the less wary, a scientist extraordinarily quick to question the certainties of the very science that he practiced, an individual who, with rare resolve, pursued the dangerous adventure of grounding in non-specular knowledge, a knowledge capable of thinking the work of not knowledge within him. That individual was Freud. Remember that his great book The Interpretation of Dreams, published in, is devoted to the anodiamine movement of a plunge into the nether regions that produces the surge of nocturnal images. Remember that after being confronted by the all-too-visible enigma of hysterical symptoms, he set off on the disquieting and unstable road of dreams as on a royal road to knowledge-kenntnis, and not Wissenschaft of the unconscious. Remember that the road in question would take him to a more decisive and new understanding of the notion of symptom. A decisive and new way of seeing, which is why we must come to a halt here when the image catches us in the play of not knowledge. It is with the dream and the symptom that Freud smashed the box of representation. And with them that he opened, which is to say rent and liberated, the notion of image. Far from comparing the dream with a painting or a figurative drawing, he insisted on its value as distortion in Stellung and on the play of logical ruptures by which the spectacle of the dream is often breached, as by a perforating rain. The metaphor of the rebus often comes up in his writing so as to liberate, from the outset, our understanding of the dream from all figurative bias. A famous passage. Suppose I have a picture puzzle builder at cell, diaresis a rebus, in front of me. It depicts a house with a boat on its roof, a single letter of the alphabet, the figure of a running man whose head has been conjured away, and so on. Now I might be misled into raising objections and declaring that the picture as a whole and its component parts are nonsensical unsinnig. A boat has no business being on the roof of a house, and a headless man cannot run. Moreover, the man is bigger than the house, and if the whole picture is intended to represent a landscape, letters of the alphabet are out of place in it, since such objects do not occur in nature. But obviously we can only form a proper judgment of the rebus if we put aside criticisms such as these of the whole composition and its parts, and if, instead, we try to replace each separate image by a syllable or word that can be presented by that image durch das Bild darstellbarist and not vorstellbarist in some way or other. The words which are put together in this way are no longer nonsensical but may form a poetical phrase of the greatest beauty and significance. A dream is a picture, a puzzle of this sort, and our predecessors in the field of dream interpretation have made the mistake of treating the rebus as a graphic composition, zeichnerisch Komposition. We are here at the beginning of a movement that will never stop deepening and radicalizing its blow against, its rent through the classic concept of representation. Something, right there, presents itself visually, but it is not a drawing, rather a paradoxical organization that throws off track both the meaning of the discourse that we expected to read in it. This is the unsinnig in our passage, and the representational transparency of the elements figured the one with the other. This is the builder at cell, diaresis, inexplicable to anyone who looks at it as a mimetic work of art. From the outset, then, Freud proposed a visual model that cannot be accounted for either by the classic notion of diseño, with its mimetic transparency, or by that of the imagimonogram Kant's schema, with its synthetic homogeneity. Freud's example, moreover, presents itself less as an example of a closed object, the result of a work, than as a paradigm of the work itself. It opens, in effect, the chapter in the interpretation of dreams devoted to the dream work Traumarbeit. It therefore provides the structural paradigm of a very strange functioning, in which the rend, after having breached the two stable, idealist entities of a drawing or schema, will invest the very idea of function as Cassirer could understand it after Kant. A function that is rent, that includes the power of the negative within it, presides, then, as work, over the intense or evanescent visuality of dream images. How are we to understand such work even beyond the metaphor proposed in the paradigm of the rebus? Freud warns us against making a plastic representation, plastische Vorstellung, of the psychical conditions during the dream formation. If a topography of some kind is at work in dream formation and in unconscious processes generally, it cannot be folded into either the empiricism of our sensible space, in other words that of our lived space, or into the Kantian idea of an a priori, of an ideal category issuing from some transcendental aesthetic. The problem can be envisaged only on the basis of what, more modestly, presents itself, and it is not by chance that Freud begins to problematize the notion of the dream work by insisting on the so often fragmentary presentation of dreams, on their character as shreds put together. What presents itself crudely at first, what presents itself and refuses the idea, is the rend. It is an outside subject image, an image that is all dream image. It will impose itself here only by dint of the omission on the retrenchment of which it is, strictly speaking, the vestige, the sole survival, simultaneously a sovereign remainder and the trace of an erasure. A visual agent of disappearance. Which makes it possible for Freud to conclude in stride that a dream is no more a translation aiming at legibility than it is a figurative drawing aiming at visibility. This is not the place to detail the many inferences, always rigorous but always audacious, through which Freud guides us toward this metapsychological understanding of the dream work. It will suffice to recall how the simple phenomenology of omission in the dream comes to be seen as a work of condensation Verdichtung, and how the simple phenomenology of the dream riddle comes to be seen as another kind of work, called displacement Verschiebung. This makes us understand better what it is about dreams that prohibits functional synthesis. In the strict sense of the term, the dream is differently centered, Freud tells us, and this differently breaches elements of meaning, objects, figures, but also intensities, values. This differently never stops acting and traveling. It invests everything. It gives a paradoxical law constrained, rather that is law of lability, a law of not rule. The law of the insistent exception, the law or sovereignty of that which accepts itself in the visible as well as in the legible and in propositional logic. That is why Freud's analysis of the means of presentation or figuration in dreams Darstellungsmittel des Traums will unfold as a theoretical work of opening logic as much as opening the image. It is, in effect, from the angle of dreams having no means at their disposal for presenting logical relations between the dream thoughts that dream figuration is put into play from the outset. But here again, the negativity that emerges from this assertion has nothing to do with the idea of a privation pure and simple. The negativity becomes the work of presentation, of the Darstellung. Incapable of representing temporal relations, of signifying them, of making them visible and legible as such, the dream work will make do with presenting together, visually, elements that a representational discourse or discursive representation would normally have differentiated or inferred from one another. Causal relations will yield to co-presentation. Frequency will become multiplicity, and temporal relations will generally become spatial ones. Likewise, writes Freud, the dream has no way at all of expressing the alternative either-or. It usually takes up the two options into one context as if they had equal rights. In other words, again, as if they were co-presented or collocated, it will present all of the alternative possibilities together, despite their being almost mutually exclusive from the logical point of view. Finally, the dream has a very striking way of dealing with the category of opposites and contradictions. This is simply disregarded. To the dream, no does not seem to exist. In particular, it prefers to draw opposites together into a unity or to present them as one in einem Dargestalt. Indeed, it also takes the liberty of presenting some random element by its wished-for opposite, so that at first one cannot tell which of the possible poles is meant positively or negatively in the dream thoughts. So the ground of certainty crumbles. Anything becomes possible. Co-presentation can mean agreement and disagreement, simple presentation can mean the thing and its opposite. And simple presentation can itself be an effective co-presentation through the process of identification, even an effective antithetical and unnatural co-presentation through the process of composite formation. Along with certainty, then, there crumbles another section of mimesis, the possibility of creating composite images. Mistbildungen stands foremost among the characteristics that so often lend dreams a fantastic aspect, for it introduces into the dream content elements that could never have been objects of actual perception. All contrasts and all differences will be crystallized in the substance of a single image, whereas the same substance will ruin all philosophical quiddity in the splitting up of its subject. Such are the disconcerting poetics of dreams. Time is overthrown in them, rent, and logic along with it. Not only do consequences anticipate their causes, they are their causes and their negation as well. Reversal, or turning a thing into its opposite, Umkehrung, Verwandlung ins Gegenteil, is one of the means of presentation most favored by the dream work, notes Freud, who goes so far as to observe the same kind of work on the level of the effects attached to dream images. Thus will the representation effectively be split from itself, and the affect from the representation, and the affect from itself, as if the dream work were driven by the paradoxical stakes of a visuality that simultaneously imposes itself, troubles us, insists, and pursues us precisely in so far as we do not know what about it troubles us, What kind of trouble is in question, and just what it might mean. Even this very brief overview of Freud's problematic makes us see how the visual logic, if the term logic still makes any sense of the image here, contravenes the serene certainties of a thought that wants to express itself in the classic terms of disegno, or in those, Kantian, of the schema and the monogram. We would of course have to track more precisely how Freud managed to account, in the dream work, for all the play of displacement, oriented and disoriented, how the use of ready-made symbols is interwoven with the invention of unprecedented symbolic values, of singular traits that it would have been impossible to predict, how linguistic structures are elaborated, but whose grammar and code have no law save to disappear as such, how the extraordinary exchange between verbal forms and the forms of objects is produced along chains of association, how absurdity comes therein to rhyme with calculation and close reasoning, how all this work, all these requirements, all these selections aim at the same time only to make the image into an agent of attraction and regression, in the technical sense, a sense that is topographical, formal, and temporal, introduced by Freud. We would, finally, in order to grasp fully this rend introduced into the classic notion of the image, have to take note of the disconcerting moves displayed by the dream work with regard to what we usually call resemblance. For the dream draws an essential part of its visual power from resemblance. Everything, in the dream, resembles or seems to bear the enigmatic stamp of a resemblance. But how what resemblance is in question? Everything lies here. Aristotle had indeed warned, at the beginning of his Poetics, that the essential meaning of imitation and resemblance can vary in accordance with changes in means, objects, and modes, but we are frequently tempted, and more than ever since Vasari, to fold all resemblance into the model of the mimetic drawing of the Renaissance, or rather, into the model of our post-Vasari idea of drawing and of the Renaissance. It bears repeating that the dream work offers itself as a work of resemblance that has little to do with a zeichnerische Komposition, a graphic composition, of Assyrian disegno. Resemblance works in the dream even before showing itself, like wood before it splits, in accordance with an efficacy, Freud warns us from the outset, that operates in multifarious ways mit mannigfachen Mitteln. Thus the resemblances offer simultaneously the first foundations for the construction of a dream and the most singular ramifications to which each element of the dream is susceptible. For no inconsiderable part of the dream work consists in creating fresh parallels where those which are already present cannot find their way into the dream owing to the censorship imposed by a resistance. Good sense told us that an act of resembling consisted in exhibiting the ideal and formal unity of two objects, two persons, or two separated material substrate of the dream work. By contrast, provides Freud with an occasion to insist on the vector of contact, material and not formal Berührung, diaresis that generates processes or paths of resemblance in dream imagery. To resemble no longer means, then, a settled state but a process, an active figuration that, little by little or all of a sudden, makes two elements touch that previously were separated or separated according to the order of discourse. Resemblance is henceforth no longer an intelligible characteristic, but a mute movement that propagates itself and invents sovereign contact like an infection, a collision, or even a fire. Good sense also told us, on the other hand, that the act of resembling presupposed that there were two separate subjects between which the resemblance will construct an ideal juncture, like the delicate span of a bridge suspended between two mountains. The dream work demonstrates to us, by contrast, that resemblance here can take leaps, make knots or conglomerations, that it knows how to destroy delicate dualities and ruin all possibility of comparing, hence of representing to oneself, hence of knowing distinctly something of the resemblance that, simply, right there, presents itself. Such will be the consequence imposed in the dream by the tendency toward condensation that Freud invokes to explain the fact that the common element that justifies, or rather causes, the combination of the two persons may be represented in the dream or may be omitted from it. As a rule, the identification or construction of a composite person takes place for the very purpose of avoiding the representation of the common element. Instead of saying A has hostile feelings towards me and so has B, I make a composite figure out of A and B in the dream, or I imagine A performing an act of some other kind which is characteristic of B. The dream figure thus constructed appears in the dream in some quite new connection, and the circumstance that it represents both A and B justifies me in inserting at the appropriate point in the interpretation the element which is common to both of them, namely a hostile attitude towards me. It is often possible in this way to achieve quite a remarkable amount of condensation in the content of a dream. I do not need to make a direct representation of a complicated set of circumstances relating to a person, if I have found someone else to associate with him who has the same claim on some of those circumstances. It is easy to see, too, how well this method of presentation by means of identification Darstellung durch Identifizierung can serve to circumvent the censorship set up by resistance, which imposes such severe conditions on the dream work. Good sense told us, finally, that resemblance was meant to establish between two terms something like a reconciliation of the same. The dream work will rend the serenity of such reconciliations from within. When this same is represented, Freud tells us, it is usually a hint for us to look for another, concealed common element whose figuration has been made impossible by the censorship. A displace meant Verschiebung in regard to the common element has been made in order, as it were, to facilitate its figuration. What does this imply? That mimetic sameness is constantly ruined by the work of displacement, to the same extent that the duality of the poles of resemblance is constantly ruined by the work of condensation. So resemblance no longer exhibits the same, but is infected with alterity, whereas the resembling terms bang together in a chaos dhe Mischbildung that renders impossible their actual recognition as terms. So there are no longer any worthwhile terms, only knotted relations, transitions that crystallize. Now this kind of altered compression of resemblance has a decisive implication for our topic, which is the implacable interweaving of formation into distortion. When Freud insists on the notrialism of composite images, and on the fact that they no longer correspond at all to our habitual objects of visible perception despite, or rather because of their specific visual intensity, he steers us toward a notion of resemblance that will accept as its ultimate consequence reversal, or turning a thing into its opposite Diamkehrung, Verwandlung ins Gegenteil. Thus the processes of dream figuration, for such is the subheading under which Freud introduced us to all these paradoxes, manage to split, along with resemblance, what we usually understand by figurative representation. The dream makes use of resemblance only to produce a massive distortion en masse von Instellung in the material which is to be represented, and this has a positively paralyzing effect, to begin with, on any attempt at understanding the dream. Here's what seems to distance, definitively, the figurability operative in the dream work which every night pursues us alone from the cultural world of painted and sculpted figurations which every Sunday we go to admire, en famille, on the walls of some art museum. But all this is not as simple or clear-cut as it might seem, and Freud would not stop there. Some 30 pages after having invoked, against the metaphor of diseño, that of the rebus, he returns, oddly, to the same visual arts paradigm. But why do this? To elaborate. A homology of representations to excavate an irrevocable difference. Nothing of the kind. Freud advances the pictorial paradigm only so as to effect a transition, paradoxically, from a rend to a disfiguration. It is effectively from the angle of an incapacity to express logical relations Desausdrucksfähigkeit diaresis Abgate that the plastic arts are invoked here in relation to figurability and dreams, and it is not without interest to find under Freud's pen the lapidary but so accurate indication that the reason for their incapacity lies in the nature of the material in dem material, just as this incapacity to express logical relations must lie in the nature of the psychical material psychiscan material out of which dreams are made. And the famous passage that ensues, evoking the medieval use of phylacteries, or text scrolls, to indicate statements made by painted figures, is included only to underscore the defective paradigm of the visual arts, the discourse or words diary that painters Freud lets himself imagine despaired of representing pictorially. Freud thus broached the question of the figurable from the angle of a constitutive rend or incapacity. But far from finding here an argument for ineffability or for something like a neo-romantic philosophy of the unfigurable, immediately thereafter he moved on to the almost experimental conception of a work of figuration envisaged with its rend at work. Here we are at the exemplary and tangible place of a radical difference from what Kessler would understand, some years later, by symbolic function as well as by function in general. Freud effectively proposes to understand the dream's inability to express in terms other than those of privation pure and simple, which means in plain language that logical relations, incapable of being represented in the dream as such, will be figured just the same by means of an appropriate disfiguration. Dreams can take into account some of the logical relations between the dream thoughts by making an appropriate modification in the method of figuration characteristic of dreams. So we understand that the incapacity or rend functions in dreams is the very motor of something that will be between a desire and a constraint, the constraining desire to figure. To figure despite everything, thus to force, thus to rend. And in this constraining movement, the rend opens the figure, in all of this verb's many senses. It becomes something like the very principle and energy incited by the effect of the rending, namely the absence of the work of figurability. By hollowing out the representation, it calls forth the figure and its presentation Darstellung, it triggers the infinite process of the tangent that is a fundamental characteristic of the very notion of figure. Tropos and figura have always yielded, we know, the notion of turn and detour. They are detour-made presentation, and when we look into the dream's ways of figuration, we understand better why it proves pointless to try to distinguish what belongs to language from what belongs to the visible, for the truth is that the problem lies elsewhere, that the figure thus understood foils in its rhetorical proliferation the pure and simple legibility of a discourse, and that it foils just as much, in its power of presentation, the pure and simple visibility of a figurative representation in the academic sense of the term. We will perhaps never exhaust the consequences of such a figural play, one whereby the rend takes a detour so that the detour comes to present itself visually. In this sense, the rend opens just as much to the elaborative complexity of the dream work as to the tenacious opacity of its regressive character. It incites the motley proliferation of figures, it nonetheless imposes the blank sovereignty of its vacant opening. It opens, I said in short, it generates incessant constellations, incessant visual productions that do not stop the incapacity but, on the contrary, clinch and underscore it. This persistence or better insistence of the negative corresponds, in a certain way, to the paradox of resemblance with which Freud was confronted before the dream and the symptom. A paradox whereby resembling would equal dissembling, and figuring would equal disfiguring, since figuring just the same and taking relations inexpressible as such into account was indeed equivalent to making an appropriate modification in the method of figuration characteristic of dreams. Pertaining to this paradox, which Freud will never abandon when he has to account for an unconscious formation, for example when he insists on the distortion instellung involved in every symptom formation Symptombildung, we find at the end of his chapter on the dream work a famous turn of phrase whose apparent simplicity should not obscure its profound theoretical import. It does not think, calculate, or judge in any way at all Urteil überhaupt ist nicht, which already takes us poles apart from the Urteilskraft, the power of judgment that still resonated through the whole of Kant's philosophy. So for judgment and its function will be substituted a work much less synthetic and much less abyssal than all the functions in the world. A work that restricts itself to giving things a new form. A verb that here says to us both formation and distortion, a loss of form in the sense of the idea in any case, a failure of intelligible subsumption. In any case. But just how does this evocation of the dream work bear on our question? Didn't Freud warn us from the outset against all artistic understanding of the dream work, drawing an emphatic distinction between the rebus, posited as the paradigm for dreams, and the pervasive notion of dreams as graphic compositions? He did indeed, and simply listing the artistic examples in Freud's text clearly won't suffice to elucidate the profound value of such examples. The question of the Freudian aesthetic, the question of what Freud thought about art, and how he hoped to provide a psychoanalytic account of artistic creativity, all these questions remain dubious in their very formulation, but in any case they don't come into our present topic. The problem here is quite different. It's a matter only this will already be quite a lot of understanding how Freud's notion of figurability, if as we said it opens the classic concept of representation, might concern or breach our gaze when we look at art images. In short, how the representation that is open can show us something more in what we usually call the representations of painting. We are not before painted or sculpted images in the same way that we are before, or rather in the visual images of our dreams. The former present themselves as tangible objects. They are manipulable and amenable to collection, classification, and preservation. The latter disappear very quickly as definite objects and gradually melt into simple moments, unintelligible moments of ourselves, vestiges of our destinies, unclassifiable bundles of our subjective being. Art images circulate in the human community, and to a certain extent we can say that they are made to be understood. At the very least, they are addressed to, shared among, acquired by others. Whereas our dream images do not ask to be acquired or understood by anyone. But the greatest difference doubtless comes down to our being awake when we are before art images and the waking state that makes for the lucidity, the force of our seeing, whereas we are asleep in dream images, or rather we are sealed off in them by sleep from the shared isolation that perhaps makes for the force of our gaze. Paintings are of course not dreams. We see them with open eyes, but this may be what hinders us and makes us miss something in them. Lacan aptly noted that in the so-called waking state, there is illusion of the gaze, and an illusion of the fact that not only does it look, it also shows. It shows in dreams because it presents itself with all the force that the verb darstellen has in Freud, and it looks by very reason of the visual presence of what is presented. Our hypothesis is at base quite banal and quite simple. In a figurative painting, it represents and it sees itself, but something, just the same, shows itself there, too, looks at itself there, looks at us there. The whole problem of course being to discern the economy of this just the same and to think the status of this something. How to name this how to broach it this something. This just the same are in place of an opening and decision. Vision is here rent between seeing and looking. The image is rent between representing and self-presenting. In this rend, then, Something is at work that I cannot grasp or that cannot grasp me wholly, lastingly because I am not dreaming, but that nonetheless breaches me in the visibility of the painting like an event of the gaze, ephemeral and partial. If it is true that every night dreams occasion an absolutely deployed visuality and an absolutely sovereign reign of the gaze, if that is true, then I can broach this something of the painting only by way of a paradigm, not of the dream as such. What is a dream as such no one knows, but of the dream forgetting every morning we know what that is, by which I mean that we experience it. In other words, the visual event of the painting happens only starting from this REN that, before us, separates what is represented as remembered from everything that presents itself as forgotten. So the most beautiful aesthetics, the most desperate, too, since they are generally doomed to stalemate or madness, will be those aesthetics that, in order to open themselves completely to the dimension of the visual, want us to close our eyes before the image, so as no longer to see it but only to look at it, and no longer forget what Blanchot called the other night, the night of Orpheus. Such aesthetics are always singular, strip themselves bare in not knowledge, and never hesitate to call vision that which no waking person can see. But for us historians and art historians, we who awaken every morning with the sense of a sovereign but forgotten dream visuality, writing and speech are all that are left to us to make this oblivion into an eventual support for our knowledge, its vanishing point above all, its vanishing point toward not knowledge. Perhaps now we will better understand the importance of the paradigm of the dream. What above all makes it a paradigm fee, not so much for the object of interpretation, namely the work of art that we might want to compare to the dream, as for the solicitation to interpret, to use an expression advanced by Pierre Fadita in the field of psychoanalysis itself. What theory uncovers is directly dependent on a Traumdeutung as dream practice. Here the theory receives its original meaning only from the status acquired by the speech parole of the interpretation, and as such is solicited by the dream. Dream forgetting plays an absolutely crucial role in this solicitation, since by gathering, so to speak, the material of sleep, it proposes to interpretation the very opacity of its vanishing point. What remains of a dream upon waking is destined to be fragmentary, and that is how psychoanalysis understands it. Destined to fall apart, it has no vocation as symbolic synthesis or as totalizing interpretation. The dream forgetting is no more relative to a defect of memory or judgment than the memory of it is beholden to intellectual performance. Like the doubt affecting a dream memory, the forgetting is relative to the thought disturbances known as already seen, already told, false recognition, etc. So the dream forgetting gathers the material of sleep in which it is made, and is also the sensibility of its speech. The forgetting is, so to speak, that from which and toward which is delineated the umbilical cord of the dream, just as it is the vanishing point of the interpretation. Although evanescent, the vanishing point indeed exists. It is there, before us, even stamped by oblivion. It is there as a trace, a remainder. Let's imagine ourselves before the painting as in a situation symmetrical and thus not identical to that of the dream. The regime of representation would then function only on a bed of nocturnal remains, forgotten as such but making up material for the gaze. Which is to say, making us reconnect, for the space of a remainder or the time of a remainder, with the essential visuality of the image, with its power, its power to at once be looked at and look at us, to cut us off, to implicate us. Here doubtless is that modality of just the same that we sought to envisage in the lucid waking state presupposed by our customary relation to the visible, in the ideal completeness proposed by the configurations of representation. Something a remainder, then, a stamp of oblivion comes again just the same, bearing its nocturnal trouble, its virtual power. Something that alters the world of represented forms like a material will come to alter the formal perfection of a line. Something that must indeed be called a symptom, to the extent that it is true that there are no symptoms in Freud's sense without some work of forgetting. It is obvious that the simple fact of taking such a dimension into account, when we pose our gaze to art images, singularly modifies the conditions of our knowledge, its practice as well as its theoretical limits. What is a knowledge of the visual symptom, if the symptom comes to coil in our very eyes, strips us bare, rends us, places us in question, interrogates our own capacity to forget? We should answer this question in at least two ways. First, by searching history for the figures of such a knowledge, since it would be absurd to imagine some limited modernity of the symptom, and since we have always given ourselves up to the symptom, in our own eyes as elsewhere. Then by trying to draw the methodological and critical consequences for us of the ones elaborated by Freud in his own field, in his own standoff with the symptom. Concerning this last point, the situation seems as clear as it is fragile. The symptom prohibits, to repeat the above-cited terms of Pierre Fadita, all symbolic synthesis and all totalizing interpretation. Like the dream work and the remainder work, the symptom offers itself only through the rend and the partial disfiguration that it inflicts wherever it appears. And again, like the dream, The symptom envisaged as an unconscious formation prohibited from the outset. Freud's taking the road of an idealist, transcendental, or metaphysical metapsychology, in other words the road of a knowledge unified in, or by, its grounding principle. The prefix meta in metapsychology, then, should be understood in a way opposite to the way we understand it in the word metaphysics. And first of all because Freud's metapsychology developed as an insistent assertion of the flimsiness of syntheses, beginning with the very notions ego and consciousness, which makes it an epistemic attitude of resistance to the temptation of synthesis. The consequences of such an attitude would make any self-respecting positivist researcher turn pale. Here we come face to face with the symptom as with a kind of constraint to unreason, where facts can no longer be distinguished from fictions, where facts are essentially fictive and fictions efficacious. On the other hand, psychoanalytic interpretation often does nothing other the only possible attitude in face of the dream work and the work of the symptom than strip words of their meaning, advancing them only literally to rip them from the dictionary and from language, a way of demeaning them. When Freud was dealing with a relatively coherent dream scenario, far from resting content with such a haven of intelligibility, he smashed everything into pieces and started over with what was left, convinced that in such cases a secondary revision sekundäre Diarisisbearbeitung was screening the dream work as such. When, about the Schreber case, for example, he advanced the term Rationalisierung, introduced in 1908 by Ernest Jones, this was only to evoke a defensive compulsion or reaction formation that had donned the mask of reason and for that very reason verged on madness. Freud, finally, dared to advocate as an interpretive method something that, in the jargon of historians, often takes on the aspect of a grave insult, namely overinterpretation Überdeutung Diaresis, a response that was, however, methodologically inevitable to the overdetermination Überdeterminierung Diaresis of the phenomena under consideration. The most difficult thing is to persuade the beginner in dream interpretation that his task is not at an end when he has a complete interpretation in his hands, one that is meaningful and coherent, and throws light upon every element of the dream content. For the same dream may perhaps have another interpretation as well, an overinterpretation, that has escaped him. Indeed, it is not easy to form any conception of the abundance of the unconscious trains of thought, all striving to find expression, that are active in our minds. Nor is it easy to credit the skill shown by the dream work in always hitting upon forms of expression that can bear several meanings, rather like the little tailor in the fairy tale who hit 7 flies at one blow. Readers will always be inclined to accuse this author of excessive ingenuity, but a little experience would teach them better. Thus does psychoanalysis confront not knowledge as the very exuberance of thought, of associative thought. Recognition of the paradoxical nature of the processes at work in dreams and symptoms requires a like recognition that this paradox breaches knowledge, this knowledge that we nonetheless strive to retain yet a while, even to ground. Lacan came up with some resounding formulations of this situation, noting of the synthoma spelling that itself mimics overdetermination that it made him as uneasy as an apple would a fish, then he got tangled up in it as if faced with an enigma such as can no wise be analyzed to the end, and that the analyst could enter into this tangle only to recognize in his knowledge the symptom of his ignorance, a way of addressing to the psychoanalyst the paradoxical injunction of his ethic: what you must know, ignore what you know. 52. Here's how psychoanalysis can play the role of a critical tool within the human sciences generally as their symptom, perhaps, which is to say as the return of a repressed in them now that the mastery of knowledge is attaining, even in the so-called conjectural sciences, prodigious degrees of efficacy. Knowing something about the symptom does not require further knowledge, a knowledge that is more finely equipped since it isn't notable as such. It more radically requires modifying once again after the one Kant asked us to make the position of the subject of knowledge. Historians of art have sometimes tried to think critically, in a Kantian or neo-Kantian mode, about the extension and limits of their own discipline. But they have in every kind of way and always in a neo-Kantian mode placed themselves in the command center of the knowledge that they produced. They have certainly sharpened their eyes, given their practice consciousness and conscience, refuted all that is naive, or let's say almost everything. In art images they have looked for signs, symbols, and the manifestation of stylistic noumena, but only very rarely have they looked at the symptom, because to look at the symptom would be to risk their eyes in the central rent of images, in its quite troubled efficacy. That would have been to accept the constraint of a not knowledge, and thus to dislodge themselves from a central and advantageous position, the powerful position of the subject who knows. Historians of art have been wary of the symptom, because they identified it with illness, a notion too disagreeable for so beautiful a thing as art. Or indeed, to the contrary, they advance the specter of the symptom to disqualify forms of art that do not enter into their schemas, all the deviations, degenerations, and other clinical connotations of words that speak of art we don't like, But in both cases they turned their backs on the very concept of the symptom, which Freud, in his introductory lectures on psychoanalysis, took great pains to distinguish from the illness per se. They wanted to know art, invented art in the sutured image of their knowledge. They did not want their knowledge to be rent in the image of that which, in the image, rends the image itself. Why, finally, call this power of the rend symptom phi. Just what are we to understand by this phi? Symptom speaks to us of the infernal scansion, the anodiamine movement of the visual in the visible and of presence in representation. It speaks to us of the insistence and return of the singular in the regular, it speaks to us of the fabric that rends itself, of the rupture of equilibrium and of a new equilibrium, an unprecedented equilibrium that soon will break itself again. And what it tells us is untranslatable but interpretable, and interprets itself endlessly. It places us before its visual power as before the emergence of the very process of figurability. It teaches us in this sense in the brief space of a symptom, then what figuring is, bearing within itself its own theoretical force. But this is a theory that is active, made fiche, so to speak, a theory whose power happens, paradoxically, when the unity of forms, their ideal synthesis, breaks apart, and this breaking apart gushes a material's strangeness. So symptom will be the second, note magic word, the second approximation for renouncing the idealism of the history of art, its vocation to Vasari's idea as much as to the philosophical form given new currency by Panofsky. This very last point might seem surprising. Didn't Panofsky quote the long and beautiful phrase of Heidegger, in which the problem of interpretation was evoked in the guise not of a reiteration of the explicitly said, namely, as Freud would say, of the manifest content, but of something like a revelation of the latent or unexpressed content that the interpreter, said Heidegger, sets before our eyes as still unsaid phi. But we saw how Panofsky implicitly repudiated the hypothesis of interpretive violence that this passage ultimately supported. Let's go farther, however, and persist in objecting from Germany to America. Panofsky never stopped telling us about figurative symptoms, even the unconscious, and even metapsychology. The discretion of the references does not get us out of taking them into consideration. For the stakes here are important. They touch upon the very status of what Panofsky really understood by symbolic form. They touch upon the way Panofsky envisaged the intrinsic and not manifest content of works of art. The expression symbolic form indeed indicates to us that here, in any case, Panofsky touched upon the so important and current problem of the symbol, that it's a matter of the problem of the symbolic, the essential and everyday material with which all iconographers work, or a matter of the symbolic, in the sense of a function that is even more basic, governing the figurability and the meaning of art images. But we still don't know how Panofsky understood this material or this function, how he situated the ideas of symptom and symbol with respect to each other. Here we must go back to some essential texts in which Panofsky introduced this theoretical constellation. First there is his early article on the problem of style, which closes with a call for a scientific knowledge wissenschaftliche Erkenntnis capable of broaching artistic phenomena from the point of view of fundamental metaphysical conditions von den metaphysischen Grundbedingungen. Now to qualify in more concrete terms the act of going beyond that is a presupposition of access to such fundamental conditions, Panofsky introduced two very strong and, in a sense, inspired theoretical requirements, which consisted in revealing the metahistorical and metapsychological metahistorisken und metapsychologisken sense of the phenomena under study. There was something, of course, in this ambitious double qualification, of a thinker trying to rid himself of the classic historiography, and of the conceptual and psychological grip of Wolf Effen's diaresis work. But there was also more there, precisely in the sense that this double exigency, formulated in 1915, left an empty space, a space of theoretical desire that the notion of the symbolic form refined by Ernst Cassirer some 10 years earlier would finally fill. It is all the same troubling to note that it was precisely in 1915 that Freud, through the very term metapsychology, finished advocating for the ultimate theoretical dimension of the practice invented by him 15 years earlier, psychoanalysis. The formulation had come a long way, for as early as March 1898 Freud had asked Fliess if he found it suitable as a designation for the interpretive path he was then elaborating. It is easy to think that in 1915 Panofsky could easily have missed a theoretical field taking shape far from the university proper, and thus far from the specific domain of the history of art. But the psychoanalytic field was well constituted by then, and had spread far beyond the clinical framework of psychopathology, as is indicated by the very title of the Freudian periodical Imago, created in 1912, a title capable, one imagines at least, of attracting the attention of an art historian working in the German language. But the crux of the problem lies elsewhere. It resides in the fact that Panofsky, on the one hand, inherited his conceptual field from the neo-Kantian philosophy of the faculties, and, beyond that, from the notion absolutely central in caesura function. Whereas, on the other hand, Freud elaborated an approach to the unconscious from the angle of something that said neither faculty of the soul nor function in the synthetic sense, but that would be expressed in terms of work, the dream work, unconscious formations and distortions. To the end, Panofsky would have envisaged his own metapsychology of symbolic forms as the uncovering of a function that he was not afraid to call metaphysical because Kant, before him, had precisely set himself the task of grounding metaphysics as a science. To the end, he regarded psychoanalysis sumptuously absent from the book on melancholy, for example 61, as the equivalent of what astrology may have been in the princely courts of the 16th century an intellectual fashion, a cultural symptom. Conversely, Freud proposed his metapsychology of the depths against all magical and romantic uses of the unconscious. More basically, he proposed it as an alternative to metaphysics associated more or less with a magical operation, and even as a conversion of metaphysics understood, to paraphrase Panofsky himself, as analogous to the conversion of astrology into astrography. The difference between these theoretical stakes permits a better understanding of what Panofsky could have hoped for or aimed for when he used expressions such as unconscious and symptom. We will quickly go astray if we try to discern here some kind of Freudian coherence or tone. For in Panofsky, unconscious and symptom aim only at a world of fundamental principles susceptible by definition to a knowledge, perhaps metaphysical or decidedly metaphysical. The unconscious in Panofsky is expressed through the German adjective unbewusst, that which is not presently in consciousness but which a more lucid consciousness, that of the historian, should be able to uncover, to make explicit, to know. Whereas the Freudian unconscious is expressed by the noun das Unbewusst, which suggests not inattention but repression or foreclosure, and which strictly speaking is not an object for knowledge, including the knowledge of the analyst. But let's try to characterize Panofsky's position more precisely. Let's recall first the pivotal text of 1932, where he proposed a knowledge of the ultimate content of the image, contents of knowledge expressed in terms not of repression, but precisely of knowledge, which is to say of a worldview of Weltanschauung. It seems to me that artistic productions, on a much deeper and more general level of meaning, beyond their phenomenal and signified meaning, are based on an ultimate, more essential content, the involuntary and unconscious self-disclosure ungewollten unbewusst Selbstoffenbarung of a fundamental attitude towards the world, characteristic to a like extent of each individual creator, each individual period, each individual people, each individual cultural community. And since the greatness of an artistic achievement ultimately depends upon the amount of Weltanschauung energy incorporated into the shaped material and radiating from it to the spectator, in this sense, a still life by Cézanne is not only as good but also as full of content as a Madonna by Raphael. The utmost task of interpretation is to penetrate this ultimate stratum of essential meaning in jene letzte Schicht des Wesens in Sein zu dringen. The conclusion of this somewhat muddled passage clarifies, in its very duplicity, the real meaning of Panofsky's theoretical project. It was a question, on the one hand, of giving art history access to a questioning of the symptom capable of going beyond factual inquiry, the phenomenal meaning of images, as well as traditional iconographic inquiry, the signified meaning, based for its part on the literary sources of works of art. It was Panofsky's genius to affirm forcefully here the inadequacy of iconography, taking as his example a work that he knew better than anyone, Durer's Diaresis Melancholiae. He affirmed that all of the texts casting light on its meaning still told us nothing about its document meaning, Dokumentsinn, in other words, about its intrinsic content. This was to take another, decisive step beyond the consciousness of the artist himself, a decisive step, indeed, toward a notion of the symptom. Emphasized, what's more, by the sudden, unexpected appearance of the famous theme of the man lifting his hat. If Durer Diaresis himself had expressly stated his ultimate intentions in this work, as later artists often tried to do, it would soon become apparent that his statement missed by far the sheet's true essential meaning, wahren Wesenssinn, and that, instead of providing us with a definitive interpretation, it would itself require considerable interpretation. For just as a man greeting another man can be aware of whether and just how politely he wants to lift his hat, but not of what this reveals about his innermost essence, an artist knows, to quote a witty American, only what he parades, not what he betrays. Here, then, we are on a level of the symptom. But in these same lines a second theme is interwoven, one whose function, whose effect at any rate, is precisely to hinder the questioning, to trap the symptom in the net of philosophical knowledge, and thereby to begin a veritable process of denial of the symptom as such, since for Panofsky, what the artist betrays is nothing other than a set of meanings that function here as documents of a homogeneous Weltanschauung meaning. What does this mean? The knowledge of the symptom, in such cases, is reduced to a general intellectual history or Allgemeingeistesgeschichte by which the interpretation of a work of art is now elevated to the level of the interpretation of a philosophical system. 65 And thus was the truth of the symptom according to Panofsky reference to the triple nosological authority of a homogeneous meaning, a general history, and a philosophical system, whereas the symptom that Freud scrutinized in his domain and had theorized for more than 30 years was made precisely to impose on meaning the heterogeneity of its mode of existence, on all chronology of the general the singularity of its event, and on all systems of thought the unthinkable of its unexpected. The symptom according to Panofsky can still be translated as a mode of being more fundamental than appearance, and that nonetheless, like an idea, perhaps manifests itself less. It is in this sense that the 1932 text introduced the passage from Heidegger about the unsaid. This, doubtless, is how the term symptom is still understood, supposing that it is pronounced there at all in the domain of the history of art as a pure and simple dialectic of the visible and the less visible. A simple reason that amounts to making the symptom hypothetically, or rather by way of a basic premise, into an accessible reality, accessible in any case to knowledge, on condition that it refine itself. By settling definitively on the accessible example of the man lifting his hat, Panofsky ultimately proposed, in his two great methodological texts of 1939 and 1940, the synthetic idea of a symptom conceived as intrinsic meaning or content situated, of course, above the sphere of conscious volition, but in a beyond that he called the basic attitude of a nation, a period, a class, a religious or philosophical persuasion, all this unconsciously qualified by one personality, and condensed into one work. If we must at all costs look for an unconscious in Panofsky's problematic, then we will find something like a reality on a higher level, the result of a hierarchy expressed either in terms of base and foundation, or in terms of above and generality. It is this that Pierre Bourdieu has called an objective intention, a system of schemes of thought, a shared unconscious, in short, something that might be likened to the primitive forms of classification previously defined by Mauss and Durkheim. And that would have the advantage, he says, of making us enter into the game of structural interpretation of a given culture. 68 Is this a Freudian unconscious? Of course not. It's a question rather of a transcendental unconscious, something like a metamorphosis of the Kunstwollen expressed in terms of the philosophy of knowledge. So Panofsky's unconscious, too, expresses itself in neo-Kantian terms. It is invoked only to define the air of a knowledge of the essential, a meta-individual and metaphysical knowledge. It is opposed to the obscure unconscious of the Romantics only by way of requiring the overconsciousness of the iconologist, his brand of the historian's pure reason. Thus consciousness is not incongruous in him, quite the contrary, since its absolute exercise is what makes his knowledge possible. So there is no such thing as a Panofskyan unconscious. There is no unconscious in Panofsky, only a symbolic function that goes beyond the specific intentions of each fabricator of symbols, a meta-individual and objective function. A function that, to quote Pierre Bourdieu again, certainly goes beyond intuitionism in its haste to reach a principle unifying different aspects of the social whole, and beyond positivism insofar as the latter limits itself to the face value of phenomena. But it is a function that, as I have already suggested, would have been conceived to function without remainder. It aims at a general and generative grammar of forms, capable of generating all of a culture's characteristic thoughts, perceptions, and actions. In short, it is the functional form capable of generating all forms. So it must be greatly indebted to the formal unity of Cassirer's function. Which is to say, in the end, that it is an object of reason, that it has all the characteristics of the idea, and that it subjects the world of individual phenomena to its transcendental law. Now it is quite obvious that Freud's elaboration constituted its metapsychology of work and of unconscious formations precisely against the grain of such a model. It focused on the symptom as on something that breaks up all discursive unity, as on what intrudes upon and smashes the order of the idea, opens systems and imposes something unthinkable. The work of the Freudian unconscious is not envisaged through a consciousness that sharpens itself or looks for a priori principles. It requires another position vis-à-vis consciousness and knowledge, the always unstable position that psychoanalytic technique broaches during sessions in the guise of the play of the transference. So Panofsky, in his notion of symbolic form, was looking for the unity of a function. What was in question was nothing less than giving form to the forms themselves, taking into account the plurality of forms through the unity of a single formal function, of a single idea of reason in expressible and intelligible terms and even in terms of knowledge. It was a question, to use terms employed before him by Cassirer, of finding an explanation and justification of the concept of representation, and in it, the principle of a knowledge aiming to subject the multiplicity of phenomena to the unity of a fundamental proposition. Such, then, were the stakes of the general concept of symbol. That it had been envisaged from the angle of the primacy of relation over terms and of function over objects or substance indicates the importance of the road traveled, the full interest of the project undertaken by Cassirer and then by Panofsky. Today there are so many historians who ignore the methodological implications of this way of broaching art images that it is necessary to insist again on their pertinence from the outset. But Cassirer and then Panofsky were deceived in their belief that, thanks to such a principle, they had definitively gone beyond the traditional givens of metaphysics. And it would be abusive today to see in it the fundamental principle of a structuralism. If, in the structuralist hypothesis that posits the preeminence of relations over terms, we understand by relation only the synthetic unity of the terms, then structuralism is either very incomplete or very idealist. If, on the other hand, we seek to give an account of a relation that does not omit or absorb into some transcendental idea the existence of symptoms, namely intrusions, disparities, local catastrophes, then we will better understand the critical interest of Freudian concepts. For the model of unconscious formations places us face to face with open structures, with something like the nets of fishermen who would like to know not only well-formed fish-figured figures, representations but the sea itself. When we draw the net toward us toward our desire for knowledge, we cannot help but notice that the sea for its part has withdrawn. It fails everywhere, it flees, although we can still make out a bit of it around the knots of the net, while formless algae signify it before drying out on our shore. We understand, reading Freud, that it is the psychoanalyst's business to recognize that when he draws the net toward him, the essential has still disappeared. The fish are indeed their figures, details, fantasies such as art historians also love to collect, but the sea that makes them possible has kept its mystery, present only in the damp glow of a few algae stuck to the edges. If a thought of the unconscious has any meaning at all, then it must be reconcilable with structures full of holes, of knots, of extensions impossible to situate, of distortions and rips in the net. Panofsky's attempt, like Cassirer's, pertained then to what might be called pre-Freudian reason. It was loath to think the overdetermination of objects save under the logical and typically Kantian form of a deduction. There is a particularly striking example of this in the famous interpretation of Dürer's Diaresis Melancholiae Panofsky here evokes. It will be remembered, two heterogeneous iconographic series on the one hand, a physiological tradition pertaining to the theory of the four humors, in particular the typus melancholicus, on the other hand an allegorical tradition of the mechanical arts and the liberal arts, in particular the typus geometriae heterogeneous series that are, he says, perfectly synthesized in Dürer's Diaresis engraving. Thus Dürer's Diaresis engraving represents a fusion of two iconographic formulae hitherto distinct, the melancholici of popular calendars and complex Butchline, and that of the typus geometriae of philosophical treatises and encyclopedic decorations. The result was an intellectualization of melancholy on the one hand, and a humanization of geometry on the other. Dürer Diaresis depicted a geometry gone melancholy, or, to put it the other way, a melancholy gifted with all that is implied in the word geometry, in short, a melancholia artificialis or artist's melancholy. Starting from this synthetic principle, Panofsky's analysis unfolds in impressive and exemplary fashion, exemplary already because it is, to the very end, a true delight for the mind. The synthesis invoked provides, in effect, a principle of interpretation that, in itself, in other words, in its generality satisfies the mind, without neglecting to explain a great many iconographic details of the engraving. As an interpretation, then, it is strong and persuasive, even incontestable. It provides a comforting feeling of closure, of something settled, of something locked up, and impresses upon us the idea of a definitive advance in Dürer Diaresis studies. A model of completeness, then, in whose schema an iconographic transformation has been deduced, two heterogeneous series having been the object of a kind of summation whose result is right before our eyes in the clarified figure of melancholy. And the synthetic vision proposed by Panofsky seems all the more powerful because it effects a veritable oriented synthesis, bringing to light an extremely rigorous historical determinism. Melancholy and geometry effectively collaborate in Dürer's Diaresis work in defining a new field that is none other than that of art itself. Art is the autoteleology of its own synthetic operation. It is art as humanism, and Dürer Diaresis himself as an immortalized, self-referential figure of the melancholy artist that finally provides the key to this interpretation. Thus Dürer's Diaresis' most perplexing engraving is, at the same time, the objective statement of a general philosophy and the subjective confession of an individual man. It fuses, and transforms, two great representational and literary traditions, that of melancholy as one of the four humors and that of geometry as one of the seven liberal arts. It typifies the artist of the Renaissance who respects practical skill, but longs all the more fervently for mathematical theory, who feels inspired by celestial influences and eternal ideas, but suffers all the more deeply from his human frailty and intellectual finiteness. It epitomizes the Neoplatonic theory of Saturnian genius as revised by Arippe of Nettesheim. But in doing all this it is in a sense a spiritual self-portrait of Albrecht Dürer. Diaeresis. Panofsky's construction ends there, and with it the chapter devoted to this famous engraving. The synthesis, which set the tone and meaning of the whole construction, will be crystallized then in the formation of a type or, better, of a symbol, the Oxford Dictionary defining the verb to typify as follows: to represent or express by a type or symbol in which the subjective finally blends with the objective, hand with intellect, art with science. The system of interpretation, as much theoretical as historical, is closed. It is the artiste-scientist genius system of the Renaissance. A clarifying system, a powerful and indubitable system up to the point where one perceives that its will to synthesis, its will to leave no remainder, entails precisely leaving a certain number of things in the lurch, or in the shadow of a paradoxical "I don't want to know anything about it." Such is the effective tyranny of the system, when the system gives over determinations of its objects the pure and simple form of deductions. To express things in terms of over-determination entails, it must be admitted, the disadvantage unsatisfying for the idea of leaving everything on a single plane of existence, and thus in a sense of suspend. Interpretation. Let it be noted in passing that such a suspension is precisely one of the golden rules of psychoanalytic listening. As for the deduction, it brings the advantage of an interpretation that, like Athena, will emerge fully armed from the head of its Olympian or Neo-Kantian progenitor. The deduction opens only to close again. On the one hand, it gives meaning, it anticipates the movement of closure, and automatically produces something like an already history in any case, a temporalized direction of interpretation. On the other hand, the deduction closes itself to other possible links, to other virtual associations whose historical direction or finality has perhaps not yet been grasped, but that nonetheless impose their vagabond symptomatic insistence. Panofskian interpretation, so as to satisfy the needs of its synthesis, has too often worked to deny the self-evidence of such links and strokes of good luck. What then is this remainder or this symptom that the beautiful analysis of melancholia I wanted to know nothing about? Let's spell it out quickly. 81. It's the fact that Dürer's Diaeresis art also articulates a religious paradigm, the imitation of Christ paradigm, in which melancholy found a field of application as paradoxical as it was sovereign. Dürer's Diaeresis self-portrait is a melancholy artist referenced, I think, a figurative practice of the imitatio Christi which basically presupposes that Christ could also have provided the ultimate example of a melancholy in whose image man modeled theirs. The hypothesis in itself is not astounding or even audacious, since an iconography of the melancholy Christ indeed exists, especially in the Germany of Dürer's Diaeresis Day, an iconography that expounds the theology of the derelictio Christi in terms of a gestural melancholy, which yields representations of Christ seated, pensive, with a somber expression and his head in his hands, sad, forsaken, hieratic variations on Christ mocked or as the Man of Sorrows. The astonishing thing is that Panofsky refused a transverse articulation that everything, even his own interpretation, summoned forth, but that once summoned would have overthrown or at least singularly complicated his synthetic vision of melancholiage, of Dürer, Diaeresis, and perhaps even of the Renaissance generally. The astonishing thing and the symptomatic fact stem, more precisely, from this. On the one hand, Panofsky scrutinized with peerless precision the iconography of melancholy so as to offer us the great classical Summa that is the Saturn book, and discovered the value as self-portraiture that such an iconography could take on for Dürer Diaeresis. On the other hand, his study of the artist of Nuremberg Diaeresis led him to cast into relief the formidable connection of Dürer's Diaeresis self-portraits with the iconography of the Man of Sorrows, also known as the derelict Christ, a word understood here in the broad sense. Why didn't he secure the complementary connection between melancholy and the Man of Sorrows, thereby intensifying his interpretation of Dürer's Diaeresis work? Why did he never talk about Christology when discussing melancholy, and never about melancholy when discussing the Man of Sorrows, when the very illustrations of his books carry the trace of such a connection? Clarification of the Neo-Kantian premises of iconology, their vocation to synthetic unity, makes it possible for us to answer as follows: the introduction of such a transverse connection, a bearer of overdetermination, and thus susceptible of admitting equivocal, even antithetical meanings, would have complicated, and doubtless partly ruined, the clarity of the deductive model that Panofsky ardently wished for. It would have complicated the idea, making for a melancholy that was diabolical in one sense and divine in another, feminine in one sense and masculine in another, pagan or Saturnian in one sense and Christian, even Christ-like in another, etc. It would have complicated the idea, making for a Dürer Diaeresis who was grappling with art, science, and religion, a problem not broached by Panofsky in all its complexity. Finally, it would have complicated the historical schema that constituted the framework for the whole interpretation, introducing an element out of sync with history. The autoteleological history of humanist art, something like a medieval symptom, into one of the most emblematic works of the entire Renaissance. Such, then, was Panofsky's choice with regard to melancholy. He kept the synthesis and rejected the symptom, which implied strange blindnesses, or scotomizations, which implied, for example, a denial of all connection between melancholy and the Saint Jerome, engraved the very same year and almost as part of the same mental gesture, which implied a rejection from the Dura Diaresis corpus of the quite explicitly melancholic Man of Sorrows in Karlsruhe, and not looking at all at the one in the Small Passion of 1509-11, where Christ is like a statue, like a crystal of melancholy, crumpled by the depth of his dereliction. An image exemplary and troubling, for it knows how to gaze at the viewer without recourse to anything in the way of eye contact. Dura Diaresis effectively forsakes his Christ on a tiny, arid, island-like base lost in the white of the page, as if the Christian God set himself apart, withdrawn into silence, from the space of humanity, from the space of human history. But it is precisely this presentation of withdrawal that manages to grip the viewer in a veritable captation of his gaze. It is a rosary of intensities that fail back and take hold of us, first in the sharp, almost spiky rays of the nimbus, then in the crown of thorns that likewise hurls its lines, facing us, whereas that which ought to face us, the facies Christi, remains averted, despondent. And again in the central hollow where the tunis come together, supporting the mass of the conjugated arm and head, and through which fail the folds of what we already imagine to be a shroud. Finally, in the insistent frontality of the two stigmata on the feet, the only eyes, so to speak, in the face of which the staunch believer is henceforth obliged to situate himself, to kneel mentally, in fantasy, before perusing the illustrated Carmina of the engraved Passion. One cannot, before this play of insistences that are discreet yet carry a terrible violence, keep the synthesis and reject the symptom. We are here besieged by the dimension of the symptom, to the very extent that the body of Christ withdraws into itself before us in a kind of refusal to remain visible. It's like looking intently at a contracting fist. A hand has closed, convulsively, and because it closes it delivers nothing but the symptom of its withdrawal, whose secret will remain concealed in the hollow of the palm. Now if we pose our gaze to this obfuscated facies that refuses to face up to us, we suddenly experience that the melancholy of the Christ-like gesture also fixes a stupefied gaze, for the gaze of God turns away from men, his executioners, the subjects of his tenderness, only to become lost in, to plunge into an infinite contemplation of his own secret, which is not an idea, but the hollow of his palm, in other words the opening of his own fiche, his stigmatum, the symptom of his mortification. Symptom of a fiche delivered up to the unhappy autoscopia of its own wounds, its own suffering, whose depths will remain inaccessible to us, for the pain of Christ must be unfathomable. It was necessary, faith required, that his fiche be a fiche of the symptom, raised, sad, and beset with holes, a fiche summoning the dimension of the visual more than that of the visible, a fiche presented, open, and withdrawn, like an immense fist that has been wounded. We understand better now, perhaps, the great distance that separates the ideal model of the deduction from that symptomal, of overdetermination. The first cut the image short so as to give it meaning, and polarized it over the unity of a synthesis it saw in the symbol, a kind of intelligible unity or schema between the general rule and the singular event. The second does not deny the symbol, it simply specifies that the symptom delivers its symbolicity in the sand of the fiche, which clearly changes everything about the way we think about the symbol itself. Panofsky thought of it as a function that could be taken into account, at last resort, in terms of its meaning, which is to say its signified content, even its Wesensinn or essential meaning. The symptom, by contrast, is thought in psychoanalysis as a work that we are constrained to take into account, at last resort, in the crude and material terms of the signifier comma section, which has multiple effects. The ascending ramification of associative meanings, but also the juxtaposition of equivocal knots and the conjugation of symbolic treasure with markers of not meaning. In short, the content disperses as it flourishes, swarming everywhere, and the essence has no hook save the nonsensical material of the signifier, which prohibits cutting the image short, or keeping it in a box of any kind whatever. For an image kept in a box, that of the idea, for example, becomes like dead water, water deprived of its power to stream forth. If we consider, on the other hand, the model of temporality presupposed by the iconological operation developed as a deduction, we perceive that it always requires a direction, in other words a temporal progress. So what is surprising about the idealist history of art having first turned toward the age in which the ideal of artistic progress was first thematized, namely the Renaissance. What is surprising about the history of art, in these conditions, having itself been a product of the Renaissance, the temporal constraint of the symptom is quite other. There is nothing in it that disappears to make way for something else that will follow it or mark it with the triumph of a progress. There is only the troubled play of advance and regression all at once. There is only mute permanence and unexpected accident at the same time. In fact, overdetermination opens the time of the symptom. It gives access to the present only through the element of a confinct or equivocation, which themselves reference other confincts and other equivocations, past yet persistent, mnemic elements that come to distort the present of the subject by giving form to its symptom. In short, the symptom insists only when a synthetic deduction, in the pacifying sense of the term, does not come into being. For what makes possible such a deduction, such a logical reduction, is a state of permanent confinct, never wholly resolved or pacified, that issues to the symptom its requirement to always reappear, even and above all where we do not expect it. Freud explained the kind of resistance of the symptom by the fact that it is situated precisely at the frontier station between two opposing forces, and that struggling against the symptom always strengthens this resistance. As to knowing how symbol and symptom manage to find their aptest articulation, their common element, that really isn't something that can be broached by asking ourselves what thing symbolizes a symptom. The symptom symbolizes, to be sure, but it does not symbolize in the way that a lion symbolizes strength, even if we are aware that a bull can also symbolize it. The Panofskian identification of symbolization with meaning, that is, with intrinsic meaning, linked to the famous essential tendencies of the human mind, here deserves to be left behind. The eminent symbolicity of the symptom is not understood in Freudian theory as a relation between one term and another, but as an open set of relations between sets of terms that can themselves be opened. Each term assuming the minimum of overdetermination constituted by a double meaning. 94. What, then, does a symptom symbolize? It symbolizes events that have taken place and also events that have not taken place. It symbolizes each thing and also its contrary, being an ingeniously chosen piece of ambiguity with two meanings in complete mutual contradiction, as Freud wrote. And by symbolizing it represents, but it represents in a way that distorts. It bears within it the three fundamental conditions of a withdrawal, a presented return of this withdrawal, and a fraught equivocation between the withdrawal and its presentation. Such, perhaps, would be its elementary rhythm. Panofsky himself, as we know, identified symbol with symptom, and both with the manner in which, under varying historical conditions, the general and essential tendencies of the human mind are expressed by specific themes and concepts. Iconology basically coming down to transcribing the reason of these themes and concepts from the perspective of a history of cultural symptoms or symbols in Ernst Cassirer's sense in general. In all likelihood, the history of art will not be able to jettison the methodological weight that immobilizes it unless it undertakes to criticize the semiological foundations of this assimilation. It's not so much a question of trying to redistinguish the two concepts in the guise of a confrontation between the symptom of an artwork's aesthetic emotions and the symbol, for its part, considered as its theoretical equivalent, and thus theorizable. The question comes down, yet again, to accounting for the moment in which knowledge of the symbol is traumatized and interrupts itself in the face of the not knowledge of the symptom, which in return opens and propels its symbolicity into an exponential spurt of all the conditions of meaning operative in an image. Perhaps Panofsky wanted to help us, we historians of art, and to simplify our lives by making us believe for a moment, but this moment goes on, the inaugural example of iconography and iconology having been taken literally, that posing our gaze to a work of art is equivalent to meeting a man in the street who lifts his hat. The famous opening pages of his Introduction to the Science of Iconology unfold a semiological fable in which we start out from a certainty when I identify, as I automatically do, this configuration as an object gentleman, and the change of detail as an event hat removing to arrive, in the end, at another certainty, that of the immanent symbol of the gesture of lifting one's hat, that of the cultural symptom a certainty that it would have been impossible to attain without the permanence and stability of the first one, in other words without the identification, never called into question, of a man lifting his hat. The opposite happens when I look without encountering it by chance, which is to say for a long time at a painting the progressive deduction of a general symbol is never wholly possible, insofar as the image often proposes to me only thresholds to shatter, certainties to lose, identifications to, at a blow, call into question. Such is the efficacy of the symptom, its syncopic temporality, that it pulverizes the identification of symbols in order to disperse them in whirring fashion. It is perhaps useful to recall here that, in the immense Freudian corpus devoted to the symbolic, there is a short text that focuses, precisely, on a hat by way of broaching the nature of the connection between a symbol and a symptom. It begins however with a term-for-term identification, Sufficiently well established through the analysis of dreams, the hat symbolizes the genitals most frequently of the male organ, but not exclusively. 103 Nonetheless, this door opened onto the evidence for a symbolic system would immediately be closed. It cannot be said, however, that this symbol is at all an intelligible one, writes Freud, thereby indicating how the evidence, even attested, for a symbolic code quickly becomes inoperative when it broaches the work itself, by which I mean the way it operates in a fantasy or a symptom. Then there commences in Freud's text a whole economy of trajectories along which the hat will become a head, a prolonged, though detachable head, a ball or a pillow, then a pillow organ, etc. A fantasy economy in which we pass not from one certainty to another, but from one symbolic displacement to another, and endlessly. When the obsessive neurotics are in the street, they are constantly on the lookout to see whether some acquaintance will greet them first by taking off his hat, or whether he seems to be waiting for their salutation, and they give up a number of their acquaintances after discovering that they no longer greet them or do not return their own salutation properly. There is no end to their difficulties in this connection. They find them everywhere as their mood and fancy dictate. The theoretical lesson of Freud's little text is quite clear. The farther one goes in observing a symptom, the less clear its resolution will seem. As for the reference to the castration complex which subtends his argument here, it indeed provides a paradigm for the interpretation, but it is not a paradigm that resolves, synthesizes, or fixes the terms among themselves, for it requires that the symbolized be thought with its disappearance, with its being torn to pieces, with its incessantly repeated rending. Thus the psychoanalyst will fail if he tries to make an iconology in Panofsky's sense of the symptom presented to him. By lifting their hats, Freud's obsessive neurotics no longer perform clear and distinct acts of courtesy. Rather, they set disquieting dull symptoms within pseudo-familiar dull symbols, so an economy of doubt is put into place with the thought of the symptom. The symptom effectively requires of me that I be uncertain about my knowledge of what I see and what I think I grasp. Descartes, looking through his window at the hats and coats passing by, already asked himself if they didn't conceal automatons. What, then, if I pose my gaze to the nonsensical expanse of crimson paint atop the head of the small girl with the red hat by Vermeer? Vermeer disencumbered his painted hat of all definitive or definitional identification without, for all that, our being able to say that what the painted lady has on her head is anything but a hat. So Vermeer proposed this crimson hat as a hat, something else, a strange and disquieting hat that, before being a hat, will impose itself on my gaze as a symptom of painting. Contrary to the optimistic progression within which Panofsky's parable situates us, what is happening now answers to a less triumphal constraint. The more I look, the less I know, and the less I know, the more I need to know about Vermeer and his period, in particular, knowing quite well all the while that the answer to this need to know will never resolve completely what this very modest hat holds up as phenomenal object for the history of art, as phenomenal symptom of Vermeer's painting. Likewise, contrary to an iconological ideal that pretends to define the conditions of what will be thinkable in a work of art, for an artist, or for a whole period, maintaining, for example, that 15th-century Italian painting can be thought only through the representation of space in 3 dimensions, and that what is unthinkable for an artistic period does not exist in this art, the opening to the symptom gives us access to something like an unthinkable that comes before our very eyes to traverse images. The residue of a confite, the sum total of whose ins and outs we will never know, the return of a repressed whose every name we will never be able to decline with exactitude, at once formation and distortion, a work simultaneously of memory and of expectation. The symptom causes to pass before our gaze the event of an encounter in which the constructed share of the work staggers under the shock and violation of a cursed share that is central to it. It is here that the fabric will have encountered the event of its rending. We will not, then, look at an art image the same way we look at an old friend we happen to meet in the street and who, already identified, will courteously tip his hat to us. Many historians since Vasari, however, have done this, do it, or pretend to do it. They place themselves before the image as before the reassuring portrait of someone whose name they want already to know, and of which they implicitly require that it cut a proper figure, in other words that it display the minimum of figurative decorum needed to suggest a hat correctly placed on a head. But the world of images has never been constituted to the sole end of behaving properly to facilitate the self-constitution of a history or knowledge. Quite a few images, even those we think of as having been familiar for centuries, behave like the enigma in Freud's discussion of the work of figurability. They run frantically, hats-feeing, and sometimes they even run without a head, for the work of the symptom is such that it often resorts to decapitating the idea or simple reason by way of making an image. But is this sufficient to conclude a book, to conclude at least our question posed to the history of art? Not really. The stakes and the movement were by nature critical. It was a question of formulating, albeit playfully, something like prolegomena to a more extensive critique itself historical of the spontaneous metaphysics and the tone of certainty too often adopted by the academic discipline called the history of art. It was a question, in sum, of radicalizing the call to attention, the call to cautious already found in Panofsky, and thus of formulating some questions about our own will to knowledge concerning art images. It was less a question of articulating new answers than of suggesting new requirements. For the ordinary model of visibility to which historians sacrifice most spontaneously, we have tried to substitute a requirement by its nature more anthropological, a requirement that we broach through the term visual. Against the ordinary model of legibility, we have proposed that of an interpretation whose constraints and opening are envisaged through results or rather a problematic inherited from Freudian metapsychology. For the unitary model of the schematism and the historical reduction, we have substituted the theoretical paradigms of figurability and the symptom, which we think might formulate more pertinently the ever to be reposed question of the profound symbolic efficacy of images. But it is starting from this register, where the theoretical fatally generalizing dimension of our stakes has been able to open out and make itself explicit to a certain point, that their specifically historical dimension now asks to be, if not developed, then at least indicated as the very motivation for the question with which we began. This question posed was effectively prompted by a tenacious impression that the efficacy of Christian images, their anthropological efficacy over the long term, could not be understood fully in the simple terms of the schematism, the symbolic form, and the iconographism developed by a humanist history of art having inherited its fundamental notions, its totem notions, we said, from Vasari on the one hand as regards the position of its object and from Neo-Kantism on the other as regards the position of its acts of knowledge. It's not so much that we must purely and simply renounce a conceptual world endowed with a long history and, in many respects, with an indisputable pertinence. What is at stake, rather, is criticizing, in other words proceeding dialectically, putting things in perspective. It is quite obvious that the fabric in which the history of Christian art is woven can be envisaged globally under the authority of mimetic representation, of the imitation inherited from the Greco-Roman world. Such notions become magical and totalitarian only when they pretend to legislate absolutely, to occupy all of the terrain, in other words to ignore their own limitations by blocking access to their own symptoms, crises, and rends. That is why it is urgent to think representation with its opacity, and imitation with what is capable of ruining it, partially or even totally. Our basic hypothesis comes down to situating the power of such a rend under the complex and open word incarnation. When we cast an eye on the previously discussed Dürer diaresis woodcut, what do we see at first? We see a body, admirably represented by an artist whose intense interest in the problems of bodily movement, the rules of proportion, etc. is now well known thanks largely to Panofsky. Some 10 years after having engraved this block, which already indicates an extreme attention to the depiction of musculature, for example, Dürer diaresis published his famous Verbucher diaresis von menschlicher Proportion, 4 books on human proportion, which Panofsky regarded as nothing less than a climax which the theory of proportions had never reached before nor was to reach ever after. All this is indisputable, but insufficient, for the body here represented by Dürer diaresis indicates by its withdrawal alone that it is not simply making a show of itself. The image that Dürer diaresis gives us is, so to speak, sucked into its center by the opening again, the wound into which Christ's gaze has definitively plunged. What does this mean? That the body in question is presented to us in a way that indicates a fiche in it, be it wounded. Dürer's diaresis, Christ loses himself in the opening of his fiche to the end of making present to the pious viewer that opening and death were the lot, even the radical meaning of the incarnation of the divine word among men. Thus is the beautiful body seen to be breached in its fiche by the very meaning of the divine made fiche. Thus is fiche made symptom in the body, to the point of discreetly altering its posture. We need only see how concentrating on the 2 stigmata in the feet such that the 2 puncta make for a gaze effect required a kind of torsion in the body itself, in the visible representation of the figure's feet. In sum, this corresponds exactly to the first definition that Freud gave of the symptom. It replaces, he said, an impossible change in the external world to understand, in the Christological context of Der diaresis er's print, the human world of original sin with a change in the subject's own body. Einiger Perverandrung diaresis. Diaresis, understand here the simple word stigma in the most paradigmatic sense that might be given it, that of a mark, stain, or prick introduced into fiche. 110 But never, in the whole Christian tradition, has the incarnation of the Word been thought otherwise than as the sacrificial alteration of a single body in view of saving all others from destruction, fire, and eternal torment. Which entailed, just the same, altering all of them a bit, by requiring of them, no longer the Hebraic ordeal of circumcision, but the no less categorical imperative to imitate the disfiguring ordeal into which Christ had first plunged. We see better now how the two terms incarnation and imitation must be situated with respect to each other. The first presupposes a symptomization of the second, which makes of the second henceforth altered a vocation to the symptom of the body as much as to the body itself. Saint Francis of Assisi imitated Christ, not through the appearance of his body, but through the symptomatic disfiguration that his body agreed to receive or to incorporate. Our hypothesis, in its most extreme form, would consist quite simply in presupposing that Christian visual art sought also to imitate the body of Christ in the same terms that a given saint might have, in other words, by imitating, beyond the appearances of the body, the process or virtue of opening effected once and for all in the fiche of the divine word. Thus the Incarnation as the major imperative of Christianity, as its central mystery, its crux of belief, the response to a determined phenomenology and fantasy permitted and required of images a double economy whose inventive power was extraordinary. First it gave them access to the body, something that art history has always seen and analyzed quite well. Then it asked them to change the bodies, something that art history has examined much less closely. The incarnation of the Word was the access of the divine to the visibility of a body, so it was an opening to the world of classical imitation, the possibility of making bodies consequential in images of religious art. But it was just as much a sacrificial and threatening economy bearing upon bodies, and thus an opening in the world of imitation, an opening of the fiche effected in the envelope or mass of bodies. Such would be the elementary dialectic activated with the Christian invention of the theme of the Incarnation, something that, in a sense, would line the great fabric of classical imitation in which images display themselves, something that, in another sense, would introduce a rend at the center of the same fabric. Perhaps the aptest metaphor, in the end, is the Lacanian metaphor of the button tie. It holds the fabric in place. Its structural vocation is eminent for the very reason that it pricks and perforates it, a way here of indicating its no less eminent vocation as symptom. The term incarnation, in the full extent of its signifying spectrum, would then provide the third approximation for renouncing the theoretical magic of the imitazione and even of the iconologia inherited from humanism. Against the tyranny of the visible presupposed by a totalizing use of imitation, against the tyranny of the legible ultimately presupposed by a certain conception of iconology modeled after Ripa and Panofsky, taking into consideration, in the visual arts of Christianity, the theme of the Incarnation would make it possible to open the visible to the work of the visual, and legibility to the work of exegesis and of the overdetermined proliferation of meanings. From the Byzantine East to the Tridentine West, the incarnational requirement managed to bring forth in images a double power of visual immediacy and authentically exegetical elaboration. 111 Such is the theoretical, even heuristic power of the symptom. Such is its power of opening and of germination. The symptom, called forth, desired by the incarnational economy, marks in images that prodigiously fecund, efficacious connection between event and virtuality. The event will disturb the codified order of iconographic symbols. The virtuality, for its part, will disturb the natural order of visible imitation. All this in a dynamic that itself uses an immense spectrum of possibilities, and that can be as discrete or as explosive as possible. Comparing the theme of the Incarnation to a system of button ties, situated here and there across the great fabric of Western mimesis, suggests to us something like a counter-history of art, not an oppositional history, but a history that would proceed dialectically and give counter-subjects, to use a musical term, to the great mimetic theme of figurative representation. Now it is striking to note that the principal prototypical images of Christianity were on the one hand massively devoted to the theme of the Incarnation, to which they generally pretended to bear direct witness, and on the hand were images in which mimesis always endured the disfiguring ordeal of a veritable symptom, of a visual mark or trace of disfiguration. As if the fiche of the word here came to act against the body itself. I call prototypical those rare, exceptional images for which Christianity, Eastern and then Western, first laid claim to cult status, which presuppose two things at least. First, that these images touch the region of greatest desire, a region impossible to all other images, a region where the image, miraculously, made itself virtus and power of incarnation. These images from elsewhere, these rare images, by touching limits, indicated ends, be they untenable for all other art images. And that is why a history of them should be written, a history in which we would try to understand by what work psychic and material such limit images manage to appear in the eyes of their spectators as critical images in all senses of the adjective, and just as much as what I'd like to call desire images, images bearing ends here again, in all senses of the word for the image. The most striking examples, as is well known, are the Mandy Lion or Holy Cowl of Edessa, the earliest explicit mention of which, as a venerated image, dates from the mid-6th century Veronica's Veil, and the Holy Shroud of Turin, before which today's Christians still kneel on the very solemn occasions of its ostension. of Tei Akirapoites diaresis images, in other words images not made by human hands, one retains above all the structural connections, extremely elaborated, that here conjoin the element of legend-bearer of the ends dream for the image in rite and discourse with concrete procedures of presentation or presentability. What strikes one immediately, to get right to the point, is the triviality, the extreme humility, of the objects themselves, which have nothing to show but the tatters of their material. Old linen handkerchiefs or calcinated shrouds, in the end they display only the supposed but exorbitant privilege of having been touched by divinity. They are relics as much as icons. That is why a capacity to reveal has so long been attributed to them, articles that generally present themselves as simple cloths. That is why a capacity for apparition has been attributed to them, articles that offer an appearance that is literally as effaced as possible. But it was precisely a question of fulfilling this paradox. It was a question of fulfilling the contract, the sacrificial hurt, the circumcision of the visible evoked at the beginning of this book. That the appearance be effaced and the external aspect sacrificed, that's what corresponded exactly to the economy of humility evidenced by the Word itself's becoming incarnate. We should not be surprised, then, to learn that such images were envisaged in the Middle Ages as veritable Christophanies. Everyone attributed to them some great miracle, often the repetition of one of those thought to have been performed by Jesus himself, for example restoring sight to the blind. By declaring such images divine productions, not made by human hands according to an adjectival form, akirapoietos, diaresis introduced by St. Paul precisely to characterize the spiritual circumcision of Christians, the divine covenant and sanctuary. Their two human inventors basically tried to realize in an image something like a squaring of the circle, that is, an image that no longer would veil as appearance but would rather reveal as apparition, that no longer would need to represent but would efficaciously make present the divine word, to the point of actualizing the whole power of the miracle. But this denial of the pictorial in favor of an incarnational demand had but one end, which was to offer itself as the absolute paradigm of all iconicity, and thus of all painting activity. A way of positing in painting itself, or in the history of art if one prefers, an absolute object of desire for all religious iconography, an impossible object of the pictorial desire for incarnation. So we are before these rare, before these eminent icons as before the extreme form of a desire-made image, to bring the image outside itself in view of the feast that it glorifies and in sense would like to continue. The paradoxical structure of such a requirement largely conditions the antithetical aspect of the vocabulary used to describe these images. It is a vocabulary that already evokes the avalanches of chiasma and oxymorons that will characterize all negative theology and the syntax of mystics. Thus the Mandylion, from the beginning, was qualified as graphic, a way of combining in a single object heterogeneous semiotic models, a way of imagining semiotic miracles, so to speak. Now the astonishing thing is the fact that the presentation of concrete objects should have succeeded in bringing off such a fiction. The relative and desired effacement of these icons resulted, notably, in a foregrounding of their indexical character, their character as traces, as vestiges of a contact, and thus their character as relics. When Alfonso Pagliatti wrote his explication of the Holy Shroud of Turin at the end of the 16th century, he produced what is only, at best, the paradoxical system of a description of bloody traces, in which a supplementary yet fundamental paradox: it is the opening of the body and not the body itself, the rent body and not the form of the body, that guides the whole descriptive and exegetical argument. So the prototypical images of Christianity are nothing but pure symptoms shown traces of the divine, and shown as such to the end of constructing a mystery, magical efficacy, veneration. That is why the affirmation of such a contact, that of the living face of Christ with the Mandylion, of the suffering face of Christ with Veronica's veil, of the body of the dead Christ with the Holy Shroud, wouldn't work without the operation of procedures requiring something reciprocal, namely the non-contact of humans. What has touched the god often becomes untouchable par excellence. It withdraws into the shadow of the mystery and is constituted forever as an object of desire. Thus the Mandylion was draped with the imperial purple and borne in solemn procession. Thus did it occupy a royal throne, and serve as a palladium, namely an apotropaic image, in Byzantine military expeditions. George's Pisides would compare its effect on the enemy to that of a petrifying gorgon who knows how to keep at a distance anyone who dared look upon it. Veronica's veil also served as a palladium. It protected Rome, they say, from all pestilence which did not prevent it from suffering, in a fate analogous to that of the Mandylion, which was stolen during the sack of Constantinople. But Veronica's veil reappeared and was the object of a solemn translation. It was placed inside one of the four monumental pillars of St. Peter's Basilica, where even today it seems to support, opposite the wood of the cross, the very edifice of Christianity. It is sometimes shown to the faithful, but from such a height that only its frame shines forth, a frame made of crystal, gold, and precious stones, a frame that designates as much as conceals it. To say this is not only to put a finger on the objective irony of an ostentatory procedure. For the irony, like the procedure, is an integral part of the notion of image that here tries to elaborate itself. Dante already sensed this. He who compared a pilgrim come from afar to contemplate the relic to someone who can never sate his hunger we understand his hunger for visibility, his hunger for appearance before something that he nonetheless knows to be a vera icona of his God. For the true portrait true through its contact, a truth not apparent through its appearance required the implementation of its withdrawal, according to a dialectic that Walter Benjamin doubtless would have called the aura, and Maurice Blanchot fascination. Let's make do here with insisting on the requirement of such a dialectic of presentability it grounded for everyone the virtuality of the image, and so its transitory, hazardous, symptomal capacity to make appearance. It permitted the image object, that isolable, accidental, palpable, and destructible reality, to be constituted as an image paradigm, namely a matrix of relations in which the human tried to think itself as image of its God. That the human should be in the image, this literally meant that it belonged to the image, that it was its subject. So it wasn't necessary that anyone exactly see the true image of his God, in the shadowy light of a basilica in Constantinople or Rome. It was necessary rather that while looking at it they feel subject to the image subjectus in its proper sense thrown under and thus that he feel himself under the gaze of the image. What was necessary was that the spectator of the image be at once dispossessed of all mastery over it and possessed by it in accordance with a relation that, despite any taboo against touching the object that might remain in force, expressed itself most often in terms of an imprint, in other words in terms of the divine character, a Greek word that signifies at once the agent and the result of an imprint, of an engraving. The miraculous icon itself was nothing other than the character of the divine fiche of the word. It thus had the efficacy to transmit its imprint power to those who venerated it, and thus in some sense it continued the work of the Incarnation through a process thought before all else in terms of the liturgical sacrament. It must be repeated here how this efficacy didn't work without the implementation of the work of presentability or figure-making of the images themselves. The holy faces that some churches still offer to the devotion of the faithful figure vary infinitely the procedures of bedazzlement and begleaming, since some frames, besides precious stones and gilding, are inset with pieces of mirror and thus repeat not only the obligatory withdrawal of the vera icona behind the event of its exposed appearance, but also the dazzling face-to-face of divinized visages, that of Moses before the Hebrews and that of Christ looking down on his disciples on Mount Tabor, during the apotheosis of his transfiguration. We must remember, before these great icons of Christianity, that from the outset their injunction was situated within the legendary element of a face that normal vision had been unable to bear, the icons themselves being considered the sacred remains of such an unbearable. Now how to broach the implementation of such an unbearable, if not by remarking that a visual event, the very one that gives, repeats, or transforms the dazzling face-to-face here comes to take the place of the visible grasp normally expected from all image exhibitions, and especially from a portrait feed. That is why we must attempt a history of images that goes beyond the strict framework of the history of art inherited from Vasari. That is why we must confront the visuality of images in accordance with a phenomenological movement prepared to leave behind for a moment the exactitude of their visibility, required from the start by all iconological approaches. The images we have just discussed are not analyzable solely through description and through statements of what they imitate. They can also be analyzed in terms of the particular way that they prevent all exact description, the particular procedures that they implement to touch a region with which art in the humanist and academic sense of the word no longer has anything to do, giving way to something that pertains rather to an anthropology of gazes. Such images are generally excluded from the corpus of the history of art, since they are first of all relics, and do everything to obliterate the manner or simply the craftsmanship fatally clandestine, so to speak, and doubtless impossible to recover today, that gave birth to them. How could we attribute something like the Holy Veil, since the individual who made it in the 14th century did everything he could to efface the trace of his own hands, and of course all trace of human art via history of images, it should be clear, cannot be the same thing as a history of artists, something with which the history of art still identifies itself much too often. Neither can it rest content with iconographic solutions, insofar as the importance and the genius social, religious, aesthetic of an image can very well deviate from formal invention, so as to propose to the gaze only the efficacy and the mystery of forms undone, giving the trace of considerable events dreamt by men as signs of their destiny. The history of art too often does only the history of successful and possible objects, susceptible of a progress, glorifying appearances. We must also think a history of impossible objects and unthinkable forms, bearers of a destiny, Critiquing appearances. Is this to turn our backs on art images via's incarnation a requirement incommensurate with the means of which painting and sculpture show themselves capable, committed as they are, at least in the West, to the so much more visible imperative of imitation I don't think so. If from the start the imposing dogma of the incarnation turns out to constitute something like a drama of the image, or at least a knotty question in the fabric of the figurable, then we can suppose that the history of possible objects, the history of art in the usual sense, will itself be traversed and thoroughly by the energetics of drama and desire that the incarnation imperiously unfolds. I imagine a history of imperious and sovereign exceptions that would develop the counter-subject of the visual in a melody of the visible, a history of symptomatic intensities button ties, moments fecund with powerful fantasy in which the expanse of the great mimetic fabric is partially rent. This would be a history of the limits of representation, and perhaps at the same time of the representation of these limits by artists themselves, known and unknown. This would be a history of symptoms in which representation shows what it is made of, at the very moment that it agrees to strip itself bare, to suspend itself and exhibit its flaw. These symptoms have yet to be mapped, having been obliterated by the kind of winners list to which Vasarian history has long since accustomed us. A rather trivial example but interesting in relation to our theme, and what's more, taken from Vasari himself might help us to get some traction on the question. It is a particularly unattractive, or at least bizarre work painted in Rome by a rather obscure artist, Ugo dei Conti da Panico, known as Ugo de Carpi figure. The painting, which the curators of the Vatican museums felt no obligation to keep in their public collections, was made between and for the altar of St. Veronica in the old St. Peter's Basilica. Art historians have uncovered the compositional but not stylistic original in a superb drawing of the same subject by Parmigianino in the Uffizi figure. But one senses at a glance that, despite their close relation in terms of artistic invenzione, the two works are fundamentally discordant. Parmigianino's drawing, squared for transfer, openly proclaims its stylistic power. It shows Veronica exhibiting a veil on which Christ's face stands out clearly, disproportionately large but without doubt a real head, in any case a portrait shaded to create the illusion of three-dimensionality. Drawing close to the painting by Ugo de Carpi, one discovers by contrast a rather static and awkward way of proceeding, very far from the extreme virtuosity displayed by Parmigianino in his drawing. One notices above all that what the Saint Veronica displays is not really a portrait of Christ but rather a receding of the face that sinks and distances itself behind an arbitrary contour reminiscent of a Byzantine frame. The face, if it is there, does not emerge from the darkness but disappears into it. And moreover it isn't there. For what the represented saint, in the end, only presents on her veil is a portrait not of Christ but of Veronica's veil itself, the actual relic venerated in St. Peter's in Rome. The kind of primitivism of the style is more readily explained by this intention to stick with the scarcely living appearance of a relic, by contrast with the more humanist intention to invent a living face for the Christ of the Passion. But that's not all. Ugo de Carpi himself in a sense justified the rather crude appearance of his painting by inscribing between the feet of St. Paul the poetic rule in the original sense of the word that he gave himself for this particular work per Vigo de Carpi and Teator Fata senza Pinello, which signifies two things: that the painted work is the work of an engraver and that it was executed without the aid of any brush whatever. What does this mean? That the image was produced by the sole application of cloth soaked with paint, without the intervention of fingers or brushes, and that the shadows were simply gone over with the powder of carboncino, or charcoal. Such a procedure in any case, the way it detours around conventional pictorial practice, evokes the pious recipes that must have presided over the confection of many holy shrouds medieval and modern. It was very exactly a question of turning away from mimetic and artistic techniques to the end of transposing the gesture of imitation to the pious register of process, of contact, of the acer poies diaresis. In sum, it was a question of realizing, of ficting and in a sense faking a veritable image not made by human hand. Ugo de Carpi thought he was doing good, in the religious sense of a pious act, by turning away here from the aesthetic ideology of his time and from the technique of his peers. In short, by refusing the hand as invention, in other words, disegno. We note just the same that his quality as engraver, which he himself underscores in the inscription on the painting, doubtless had led him into his strange pictorial choice. The Vatican Saint Veronica is moreover the artist's only known painting on canvas on veil, one is tempted to say. Vasari himself tells us, in his life of Marcantonio Raimondi, that Ugo de Carpi invented a technique of woodcut engraving using several blocks for a single image. For example, one block was engraved only with the dark tones, another only with half tones, and another only with light tones, a procedure that had the effect of unlayering, even in a sense dismembering figuration in accordance with parameters of form, light, and texture. The representational and legible image thus appeared only after the final printing. Vasari's indication regarding Ugo de Carpi's activity as an engraver would be of little importance were it not followed immediately by an eloquent account. Eloquent because it says much about the history of art then in the process of being invented of the very painting that concerns us. Now since, as I have said, he was a painter, I must not omit to tell that he painted in oils, without using a brush, but with his fingers, and partly with other bizarre instruments of his own senza ad operare penalo, ma con la dita, et per con suoi altri instrumenti capricciosi, an altarpiece which is on the altar of the Holy Veil in Rome. Upon this altarpiece, being one morning with Michelangelo at that altar to hear Mass, I saw an inscription saying that Ugo de Carpi had painted it without a brush, and laughing ridendo I showed the inscription to Michelangelo, who answered, laughing also ridendo anch'esso, that it would have been better if he had used a brush, for then he might have done it in a better manner di miglior maniera. These two conjoined laughs, that of the divine artist answering that of the great historian, teach us many things. Whether the story is true or not, it certainly seems unlikely. One's nose must be up against Ugo's picture to make out the inscription, a position scarcely compatible, surely, with participation in a Mass at St. Peter's before the very altar where the painting served as a pula matters little in the end. The two laughs are paradigmatic. They represent to us first a mocking exchange between two artists, their discussion of craft, and their final joke, in the middle of the rite that spoke of divine sacrifice, that made present the Corpus Christi and the consecration of the host, that repeated obsessively the cycle of sin, death, and the question of salvation. These two laughs, then, although naturally winning our sympathy, manifest straightway something like a refusal to understand what was in question, not only in the grave Eucharistic rite that was being celebrated before them, but also in the very work that not work, rather by Ugo de Carpi. Vasari imagines that if one doesn't paint with brushes, one can paint only with one's fingers, so he is miles away from understanding where the minor artist had tried to situate his imitative act. As for Michelangelo's response, it only mocks a maniera, which is just what the painting by Ugo tried to jettison by reenacting awkwardly, to be sure, the originary and legendary Poese Diaresis of Veronica's Veil. From the start of the game, then, the work Fata Senza Pinello excluded itself from great art, or in any case from what is so called. Its awkwardness and its stalemate obviously resulted from its in-between position, where nothing that it attempted had been carried out to the end. It was a failed work because it was situated too far from manner, from style, and from the aesthetic detours expected of what we call art, but it was also a failed not work, insofar as it had remained much too designative, demonstrative, and iconographic, insofar as it escaped the visual mystery of contact, expected of everything that we call a relic, an object of religion. Too far from manner in one sense, and too far from matter in another. The anonymous artisans of medieval holy shrouds were never so naive or so narcissistic as to inscribe their signature, be it accompanied by the assertion Fata Senza Pinello in a corner of the sacred fabric. They took their pious industry to the limit, while Ugo de Carpi, for his part, remained within the narrow confines of a double denial. Despite everything, he wanted to make a work of art, namely an image object, whereas his project remained that of an image trace and an image mystery whose humble secret he could not keep to himself. Stripping the image bare, undressing the figures, something required in all religious fervor by the sublime theology of the pseudo-Dionysius, something required, basically, by any work devoted to the mystery of the Incarnation, was that ultimately to turn away from great art, by which I mean the art retained by our historians as bearing genius. The example of Ugo de Carpi might make us think so, and suggest the view that the incarnational requirement finally concerns only popular art, popular devotion, all the more since the implicit ends of such images are often directed toward miracle and legend, images that open and close their eyes, images that speak, images that bleed, etc. All the more since the paradigm of the living image seems operative above all in a realm we like to call archaic. But this judgment is in fact too hasty. The living image belongs to systems as learned and complex as can be the theology of Nicholas of Cusa, for example. Why wouldn't it also have some bearing like the obscure pulsation that gazes at us, more than like the clear appearance that we know how to grasp on great painting, on learned painting? The inquiry has yet to be pursued among the galaxy of famous artists on whom the theological or at least devotional element might have come to bear. The case of Ugo de Carpi is exemplary in one sense, and very poor in another, for this artist was unable to produce a visual symptom of his archairopoiesis. Diaresis, neither the compromise nor the tension found issue in either figure or disfiguration, and that is why his painting has never made an impression on anyone, neither on tasteless believers nor on non-believing aesthetes. If by contrast we again turn to the much more famous example of Francis Angelico, We find in his works a truly impressive series of visual symptoms that play on the mimetic economy of the image in a relationship of perpetual disquiet, a disquiet that I would describe as fecund as much as critical, which is to say, in particular, crisis-laden and rich in effects. Francis Angelico felt compelled, on a large expanse of wall, 1.5 meters high by 3 meters wide, to cast from a distance a rain of colored spots, thereby providing a counterpoint of gesturality and dissemblance to the skillfully imitated faces of a sacra conversazione. That's what situates us before the images, before the inspired comma, the double requirement to make present as much as to represent figure. Francis Angelico treated the large base of his sacra conversazione from a point of view that was not only formal and visible, but also mystical and liturgical in its origins. This base supported the figurative group of the Virgin with saints as an altar supports its altarpiece, and thus the visual symptom produced the aspersion of pure color on the section of wall became immensely rich in exegetical and contemplative potential. So Angelico found in this gesture of aspersion a level of liturgical imitation that ruined at a blow, or in any case rent, the level of aspectual imitation that the art of his time, of course, made its profession. To refuse for a moment for a symptom the Albertian construction, to produce at a blow the absolute archaism of paint merely thrown against its support, this was to lay claim at once to an origin, an originary pictorial gesture, and to the whole humility of the pigment vestiges of an object divine, unattainable, that nonetheless incited the whole of his desire to paint. The attitude here is not popular but quite learned. It is that of a negative theology. It requires that one strip oneself bare so as to strip the image bare, the most difficult thing henceforth being to reach the lowest level and, like Christ himself, humiliate oneself in the dissemination of pure material events, in order to give oneself the chance of apprehending the unique aspirational, anagogic force of the desire to go as high as possible. To throw raw paint onto the front of this monastery wall, then, was to risk the ordeal of a catharsis. It was to perform a pious act, even a mystical one. Let's look again. This stream of colored spots doesn't resemble very much from the point of view of appearance. Conversely, it resembles quite precisely a process, a gesture of unction, even of consecration, that it reenacts, in other words reactualizes, makes concrete again more than it imitates. To anoint is to cast a liquid oil, scent, tears, even pain onto something that one wants to sanctify, or, more generally, whose symbolic status one wants to modify. It is a rite of passage. One anoints newborn babes to baptize them, one anoints the dead to send them to some habitable beyond. One also anoints altars to consecrate them, and one asperses icons with holy water to render them efficacious. All of this, yet again, exists solely on the foundation of the incarnational, given it presupposes that the Word can be incarnated, and that its abstract power knows how to become in a becoming called mystery, miracle, or sacrament palpable as fiche or pigment. The blood of Christ on the stone of unction, it was still recounted in Francis Angelico's day, had anointed the stone in return, had made it, it was said, permanently red, and it was also recounted that the tears cast by the Virgin over his dead body had imprinted white constellations on the patch of darkened stone. Doubtless there is something of all this in the strange pictorial choice of the Dominican artist, something that would have aimed to project the iconic surface itself toward the more sacred regions where in one sense the relic operates, and in another sense the sacrament does. At about the same time that Francis Angelico realized his frescoes in San Marco, some believers in Bohemia did not hesitate to consecrate certain Marian icons with paint they freely traced, with 2 large brushstrokes, a sign of the cross that in some sort crossed out the representation of foam arbor, the latter already fragile as representation, devoted to the blotch rather than to appearance that covered their back's figure. So there is an old painting practice that knows how to break with the quest for appearance, since at a certain moment its imitative gesture desires rather to bear on a process, on the more immediate given of an intimate liturgy, on the radical requirement of an act aiming to reenact a mystery of incarnation. This is what happened in the East Urn liturgy of the Eucharist, where the priest himself reenacted the gesture of the soldier Longinus piercing the side of the consecrated host with the aid of a miniature holy spear, known exactly as the Aiguille Longe. This is also what happened, but on a completely different level. Of course, when a Gothic painter wasn't satisfied with applying threads of red paint to represent the blood of Christ spurting from his side, but used some blunt instrument to wound the surface of the gilded sheet, and make the crimson undercoating of Armenian bull surge forth again, such a way of proceeding doubled the appearance of a process, and constituted the icon in the religious sense as well as the semiotic sense of the term through an act by its nature indexical, an act in which the violent relation to the subjectal, that is, to the support, went far beyond the reproduction of a wound. For it was indeed the production of a wound in the image, an injury to the image, that was then in question. The opening and the cutting became concrete, and the actual wound presented itself frontally, cut directly facing us into the gold sheet, even if, as is often the case, the wound in the picture is represented in profile. One last example merits discussion. So much does its power immediate as much as virtual manifest the incarnational requirement that we are trying to sketch in the world of images. It is an isolated sheet from the Schnutgendiaresis Museum in Cologne, painted in the first half of the 14th century in a Cistercian milieu figure. Here the representation comes to identify with its own crisis effect in an utterly radical way, as if consumed by the partial effect of its bloody effusion. The artist a monk, I imagine, and why not a nun? First drew a body of Christ with its head slumped so far onto its chest that the silhouette almost suggests the idea of a headless God. A sharp angle oddly bars the top of the torso, as if the result of a large energetic incision. And at the foot of the cross two religious figures are kneeling, Saint Bernard and a nun, rapidly but less violently circumscribed by the artist, and artist doubtless in a hurry to get to what was essential. Here, then, is what was essential to invade this body by the event of the open fiche, in other words by the effusion of red liquid paint, certainly, but as disfiguring as blood. The operation is invasive insofar as the only thing about this body that henceforth matters is its breached part. For here the whole body, the whole image becomes wound. What does this imply? It implies a paradoxical work of presentability in the image. It is there, before us, much too far away or much too close. It gives quite badly, moreover, the appearance of the body of Christ that would be seen from a reasonable distance, whereas its major visual event, the intense red paint, suddenly creates a distance that is irrational and captating, an irrationally proximate distance that makes the small painted sheet the visual place of a quasi-embrace, like that of Saint Bernard at the foot of the crucifix. Perhaps this image was produced to the end of making the devout person close his eyes under so much violence, and to let his heart bleed within him, in accordance with the demands of so many 14th-century mystics. This image, in any case, manifests in the bluntest possible way the requirement of limits addressed by the Christian faith to the visible world of our bodies. Since we are condemned to the earthly purgatory of our own bodies, let us at least transform them by imitating the incarnate Word, in other words, Christ sacrificing his body for the future redemption of all sins. Let us mimic the sacrifice of the body to the fullest extent that we can. This was neither more nor less than an appeal to the symptom to require of the body that it be breached, afflicted, disintegrated, almost annihilated in the name and in imitation of a mystery that spoke of the divine Word and of the fiche of this Word. The simple folio sheet in the Schnutgendiaresis Museum places us before the preposterous choice, the challenge, almost of an artist having disfigured his drawing by throwing pure color onto it blind, in other words, just so, without prejudging the mimetic success or even the mimetic effect that would result. The artist here took the risk of the unthinkable. How can you make a stain by thinking it in advance, by prejudging it as you would construct a vanishing point? The stain, it is made, it makes itself by itself, and so quickly that elaborative thought has no time to construct anything representational at all in the image. The stain will be here, on the level of a simple, hastily painted folio sheet, like the figural equivalent of the appeal to the symptom that the Incarnation required of, obsessively, Christian bodies. A simple stain of color, then, to conclude. An act of painting where appearance, split, rushes to its ruin. A gesture fatally irrational at the time of its production, the opposite, then, of Vasari's disegno. And would iconography be in all of this? Iconography demands attributes, whereas the color here, like the visual white of the Annunciation evoked at the beginning of this book, is a color subject. It is what supports the whole event of the image. It neither names nor describes, it refuses to describe even so as to be able fully to exist, to come forth. But it invokes. It desires. It even implores. That's why it has not the arbitrariness of a pure happenstance but the overdetermined power of a symptom formation. It is a knot of tension, but at the same time it manifests a whole work of figurability in which the omission of the described body, a kind of Freudian Auslassung, indicates the force of an intense condensation, and leaves in the color a displaced vestige of fiche. It is also the color of an astonishing compromise, in which the alternative, either the body, or its wound, is left behind in favor of something that covers pigment used just the way Leonardo recommended, provided he pour and opens at the same time. Here, color all at once covers and spurts. But what does it invoke? Here is the mystery of its figurability. Here, at the same time, is the place of its most immediate presented self-evidence. For a single name sufficed in the 14th century to say the whole of this pictorial and pious gesture. It was the name Christus, the proper name of the incarnate Word, the object of piety par excellence, the name bearing all mysteries, all hopes, all anxieties, and all ends. But the genius of this image resides also in the fact that this immense spectrum of virtualities had need of but one act, throwing a thick red liquid at a parchment surface to be realized. There, as elective symptom of the great desire that was at work. This act is, once again, an act of unction. An unction whose very name, whose common name was called Christos the Anointed One, and thus re-articulated, admirably, the immediate gesture of the painter on the absent object of his religious desire. This example makes it easier to understand how a single, simple, even reckless act of painting could have managed to manifest all the mystery and all the virtuality of a given of belief, even of exegesis. For there was an act of exegesis in this presentation of a Christ not represented exactly, but simply anointed Christos, then with color. There was here simple event and virtuality, absolute risk of the hand and thought of a mystery, there was here visual shock and exegetical fill. In short, there was symptom, and thus there was disfiguration, violence done to the classic iconography and imitation of a body suspended on a cross. It must be repeated once more how much the symptom, not of the event and of the virtual structure, answers fully here to the paradox stated by Freud about figurability in general, namely that figuring consists not in producing or inventing figures, but in modifying figures, and thus in carrying out the insistent work of a disfiguration in the visible. But it must likewise be said that history here converges with a theoretical or metapsychological statement, for in the same period in which the image in the Schnutgendiaresis Museum was realized, a Dominican in the north of Italy composed a dictionary, one that was famous and read everywhere in Europe until the 16th century, in which the definition of the verb to figure expounded Freud's statement almost word for word, namely, that to figure in the exegetical sense was in fact equivalent to the verb to disfigure, because it consisted precisely in transposing to another figure in alium figura mutare the very given of the meaning to be figured. Which places us one more time before figures as before the disquieting power of something to overdetermine itself, to constantly estrange itself. We are before the image, then, as before that which continuously estrange itself. What does this mean? Are we in the process of losing everything? I mean losing this aspectual minimum that makes us, before an old work of art, use the word figurative in a trivial, non-paradoxical sense. Not at all. The Christ stain from the Schnutgendiaresis Museum is not only a stain, it is also a Christ. It is a stain here precisely because it is a Christ. So there's nothing abstract in it. There's only a thought resemblance, not in its success, namely the idea of a same that would be breached and stabilized through the production of its image, but in its crisis or its symptom. The 14th century German artist plunged, so to speak, Christ-like resemblance into the central ordeal of its disfiguration, a way of rattling, even convulsing, the permanence of its appearance. Just as a man having convulsions never completely ceases to be a man despite our inability to engage with him in the civilized way of Panofsky's hat-tipping gentleman, so does the Christ stain remain the God, the immovable rock of the West, who here, in the image, engages with his pious viewers in a way that is anything but civilized or polite. The image henceforth no longer speaks to us in the conventional element of an iconographic code, it makes a symptom, in other words, a cry or even a mutism in the supposedly speaking image. What is in play in this symptom-making is still, according to Freud, neither more nor less than an eruption, a kind of singular spurt, of the truth at the risk, then, of undoing for a moment all representational plausibility. What happens here is that the radiance of a fundamental truth of Christianity came to breach and rend the imitation of the crucified body that was the norm. The truth of the Incarnation has rent the plausibility of the imitation, the event of the fiche has rent the ideal appearance of the body. But what is this event? It is death, the death of God required by His very incarnation. That's exactly what the little folio sheet from the Schnutgendiaresis Museum brings to the fore, presence, chromatically. That the divine Word, the eternal Word, the all-creating Word, if we are to believe St. John, chose to become fiche, this required that at a certain moment He be unmade and die, that He shed blood and be no longer either recognizable or healthy from the soles of His feet to the top of His head. The hypothesis of the Incarnation had from the start altered the sameness of the transcendent God. Here is the great operation. Here is what would give Christian images the categorical imperative rather the fantasy imperative, always to alter the same. Now we can better grasp how the Incarnation required an opening of imitation, as Longinus in the legend had opened the beautiful body of Christ. To open imitation, this was not to exclude resemblance, this was to think and to make resemblance work as a drama and not as the simple successful effect of a mimetic technique. The great tradition of biblical anthropology bears the most massive testimony to this, having constructed its famous models of origin, its famous economy of salvation, wholly through a drama of image and resemblance, divine as much as human. Everyone knows at least its general scheme. At the beginning of history, in principio, God created man in His image, and after His appearance just a few verses of Genesis will suffice for one to see the devil tempt man fall into sin, and be for quite some time, almost forever rejected from the face of God in the middle of history, the Son of God, His perfect image, is made flesh and sacrificed for the salvation of humankind. His 3-day death will have provided the surety for salvation, and the first chance for man to regain his original lost status of being in the image. At the end of history, the Last Judgment definitively separates those souls who remain dissemblant from their Father, and from those who regain the perfection of their resemblance. Then the saved again become the first and true sons of God their Creator. And in this moment all eyes see no further need to imitate, everything is perfect. So it is not surprising that a number of church fathers and medieval theologians should have formulated this immense saga in terms of a drama of resemblance. It would be said, for example, that at the start Adam, in the image of God, was in a relation of humble resemblance, that Satan proposed the infernal temptation of an equal resemblance, a prerogative of the only divine Son, that he had, in reality, the mad ambition of a resemblance of contrariness or rivalry, which the Father had every reason, one understands, to find gravely offensive. It would be said that the episode of the crucifixion provided the central event in which the equal resemblance submits itself to the ordeal of an ignominious disfiguration. It would further be said that resemblance to God remains for human beings the object of a desire that will not be satisfied until the end of time. Until then, men will only search within themselves for fragments, for vestige of the resemblance ruined in time past by the sin of the first earthly son. Until then, men will only wander in a region of dissemblance regio dissimilitudinis, a region our own regarding which a furious Father still refuses the gift of His face. How could religious painters have managed to hold themselves apart from such an anthropology, which situated resemblance as the impossible object par excellence, the ungraspable object at least for the living, and the sensible world, the world of bodies to be imitated, as an emporium of dissemblances, at best a universe marked with vestiges, with traces of the soul before which one had to purify oneself, strip oneself, in order to apprehend theme-free Christian anthropology. And the bundle of great theological traditions oblige us, then, to ask ourselves how religious painters, like other Christians, sought resemblance to God in order to save their souls, and how in order to do this they sought to open sensible, aspectual resemblances in their paintings to the point of altering them, of intentionally altering them. On this side of this question, which again engages the radical understanding of the word figura in the Middle Ages, we can find out from the great pre-Vassarian pictorial treatises how the stakes of an artistic practice could be envisaged within the anxiety-causing framework of this drama of resemblance, this drama that turned relentlessly around the death of the God image, around death per se and the question, will we be saved? So let's also open, barely, one or two of these painters' treatises, a few fine examples of which have survived from the Middle Ages. Let's open, for example, the Manual by Theophilus, which probably dates from the 12th century, and the Libro dell'arte by Cennino Cennini. What's the first thing we find there? As in Vasari, we find there the putting into place and the framing of certain procedures of legitimation. It might even be said that the schema in Cennini's book is wholly analogous, except that the meaning is completely inversed. Let's try to summarize its principal aspects. Where Vasari made his reverence to the prince, even to the Pope, in the mannerist gesture of a head that bows only to look upward, here the necks remain bent in the definitive humility of the relationship of obedience to which they lay claim with regard to God and His saints. Theophilus, for example, presents himself from the outset as a humble priest, a servant of the servants of God, unworthy of the name and profession of monk. He does not hesitate to describe himself as a wretched and almost nameless man, fearing to incur the terrible judgment meted out to anyone who might appear in God's eyes a poor servant of the gospel. So it is with regard to the sacred text that the relationship of obedience is finally formulated. As for Cennini, no more than Theophilus does he write under the gaze of princes, but under that, otherwise disquieting, of a divine throne and a learned gathering of saints. Here begins the craftsman's handbook, made and composed by Cennino of Cole, in the reverence of God, and of the Virgin Mary, and of Saint Eustace, Saint Francis, Saint John the Baptist, Saint Anthony of Padua, and in general of the saints of God. After this first and essential legitimation comes that, more concrete, of the constitution of a social body of the figurative arts. But where Vasari invoked the glory fama of a conquering and already self-legitimizing elite, Theophilus expounded the slow progression of the apprentice toward mastery, a mastery immediately detached from its human subjects so as to be attributed solely to divine goodwill. Those who will possess the art should not glory in it as in a good of their own, and which they have not received. Let them humbly give thanks unto the Lord, from whom and by whom all things come, and without whom nothing exists. Cennini, in his turn, legitimized his own mastery only in terms of the relation of filiation and tradition expressed by the reverenza due the master, in his case, Agnolo Gauди, then to the master of the master Taddeo Gaudi, Agnolo's father, then to the master of the master of the master Jodohim. Self. All this in a retrograde movement that seemed to carry the question of origin to the most radical level of legitimation accordable to the figurative arts. That is indeed what is in question. But it's not a question of appealing to the pucilibrati artifici antiqui of whose exploits Pliny sang, and who would be taken up again by Vasaria's paradigms of birth for his Renaissance to be founded. It is not a question of Apelles here, but of Adam. Adam, his nature as imago Dei, and the drama of the sin in which the imago was smashed. Adam created in the image, but who transmitted to us only the loss of the image and the drama of a resemblance ever sought, never obtained. Thus Theophilus makes his declaration of indignity, of contrite humility, follow the story of Genesis and the fall. Thus Cennini unfolds the same story, from a perspective in which the verb to paint, which brings the passage to a close, is very far from designating the triumphalist activity of an art desirous of its own self-recognition. The stakes lay elsewhere, between divine punishment and the search for the salvation of human souls. In the beginning nel principio, when Almighty God created heaven and earth, above all animals and foods he created man and woman in his own image alla sua propria imagine, endowing them with every virtue. Then, because of the misfortune which fell upon Adam, through envy, from Lucifer, who by his malice and cunning beguiled him or rather, Eve, and then Eve, Adam into sin against the Lord's command because of this, therefore, God became angry with Adam, and had him driven, him and his companion, forth out of paradise, saying to them, inasmuch as you have disobeyed the command which God gave you, by your struggles and exertions fatisce exercia you shall carry on your lives. And so Adam, recognizing the error which he had committed, after being so royally endowed by God as the source, beginning, and father of us all, found out through his science the need to find some means of living by his hands. Rinvendi sua scienza di bisogno era trovare modo di vivere manualmente. And so he started with a spade, and Eve, with spinning. Man afterward pursued many useful skills multiarti bisognevoli, differing from each other in some were, and are, more scientific di maggiore scienza than others. They could not all be alike, since science is the most worthy. Close to that, man pursued some related to the one which calls for a basis of that, coupled with skill of hand, and this is an occupation known as painting. The traditional, even ordinary character of this opening does not, however, give us warrant to neglect it. We must take note of the fact that a book where the author was to provide an explanation of light ragione della luce, the manner and order of drawing il modo e l'ordine del disegnare, and even a way to copy the substance of a good figure in che modo ritrarre la sostanza di una buona figura, we must take note of the fact that all this was established on the silt of Adam's fault in the lost image. Cennini specified this by saying that the loss of the image ought to correspond to the birth of need bisogno, and the loss of science, that innate science that made Adam a being cognizant of his God, ought to correspond to manual labor operazione di mano. So the existence of different skills multiarti was, from the outset, thought as an effect of need, thus of sin and of the lack of science. We understand then that the word scienza, as used in this context of a biblical narrative of origins, does not make do with referring to the canonical distinction between the liberal arts and the mechanical arts. It also evokes everything that theologians might say about it and everything that the faithful might be given to understand about it by church sermons, namely the reconquest, even partial, of supersensible resemblance. It is from this point forward that the legitimization of pictorial art, even its claim to the status of a liberal art, will pass from uneasy management of an original fall, and a dereliction for painting figures would never amount to removing oneself from the region of dissemblance in which all sinners are caught to hope for an ascendant movement, to hope for a chance at salvation. Painting demands the hands, the sign of a punishment, but is not subject to the law of need. So painting elevates the hands and desires science. There was here the sketch of an anagogical theory of painting, in accordance with the idea at base Dionysian, relayed to the east by the Venetian Byzantine tradition, and to the west by Abbot Suger and the whole Gothic aesthetic, of a materialis manuductio, in other words, a movement wherein the humiliation in the material and the humility of the material proceed a bit like the incarnation of the divine word itself. It is beginning from the lowest point that arises most powerful. So we should not be surprised to see one of the three principal manuscripts of the Libro dell'Arte end with a hymn to God and the Blessed Mary Eternally Virgin, a hymn in which the words God, desire, and pain rhyme with one another, as well as with, finally, the paradigmatic Christian unction that, decidedly, seems to harbor great riches. Concordia il tuo vale con Caldeo. I verati compaiuto ogni desio. Se povertà ti stringo dagli ascendi. Vai in su la croce Cristo per ungenti. Here we are perfectly in step with the fourth and last legitimation within which the project of the Trattato was framed. With the return to the cross, unction, and the divine will, we are already in the way for ends. I insist in saying that ends are not here separated from their intermingled expectation, anguish, and desire. The golden age of Vasari, for its part, had already taken place, and the artists of his very pagan resurrection, from Apelles to Michelangelo, had been immortal from the outset. This is the non quimperissa of the frontispiece to the lives. The final heaven where their memory was sung was certainly called glorious, but in the sense of fama, and was obtained at the end of the judgment of history, if not of the historian. In Theophilus and Cennini, by contrast, the judgment is none other than the shared judgment of mortals under the eye of God. It is identified with the end of time, in other words with a negation of history, holds social fama in contempt, and accordingly has another value that is otherwise definitive, otherwise disquieting. This is what happens in the closing lines of Cennini's treatise, where the reader is associated with the author himself in the uneasy hope of a quasi-liturgical formula evoke. In glory on high forever and ever, amen. E finalmente nell'altro mondo per gloria, per infinita secula seculorum, amen. This is what happens earlier in the last lines of the prologue, wherein Theophilus impugns in advance all temporal reward for his art, and speaks of a glory that was neither fama nor that of his own name, but indeed gloria, the glory of the divine name alone. When you have read and reread these things many times, and have engraved them in your memory, as reward for the instruction that you have drawn from my writing, each time that my work has been useful to you, pray on my behalf to merciful and almighty God, who knows that I did not write this book from love for human praise, nor from a desire for temporal reward, that I have hidden nothing precious or rare from a feeling of jealousy, or to keep secrets for myself alone, but that, to increase the honor and glory of his name, I have wanted to satisfy needs and aid the progress of a great many men. We could, facing these lines and their Vasarian counterpoint, sum things up in a comfortable way. On the one side would be the religious Middle Ages, and on the other the humanist Renaissance, a black cesspool of hellish notions on the one hand, and on the other the lucid visibility of perspectival, constructed, natural, Albertian paintings, a time that is sacred, static, and hierarchical on the one side, a dynamic and liberal human progress on the other. But this would be precisely to renew all the lines of division on which Vasari based his sense of history and his ideal of artistic progress. This would be, in particular, to forget that the manuscript of Cennini was recopied throughout the 15th century, and that the 4 pious verses from the Riccardiano manuscript quoted above were copied right in the middle of the 16th century. This would be to forget the black cesspool of hellish notions that, as late as, still accompanied the desperately medieval Christ of Der. Diaresis. Moreover, the Middle Ages were no more dark and self-mourning than the Renaissance was lucid and self-satisfied. Vasari wanted to make us believe this, and first of all to make his patron, Cosimo de' Medici, believe it. But for that he had to invent his history of art, in all senses of the term. Invent the fable of a progress and a teleology, invent a Giotto subordinate to nature in order to forget the Giotto of Christian mysteries and medieval allegories, invent a Francis Angelico immersed in the 14th century in order to forget that the great scholastic ars memorandi of the frescoes in San Marco were painted some 20 years after the death of Masaccio. If it is true that he enters into the work specific to images whereby they constantly estrange themselves, then the history of images cannot function according to the neo-Vasarian, even neo-Hegelian model of a simple progress of painting reason. Here history makes meaning only by making a kind of meaning imbroglio. In other words, an inextricable braid of anachronisms and open conflicts, a dialectic without synthesis of what is invented or advances and what lasts or regresses. All this traversed by the insistent play of the symptom. Francis Angelico indeed painted admirable Albertian perspectives, but he throws historians off track. Vasari above all for the simple reason that he uses quattrocento stylistic modernities to ends that are diametrically opposed to the ones that Alberti gave to the same modernities. In particular, the preeminence of the Historia. In short, he thought them and used them, so already transformed them through other categories, inherited directly from Albert the Great, Dante, and even Cennini. This famous Renaissance is no more that of pagan mysteries than the survival of ancient gods is the Renaissance of Italian humanism alone. In the end, perhaps all the history of art has to do is decline itself as a history of effects that are literally perverse, in other words, directed toward one thing in order to go toward something else away, then, of perpetually estranging themselves. But for this history to be neither perverse nor strange nor disquieting, one would have to become convinced with Vasari about certain lines of division that are really nothing but lines of exclusion, even executions. One would thus have to kill the Middle Ages in order to guarantee not only the concept of Renaissance as the preferential or referential category of the history of art, but even the very existence of this history of art as a humanistic discipline. One would also have to kill the image in order to guarantee the self-referential concept of art. To kill the image, in other words, to mend it or close it up, to deny the violence in it, its essential dissemblance, even its inhumanity, everything that Grunewald, Diaresis among others, had so magisterially put to work in order to revive and reassert the value of an example that Panofsky ultimately chose to put aside. The history of art would have to kill the image so that its object, art, might try to escape the extreme dissemination imposed upon us by images, from the ones that haunt our dreams and fio at by in clouds to the ones, popular, horribly ugly, or excessive, before which 5,000 of the faithful willingly kneel as one. To kill the image, this was to want to extract from a subject that is always rent, contradictory, unconscious, in a sense stupid, the harmonious, intelligent, conscious, and immortal humanity of man. But there is a world of difference between the man of humanism, that ideal, and the human subject. The former aims only for unity, whereas the latter thinks itself only as divided, rent, fated to die. We can understand images and their rending efficacy only by calling into question the humanism that Vissarion and then Panofsky in art history clearly made its alibi. Now killing the image was for Vasari nothing other than a new way, more radical, perhaps more ideal, of killing death. With its galaxy of elect artists having never perished, the history of art invented for itself a Parnassus of demigods whose principal quality was their having all been heroes, champions of resemblance. What the uneasy prologues by Theophilus and Cennini tell us, by contrast, is that, basically, no artistic image can be anything but a mourning for resemblance, a vestige of the loss of the divine image brought about by Adam's transgression. And if resemblance, from a Christian point of view, is thinkable only as an immense drama, that is first because through his transgression and the loss of his being in the image of Adam did nothing other than invent death for us. Not to resemble God, that's another way of saying we are all going to die. So we understand how the desire to recover the divine image superimposes itself precisely on the desire to recover the native immortality in which God is supposed to have created us all. It is perhaps the fundamental dialectic of incarnational images to carry within themselves this double, contradictory movement, contradictory of the very contradiction into which the divine word had already agreed to plunge, to carry death within them, to proceed to something like a perpetual putting to death, a sacrifice, then to the end of managing religiously the common desire for the death of death for a foreigner who suddenly discovered the world of Western Christian images, in particular those covering the walls of churches and monasteries. The first astonishment would doubtless go right to this very point: what comfort with regard to death can Christians have derived from a God perpetually in the image of dying on a cross? By advancing the triumphal term renascita, Vasari of course turned his back on this double efficacy of images, on this economy of obsession and anxiety. The word Renaissance speaks and wants to speak only of life, and it is rather moving to think that the first great history of art ever written had as its first word the word lives, as if its basic intention had been to prolong life, to make it multiply, to extend it infinitely without any trial other than that of historical judgment itself. The Renaissance artist is seen only, after all is said and done, as an artist who restores life, not only to art itself but to the things and to the living and dead beings that it represents mimetically. Vasari's vocabulary of the living vivo, vivace, viveza, vivacita is almost limitless in its extent. It invades every page of his book. It becomes more emphatic from artist to artist, maintaining here that it could not be more alive più vivo far non si può, and there that only the voice is lacking. All of this begins, of course, with Giotto, whose life written by Vasari effectively activates the whole process of rebirth to follow. From the first line, Giotto is placed by Vasari under obligation to nature, obligo alla natura, and, as if to leave no room for anything supernatural that might prove more demanding still, or more timeless, Vasari promotes this obligation to nature to the status of a something truly eternal, la quale serve continuamente sempre. A few words will suffice to introduce the notion of a rebirth of the arts whose good methods, he says, had been forgotten long ago. Read during the Middle Ages. Giotto, then, resurrects the good, the true painting amore del buone pitta risuscito, in accordance with a terminology that would consistently mimic the very vocabulary that it denies, namely, religious vocabulary. So the return to nature will be qualified as a gift of God per dono di Dio and as miraculous e veramente fu miracolo grandissimo, precisely in the sense that disegno, the famous king concept of Vasarian disegno, was here described as restored completely to life through the intermediary, the mediation, the intercession, we might say, of the elect chosen artist mediante lui ritornas del tutto in vita. Things become still more precise, a few lines on, where life as a metaphor for resurrected beautiful art is folded into life as the very object of this art devoted to natural resemblance. Giotto became so good an imitator of nature divenne così buono imitatore della natura that he banished completely that rude Greek manner and revived the modern and good art of painting, introducing the portraying well from nature of living people introducendo il ritar bene di naturale alla persone vive. And it is here that the famous example of the portrait of Dante comes conveniently to hand, for Vasari, to justify his concept of ritar bene di naturale, had to invent the notion of the poet's having been a very great friend of Giotto coetaneo ed amico suo grandissimo. But what happened in these few lines? What happened was this: a commonplace was, if not invented, then at least firmly anchored for quite some time in all our minds, we who look first as humanists at the great Western art of portraiture. This commonplace is that of the identification of the terms resemblance, natural, and living. It heavily conditions the vision that we can have, after Vasari, of the prodigious feats of imitation, in both painting and sculpture, bequeathed to us by the Renaissance. Such a commonplace is of course not without pertinence, for it finds precise and detailed expression everywhere. But it denies, even represses, as much as it affirms. Let's say, to get on with it, that it denies death as much as it wants to affirm life. Again, then, it kills death, and to do this it kills within itself. It represses the part of the image that is incarnational and medieval, which nonetheless and until the end of the 16th century profoundly conditions it. Let's try to be a bit more precise, or at least to illustrate through example. When we go to Florence to admire the masterpieces of the Quattrocento, we often remain stupefied, even gaping, before such works as the bust believed to be a portrait of Niccolò da Uzzano, executed in terracotta and what's more painted by the great Donatello. And when we find our voices, it is words like these that come to us automatically. That's the height of realism. For it's all here, as the saying goes: the texture of the skin, the wrinkles, the wart on the left cheek, the projecting cheekbone of a man whom old age is beginning to emaciate, etc. But for this very reason we see life in it, and we review in our minds in authentically Vasarian fashion the progress in resemblance realized since the 14th century, and in this work brought to a perfection that we don't hesitate, from that point forward, to call humanist. Here, then, an exemplary object in and around which the aesthetic equivalence of the terms lifelike, natural, alive, renascent, and humanist is fully functional. Now things didn't happen quite the way Vasarian history wants us to think they did. The height of realism, visually, existed long before Donatello made what remains, nonetheless, a masterpiece of sculpture. The height of realism existed in hundreds, even thousands of objects that encumbered, notably, the Florentine church of the Santissima Annunziata. But they were not works of art. They were ex votos, quite simply, or bodi as they were known in Florence. In short, objects of a medieval religious piety that gradually disappeared, dooming these hyper-realistic portraits to total destruction. No museum wanted to retain a trace of these objects, nonetheless extraordinary. No history of art includes them in the great movement of figurative styles. But the archives, for their part, have preserved the memory of an intense activity whose professionals were known as fallimagini, or image makers. People visited their shops in the Via dei Servi, that is, of the Serviti of the Santissima Annunziata, to have molds taken of their face and hands. From these, positive wax castings were made, which were painted and completed, in some cases, by the addition of artificial hair. These elements were then mounted on life-size wood and plaster mannequins, which were decked out by the donors simultaneously, the portrait subjects and the executors of a pious vow, a contract with God, in some of their own clothing. Then the objects were added to a numerous and celebrated company, including wax effigies of Isabella d'Este, Frederick II of Aragon, Leo X, Clement VII, cardinals, and other uomini famosi of silent worshippers of the Virgin. Why have such objects never entered the great history of art? Why has no one followed up on the brilliant intuition of the first person to draw attention to them, Abai Warburg, the most anthropological of art historians? Not only did these figures have the aspect of Renaissance works in the middle of the 14th century, they also, to make matters even worse, did not want to be, and indeed were not, works of art. Their operational model was by nature essentially indexical, based on an imprint, on character, and demanded a kind of artisanal technique and know-how that humanist notions of invenzione and maniera had very little to do with. Nonetheless, this operative model, described very precisely, occasioned some of Cennini's last chapters, notably one in which he declared how useful a thing is making imprints from nature, come sia cosa utile l'impronter di naturale. But Cennini was not about to relegate the craft of the fallimagini into the shadows of a clandestine history. For that, it is Vasari who must take the credit. Vasari, who definitely was familiar with the ex-votos of the Santissima Annunziata. They still crowded the church during his long sojourns in Florence. Vasari, who in his lives took denial so far as to invert exactly the order of inference in which we must think about such objects. He effectively invented the fable of a Verrocchio, who was one of the first, that is in the second half of the 15th century, to use this technique of molds and positive wax castings, a Verrocchio who showed a famous artisan, Orsino, a great representative of the preeminent family of Fallimagini, the Benintendi, how to become excellent in the realism of his images, in Commensio a mostrare competesse in quella farsi eccellente. Obviously what happened was just the opposite, namely, that the great artists of the 15th century, including Verrocchio, of course, but also Donatello before him, integrated the artisanal know-how of these obscure ex-voto suppliers into their aesthetic stakes. Vasari's having so carefully obscured the meaning of this episode, a major one in the history of resemblance, indicates that an important move was in play here. It was effectively a question of releasing resemblance from the drama within which Christianity continued to think it. It was a question of making it into an artistic aim, a vector of success and humanitas. To do this, it was necessary to kill the image, and kill with it the activity that produced images in accordance with the more modest ends of what we call an artisanal culture. Thus it was not solely to the end the most obvious, certainly, of constituting painting, sculpture, and architecture as major or liberal arts, that Vasari excluded the craft of the Fallimagini from the ideal scheme of his history of art. It was also a question, and in the same movement, of saving resemblance, of making it into an artist's project, a conquest of the natural, of life, and of constituting it as an authentically humanist category. So it was necessary to forget that the resemblance of the Bodhi had not been an end in itself, but a partial clause in a great contract executed with God, between desire and promise, prayer and active grace. It was necessary to forget that the resemblance of the Bodhi had not been thought in isolation as a search for an adequate aspect, but that it belonged to a symbolic system that offered other possible ways of unfolding, for example Bodhi that were only a mass of unformed wax, but with exactly the same weight, the parameter of resemblance in such cases as the donor Vasari. Finally, tried to forget that these indexical techniques of trait-for-trait resemblance had been preeminently mortuary techniques. It is not by chance that Cennini never, not once, uses the adjective vivo when writing about imprints di naturale, whereas Vasari ultimately confiates the two notions. To make an imprint of a still-living face which demanded an adaptation, the invention of means whereby the subject could continue to breathe, this was to use the age-old technique of the imago, or mortuary effigy, transformed symbolically to serve the magic of a vow that connected the Florentine merchant to the great manager of his death to come. The admirable statue of Niccolò da Uzzano would be in this connection at the place of perfect equilibrium. It speaks to us of life because the head turns upward, as if animated by a desire, and through the painted gaze with which Donatello so wonderfully endowed it. But its nature, beginning with its mode of operation, continues to pay its tribute to the mortifying essence of the imago. We understand this completely when looking at another statue, one nearby in the same room of the Museo di Bargello. It is the bust of a woman long attributed to Donatello, moreover that likewise pays death the tribute of its too exact resemblance figure. The subtle weakening of the teguments under the weight of the drying plaster, the cadaverous rigidity, the closed eyes, all this obliges the affecting face henceforth to resemble only its most exact, impersonal, and dramatic resemblance, its resemblance to being dead. To the Vasari who dreamt of a resemblance conceived as gain, as art, as life, the images of the Florentine 15th century persisted in opposing a resemblance conceived as a gift offered to God, as surety for a supernatural contract and as sign of an impending death. To offer an ex voto to the Church of the Santissima Annunziata, or to have one's portrait sculpted for placement opposite an Imago Pietatis in the Church of Santa Croce, this was doubtless to affirm something, a symbolic power to the citizens of Florence, but it was also to deprive oneself of something, to make a sacrificial gift of one's natural resemblance in view of another resemblance, that, supernatural, of another life in the heavens of death, in short. That's why the resembling images, the accurate or realist images of the Quattrocento, do not always have the optimism, even triumphalism, that Vasari wanted to project onto all of them. Although resembling, it also knows how to impose upon us the disconcerting strangeness, the secret disfiguration of its mode of presentation. Through the light but insistent traces of its contact with death, through the invasive visual index of its face drowned in a bronze as black as a veil of mourning, the statue in the Bargello, too, estranges itself. As must have seemed strange, even frightening to some, all these Bodhi too exact because too motionless, all fixed in their devout face-to-face with the miraculous image of the Santissima Annunziata. Such, perhaps, is the tip of truth before which all of these figurative symptoms place us despite ourselves. The immobility of these images, their principal symptom of Vulcamo, we might note with some irony, obliges us to experience in them something like a managing of death. Death is their brace, so to speak. Their major paradigm. Why? Because Christianity placed death at the center of all its imaginary operations. That was its major risk, or its principal ruse, or rather both at once: to thematize death as rend, and to project death as a means of mending all rends, of replacing all losses. A way of including dialectically such as the ruse its own negation, by making death into a rite of passage, a mediation toward the absence of all death. A way also of opening itself such as the risk to the somber insistence of an always returning negativity. But the height of the risk and of the ruse will have been, from the outset, to delegate onto the person of God the very ordeal of this insistent death. The Christian economy of salvation, as much as the mystery of the Incarnation, succeeded in advance in setting these two extraordinary paradoxes the one into the other. The first made die what is by definition immortal, the second made death itself die. Thus did men imagine killing their own death by giving themselves the central image of a God who agrees to die for them, in other words, to die in order to save them from death. But to do this, it was necessary to let death insist in the image. To open the image to the symptom of death. For just as anyone who says "I don't love you" nonetheless pronounces the word of love, so anyone who talks of resurrection lets the work of death insist within him. Christian Saint Bernard at the foot of his crucifix, the believer contemplating the engraved melancholy of his God, and the old Florentine woman fixed in her own cast have all lived in the double desire to kill death and to imitate death at the same time. In other words, to identify with the death of their God in an imitatio Christi, so as to believe that they have killed their own death, always in the image of their resurrected God. Adam was born in the image of, but the immense weight of his sin constrained all others to the obligation to die in the image of, to reenact constantly the sacrificial death of the incarnate Word, guarantor of their resurrection, even in their own act of being born. We need only recall the terrible sentences with which St. Paul introduces Christian baptism in order to understand the degree to which death functioned here as the motor of all religious desire, of all ritual catharsis, of all transformation, and hence of all figurability. It was necessary to die in order to be able to resemble. Now this heavy constraint also breached the world of images, what we call the images of Christian art, the image objects that have been such a focus of the discipline of the history of art. It affected them integrally, structurally, in ways that extend far beyond its mere iconographic implementation. For example, beyond the theme or concept of death, a constant work of oscillation of ebb and flow has agitated the Western image between ruse and risk, between a dialectical operation and the symptom of the rend, between a figuration always posed and a disfiguration that always interposes. It is a complex interplay of imitation and incarnation. Before the first we grasp worlds, we see. The image is posed before us, it is stable, susceptible to having ever more knowledge drawn from it. It excites our curiosity endlessly through its representational configurations, its details, its iconological riches. It will almost ask us to go behind the image to see whether some key to the enigma might not still be hidden there. Before the second, the ground collapses. Because there exists a place, a rhythm of the image in which the image seeks something like its own collapse. Then we are before the image as before a gaping limit, a disintegrating place. Here fascination becomes exasperated, reverses itself. It is like an endless movement, alternately virtual and actual, powerful in any case. The frontality where the image placed us suddenly rends, but the rend in its turn becomes frontality, a frontality that holds us in suspense, motionless. We who, for an instant, no longer know what to see under the gaze of this image. Then we are before the image as before the unintelligible exuberance of a visual event. We are before the image as before an obstacle and its endless hollowing. We are before the image as before a treasure of simplicity, for example a color, and we are there before, to quote the beautiful phrase of Henri Michaud, as if facing something that conceals itself. The whole difficulty consisting in being afraid neither of knowing, nor of not knowing. It is a fact of experience endlessly repeated, inexhaustible, piercing painting, which has no off-stage, which shows everything, all at once and on a single surface. Painting is endowed with a strange and formidable capacity for dissimulation. It will never stop being there, before us, like a distance or a power, never altogether like an act. Why is this, Sophie? As much, doubtless, because of its material status, the paint material, as because of its temporal, ontological position also, indivisibly, because of the ever-defective modality of our gaze. The number of things that we do not make out in painting is confounding. We can never know, heuristically speaking, how to look at a painting. That's because knowing and looking absolutely don't have the same mode of being. Thus, faced with the risk that the entire cognitive discipline of art is collapsing, the historian and the semiotician will tend implicitly to evade the question about this painting, whose integral meaning ceaselessly eludes him. He will say, "I haven't seen it enough to know something more about it, now I ought to see it in detail." See it, and not look at it for seeing knows better how to approach, anticipate, and even mimic the act, supposed to be sovereign, of knowledge. So to see in detail will be the little organon of any science of art. Doesn't that seem obvious? I will however suggest a line of questioning what can rightfully be meant by detailed knowledge of a painting. This text is a longer version of a paper presented at the International Center of Semiotics and Linguistics in Urbino, Italy, in July, at the colloquium Fragment Fragmentare chaired by Louis Marin. It was first published in the periodical La Part de l'Oeil, No. with the title L'art n'est pas d'écrire, un appris du detail chez Vermeer. Previous translation by A.C. Pugh of a shorter version, The Art of Not Describing. Vermeer, The Detail and the Patch, History of the Human Sciences, newly translated for the present volume. In common sense philosophy, the detail seems to encompass three operations, more or less self-evident. First, that of getting closer. One enters into the details as one penetrates the rarefied air of epistemic intimacy. But this intimacy entails some violence, perverse without any doubt. One gets close only to cut up, to break down, to take apart. Such is the basic meaning of the French word découper, its etymological tenor a pruning or cutting, and the first definition of it in lettres the separation of a thing into several parts, into pieces, which opens up an entire semantic constellation on the side of profit and exchange, of detail commerce. Finally, through an extension no less perverse, the detail designates an exactly symmetrical, even opposite operation, one that consists in gathering all the pieces together, or at least accounting for them in full. To detail is to enumerate all the parts of a whole, as if the cutting up had served only to make possible a complete accounting, without remainder a sum. So a triply paradoxical operation is in play here, one that gets closer the better to cut up, and cuts up the better to make whole. As if whole existed only in bits, provided these can be added up. Such a paradox, however, defines something like an ideal. The detail with its three operations, proximity, partition, addition, would be the fragment as invested with an ideal of knowledge and of totality. This ideal of knowledge is exhaustive description. Contrary to the fragment, whose relationship to the whole only puts it into question, posits it as an absence or enigma or lost memory, the detail in this sense imposes the whole, its legitimate presence, its value as response and point of reference, even as hegemony. The great favor currently enjoyed by the detail in interpretations of works of art does not result solely from the common-sense philosophy whereby, to know a thing well, one must know it in detail. Its presuppositions are certainly more complex, more strategic. I make no pretense of analyzing them here, that would entail a veritable history of the history of art, but I will suggest that this methodological favor perhaps derives from the serene connivance of what we might call an understood positivism and a Freudism that is, let's say, badly understood. The understood positivism comes to us from far away. It postulates that the whole visible can be described, cut up into its components like the words of a sentence or the letters of a word, and wholly accounted for. That to describe means to see well, and that to see well means to see truly, in other words, to know well. Since everything can be seen, exhaustively described, everything will be known, verified, legitimized. This being a way of formulating a willed, even willful, optimism that will carry within it an experimental method applied to the visible. As for the badly understood Freudism, it draws support from the royal road opened, of course, by the Traumdeutung. The interpretation should proceed en detail, wrote Freud, not en masse. And the two great rules of the classic analytic contract are, as we know, to say everything particularly and especially the details, and to interpret everything particularly and especially the details. But there is a misunderstanding here, because while Freud interpreted the detail as part of a signifying chain, sequence, or thread as I would say, the iconographic method, by contrast, is pleased to look for the last word of a work of art, for its signified. It will try, for example, to find an attribute that says everything about the subject. A key will become the key that exhausts the meaning of everything painted around it, in other words, about the body that we will call, clef oblige, St. Peter. Or indeed, at the extreme, one will look for a supposed self-portrait of the painter between the two panels of a door reflected in a carafe of water relegated to a picture's darkest corner, and then ask what moment the self-portrait represents in the painter's life, what word he is addressing to another figure outside the painting, whose presence in the artist's studio and whose humanism and thus his quality as author of the painting's program is attested by a contemporary archival document, and at the very moment the painting was probably painted, and so forth. The quest, always an abym, for the last word here, making the painting into a veritable Roman, a clef, a genre from which Freud explicitly distanced himself at the beginning of the case history of Dora. The picture is always considered as a coded text, and the code, like hidden treasure or a body in the closet, is always waiting there, somehow behind the painting and not its thickness to be found. This will be the solution of the painting, its motive and its confession. It will most often be an emblem, a portrait, or something garnered from history. In short, it is a symbol, or perhaps a referent that prompts the historian to make the painting confess. It is to act as if the work of painting had committed a crime, and one crime only, whereas a work of painting, good as gold, doesn't commit any, or cunning as all aspectual black magic, can commit 100. Furthermore, while Freud understood details to be observational discards, the ideal describer conceives of the detail as resulting from a simple acuity of observation. An acuity supposed to make possible, as if inductively, the very discovery of the treasure of meaning. But what is meant, in the end, by acuity of observation? If we turn to the conceptual field that provided the model for such an acuity, we discover that the problem is much less simple than it seems. The conceptual field in question is the one known precisely as the observational sciences. Bachelard discussed the status of the detail in a famous thesis published in. He showed that the epistemological status of the detail even in the physical sciences, the sciences of measurement, is that of a division, a disjunction of the subject of science, of an intimate conflict that it can never wholly pacify. It is a conflict, let's say, as a first approximation between the minutiae of the descriptive detail and the clarity of the interpretive setup. The first reason comes down to the phenomenological status of the object of knowledge itself. Nothing is harder to analyze, writes Bachelard, than a phenomenon that can be known in two different orders of magnitude. When the object of knowledge suddenly gets close, for example, a threshold is crossed, abruptly, and one must shift to another order of thought that has to be implemented if one doesn't want all thought to be rent or to collapse. Getting back to painting, it is in accordance with not two but multiple orders of magnitude that it lets us apprehend it. A commonplace in the Kunst literature is based on the givens of this elementary phenomenology, celebrating the enigma or wonder of a painting's not showing the same thing from a distance and from close up. The whole critical fortune of Titian, for example, revolves around the disjunction between the effects produced by his work when viewed from a distance, the inimitable perfection of Phocian fabric, and when viewed at close range, the imperfection, even aberration, likewise inimitable, of the broad and even coarse sweeps of the brush with which he covered his canvases. Insomuch that from near little can be seen, i.e., in the way of figures, but from a distance they appear perfect. To quote a celebrated passage by Vasari, and no less celebrated are the pages that Diderot devoted to the same problem, before the paintings of Chardin. In short, the detail poses one question above all others: where to look from, and it is not perception that is in question here, but rather the dwelling or place of the subject there whence painting is thought. Bachelard stated the problem in terms that are doubtless raw advances in detailed knowledge, generally going exactly against the grain of systematic knowledge, because the one moves from the objective to the personal, whereas the other moves from the personal to the objective. He nonetheless indicated the essential thing about it, namely, a division of the subject of close-up knowledge. It's as if the describing subject, by dint of cutting something local out of something global, came to disassociate his very act of knowledge, his observation, never seeing the very something local within the very something global that he thinks he is taking stock of. Worse, it's as if the describing subject, in the very tearing to pieces movement that constitutes the operation of the detail, instead of proceeding to the serene reciprocity of a totalization, redirected despite himself and onto himself the first, violent act of disintegration. A cognitive subject cutting up the visible the better to totalize, but undergoing himself the effect of such a scission. Let's imagine a man for whom the whole world is a puzzle. He will end up experiencing the fragility, the potential mobility, in other words the loss of his own limbs. When Bachelard discusses the detail, he is basically telling us about a rent consciousness. It evokes in the epistemological order what Balzac recounted, in the order of pictorial creation, about the unknown masterpiece. Figurelessness will be the lot of anyone who stalks the thing itself and his representations. It also evokes what Lacan calls, in the order of subject formation, an alienation. This is a logical choice, an alternative in which we are constrained to lose something in any case. An operation that might be exemplified by a threat of the type your money or your life, where the money of the victim will be lost regardless of his decision. I will suggest here that every painting threatens us with the painting or the detail. The paint being lost regardless. Lost, and yet there, right in front of us, and therein lies the whole drama. In Bachelard's formulation, this drama of the detail is stated in accordance with the most classic dividing lines: reality versus thought, description versus category, matter versus form. In order to describe the detail that escapes the category, it is necessary to judge the perturbations of the material underneath the form. Suddenly, the determinations oscillate. The first not proximate description was clear, it was qualitative, it developed itself in the discontinuity of numbered predicates, Quantity brings its riches, but also its uncertainty. With delicate determinations intervene deeply irrational perturbations. On the level of the detail, thought and reality seem to come undone, and we might say that by distancing itself from the order of magnitude in which we think, reality somehow loses its solidity, its constancy, its substance. To sum up, reality and thought founder together in the same nothingness, in the same metaphysical Erebus, sons of chaos and night. Now what Bachelard says in the field of the so-called exact sciences will be said a fortiori in the fields of history and semiology. 4. History, even more than the observational sciences, lacks the capacity which must be incessant of rectifying thought before the real, thanks to which a knowledge will have some chance of constructing itself in the very hollow of the most delicate perturbations. And what is said about the phenomena of experimental physics transformable in accordance with regulated criteria, thereby making possible the induction of a law, will be said a fortiori about a painting, which lets itself be manipulated very little, varying only with changing light, for example, or according to its differentiation within an abstract series wherein it is made to figure. In any case, Bachelard's appeal to chaos and night is not without interest for those of us who, when looking at a painting from close up, have felt as though thought and reality, form and matter, were coming undone. For it isn't so much the minutiae of the detail that calls into question the hermeneutic of the pictorial whole and even the possibility of describing it is first of all its essential chaotic vocation. We could restate this in Aristotelian terms: close-up knowledge of a painting loosens its formal cause from its material cause. In absolute terms, and even if this sounds paradoxical, the painting offers nothing of its formal cause for seeing its quiddity, its algorithm in a sense, its eidos in short, no definition, in the strict sense, of what a painting represents, of what it takes the place of. The painting does not offer its formal cause for seeing, it offers it to us for interpretation. Proof: no one agrees about this formal definition. And still less, let it be said in passing, about the final cause, that in view of which a painting represents this like this, instead of that like that. What the painting shows is, primordially, on the order of a like this traces or indices of its efficient cause. Aristotle understands this to mean anything on the order of a decision, whether voluntary or involuntary, in the sense that the father is the cause of the child. But above all, what painting shows is its material cause, which is to say paint. It is not by chance that Aristotle's two most prominent examples of material cause are material as the cause of manufactured articles, in the sense that bronze is the cause of the statue, and parts as causes of the whole, in other words the materiality of the fragment, so the material cause would have a certain primacy in what paint ing gives us to look at. A major consequence follows from this primacy: we ought to look at the material, says Aristotle, as a mother, for it pertains above all to desire. Aristotle here uses the verb aphiemi, which means in this context to let oneself, unawares, and no less imperiously, go toward. In other words, that it does not pertain to a logic of contraries, which is the logic of form. Then, if we were to think of existence on, we might think of shortage, i.e., lack of form, as the evil contradiction of this good, but of matter as a something the very nature of which is to desire and yearn towards. Aphias tai diaresis, the actually existent. But how can either form or shortage really desire form, phi not form itself? Because it has no lack of it and not shortage, which is the antithesis of form, because the terms of antithesis, being mutually destructive, cannot desire each other. So that if, to borrow their own metaphors, we are to regard matter as the female desiring the male, such would be in this sense the aporia of the detail, the aporia of all close knowledge of painting. Even as it aims for a more precise form, the close-up gaze manages only to undo matter and form, and, doing this, despite itself, it condemns itself to a veritable tyranny of the material. A tyranny that also comes to ruin the descriptive ideal tied to the ordinary notion of the detail. The close-up gaze produces nothing more here than interference, obstacle, contaminated space. So the operation of partition becomes impossible or artificial. That of the exhaustive addition of parts verges on pure theoretical delusion. Instead of the visible being cut up into signifying units, what falls to us in the close-up gaze is still, according to Aristotle's terms, a material, namely something not defined, a simple pretension, a desire. Exit the logic of contraries, exit definition, exit the clear and distinct object of a representation. It might be supposed then that to any hermeneutic that tries to delimit or discern it in its form, in its definition, painting never stops opposing its indistinct material, precisely in counterpoint to its figurative and mimetic vocation. The whole problem comes down to this counterpoint, of course. So far I have only stated the obvious, something that's perfectly banal. By saying what painting shows is its material cause, in other words, paint, all I have produced so far is a kind of tautology, which must now be worked, gone beyond, filled out. I stress this for one reason only: the history of art ignores its effects more or less constantly. This is the very tactical negligence of a knowledge that tries or pretends to constitute itself as a science. Clear and distinct, it would very much like its object, painting, to be clear and distinct, as distinct to visible as the words of a sentence, the letters of a word. When looking at paintings, the art historian generally detests letting himself be troubled by effects of the paint, or indeed talks about them as a connoisseur, evoking the hand, the impasto, the manner, the style. It is not a philosophical happenstance that the whole literature of art continues to use the word subject for its contrary, in other words, the object of the mimesis, the motif, the represented. This makes it possible, precisely, to ignore both the effects of enunciation and short, of fantasy, of the subject position, and the effects of gush, of subjectivity, and short, of material, with which painting, eminently, works and raises questions. Panofsky, in his famous methodological introduction to studies on iconology, implies that the question has been settled. The word description appears in his three-level schema only to designate simple pre-iconographic recognition, the so-called primary or natural subject matter, the least problematic one, as if, in all cases, this recognition could pertain to a binary logic of identity, between it is and it is not, as if the question of the quasi, for example, should not be posed, or required its resolution, its dissolution in advance. It is obvious, writes Panofsky, that a correct iconographical analysis in the narrower sense presupposes a correct identification of the motifs. If the knife that enables us to identify a Saint Bartholomew is not a knife but a corkscrew, the figure is not a Saint Bartholomew. I am not in the process of suggesting that painting is a pure material chaos, and that we must consider nil the figurative meanings uncovered by iconology. There obviously are reasonable distances at which details do not collapse, do not crumble into a pure-colored morass. There are very numerous and pertinent knives and corkscrews, clearly identifiable in very numerous figurative paintings. But it is also necessary constantly to problematize the dichiarazione, to use Ripa's word, of painted figures. It is necessary to pose to each declarative assertion it is not the question of the quasi. For every detail in painting is overdetermined. Let's take the celebrated example of Bruegel's Fall of Icarus figure. The detail par excellence here would be the little feathers that we see feathering down, falling all around the engulfed body but not completely engulfed, for if it were, how could we see that it is engulfed? There must indeed be a quasi here to make the signified act visible. In any case, these feathers seem indicative of the most refined descriptive care to paint a Fall of Icarus, and even the famous feathers unglued by the sun's heat, feathers here made to resemble a discreetly meticulous rain, falling more slowly than the body, designating to the gaze the zone of the fall. If the body had disappeared completely, the fall still would have been described by these feathers, by this descriptive supplement. But at the same time, the little feathers in Bruegel's painting are indications, perhaps the only ones, of the historia, of the narrativity. It is only the concomitance of a body falling into the sea like some man overboard and these modest feathers that liberate the signification Icarus. In this regard, the feathers are an iconographic attribute necessary for the representation of the mythological scene. Now if we look at the as if, the quasi, if we attend to the material, we note that the details called feathers have no distinctive features that separate them completely from the foam produced, in the sea, by the falling body. They are whitish accents of paint, surface scansions on top of the background, the water, and around the figure the two ends of a human body disappearing into the water. They are like the foam, and yet not like it, not completely. But then nothing here is completely. Everything is not quitely. That's neither descriptive nor narrative, it's the in-between, purely pictorial, pale, of a signified feather and a signified foam. In other words, it is not a semiotically stable entity. But then why do we see feathers anyway? Because the same accents are repeated, form a constellation, detach themselves from a background other than the sea, there where we can no longer say it's foam. We see it singularize itself in front of a boat. So it's the difference of the background sea boat that makes the difference, that decides the figure. Decidedly, these accents of white paint have led us to read falling feathers rather than surging foam. But for all that, do we recover descriptive evidence, figurative stability? No, precisely. For what here enables us to decide feather, namely the differential play of the background and the paint accents, is produced through a kind of panic, a kind of figural vertigo, but a vertigo that effectively flattens the painting. Look at this painted feather falling near the sailor who clings to the rigging, a feather utterly preposterous, completely out of scale, immense, the size of the man. One tries to evoke an illusion of depth here, one scarcely succeeds. It is indeed difficult to legitimize an isolated feather in atmospheric perspective. Moreover, Bruegel's whole picture functions, in its very rigor, like an extravagant bending of space. In short, the distinctive feature of the detail answers, here, to a plurality of functions it falls short of any univocal dichiarazione. Panofsky's knife and corkscrew example indeed indicates his limits. It presupposes not only by contrast with the indeterminacy of the material constituent of painting that the pictorial signifiers are discrete, let themselves be cut away, isolated, like the letters of the words of a sentence. But further, and by contrast with the overdetermination entailed by the notions of subject and meaning, it presupposes that all pictorial signifiers represent a subject, a motif, a signified for itself, as if every picture functioned like a text, and as if every text were legible, wholly decipherable. In sum, the notion of the detail in painting is meaningful, for a history of art based on this kind of iconography, only if the mimetic transparency of the iconic sign is presupposed. Now this transparency is always running up against the opaque materiality of paint. There is something other than iconic details in paintings, even figurative ones, even Flemish and Dutch ones. In a book received as both thought-provoking, the latest thing in art historical methodology, and as an implementation of precepts nonetheless old and redolent of the mastery and paternity of Ernst Gombrich, Svetlana Alpers relativized the import of iconographic analysis insofar as it is connected to the Panofskyan inheritance and, specifically, to the study of Italian art. Alpers called into question the notion that painting is based, universally, on semantic and narrative reflection. There are paintings that tell no story, she declares quite rightly. And it could be said that the whole force of the book's conviction comes from this single proposition. These paintings that don't tell a story are Dutch paintings of the 17th century. For example, the View of Delft by Vermeer. It's not the iconography or the emblem of anything. It refers to no narrative program, no pre-existing text whose supposed historical or anecdotal or mythological or metaphorical value the image was charged to compose visually. None of that. The View of Delft is just a view. The pertinence of Alpers's argument here is that she forcefully demonstrates the limits of the ut picture aposes tradition. There is more to Western figurative painting than the Albertian ideal and the prevalence of narrativity, of historia. Painting is not made for writing stories, histories by means other than writing. Certainly. What, then, is it made for? It is made, says Alpers, to describe. Painting. Dutch painting is made to make manifest the world, staining the surface with color and light, impressing itself upon it, something of which we might take the View of Delft as the consummate example. Delft is hardly grasped, or taken in. It is just there for the looking, Alpers goes on to say. So that's it. Painting's vocation is understood to be the view. The perceived world deposits itself as such as it is perceived in pigments on a picture. Now this indicates a singularly restrictive conception, both of the view, I mean here the phenomenological relation between the eye and the gaze, and of the deposit, by which I mean the relationship, no less complex, between gush, project, and subject, between vision and brush, between pigment and support, etc. We perceive that Alpers's argument amounts to substituting for the myth of pure semantic reflection the myth of pure perceptual or visual reflection, whereof Dutch painting, with the aid of technical skill, is a locus, an instrumentalization, and a socialization. Such is indeed the book's central message, ut pictura ita visio. The ut ita, unlike the quasi, aiming to reconstruct a new logic of identity. What is painted on Dutch paintings of the 17th century is what was seen in the so-called visual culture of the time. The term is borrowed from Baxandel. It is what was seen exactly, through techniques of description and scientific measurement of the perceptible world. Such a logic of identity being possible, of course, only by reducing all the work of indeterminacy, of opacity, entailed by any change in the order of perceptual magnitude, as when one moves from the seen world to the measured world and from the measured world to the painted world. The instrument of this reduction resides in the argument of exactitude, the proverbial technical skill of Dutch painters, their sincere hand and faithful eye. And so it is that the world, the visible world, comes to function here as absolute model and origin. The primacy of the signified gives way, henceforth, to primacy of the referent. That 17th century Dutch painting had an epistemic aim, that it participated in structures of knowledge, is no longer debatable, and it is no longer debatable because of the existence of Alpers's book, which reveals to us in this sense an important part of what might be called the final cause of an artistic period. But the aim does not say all there is to say about either vision or the view, much less about painting. The methodological fail consists in having folded, immediately, the idea of final cause into formal cause. On the one hand, the ethos of Dutch 17th century painting is the episteme of a 17th century pictorial cutting up as the scientific dismemberment of the visible world, its exhaustive description and into material cause on the other hand. As if paint, an opaque material, rendered the visible with as much transparency as a well-polished lens. As if painting were a technique of exactitude, which it has never been. In the epistemological sense of the term, painting is rigorous or accurate, it is never exact. Basically, Alpers's argument comes down, even in the book's title, to prejudging painting in these terms: painting equals depicting. Hence the extremely high value ascribed to what Alpers calls descriptive surfaces. As if the visible world were a surface. As if paint had no thickness. As if a flow of a pigment had the legitimacy of a topographical projection, and such is the hidden ideal underlying the notion of technical skill, that the hand itself could be transformed into a faithful eye, in other words, an organ without subject. As if the only thinkable thickness was the absolutely diaphanous one of the lens in a pair of glasses, or of an ideal retina. But above all, Alpers's argument foregrounds two instruments of visibility whose historical role, whose 17th-century usage is reinforced by a paradigmatic value wherein is stated a meaning, a global interpretation of Dutch painting. One of these instruments is the camera obscura, the other the geographical map. The one, theoretically informed by the contemporary prestige of photography, seems to guarantee the exactitude, or better, the authenticity of the referent projected onto the picture. The other seems to guarantee us that every discrepancy between the surface of the world and the surface of representation is the fruit of a transformation that is controlled, and thus epistemologically legitimate, hence exact, hence authentic. In this sense, Alpers will say that Vermeer's view of Delft is like a map, that the painting takes as its paradigm the non-pictorial genre of urban topographical views, and that in the last analysis, the things in the painting are exactly the same things that were in the minds of 17th-century geographers. The poet and art enthusiast will of course object to this epistemicentric view, arguing from painting per se or from the famous vibrant colors specific to Vermeer's painting. But from the outset Alpers counters this with two arguments, by their nature heterogeneous. As regards color, she offers another epistemological argument: geographical maps of the 17th century are colored, and painters métier oblige were even hired to color them, and moreover, the maps represented in Vermeer's paintings carte oblige or peinture oblige are themselves colored. The indubitably pictorial conception of 17th-century maps would thus suggest the exact opposite of a geographic concept, and thus, colored or not, a graphic concept of painting. As regards vibrancy in the present, which is to say the formidable supplement whereby we conceive of Vermeer not as a cartographer pure and simple but as an incomparable genius of painting, Alpers idly goes on to adduce an argument that, this time, pertains to what we might call an ordinary, even trivial, metaphysics. Everything that is common to both the view of Delft and the mapping enterprise, namely its sense of community and social banality, is endowed with an uncommonly seen and felt presence. For all of this suggests the intimacy of human habitation in general, to the extent that in the view of Delft, Alpers finally writes, mapping itself becomes a mode of praesepion, a celebration of the world. So the supposed equivalence of painting and depicting has here brought together two contrasting arguments: an epistemicentric argument, which postulates painting as a graphic description of the world, the view of Delft being understood here as a map, an observation, a detail of the town of Delft, and a metaphysical argument, which postulates painting as a celebration of the world, the same world, but one presently endowed, for its glorification, with a vague supplement of human experience and affective tones. The first argument, technical exactitude, amounts to thinking the subject of painting as foreclosed. The second argument, metaphysical authenticity, amounts to thinking the subject of the painting as transcendental. But the contrast between them is illusory, for both arguments are actually extreme ways of affirming the primacy of the referent, which here acts from end to end as absolute model and origin. The critique of Panofskian iconology, the semantic bias, here turns into something that is not its contrary but its other side, an affirmation of the all-powerful role of the iconic, its perceptual transparency, what I would call a referential bias, and an implicit rejection of the material element par excellence of painting, which is colored pigment. The accident material radiance. It is not by chance that, when discussing the view of Delft and exploring the possibility of Vermeer's having used a camera obscura, Svetlana Alpers found herself, almost as a matter of course, quoting a famous passage by Paul Claudel, a text in which the two extreme forms of referential bias, technical exactitude and metaphysical authenticity, are clearly invoked and associated, or rather related to a refusal to question painting in accordance with the work of color and of the subjectal. But it is not colors that I want to discuss here, despite their quality and the play between them so exact and so frigid that it seems less obtained by the brush than realized by the intelligence. What fascinates me is the gaze, pure, plain, sterilized, cleansed of all matter, so candid as to be almost mathematical or angelic, or let's just say photographic, but what photography! With which this painter, secluded in his lens, captures the external world. The result can be compared only to the delicate wonders of the camera obscura. and to the first appearances on the daguerreotype plate a figure is drawn by a surer and sharper pencil than Holbein's, by which I mean a ray of sunlight. The canvas brings to bear on its line a kind of intellectual silver, a magic retina. Through this purification, through this stilling of time that is an act of the glass and the tan, an arrangement external to us is introduced even unto the paradise of necessity. So Claudel speaks to us about this painting, of pencils and sharp lines of graphics, then, he speaks of delicacy of detail, then, a delicacy cleansed of all matter, purified likewise of all temporality. Vermeer's painting offers itself to vision as a stilling of time, rather as we speak of a still from a movie. And finally, there's the reference to a paradise of necessity, in other words, something that evokes in sovereign fashion the metaphysical exigency of an eidos of the visible world. In a certain sense, Alpers again takes up the thread of this ideality when she presupposes a Vermeerian subject of the gaze that is absolute, non-human. What is in play, she repeats, still about the view of Delft, is the eye, not a human observer. As if the eye were pure organ without drive. And as if the purity of the gaze signified the act of observing everything, capturing everything, retracing everything, in other words, detailing the visible, describing and depicting it, making of it an aspectual sum without remainder. Now it is perhaps likewise not by chance that the author Alpers never cites, despite his preeminence in the critical fortune of Vermeer, and especially as regards the view of Delft, is Marcel Proust. For Proust was very far from looking for some pseudo-photographic time still in the visible. He sought there on the contrary a trembling duration, what Blanchot called ecstasies, the ecstasies of time. Correlatively, Proust did not seek in the visible the arguments of description, he rather sought there a fulguration of relations in a description. One can make the objects that figured in a place being described succeed one another indefinitely, he said, but truth will begin only when the writer takes two different objects, sets out their relation. Both Proust's statement and his practice teach us the extent to which writing is the opposite of describing. And no less readily apparent, in the celebrated passage in La Prisonnière about Vermeer's picture, is the extent to which painting is the contrary of describing. The view of Delft is presented there neither as a description of the world as it was in the 17th century, its topographical or photographic capture, its descriptive surface, to quote Alpers, nor as a metaphysical celebration of some visible paradise of necessity. On the contrary, it is a question of material and layers of color, on the one hand, and here we are led back to the bedrock of colors from which every painted representation draws its background or its ground, as one prefers of upheaval and mortal tremors, on the other hand something that might be called a trauma, a shock, a volley of color. Let's reread. Finally, he was before the Vermeer, finally, the precious material of the tiny yellow patch of wall Pandemerjan. His dizziness increased, he fixed his gaze, like a child on a yellow butterfly he wants to grasp, upon the precious little patch of wall. That's how I ought to have written, he said. My last books are too dry, I ought to have gone over them with several layers of color, made my sentences precious in themselves, like this little yellow patch of wall. Meanwhile, the gravity of his dizziness did not escape him. He repeated to himself, little yellow patch of wall with a sloping roof, little yellow patch of wall. Meanwhile, he collapsed onto a circular sofa. He was dead. Petit Pandemerjan figure, one might well ask oneself, and I can imagine a translator hesitating over this which noun the adjective Jean qualifies. But the equivocal nature of such a relation introduces us precisely to a real conceptual distinction that the whole text, in its very dramaturgy, brings forth, and this distinction touches the very core of our problematic, what I have called close-up knowledge of a painting. For someone who sees the painting by Vermeer, in other words, someone who apprehends what is represented in accordance with a phenomenology of recognition and identification, someone who might go to Delft to see if it's the same, or who, like Svetlana Alpers, might search through all the topographical views of Delft dating from the years, in order to make comparisons, to identify the exact point of view, on the canal bank. In order to recover the referent for such a person, Jean refers to the wall. It's the world, it's the wall that was yellow under the eye of the painter Vermeer, that particular day, probably between and from the canal bank. And at present, in the painting, the yellow continues to refer to a wall from a still time. It speaks to us of 17th century Delft, and so in a sense is cleansed of all pictorial material, is outside the canvas. It is delicate, as Claudel says, it is exact. For such a person, then, it is the wall that is yellow, and in its capacity as wall it is a detail, a circumscribed piece of a much larger topographical ensemble called Delft. For someone, by contrast, who looks at the painting, for example someone who, like Berget, might fix his gaze upon it to the point of becoming mesmerized until dying from it, as Proust imagined, for such a person it is the pan that is yellow, a particolare of the painting, quite simply, but efficacious, electively and enigmatically efficacious, not cleansed of all matter but, conversely, envisioned as precious matter, as a layer not incited by a photographic still of time past, but inciting a tremor in time present, something that acts all of a sudden, and that breaks down the body of the viewer. Berget. For such a person, the yellow in the painting by Vermeer, as color, is a whack, a distressing zone of paint considered as precious and traumatic material cause. Literary as it may be, the distinction suggested by this passage from A la recherche du temps perdu is imbued with a profound intellectual rigor. A fiction as regards the efficacy of painting, certainly it is rare for a painting to watch its watcher die, but the position of the relation in this fiction, in this coincidence, is itself informed by an incontestable truth effect. For such an efficacy, this dramatic outcome, this kind of negative miracle indicates the existence of something very real at work in painting, a work of bedazzlement, in some sense, at once self-evident, luminous, perceptible, and obscure, enigmatic, difficult to analyze, notably in semantic or iconic terms, for it is a work or an effect of painting as colored material, not as descriptive sign. Thus I will borrow from the recherche the sublime and simple word pan and try to polish its meaning as mirrors must be polished before they reflect clearly, to render its conceptual rigor more precise, notably as regards its differentiation from the category of the detail. For now, we'll continue with Vermeer, specifically with a painting that is quite well known, excessively simple, even ordinary in its production in the banality of its subject, an intimate genre seen in the obviousness of its lighting, which as so often comes from the right in the sameness, or quasi-sameness, of this woman, who elsewhere reads a letter but here quite simply does her lacework. It is the lacemaker in the Louvre figure, a work that can be said to exemplify her problem perfectly, if only because its dimensions XCM not only permit close-up knowledge but require it. There is something obvious about the picture, first because the motif is clear, without history it doesn't oblige us to undo an iconographic tangle of some sort, it would seem. The painting is obvious also because the eye doesn't even have to sweep the visual field, so narrow is it in recognition of the motif. The said pre-iconographic recognition seems unproblematic. There is a woman and there is thread, fabric, and lace, from which it follows that the woman is a lace maker. We might expect, faced with so clear and distinct a picture, and moreover one that's so small, we might expect that it gratifyingly provide us, on its descriptive surface, with nothing but details that are no less clear and distinct. But such is absolutely not the case. Claudel, who is as sharp-eyed as they come, what did he see here? He saw details, and his didactic look only inspires confidence in the precision and authenticity of his observations. Look at the lacemaker in the Louvre tending to her tambour, where everything, the shoulders, the head, the hands with their double workshop of fingers, directs us toward the point of the needle or the pupil in the center of a blue eye that is the convergence of a whole face, a whole being, a kind of spiritual coordinate, a fiche loosed by the soul. If we look closer, if we search the painting for the things discussed in the text, we discover that Claudel's ekphrsis carries to an extreme what I have called the aporia of the detail figure. In effect, if we look for the reference of the description, what do we find? A tambour, yes, shoulders, a head, two hands with their double workshop of fingers, without a doubt. But I, for my part, don't see what, according to Claudel, everything directs us toward. I don't see any pupil in the center of any blue eye when it comes to the eyes of the lace maker. I see only eyelids that, strictly speaking, prevent me from declaring them either open or closed. Likewise, I don't see the tip of the needle that Claudel mentions. However closely I look, I don't see anything between the lace maker's fingers but two white lines less than half a millimeter wide, white lines that everything supports my construing as two iconic signs, details of two threads being unwound from two small wooden bobbins on either side of the bent index finger. Did Claudel see a needle where I see thread, and the pupil of a blue eye where I see two almost closed eyelids? There could be no better expression of the precariousness of every delicate visible recognition. Unless we were to read Claudel's text on a completely different level, apart from all photographic delicacy, apart from all exactitude, and far from the visible paradise of necessity that he nonetheless ascribes to Vermeer's painting, then we would have to understand his look as an injunction to imagine a needle behind the four closed fingers of the lace maker, and to metaphorically conjure up an eye, its pupil, and its blueness in the surface, colored, moving, of the fabric on which the same hand rests. In any event, both of the two readings put the detail as such, with its descriptive vocation, into aporia. Either it is highly debatable, or it is proposed as invisible. To avoid remaining in a purely aporetic mode, however, the following would have to be conceded: whether it's a matter of looking for a needle in the picture cum haystack or of finding the thread in the labyrinth of shapes, it is still a detail that is being sought and that will be found, not only because the visible element in question is tenuous, delicate, but also because such delicacy is there to resolve a difficulty, to decide on a meaning in the visible. It's how every detail is connected, intimately or distantly, to an act of line, which is the act that constitutes stable differences, the act of graphic decision, of distinction, thus of mimetic recognition, thus of signification. It is generally through operations of line threads, needles, even knives or corkscrews that images are made signs, and that signs are made iconic. There is, in a little painting by Vermeer, an area that is closer and more salient than all these found or findable details between the lace-maker's fingers figure. Claudel did not look at this zone, did not remark it. Nonetheless, it creates a burst of color in the foreground of the work. It occupies so remarkable and so large an area there that one is tempted to ascribe to it some strange power to bedazzle, to blind. Furthermore, it is more difficult to speak about this zone than about a detail, for the detail is conducive to discourse. It helps to tell a story, to describe an object. And while the detail allows itself to be contained in its delicacy, within its outline, such a zone by contrast expands brusquely, creates within the picture the equivalent of an explosion. While we can conceive of a detail as cleansed of all material, such a zone by contrast proposes, against the grain of representational function, a blaze of substance, color without a fully controlled limit, and it opposes its material opacity, which is dizzying to all mimesis thinkable as an act of the lens. Finally, it is something like an accident. It will never be able to introduce us to Claudel's paradise of necessity. It is an accident, troubling and infernal in that sense, but a sovereign accident. What, exactly, does it consist of in this case? A flow of red paint, joined here by another one that is white, less convoluted but no less stupefying. It gushes forth from the cushion at the lace-maker's left. It unravels madly before us, like a sudden affirmation, without apparent calculation, of the picture's vertical and frontal existence. Its outline seems to wander, its very schema makes a stain. The impastos, subtle as they are, the modulations of value, everything seems to be the result of chance. Liquid paint somehow left to its own devices, the erratic play of a brush that seems, at times, to have left the surface, a brush that has lost its capacity for precision, for formal control as in the detail facing it, the two threads between the lace-maker's fingers. So this pictorial moment, in its character as colored intrusion, presents us with a stain and an index rather than with a mimetic or iconic form in Peirce's sense. With a material and accidental cause rather than with a formal and final cause. With a radiance of scarlet, applied, almost thrown down, all but blindly, and which the painting presents to us frontally, insistently. It is a pan of paint. To be sure, the general economy of an oeuvre like Vermeer's is a mimetic economy. Insofar as this zone of the picture is made visible to us, we indeed see that there is nothing there to see but a thread, a mad unraveling of paint, material paint, but nonetheless we see something. We construe this material, thanks to the mimetic context from which it surges forth. In this way, despite everything, we think we see it clearly. We recognize, almost without reflection, some red thread spilling out of a sewing basket. It is nonetheless true that Vermeer himself puts visual recognition, the attribution of mimetic meaning, if not into aporia, then at least into crisis and antithesis, for he shows us, in the same little picture, two antithetical threads. First, a mimetically legitimized thread, as thin in the painting less that half a millimeter wide as a thread would be in visible reality, a thread delineated with the finest of brushes, a precise thread, then, held taut between the lace-maker's fingers, a thread that holds up to us the painter's competence in what is usually called the rendering of detail, in short, a successful thread. And then, facing this, there's another thread, one that imitates nothing, except, perhaps, an accident, as though Vermeer had been interested only in process, in the unraveling, the fill, and not in aspect from the point of view of aspect or description. Then, a thread that is imprecise, that presents the painting only with an occasion to make surge forth a pan of vermilion. Here we have crisis, even aporia, but not failure, in so far as the existence of the first thread, the precise and detailed thread, imperils us if we want to recognize the same thing in the second thread, the thread that is imprecise and colored. Then this vermilion thread becomes, strictly speaking, unidentifiable, save as painting in action. Its form is dominated by its material, and its status as representation by the quasi, in which dimension it is precarious, neither distinct nor clear. It is perhaps thread-like, but it is not painted like thread, it is painted like paint. What does Svetlana Alpers see in this part of the painting? She sees thread, of course, but thread that is poorly described, confused. She writes of small globules of paint, and tries to find in them, beyond the simple dialectic articulated before her by Lawrence Gowing. Life surprises us with the face of optical abstractions, a more instrumental justification. She likens the stain effect, or, to use her language, the effect of confusion, to the circles of confusion, diffused circles of light, that form around unfocused specular highlights in the camera obscura image. An accident of focus, an act of the lens, and thus no longer an act of the material. The fillet of vermilion in the lace maker, like all of the specular stains in the painting, is, here again, reference to a purely optical and instrumental procedure. Even though Alpers ultimately concedes that Vermeer's use of a camera obscura is quite debatable, the optical and referential character of her interpretation subsists. This fillet of vermilion signifies at the very least the decline of an art, of the art of describing, in other words, a fail or failure, an accident of description. It is, nonetheless, I repeat, a sovereign accident. This should be understood in two senses. First, syntagmatically, on the level of the painting itself, in which this pan of red paint unsettles, even tyrannizes, the representation. For it is imbued, this pan, with the singular capacity for expansion and diffusion it infects, we might even say affects phantasmatically, through an effect of a Freudian uncanny in action, the entire picture. And one by one, the mimetic self-evidences begin to crumble. The green carpet, with its scattering of droplets, liquefies. The tassel at left turns diaphanous. The grey bouquet, the other tassel resting on the clear small box, threatens us with its uncertainty. Finally, an extreme hypothesis. It might be said that, had Vermeer wanted to paint some kind of black bird clasping the lace maker's neck with its wings, he would not have proceeded otherwise than he did, with the large, enigmatic blotch of anthracite grey that so audaciously invades his subject. The accident is also sovereign because, paradoxically, it flourishes throughout Vermeer's oeuvre, an oeuvre that is constantly dealing with such radiances, with such moments of intrusive color. They are partial intensities in which the customary relation between the local and the global is upset. The local can no longer isolate itself from the global, as in the case of the detail. On the contrary, it invests it, infects it. If we take as our sole paradigm the color red in Vermeer's oeuvre, we find a number of examples straight away. And first of all, minimally, in zones of accentuation, of little fixed and discrete but loose threads of paint often noticeable along the edges of his figures. In Young Woman Standing at a Virginal London, National Gallery, a network of red loops, knots, and reticulations seems progressively to penetrate the figure, adhering to it, clinging close to the arm, even merging completely with the mass of the chignon, like some veined material. In Cavalier and Young Woman New York, Frick Collection, the intensity of the red supplement to the man's dark hat captivates and disappoints the eye, because it goes well beyond what is necessary to depict a ribbon. It is so intense as to become something else entirely, a fictional object, an invented material, a pure clearing, insolent and incandescent, of bloody petals. Even the famous map in the art of painting, Vienna, Kunsthistorisches Museum, presents exactly below the word description an archipelago of spaced Carmen strokes whose precise mimetic function it would be difficult to specify. Often in Vermeer, zones of folds, gatherings, and crinkles occasion intense representational vacuities of this kind. Details of fabric are clouded, metamorphosed a quasi-state to the point of becoming deperspectivized, of existing only in the fiatness of their function as pure color. For example, the red stockings, scarcely modulated, worn by the artist in the art of painting, or the folds of the robes in Christ in the House of Mary and Martha. In other paintings, gowns with ermine trim part to reveal, discreetly, the bellies of pregnant women, as in Woman with a Balance in Washington, and at the precise point where the material is gathered a veritable channel of red paint spreads, applied in all its liquidity, as if never meant to dry. This effect is particularly fascinating on the Young Woman in the Frick Collection, and no less intense, in its very fail, than the meander of blood snaking across the veined marble floor in the Allegory of Faith. Finally, in the same order of association between fold and liquidity, we cannot resist thinking of the lips in Vermeer, all those lips that are so many reddish auras, that dilute and literally imbibe the contours of their cavities. The girl with a red hat, the girl with a flute, both in Washington, and, especially, the girl with a pearl earring in the Mauritz house. In a general way, moreover, Vermeer's treatment of what the Italians call pani, stuffs, occasions fulgurating self-presentations of paint itself. With a single exception, all of Vermeer's works are painted on canvas. Still limiting ourselves to the color red, we remember all of the gowns, for example those in the Procuress, in the Glass of Wine, and in the Music Lesson in Buckingham Palace. We remember the large mass of red, in the Frick Young Woman Interrupted at Music, opposite the Glass of Wine. As well as all of the tablecloths, carpets, and drapes in the Dresden pictures, and above all in the extraordinary Made Asleep in New York, where the opacity and the mass of the reds again tend to move forward, to tyrannize the represented space. Doubtless it is in Girl with a Red Hat figure that the expansive force of the local and the global produces the most remarkable effects. No one, of course, will doubt that the massive vermilion looming over the young woman's face is a hat. As such, it might be understood as a detail. But its delineation, since every detail should be separable, detailable out of the whole, its delimitation is eminently problematic within. It tends to merge with the mass of the hair and, above all, becomes shadow toward the exterior. Its outline is so tremulous as to produce an effect of materiality partaking at once of fees, sparks, and liquid projection. It is singularly mottled and centripetal at left, singularly frontal and centrifugal at right. It is highly modulated, to the point of including within its radiant mass a few lictescent moments. And its pictorial intensity thus tends to undermine its mimetic coherence. Then it resembles not a hat, exactly, but rather something like an immense lip, or perhaps a wing, or more simply a colored fig covering several square inches of canvas oriented vertically, before us. Shadow, fees, fium, or milk lip or liquid projection in themselves, and taken separately, none of these images amounts to anything with regard to this hat. They have no descriptive pertinence, much less an interpretive one. Each of them pertains to what we might call a suspended visibility as we speak of suspended attention in the psychoanalytic situation, and in this sense, the choice of one over another speaks only of the viewer. Nonetheless, the aporia engendered by their co-presentation tends to problematize the pictorial object, and thus to create the possibility of grasping something about the picture through the very question, the very antithesis. When painting suggests a comparison, it is like, in short order, it generally suggests another that contradicts it, but it is also like. So it's not the system of comparisons or resemblances themselves, but rather the system of differences, of clashes and contrasts that will have some chance of talking about the painting, of getting across how the detail becomes a pan and imposes itself, in the picture, like an accident of representation delivered up to the risk of the material paint. It is in this sense that the pan of paint imposes. A sovereign accident is called, strictly speaking, a symptom, a word understood here to have all the extension and semiological rigor that Freud bestowed on it. A symptom. Let's take a case of figuration that involves, from end to end, the domain that interests us. That of visibility is, for example, the moment, the unpredictable and immediate passage of a body into the aberrant, critical state of hysterical convulsions, of extravagance in every movement and posture. Gestures have suddenly lost their representativity, their code. The extremities become contorted and entangled, the face horripilates and becomes distorted. Relaxation and contraction radically intermingle. No message, no communication can any longer emanate from such a body. In short, such a body no longer resembles itself, or no longer resembles it is nothing but a resounding, paroxysmal mask. A mask and baptized sense of chaos become fiche. In the nosological field of hysteria, the classical alienists, Charcot included, referred to this as a cynicism of the body, as clownism, a logical movement, and even demoniacal crisis, thereby underscoring the disfigured, deformed, and above all meaningless character that such bodily accidents present to the eye, to observation and to clinical description. By contrast, Freud, faced with such culminating moments in attacks of hysteria, presupposed that the accident, a senseless, unformed, incomprehensible, non-iconic gesture, was sovereign, and not only syntagmatically sovereign, so to speak, namely, that in such a moment the accident dominates everything and tyrannizes the whole body, but also paradigmatically sovereign, namely, that such a moment conveys meaning, engages a destiny, an originary fantasy, and thus puts a structure to work. But it is a dissimulated structure. Such is the figurative paradox that Freud admirably elucidates when, confronted by a hysterical woman agitated by incomprehensible, contradictory movements, he manages to untangle their very articulation, and with it the meaning of this antithetical image. In one case which I observed, for instance, the patient pressed her dress up against her body with one hand as the woman, while she tried to tear it off with the other as the man. This simultaneity of contradictory actions serves to a large extent to obscure the situation, which is otherwise so plastically portrayed in the attack, and it is thus well suited to conceal the unconscious fantasy that is at work. This one sentence takes us right to the quick of the problem, for it makes the semiotic specificity of the concept of symptom readily understandable. The symptom is a critical event, a singularity, an intrusion, but it is at the same time the implementation of a signifying structure, of a system that the event is charged with making surge forth, but partially, contradictorily, in such fashion that the meaning is expressed only as an enigma or as the appearance of something, not as a stable set of meanings. That is why the symptom is characterized simultaneously by its visual intensity, its value as radiance, and by what Freud calls here its suitability to conceal the unconscious fantasy that is at work. The symptom is, then, a two-faced semiotic entity between radiance and dissimulation, between accident and sovereignty, between event and structure. That is why it presents itself above all as something that obscures the situation, to quote Freud again, although it is plastically portrayed, although its visual existence imposes itself with such radiance, such self-evidence, even violence. This is what a sovereign accident is. And the notion of Pan finds here a preliminary formulation. A Pan is a symptom of paint within the picture, paint understood here in the sense of a material cause, and material understood in the sense ascribed to it by Aristotle, something that pertains not to a logic of contraries, but to a logic of desire and pretension, the ephiastai diaresis of Aristotle's physics. At the extreme, we might say that in the Pan, painting becomes hysterical, whereas in the detail it is fetishized. But borrowing from the conceptual universe of psychoanalysis, this must be specified as regards a history of art that, even today, sometimes short-sightedly denies and rejects, sometimes blindly uses psychoanalysis in its most adulterated form, namely psychobiography. Such conceptual borrowing is meaningful only with regard to a theory of figurability such as Freud never ceased elaborating, from the dream image and the hysterical conversion to the metapsychological model of unconscious fantasy. Thus, to speak of the symptom within the field of the history of painting is not to look for illnesses, or for more or less conscious motifs, or for repressed desires somewhere behind a painting, for some supposed explanatory key to the image. In the sense we once spoke of explanatory keys to the meaning of dreams, it is more simply to strive to take the measure of a work of figurability, its being understood that every pictorial figure presupposes figuration, just as every poetic statement presupposes enunciation. Now it turns out that the relation between the figure and its own figuration is never simple. This relation, this work, is but a skein of paradoxes. It's here, moreover, that Aristotle's sublogic of the material cause meets up with, to a certain extent, Freud's sublogic of the fantasy as unconscious cause. I speak of sublogic because, in both cases, the relation of contradiction, and thus of identity, has been definitively subverted. The image effectively knows how to represent both the thing and its contrary. It is impervious to contradiction, and we must always come back to this. Likewise, the example of the hysterical symptom demonstrates the extent to which what connects event and structure, radiance and dissimulation, accident and system of meaning is precisely the paradox of visibility presupposed by such a simultaneity of contradictory actions, so plastically portrayed. It is perhaps when images are most intensely contradictory that they are most authentically symptomatic. As with the red thread and indeed the red hat and Vermeer binding together as they do, paradoxically but closely, the work of mimesis and that of not mimesis. As for the word Pan, note that, analogously, it belongs to the select category of so-called antithetical words, for it can denote both outside and inside, a section of fabric as well as part of a wall, and above all the local as well as the global, or rather the encompassing, for it is simultaneously a word of the shred and a word of the thread, thus all at once a word of structure and of its rending, or of its partial collapse. The methodological interest of expressing this pictorial notion of the Pan in terms of the symptom resides above all in the fact that the concept of symptom is two-faced, being situated precisely on the boundary between two theoretical fields, a phenomenological field and a semiological field. The whole problem of a theory of art lies in the articulation of these two fields, or of these two points of view. Confinement within the one entails the risk of a definitive self-silencing. Through effusiveness before that which is beautiful, one would henceforth speak only in effective tones, or to celebrate the world one would run the risk of losing oneself in immanence, in an empathic singularity of becoming inspired and mute, or indeed stupid. Implementing only the other one would entail the risk of talking too much, and of silencing everything not strictly within its purview. Then one would think higher than painting, one would run the risk of becoming lost in the transcendence of an eidetic model, a universal abstracted from sense no less constraining than the ideal of the referential model. One of the most obvious theoretical problems posed by painting is that the treasure of the signifier is neither truly universal nor truly extant prior to speech, as is the case with language and writing. The minimal unities here are not given but produced, and moreover, not being truly discrete, like the letters of a word, for example, they pertain neither to a syntax nor to a vocabulary in the strict sense. And yet there are here treasures, structures, meanings. So it is necessary to propose a phenomenology, not only of the relation to the visible world as empathic milieu, but of the relation to meaning as structure and specific work, which presupposes a semiology. And thus be able to propose a semiology, not only of symbolic configurations, but also of events, or accidents, or singularities of the pictorial image, which presupposes a phenomenology. That's what an aesthetic of the symptom, in other words, an aesthetic of the sovereign accidents in painting, would tend toward. In order to make all of these borderlines clearer, we might reference the notion of Pan to two other notions rather close to it and on which its very existence depends but from which it separates itself, precisely because it risks playing on the two pictures, so to speak, on the two faces where the symptom in Freud's sense finds its theoretical pertinence and its efficacy. Close to the pan, first, would be the punctum, the admirable theoretical point that Barthes directed toward the visible. The reader will recall that he did so dedicating the whole of his attempt to Sartre's imaginaire, which manifests with maximal clarity the phenomenological exigency to which any analysis of the visible must pay heed, and that is why Barthes did not hesitate to adopt the point of view of a phenomenology, however vague, however casual, because understood with the affect, he said, and in any case expressible in terms not of structure, but indeed of existence. Basically, the theoretical difference between the pen and the punctum does not reside in the fact that one of the two notions originates in painting and the other in photography any more than in the difference between the semantic constellations borne by the two words, the one tending toward the frontal zone and frontal expansion, the other toward the point and on-point focus. Nor did Barthes neglect to speak of the power of expansion of the punctum. The problem is that the notion of punctum seems to lose in semiological pertinence what it gains in phenomenological pertinence. One indeed seized here the sovereignty of the visible accident, its dimension as event, but at the price of both effective tone and celebration of the world. Again, the world reverts to depositing itself on the image, through the mediation of its detail. This is the term used by Barthes, and of its worldly temporality. It is not I who seek it out, it shoots out of the scene like an arrow, and pierces me. Then there is no more imaging substance to interrogate, only a relation between a detail of the scene of the world and the affect that receives it like an arrow. In this sense, the punctum should be construed not as a symptom of the image, but as a symptom of the world itself, in other words as a symptom of time and of the presence of the referent that has been. The thing was there, absolutely, irrefutably present. Perhaps it could be said that Camera Lucida is the book of the rent consciousness of semiology through the very choice of its object, photography. It is a book in which the theoretically intractable, which is basically to say the object of thought about the visible, is wholly folded into the referent and the affect. Whereas the image, even photographic, knows how to make an event and point us beyond any that has been, as in blurring and or effects due to accidents, intentional or not, of photographic revelation, or the fictive highlights scratched with black pencil on the paper negative in certain calotypes by Victor Regnault, for example. And if Camera Lucida reads like the text of a rent consciousness, that is perhaps because Barthes, at base, did not dare or want to leave behind the semiological alternative of the coded and the non-coded. Remember his definition of the photographic image as a message without a code. Now this alternative is, in a sense, trivial, and notably it is not in terms of code or not code that the symptom, in a body, in an image, will make sense or not sense. A semiology of images, of their material causes and their sovereign accidents, will exist only to slip between the world, without code, dominated by empathy, and signification dominated by a narrow understanding of the code. The other concept in relation to which the pen should doubtless be situated is that of the non-mimetic elements of the image sign, as defined by Meyer Shapiro in a celebrated and important article. I will note simply that the term field is used there quite generally to designate a parameter, in the last resort geometric, within which the very organization of the image can be thought. Field, frame, smooth or prepared ground, orientation, format, all of these things facilitate understanding of the structural regularities of the image, fundamental articulations. But precisely as regularities, these mimetic elements of the image sign are envisaged from the side of the least accidental, so to speak. And when Shapiro speaks of the image substance, which is to say inked or painted lines and spots, he is suggesting a change of nosological perspective rather than an accident or a material singularity exhibited by the work itself. In short, he here takes up only the universality of parameters that vary with modification of the perceptual point of view, with the degree of viewer discrimination and sensitivity. Now the pen in painting does not designate the picture seen from another angle, from close up, for example. It really designates, as symptom, another state of painting within the representative system of a picture, a precarious, partial, accidental state, which is why I will again speak of passage from one state to another. The pen is not a global parameter, it is a singularity that nonetheless has paradigmatic, even programmatic value. It is an accident, it surprises us through its essential intrusive capacity, it insists in the picture, but it likewise insists about its being an accident that repeats itself, that passes from painting to painting, that makes itself paradigmatic as trouble, as symptom and insistence, a sovereignty that itself bears meaning, or rather as if by chance makes surge forth surface radiances that are, here and there, like zones of outcropping and thus faults of a seam, of a deposit, a metaphor premised on the thickness, the material depth of paint. So the pen is to be defined as the part of painting that interrupts ostensibly, from place to place, like a crisis or a symptom, the continuity of the picture's representational system. It is the accidental and sovereign outcropping of a deposit, of a colored seam. It makes meaning, with violence and equivocation, as a wound on white skin gives meaning, gives gushing forth to the blood that pulses below. Itself presents its material cause and its accidental cause, namely the very gesture, the touch, the intrusion of the paint. An event too singular to propose a stability of signification, the pictorial pan makes meaning as a symptom does, and symptoms never have a transparent infrastructure, which is why they extravagate on bodies, disappear here to resurface there, where one did not expect them, and constitute in this respect an enigma of place and of trajectory as much as an enigma of meaning. An accident or singularity in presentia, the pan is, then, not only the appearance of a dissimulated paradigm in absentia, but also the appearance of a label, unstable paradigm. That is why the order of reason is in some sense subtracted from it twice over. I note in passing that, in his way, Proust articulates a like unstable sovereignty when, in a passage about the music of Vinteuil, he evokes its unperceived phrases, obscure larvae at first indistinct, but suddenly dazzling architectural structures, not architecture whose columns can be counted, but, he says, sensations of light, clear rumblings and transfiguring ones. Specifically, Proust articulates at once the insistence of these singularities and their pure value as fugitive radiances. They promenaded before my imagination with insistence, but too rapidly to be apprehended, something that I might compare to the silky scent of a geranium what crop out. He continues on the same page, are disjointed fragments, radiances with scarlet fissures, and they are fragments not of a whole in action, but of a force, something that he calls an unknown and colorful fate. Now at this point Vermeer of course crops up again. Vermeer, whose paintings are fragments of a single world, he says, but not a reference world, a reality world. It is, on the contrary, the same new and unique beauty, an enigma in this period when nothing either resembles or explains it, if one doesn't try to sort it out by subject, but to release the particular impression that the color produces. This world is strictly a certain color of fabrics and of places, Proust writes, which is to say, in a sense, paint itself, applied to canvas to produce its own place, its deposit of color and meaning. Beyond the detail principle. Let's attempt a short recapitulation. Concerning the relation between part and whole, let's say that in the detail the part is severable from the whole, whereas in the pan the part consumes the whole. The detail it is, for example, a thread, in other words an easily located circumscription of the figurative space. It has extension however minimal, a well-defined size. It pertains to a measurable space. The pan, by contrast, presents itself as a zone of colored intensity. As such, it has an inordinate, not measurable, capacity of expansion, not tension in the picture. This would be not a detail of colored thread, but, to continue with our example, a fillet of red paint, in other words, an event more than an object. A detail is definable. Its contour delimits a represented object, something that has a place, or rather has its place, in the mimetic space. Its topographical existence is thus specifiable, readily located, like an inclusion. A pan, by contrast, does not so much delimit an object as produce a potential. Something happens, gets through, extravagates in the space of representation, and resists inclusion in the picture because it makes a detonation or intrusion in it. This phenomenology already wholly engages, through Natraglic diaresis, the semiotic status of these two categories. The detail is discernible, therefore divisible from the remainder, and, as such, nameable. Thread, needle, knife, corkscrew, navel. It pertains to descriptive finesse, which parses and names the visible. The discovery of a detail comes down to seeing something that is hidden because minuscule, and to naming what one sees. By contrast, the pan does not require being seen. It only requires looking at something hidden because self-evident, there before us, dazzling but difficult to name. A pan does not detach itself, strictly speaking, like a detail it stains. A detail admits identification. This is a needle and thus allows itself to be mastered, as a pervert knows how to master a fetish object, which indicates just how great is the fantasy content of the detail. The pan is related to Barthes as is intractable. That is what tyrannizes eye and signification, just as a symptom tyrannizes and invests a body, or a fire a city. One looks for a detail in order to find it, whereas one comes upon a pan haphazardly, unexpectedly. A detail is a piece of the visible that hid itself, and that, once discovered, exhibits itself discreetly and allows itself to be definitively identified in the ideal. Thus the detail is envisaged as the last word of the visible. The pan, by contrast, leaps into view, most often in a picture's foreground, frontally, assertively, but it still does not permit of identification or closure. Once discovered, it remains problematic. The seeker after details is a man who sees the least thing, and Man with answers. He thinks that the enigmas of the visible have a solution, one that might come down to the least thing, a thread, for example, or a knife. He cleans his glasses, he takes himself to be Sherlock Holmes. A person fond of pans, by contrast, is someone who looks in a way consistent with a purposely suspended visibility. He does not expect, from the visible, a logical solution. Rather, he senses how the visible dissolves all logic. Like Dupin imposed the purloined letter, he will put on dark glasses and let what he is looking for come to him, and when he finds it, it is not the end of a series, a last word understood as answer, but one specific word in an endless sequence, a ferreting out of questions. The man of the detail, then, writes romans a clefs in which the questions posed at the beginning are answered at the end. If the man of the pan were permitted to do likewise, he would write ek phrases that are endless, reticulate, aporetic. So the detail is a semiotic object tending towards stability and closure, while the pan, by contrast, is semiotically labile and open. The detail presupposes a logic of identity whereby one thing will definitively be the opposite of another, either knife, or corkscrew, which presupposes, fundamentally, a transparence of the iconic sign, which presupposes in turn an active, figured figure, a certainty of existential judgment regarding things seen. But the pan reveals only figurability itself, in other words, a process, a power, a not yet. The Latin for this is presence, an uncertainty, a quasi-existence of the figure. Now it is precisely because it shows figurability at work, in other words, incomplete the figure figuring, even, we might say, the prefigure, that a pan disturbs the picture, like a relative disfiguration such as the paradoxical nature of the potential figure. While the detail permits of description and attribution that is univocal, or that aspires to be such. This is a white thread. The pan summons forth only disquieting tautologies. This is a fillet of red paint, or no less disquieting contradictions. This is a fillet of ecru threads, but that are like blood, but that fell from a cushion, but that turn back on themselves, but that fall again like rain, but that make a stain or a landscape, and so forth. So we might also say that interpretation of the detail tends towards something like a secondary elaboration of the image, in other words, toward a work of stoppage that enables the assignment of definitive meanings and a logical organization of the phases of a historia, whereas a pan is an index of a moment that is more latent, a potential figure, and more metaphorical. All of this, of course, is not without its effect on the very situation of the iconic sign relative to these two figural objects that are the detail and the pan. In a way, the detail is the limit state of the iconic sign, in the sense that it offers understanding its minimal, most discrete, most tenuous visibility. It should be clear that the thread might constitute the detail's very excellence. For this thread, held as it is between the fingers of the lace maker, is much more than a line of paint. It represents an object. In reality it is a form quite detached from its ground. Its existence in the picture is wholly optical. It participates fully in a mimetic configuration. It can readily be situated in the picture's illusionist depth. It tends toward the exactitude of appearance. It seems painted only to possess an aspect. The pan, by contrast, should be envisaged as the limit state of the iconic sign, in the sense that it constitutes its catastrophe or syncope, simultaneously supplementary trait and indicator of lack in the mimetic configuration. It does not represent univocally an object in reality. Although figurative, it imposes itself first as non-iconic index of an act of paint. In this capacity, it is neither precise nor aspectual. It is painted like nothing. We might call it a deficient sign, a sign dispossessed. It implies not illusion but the collapse of illusionist representation, something that might be called delusion. Its existence in perception has more to do with what Riegel called haptic space, supposing the collapse of planes and a quasi-touching, than with a purely optical existence. The pan collapses the spatial coordinates of the detail. It literally makes a front in the picture. Thus Vermeer's fillet presents itself above all as a passage, in the picture, in which painting no longer pretends to lie about its material existence. Hence it faces up. The pan tends to ruin the aspect, by means of auras, or liquefaction, or the weight of a color that imposes itself, that consumes and infects everything. Here, form is ground, because it represents much less than its self-presence, as colored material, as a colored surging forth. The detail is useful. It can have descriptive value. This is the thread of Vermeer's daughter, who is making lace, or iconological value. One can imagine an art historian trying to prove that, the painter having read Ovid, the lace maker is a personification of Arachne. In either case, the logical relation is transparent ad ida. Conversely, the pan tends to bog down the hermeneutic, because it proposes only quasi-s, hence displacements, metonymies, hence metamorphoses. And if this red fillet is really meant to evoke Arachne, this would only be to suggest to us its very body in the midst of disfiguration. The pan in this sense is a risk for thought, but the selfsame risk that painting proposes when it comes forward, When it makes a front for when the material of representation comes forward, everything represented is at risk of collapse. And interpretation owes it to itself to take this risk into account, so as to take its measure, to indicate if only to indicate the intractable that constitutes its object. Now it should be clear how the object of the pan is not the object of the detail. The object of the detail is an object of representation of the visible world even elevated to the level of a symbol. It presupposes, in the final analysis, an object of reality, one that it strives to delineate and render legible. Conversely, the object of the pan, as intrusion presence of the pictorial in the representational system of the picture, is a real object of painting, in the sense that Lacan situated the real object of the gaze as a pulsatile, dazzling, and spread-out function in the picture itself, a function connected to unexpected arrival, to trouble, to encounter, to trauma, and the drive. In this object we must first hear the word jet gush, and the prefix that indicates the act of placing there before us, the act of what presents a front to us of what looks at us when we look. In this object, simultaneously intense and partial, insistent although accidental, in this contradictory objet we must understand the fragile moment of a disfiguration that nonetheless teaches us what figuring,